meaningless. Fun game last night, and I'm not getting.
How do you?
I got one fun game. I wanted two.
How can you say? How can you say you got to see?
Because I never heard of that dude who was scoring for the Suns.
Goodwin scored 38 points. He's playing against the best player in the world. You're talking about how many times that KD and LeBron have not played because of various different issues. Well, last night they couldn't rest Kevin Durant, so he went out there and played. He dropped 38 points at that Crypto.com arena. They lost a close game.
Well, EJ, you know I'm a Devin Booker super fan, so that's really what I was excited about.
There's like 3 of those around in America. Like this idea that Devin Booker is going to somehow move the needle. Like, come on.
It's Perloff and 2 Kardashians.
Yeah, I was about to say.
That's the extent of the fan club.
Which one is he dating? Or was they broke up?
I have no idea.
They broke up, didn't they?
I didn't know that.
I'm almost sure that that they broke up. He's got to focus on the season, but I guess he's got a toe injury. By the way, I got a response from my daughter that I'll save on whether she's heard of MTV and Pearl Jam.
Oh, okay. We'll have to save that. We'll get into it. That's the big question. Young people today, have they ever heard of Pearl Jam? Connor Bedard of the Blackhawks never heard of Pearl Jam before and is about to live in Chicago. So I think that's going to change. 855-2124-CBS, 855-212-4227. Coming up, we do get another twist in the Michigan sign stealing scandal. What's the latest? Tell you what, it's not good. Give you that in a minute.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. In the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. Timeshare is the only thing that you can buy that you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check to fill out any amount they want for annual maintenance and assessment fees. The crazy thing is, this never ends. Even when you die, your family's now going to be stuck with this burden. Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. 800-462-3333. That's 800-462-3333. 800-462-3333.
Paying too much for term life insurance? There is a tremendous price war in the term life industry. Rates have dropped dramatically in the past few years. For example, a man aged 45, non-smoker, can get $1 million of coverage for $75 per month, level rate for 10 years. Or a man aged 50, non-smoker, can obtain $500,000 of coverage for a monthly premium of $110, level rate for 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rate for 20 years. If you're a smoker, we have great rates available for you as well. At Term Busters, we specialize in policies of $500,000 and above. If you're looking for new or replacement term life insurance, call today for a quote. 1-800-908-7636. You're probably paying more than you should. Call 1-800-908-7636. Remember, 1-800-908-7636. Sample rate quotes based on preferred non-smoker rate class. Exam required to qualify.
Has someone in your family lost a job recently, and now you can't afford your mortgage payment? Or do you have a rental property and your tenants aren't paying you? We can come to the rescue and pay you cash for your home immediately. Yes, sell your home and get cash all over the phone without dealing with real estate agents or having to waste time showing your home to lukewarm buyers. You don't need to lose your house to foreclosure. If you have equity in your home, we'll buy your home and give you cash within days, all in a simple over-the-phone and virtual process. Call now before your situation gets worse. Sell a home you can't afford or just need anymore and get the cash you need today. Call this number now.
Call 800-527-4903. That's 800-527-4903. 800-527-4903. Again, 800-527-4903.
Paid for by Airtime Media.
Do you have over $10,000 in credit card debt? The stress from excessive credit card debt can ruin your life. Collection calls, sleepless nights, If you're feeling the financial impact with unprecedented economic challenges, DebtBlue is here for you. DebtBlue uses secret programs that most credit card companies won't tell you about. They'll help you consolidate or settle your debts for a fraction of what you owe. With DebtBlue's Success Guarantee, you pay nothing unless your debt is reduced or completely resolved. There's no risk. The more you owe, the more DebtBlue can save you. See how easy it is to get started with free information. Let DebtBlue show you how 10 minutes could save you thousands. Call now, 800-200-6895. That's 800-200-6895.
I'm just living sky high right now. I'm very thankful for it. And the team at DebtBlue are phenomenal. They're able to work with you. They're great.
Call for your free debt resolution information now. 800-200-6895. 800-200-6895.
Message and data rates may apply. Do you need a car? Been shopping only to be turned down because of bad credit, low credit, no credit, bankruptcy, or divorce? Guess what? Today's your lucky day, because now you can buy a car, truck, or SUV, just about any vehicle. It's true. Bad credit doesn't matter. No credit doesn't matter. Bankruptcy or divorce, it just doesn't matter. As a matter of fact, your job is your ticket to your new vehicle. We're Auto Credit Express, and we've helped thousands of people just like you. Antonio H. told us, great company, got me connected, and the day I went in, I drove off in the car I wanted. 100% worth your time. Need a car? Get started now and drive off as early as today. Just text APPLY NOW to 88909 right now to get started. That's APPLY NOW to 88909. Auto financing the easy way. Text APPLY NOW to 88909.
KNBR and KNBR FM, your home of San Francisco 49ers football.
It's the Buffalo Bills at home versus the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. It's an 8.5-point spread. Bills are taking care of business on Thursday night. We'll take them for our first winner this week.
Shotgun to Allen on second down. Picks up off the middle. Has some space at the 10. Pump fakes at the 5. Cuts back to his left. Touchdown Buffalo! Josh Allen has the Bills up 9-0 over the Buccaneers. Shotgun to Allen on 3rd and 11. Racing out to the right. Throws across his body. Caught by Kincaid at the 10. Heads upfield 5. Touchdown Bills! Allen back to throw. Looking. Pumps. Throws. Wide open. Davis streaking in the back of the end zone. Touchdown Buffalo! Allen held it the extra second, and Davis got a ton of space. Mayfield in the gun on 4th and 10. There's the snap. Climbs the pocket. Eyes downfield. Lost for the end zone. Looking for Evans. Tries to make the grab, and he does in the end zone. Touchdown Tampa Bay, Mike Evans. Mayfield, this is the final play of the game. Dancing up in the pocket. Here's the heave. Down to the end zone. It's in the air. It's in the end zone, and it falls to the turf. And the Bills at home to start week 8 escape with a 24-18 win at home over the Buccaneers. And that should do it.
The Bills get the first win of NFL Week 8 against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers for one of Waterboy's winners. What's up, everybody? Happy Friday morning. It is Marcus the Waterboy Boucher, a.k.a. Bobby Boucher, back with Overnight Dave on a Football Friday, taking you up to 6 a.m., the start of the Murph and Mac Show, where we're going to be talking 49er football all day long. Because last night, as you heard in the show open, yeah, the Waterboy took the Buffalo Bills as a winner. I actually did take them to cover that spread also, but it was not one of our Bobby Boucher's best bets, and good thing it was not. Because here was Baker Mayfield and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers having one of the longest drives of the season, it felt like, in that fourth quarter, cutting the lead to a one-possession game. A nice little backdoor cover by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. after there were question marks about Baker Mayfield's playing ability, dealing with the knee injury. He ended up playing last night, but I think the question on a football Friday morning is whether or not Brock Purdy will be playing this weekend for your San Francisco 49ers. Yesterday, we got a big update from Kyle Shanahan, who stopped by the Tolbert and Cope show to break down the steps that Brock Purdy has to go through. And yesterday, he cleared one of those steps. He was back on the practice field. Now, of course, in his non-contact jersey, so he's not taking any hits right now, obviously, because of the concussion protocol. But also, something that stood out to me yesterday was that Brock Purdy did not speak to the media, something that he usually does every Thursday week prior to the 49ers matchup. Well, if you want to read in between the lines, if you want to read the reports from guys like Adam Schefter and Ian Rappaport, it sounds to me like it would be unlikely that Brock Purdy plays this Sunday. But once again, I'm not a doctor. I told you my experience dealing with the concussion protocol. I don't think Brock Purdy's got the same unethical approaches as a water boy, Bobby Boucher. But who knows? Maybe he will be back on the playing field. That's something that I think is going to be a big factor this weekend against Joe Burrow and the Cincinnati Bengals. Because I've heard the takes from across national media that Brock Purdy is just a system quarterback. Oh, the 49ers are not going to skip a beat, moving on from Brock Purdy to Sam Darnold. And my response is, really? Are we sure about that? Because we haven't seen it yet. We've seen Sam Darnold in training camp. We've seen Sam Darnold in preseason. Hell, I was down at Levi Stadium. I was out in Las Vegas. I was in Henderson watching the joint practices. I was at all 3 preseason games this year. And I wasn't blown away by Sam Darnold. That's why I was even like a little, not shell-shocked, not even surprised that the Niners were moving on from Trey Lance. But I was like, to me personally, it didn't seem like Sam Darnold separated himself that much from Trey Lance. Well, 49ers made their decision. They stuck with Sam Darnold, sent Trey Lance out of town, and now Sam Darnold is your QB2, potentially being your QB1 this weekend. And for as good as he has looked in training camp, as good as he has looked throwing against 7-on-7 defenses, I want to see it in a real game. Now, again, people are already saying, in this Kyle Shanahan system, Sam Darnold's going to be the perfect quarterback. He's got all the accolades. He was a top 5 draft pick. Hell, you heard the hot take over the summer from Matt Mayoko that he might have the greatest arm talent in 49er history. Again, there's a little difference between arm talent and throwing in your underwear at the NFL Combine or throwing on air at a 49ers practice than it is when bullets are flying, you know, like the time where he was seeing ghosts against the New England Patriots and Bill Belichick. But we'll see. Maybe he won't be seeing ghosts. Maybe he'll be seeing Christian McCaffrey extending his touchdown streak to 17 games. I can tell you one guy he's not going to see. That's Deebo Samuel, who we all know has been ruled out for multiple weeks leading into the 49ers bye week. Yesterday, we got some good news from Dre Greenlaw. Obviously, he played on Monday night. Sounds like he's going to be active again this weekend. Another name missing from the practice report yesterday, though, was Trent Williams. And that's something that we got to talk about. Last week, I thought Jalen Moore actually did a pretty good job holding down the left tackle spot. We broke down Colton McKivit's performance and how he did get beat by Danielle Hunter on a double move that led to that Brock Purdy, originally called fumble play, got overturned to an intentional grounding call. But this weekend against the Cincinnati Bengals, when all the focus is on Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase and Joe Mixon and all the talent they have on the offense side of the ball, this is still a pretty good defense with a couple good bookends, guys like Sam Hubbard, guys like Trey Hendrickson. You want to look at the middle of their defense. Logan Wilson's one of my favorite young up-and-coming linebackers in the league. So this is going to be a big matchup for Sam Darnold in that offense. Of course, if Sam is playing this weekend, but even going into this matchup, hell, going into the season, this was a game that I had circled on my calendar as maybe the first loss of the season for the 49ers. Obviously, things have changed over the past couple weeks. They've not lost back-to-back games for the first time in Brock Purdy's regular season career. And that's kind of the reason why I'm leaning towards the 49ers to win this weekend if Brock plays, because I don't see this team losing 3 weeks in a row, going into their bye week with a month of not winning a football game. But if Brock's not out there, I guess I'm one of the guys here in San Francisco, here in the Bay Area, that's not confident in Sam Darnold, that he's just going to walk in like a superstar and take over and outduel Joe Burrow. Because here's a stat that's been going around all morning, all week. Hell, it's been going around the last couple of years with Kyle Shanahan about how his team is now 0-36 when trailing by 8 points in the fourth quarter. Well, Joe Burrow is one of those guys that can put up 30 points on your defense. We saw Kirk Cousins do it last week without Justin Jefferson. with Jordan Addison. Here's the thing. Joe Burrow's better than Kirk Cousins. Jamar Chase is better than Jordan Addison. Hell, I'll make the argument that you can say Jamar Chase might be better than Justin Jefferson, going all the way back to when they were 1A and 1B for Joe Burrow back in LSU, when they were out here winning national championships and setting all types of records back in college. But that's neither here or there. But it's even further than the passing game. Look at the backfield. Joe Mixon, a guy that was born and raised out here in California, out here in the North Bay. Well, I think he's better than Jerome Ford, and we saw the success that the Cleveland Browns had running against his 49ers defense. And it's a 49er defense that feels like it's in the spotlight now after Steve Wilks sending out the zero blitzes. I know he spoke to the podium yesterday, spoke to the media, kind of took blame and responsibility for this 49er defense not performing the way that I think the standard has been set over the past couple of weeks. So that's going to be a big storyline also, whether or not Nick Bosa can get home and get some more sacks, because we've talked a lot about his analytics and the metrics and how he is top 5 in the league with his pass rush win rate and how he's got a bunch of quarterback pressures. You know what he doesn't have? Sacks. Only 2.5 this year. And like 2 or 3 of them, 2.5, he wasn't even blocked on them. So we need a big performance this weekend from Nick Bosa. But Joe Burrow also gets the ball out of his hand as one of the fastest quarterbacks in the league. So it's going to be a tough matchup this weekend, no doubt about it. We'll break down all of our key matchups. Jamar Chase, Tyler Boyd, T. Higgins against his 49ers defensive backfield. Take a look at the Bengals offensive line that did have a few injuries before the bye week with guys like Orlando Brown, drafted by the Baltimore Ravens, went to the Kansas City Chiefs, I think, for a little bit, and now is protecting the blind side of Joe Burrow. I think he's one of the most underrated offensive linemen in the league, so he'll be going one-on-one with either Nick Bosa or Randy Gregory on the outside. And with the Bengals coming off the bye, they've had 2 weeks to prepare. So, again, as I'm looking at this spread all week, opening up at 6, 5.5 points. It dropped down to 3.5 yesterday. It's back to 4. I think it's going to be a line influenced by whether or not Brock Purdy will play or not. So we'll get you that sound from Kyle Shanahan of what that concussion protocol looks like and the steps that Brock Purdy needs to go through to play this weekend in Week 8 of the NFL season. But we got a big slate because there's no bye weeks. Shout out to everybody dealing with bye-mageddon last week in fantasy football. All 32 teams are in action this weekend. That means you got 16 games. That means you got matchups between teams like the LA Rams and the Dallas Cowboys. That'll be a good one this weekend. A couple division matchups. The New England Patriots taking on the Miami Dolphins. See if Mike McDaniel can get the Dolphins back on track against all of a sudden Bill Belichick's flaming hot New England Patriots. Nah, I'm not a buyer in the Patriots. Not quite yet. So I like the Dolphins this weekend. We broke down a lot of our winners on Wednesday, but we will give you some picks against the spread, and we'll see if it includes a couple division games like the Philadelphia Eagles taking on the Washington Commanders as a 7-point favorite. You got to remember, Washington did take them to overtime when they played earlier this year. Now they're playing at home against the Eagles. We'll see how that game turns out, and we'll also see how a matchup between the top 2 number 1 overall picks turns out this weekend. That's right, D'Amico Ryans, Houston Texans, and C.J. Stroud is taking on Bryce Young and the Carolina Panthers. It seems like the team with the number 2 pick came out on top on this one so far. And I know it's still early, 6 games into the career, but C.J. Stroud to me is head and shoulders better than Bryce Young. Hell, C.J. Stroud might be the lead candidate for Rookie of the Year. Texans are 3-3 coming off a bye, taking on a Carolina Panthers team that's 0-6 this year. And I believe they're also 0-6 against the spread. So here's a little bit of a hint. That might be one of our Bobby Boucher's best bets today. We'll take a look at that Texans-Panthers matchup. And, of course, keep an eye on everything going on in the NFC West with the Seattle Seahawks hosting the Cleveland Browns this weekend, where the Cleveland Browns, once again, won't have Deshaun Watson. Despite being cleared by multiple doctors, he has decided to still not play. But, hey, maybe the Browns are a better team with P.J. Walker. But I don't know how good they'll be this weekend. Also, without Jerome Ford, sounds like they're going to be down to their 3rd-string running back, Kareem Hunt. Now, the Browns have been winning based on defense, but we saw last week Gardner Minshew put up 30-plus points and almost 400 yards against this same Cleveland Browns defense. So we'll see how the Seahawks do this weekend with injury news to guys like DK Metcalf that missed the first game of his career last week with a hip injury. I know Kenny Walker's dealing with a calf injury. So that's going to be a pretty low-scoring game because here's one thing I will say about the Seahawks so far this year. Their defense is getting a lot better. And I'm one of those guys that called them out for taking a Weatherspoon with a top 5 draft pick. That dude is flying all over the field. Now, I still think that defense would look pretty dirty if they had Jalen Carter playing in the middle of it. He's done a great job filling in for Hargrave out in Philadelphia. But man, oh man, the Seahawks defense flying around. Just got Jamal Adams back this past weekend. They're facing off against the Cleveland Browns. That's a good matchup this weekend. And then if you want to get a quick checkup on the Arizona Cardinals, Kyler Murray's back at practice. Seems like they've been kind of left behind in the NFC West. They're 1-6 on the year, and they're taking on Lamar Jackson and the Baltimore Ravens, who just put a beat down on the Detroit Lions last week. But don't worry, Detroit will have a nice opportunity for a bounce-back game this week because they're taking on the Raiders on Monday Night Football. I don't know, everybody's dying to get a Jimmy Garoppolo update this morning. It sounds like he's going to be playing this weekend.
I think he's got cramps.
And to me, Dave, it sounds like another loss for the Raiders. So we'll break down Monday night's matchup next week. We'll break down some of Bobby Boucher's best bets. And we also got to break down the start of the World Series tonight with Bruce Bochy being back on the center stage. Shout out to our interview yesterday with Buster Posey on the Murph and Mac show. Had a lot of congratulations towards a guy like Bruce Bochy. Actually had a really funny quote about Madison Bumgarner texting Bochy about pitching in Game 7 of the ALCS. Hell, who knows if Madison Bumgarner is going to pop up in the World Series, repping his Arizona Diamondbacks, despite the fact that he was DFA'd. Hell, he'll get a ring if the Arizona Diamondbacks win the World Series. And I think that's kind of the silver lining for all the Giants fans who dealt with the 2023 season, dealt with Gabe Kapler and, the motto of nothing like it. Hey, at the end of this baseball season, either Bruce Bochy or Madison Bumgarner is going to have another World Series ring on their finger. But it does feel like most Giants fans are pulling for Bruce Bochy, especially after seeing the Arizona Diamondbacks sneak in as the 6th seed in the National League. I mean, this is what Rob Manfred wanted, right? He wanted more parity. You've got the 6th best team in the National League taking on the 5th best team in the American League. A few years ago, both these teams would have missed the playoffs. But here we are in Rob Manfred's whole new world with this Manfred man out on second base and expanding the playoffs. I told you guys a couple years ago when I first got on air, I didn't like the idea of expanding the playoffs because I don't think you should have reward teams that have a near 500 record. But hey, here we are with a little bit of parity. And I guess it's working because for the first time since like 2016, we don't have the Dodgers or the Houston Astros in the World Series. So that's something to cheer about. It's something to look forward to. And I'm looking forward to the baseball games starting tonight. Nathan Eovaldi versus Zach Gowen. MLB pretty smart with what they're doing here, Dave. Playing Friday night, Saturday night, game 1 and 2. Travel day on Sunday. They'll play Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Travel game on Thursday. Then they'll be back for a potential game 6 and 7 next Friday and Saturday. Trying to avoid that head-to-head competition with, of course, Thursday night football, Sunday, the entire slate. Because that really is the big story, despite it being postseason baseball time. But let's hop into that Sunday slate on the other side, starting with your San Francisco 49ers. We got to break down their matchup against the Cincinnati Bengals. A lot going on in the Bay Area. Shout out to everybody up in the 916. Kings will be hosting the Warriors tonight. And shout out to all my boxing heads who are going to tune in to watch Tyson Fury versus Francis Ngannou this morning. Dave, a lot of topics to dive into, but it's a football Friday. Let's hear from Kyle Shanahan on the other side on Brock Purdy's concussion status, and if he does have a chance to play this weekend, and if not, what he expects out of Sam Darnold facing off against his Bengals defense. It's the Waterboy Marcus Boucher on a football Friday on KNBR 104.5 FM, 680 AM, the sports leader.
Seen ghosts. Brock Purdy a step in the right direction for the San Francisco 49ers? Of course, we know by now he is in the NFL's concussion protocol. Certainly in some danger of missing Sunday's game, which would mean Sam Darnold would be the starter for the 49ers. Beat out Trey Lance in camp, had a really good training camp. Would be interesting to see. Not so sure yet on Brock Purdy. The fact that he was able to be limited in practice yesterday, at least a sign that he is progressing through the concussion protocol. We'll see what level of practice he is able to do today.
Brock Purdy with the injury update right there from our guy Ian Rappaport, breaking down the return to practice yesterday. Actually, if you want to be frank about it, Brock Purdy has practiced the last couple of days, has gone through a walkthrough with the 49ers, but of course is being held at any contact. Not like there is too much contact during the week with quarterbacks in the NFL regular season. But hey, those are the injury updates we got for you this morning as we're still trying to discuss and figure out whether or not Brock Purdy is going to play this weekend. Of course, if you missed it, he popped up this Wednesday on the injury report after Kyle Shanahan went to the podium and spoke to the media and said that Brock Purdy has officially been placed in a concussion protocol. Now, this is something that I think took me by surprise. It took Murph and Mack by surprise. It probably took you by surprise because Brock Purdy finished the game on Monday night against the Minnesota Vikings. Never went to the blue tent. Never got taken out of the field by the eye in the sky, the referee that's always keeping an eye on these guys and whether or not they are showing symptoms, if they have concussions or not. And that was kind of discussion talking about Brock Purdy's fourth quarter performance. Because through the first 3 quarters of the game against the Minnesota Vikings, he played pretty damn well. Now, of course, at the end of the third quarter, Kyle Shanahan draws up not 1 but 2 back-to-back quarterback sneaks. Brock Purdy converts, but he also takes a shot to the head while laying on top of the pile by Jordan Hicks. Now, if you look at the stats after that quarterback sneak, Brock Purdy went 2 for 6 and threw 2 interceptions. First time he's thrown back-to-back interceptions. Hell, first time he's thrown 2 interceptions in a game in his NFL career. So, of course, there are questions now whether or not the concussion impacted Brock Purdy, maybe his decision-making, because in that fourth quarter, it looked like an uncharacteristic Brock Purdy that we haven't seen so far. It seemed, like I said on Tuesday morning, more like Jimmy Garoppolo, locking onto one wide receiver, trying to throw to a certain spot, and throwing interceptions at the end of the game. But hey, Jimmy Garoppolo is no longer in the building. Neither is Trey Lance. And a big reason, of course, is Brock Purdy. But another reason is because of Sam Darnold. And that's the situation we're getting to on Sunday ahead of the 49ers matchup against the Cincinnati Bengals, where Joe Burrow's coming off a bye week, getting ready for this 49ers defense as a 4.5-point underdog. Now, if you've been listening to the leadoff spot all week, we always like to keep an eye on the line and try to tell you when's the best time to jump on a bet. Well, the line opened up this week at 6 points, dropped down to 5, and yesterday we saw it drop all the way down to 3.5. But now it's creeping back up in the direction of 4.5. Maybe it gets up to 5. And maybe that's good news from the Las Vegas doctors that Brock Purdy will be playing this weekend. Again, there's no guarantees of that. As Kyle Shanahan tells us, there's no guarantee that any of us will even be alive on Sunday.
I can't guarantee that anybody in the world will be alive Sunday, so I can't guarantee who will be on our roster on Sunday. So that goes for all of us.
And it goes for Brock Purdy. Hell, it goes for Trent Williams, who still is on the injury report, did not practice yesterday. Now, Kyle did give us an update earlier this week that if Trent would have been playing on regular grass instead of turf out in Minnesota, and if it wasn't a short week, he would have had the opportunity to play, but they decided to hold him out. So that's good news for Trent, that he could have played if needed, but they did not want to sustain a more impactful injury to their left tackle, so they held him out. So that, to me, would tell me that he could be playing this weekend, which is going to be huge against guys like Sam Hubbard and Trey Hendricks on the outside. But regardless if Trent Williams is in there or not, we still got questions about who he will be protecting and who's the quarterback going to be. So yesterday, Kyle did give us an update on what needs to happen for Brock Purdy before he gets cleared from the concussion protocol to make his return this Sunday.
It's actually real simple for us. I mean, it's tough in terms of the protocol stretches throughout the whole week, so you never know for sure. But there's all these stages they got to go through, and if they pass everything and they have no symptoms and stuff, then they usually pass, and you're good to go, and there's no issues. And if stings pop up during the week, then they don't pass, and they can't go, and there's no discussion. So you just wait and you see. You got to always have plans for both because you never know how they're going to end up. But we'll find out sooner than later.
I mean, that's the scary thing with concussions. You never really know how serious they are. Like for Brock to start complaining about these symptoms on the plane, we don't know exactly what the diagnosis is. Brock Purdy has not spoken to the media. That's why I pointed out this morning that usually on Thursday, he does have media availability. Now, the 49ers held him out of it, obviously, because he's in concussion protocol, but that's also something that we saw during the week when the 49ers were squaring off against Cleveland and how they held Deshaun Watson back from speaking to the media. Now, again, I don't know if that's typical NFL protocol. They don't want guys with concussions speaking to the media, but Brock did speak after the game on Monday night. So, again, just something to keep an eye on if we are heading in the direction of Sam Darnold starting this weekend. And I broke it down for you in the first segment. I talked about it yesterday when we got this Brock Purdy injury news, that I'm not completely sold on Sam Darnold.
Sam Darnold.
I know a lot of people are. A lot of people think, hey, he's got the tools, he's got the ability. He's a top 5 draft pick, and maybe in this Kyle Shanahan system, he can have more success than he's ever had before.
We're the third pick.
Well, Dave, I know he's the third pick, and I know Kyle Shanahan likes him.
Sam Darnold.
All right, Dave, that's enough. Let's play the sound. We got Kyle Shanahan talking about Sam Darnold. Here he's breaking it down. I don't need any more drops. Here's Kyle Shanahan on Sam Darnold.
I'll be excited for Sam to come in. I mean, Sam has done a lot of good things since he's been here. He looks great on the practice field. Got to play with him in a couple preseason games. But when you go into an NFL game with someone for the first time, there's always some newness to both of us, just feeling it out, feeling with the team. But Sam's played a lot of football, and when he gets in out here, he's got such command, got a ton of confidence. The guys around here, they believe in him a ton. They're amazed with how good he is throwing the football and stuff, some of the throws he makes on scout team, what he did throughout training camp. And if his opportunity with us for the first time is this Sunday, he'll be ready to go, and our guys will be excited to follow him.
Well, hey, it's looking like he might have that opportunity. And now we're talking about people maybe thinking Sam Darnold will seize the opportunity and Wally Pitt Brock Purdy. Because, again, when everybody wants to argue about the Kyle Shanahan system, we talked about Dan Orlovsky yesterday on ESPN saying, oh, yeah, this 49er offense won't skip a beat moving from Brock Purdy to Sam Darnold. I'm not too sure about that. I'm also not too sure about taking takes from a guy, Dan Orlovsky, who said the same thing about Mac Jones a couple weeks ago. And that's why I do feel like it's a little disrespectful to Brock Purdy to just say, oh, 49ers going to skip a beat, no problem. They got Sam Darnold. They should win this weekend. No, I don't think it's as simple as that. I don't know if the 49ers beat the Bengals with Brock Purdy. That's how highly I think of the Cincinnati Bengals, because this is an offense that can put up points, and you're going to need to catch up, maybe, possibly, especially if this defense looks like it did last week against the Minnesota Vikings. So maybe that's something that we should be focusing more this morning is the defense for the 49ers. Back-to-back weeks where, I got to be honest with you, it felt like they've been beaten in the trenches, whether it was the Cleveland Browns running the ball with Jerome Ford or whether it was the Minnesota Vikings. And that defensive line outplaying the 49ers defensive line. It's not like the Niners did a whole lot defensively. Kirk Cousins dropped back 45 times and never got sacked. That's the most dropbacks by a quarterback this season without getting sacked. And again, a lot of people are pointing fingers at Nick Bosa. We went through all of his stats. We'll break down his performance and whether or not he's going to have a big day this weekend. But a lot of people are also pointing fingers at Steve Wilks, the man that called the zero blitz right before halftime. The man who decided, watching Kirk Cousins with no timeouts on a, second 16, third and 6, doesn't even matter. It's one of the final plays of the half. He decided to send the house. Of course, we all know what happened. Jordan Addison rips the ball out of the hands of Charvarius Ward, takes it 60 yards for a touchdown. A huge, huge play on Monday night, and a play that a lot of people have been talking about, especially Kyle Shanahan, and now Steve Wilks has had a chance to kind of face his critics. Here he was at the podium yesterday, taking responsibility for that zero blitz call.
I know there's a lot of questions about the call right before the half, so I definitely want to address that before I move on to Cincinnati. Take full responsibility for that call. I have to do a better job in putting the guys in a better position. We have good players. I know that, and can't really press the issue. And with that, moving forward, it's my responsibility to do that. So I wish I could take it back. But again, I gotta do better.
Yeah, he's not wrong. And I like the fact that he is taking responsibility, taking accountability. Hell, he's the one that called the play. It was interesting also yesterday, Kyle Shanahan came on with Tolbert and Copes and said, I probably should have called a timeout in that situation. That's just something that can't happen. And he's right. That's inexcusable. But this is still a Steve Wilks defense that throughout the first 4 or 5 weeks of the season was only allowing 14 points per game, was still playing pretty damn good. I give him a lot of credit for his matchups that he made the adjustments to when the Rams came to town and were dinking and dumping all in the first half. He made those second half adjustments. But if this defense plays the way it did last week against Kirk Cousins on a primetime game, no matter, I think they'll struggle against Joe Burrow and the Cincinnati Bengals. Because here's the thing. We heard Nick Bosa speak earlier this week about how last year, how under the DeMeco Ryans' reign, they would do a lot of four-man rushes. Now, you would think sending the blitz would give you extra pressure, but also sending those extra bodies takes away coverage in the backfield, which doesn't give Nick Bosa, Randy Gregory, Eric Armstead, Hargrave, those guys that extra third, 4 second to get to the quarterback. But here's the thing. Joe Burrow gets the ball out of his hands in less than 3 seconds on almost every play. He's got one of the quickest releases in football, and it's only improved this year, especially since he was dealing with that calf injury to start the season. It's a big reason why the Bengals started off 1-3, and then they won back-to-back games right before the bye week, and now they're the healthiest they've been all season. Whether it's Joe Burrow at quarterback, whether it's Orlando Brown at tackle, whether it's Jamar Chase, who missed a game earlier this year, they are fully healthy, and they are coming into town this Sunday as a 4-point underdog. Scary spread there, and this is a scary offense, so let's hear from Mr. Joe Cool 2.0. I know 49er fans don't like him when people call him Joe Cool, but he is one of the coolest dudes in the NFL. Here's Joe Burrow, breaking down the 49ers defense and what it's like to play against guys like Fred Warner and Nick Bosa.
We know it's going to be a challenge. We relish going on the road and playing in those kind of environments. It'll be a big challenge. We'll find out a lot about ourselves on Sunday.
What stands out about Fred Warner on tape?
Man, he's fast. He's got really good ball skills and zone coverage, so you always got to be aware of that. He flies around, makes big plays. Feels like he's always around the ball, getting tips, creating big plays for their defense that not a lot of linebackers can make. So you always got to be alert for where he is. He's going to make plays. You know it. You just got to move on to the next one.
Zach mentioned instincts. When you're a quarterback and you're looking at the opposing defense and individual players, do instincts stand out to you?
Yeah. As a quarterback, in that way, you watch players and how they play the ball in the air, how they feel zone coverage, how they feel concepts that try to beat that zone coverage, and he's a total package. So you always got to be alert for that, and you can't just expect that he's going to do something because he might read out of it.
Joe Burrow, the voice that you're going to hear and see this weekend, squaring off against that 49er defense, squaring off against Steve Wilks. And there he was breaking down Fred Warner, even gave a little bit of a tip of a cap to a guy like Nick Bosa, and talked about what he expects to see from this 49er defense this weekend. Again, after we saw that performance last week by the defensive backs, with the 49ers not getting after the quarterback, if they play like they played on Monday night, it's going to be a long day against Joe Burrow. Jamar Chase is one of the best wide receivers in the league. Hell, I'd put him in the conversation with guys like Justin Jefferson and Devontae Adams. I might put him above him. And then you look at the second and third options they have. T. Higgins is a dog out of Clemson. You look at guys like Tyler Boyd. Hell, you can even look at their tight end position. Irv Smith Jr. I mean, that's a guy that's been known as a valuable tight end in the league as well. So they have many options. And then you look at Joe Mixon in the backfield. This is by far the best offense that the 49ers have played all season long. And they're coming off a bye week, 2 weeks to prepare for this defense. So maybe it's going to be on the shoulders of the defense to slow down this offense and get the win this weekend. Maybe it won't even be on Sam Darnold, as long as he can take care of the ball, because that's all we really talk about with quarterbacks over the last 3-4 years with Kyle Shanahan. Don't throw interceptions. You got a chance to win the game. Well, if Sam Darnold takes care of the ball and if the defense steps up this weekend, the Niners still got a chance to win, even if they don't have Brock Purdy. But again, the question is, are the 49ers going to be able to get after the quarterback? Is Nick Bosa going to be able to finally get the quarterback down to the ground? Because after last week's lack of a performance by the 49ers pass rush, of course, everybody's pointing to the man that's making what now? $40 million a year? I think it's around $34 million. And after he won Defensive Player of the Year last year, after we were 7 weeks of the season last year, I believe Nick Bosa had like 8.5 sacks at this point. So far this season, he's got 2.5. Now, again, we've broken down the analytics. We've looked at his pass win rate, which is actually higher than it was last season at this point. We've talked about the quarterback pressures. He's top 5 in quarterback hits. Only thing he's not top 5 is sacks, is finishing those plays. But who knows if that does have an impact going all the way back to training camp of Nick Bosa not showing up. We heard him in week 3 of the season talk about how it took the first 2 games of the season to get his legs underneath him. Well, here we are in week 8 of the NFL season. 6 weeks later, and Nick Bosa still only has 2.5 sacks. Here he was in front of his locker earlier this week talking about his season and if missing the preseason has had an effect on number 97.
Does missing training camp have anything to do with anything as far as your start?
I think a little bit. I think I'm trying to work on stuff on the run this year that I wasn't able to do in camp. So those games that I mentioned, the 2, I think I was thinking too much because I was trying to add something to my rush plan, which is not what I want to be doing during season. I want to be locked in on what I do best and just doing it throughout the whole year. But there's no excuse at this point.
There's no excuse, especially for a 49er defense that has all of this talent. That has Fred Warner, who called himself out after last Monday night's game, too, about how he missed a few tackles. There's no excuses. Steve Wilkes calling bad plays. He's got to get his play calls right this weekend, and they better be on point. 49ers back at home this weekend, 1 week before their bye week. I just really don't see this team losing 3 weeks in a row. And then you add on that bye week, they'll go a whole month without winning a football game. But man, oh man, these Bengals are a good team. And that's why, for being completely honest with you, my gut feeling is, without Brock Purdy, I'm taking the Bengals plus the 4.5 points. And I think there's a good chance to get the upset victory this weekend as well. Joe Burrow, one of the best in the leagues. We'll see if the 49ers defense can return to being one of the best. And we'll see if Brock Purdy returns this weekend. If he does play, they got a chance to win. With Sam Darnold, I'm not that confident. But to be completely honest with you, this is a bet that I'm not that confident, and that's why I'm not making it one of my Bobby Boucher's best bets, especially after losing back-to-back week on the 49ers. So how about we do hop into some of our best bets, take a look around at the entire schedule of week 8 of the NFL season, take a look at the NFC West and who they're matching up with, and take a look at some of our best bets as we try to get back on track this weekend. It's Bobby Boucher, Marcus Boucher on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader. All right, it's a Friday morning. It's a football Friday, and it's time for Bobby Boucher's Best Bets as we look to bounce back after what I'm saying is our worst week of the season on air this past weekend. Went 0-3 on Sunday with the Cleveland Browns failing to convert that 2-point conversion against the Indianapolis Colts. They didn't cover the 2.5 points despite winning by one point. We had the Tampa Bay Buccaneers minus 2.5. They lost a Younghoe Koo and a walk-off field goal by the Atlanta Falcons. And we also had the Chargers to cover against the Chiefs. And guess what? The Chargers choked and did not cover against the Chiefs. Then, to double it all down, we decided to chase our money, which you should never do in gambling. And we took the 49ers minus 6.5 on Monday night against the Vikings, which makes it an 0-for-4 sweep. Dave, we had the golden sombrero this past weekend, but hey, we still have a winning record on the season, 12-10-1 against the spread. But boy, oh boy, did 12-6-1 look a whole lot better last week. But hey, maybe at the end of this weekend, we'll give you a few more winners. That way I'm not looking like an idiot on 50,000 watts. I did want to call myself an idiot, but I'll ask somebody else to.
I'll say he's an idiot.
Thanks, Boach. Maybe we'll take your Rangers of one of our best bets, but why not mess around anymore? Stop beating around the bush and dive into this weekend's NFL action. We just got done breaking down the Bengals and the 49ers. Shout out to the Niners for not covering on back-to-back weeks. We'll see if the Bengals cover that 4-point spread, but I also want to see if the Houston Texans are going to take care of business against the Carolina Panthers this weekend. That's right. I'm going to the pay-per-view rookie matchup. The number 1 overall pick, Bryce Young, and the winless Carolina Panthers hosting the all-of-a-sudden upstart DeMeco Ryan Houston Texans, who are 3-3. C.J. Stroud is currently the favorite to win Rookie of the Year. He's been balling out. We talked a lot about Brock Purdy not throwing an interception, of course, until that Cleveland Brown game. C.J. Stroud was on that same trajectory, actually had the longest start to his NFL career without throwing an interception. I remember going back to draft night, talking about how much I like C.J. Stroud, throwing out the pipe dream that the Raiders would move up and draft him, even though there were some rumors that they were trying to trade up. Well, we all know that the Carolina Panthers traded up to take Bryce Young, number 1, but I guess the question is, did they make the right pick? Now, these guys still have a lot of football in front of them, but so far through 6 games of the NFL season, technically 7 weeks, but both these teams are coming off a bye week, I think the guy is C.J. Stroud, and that's why I'm taking the Texans this weekend, minus 3 points. The Carolina Panthers haven't won a game this year, and they haven't covered a single spread. 0-6 on the money line, 0-6 against the spread. I like the Texans here. I love what DeMeco's doing with Will Anderson and this Texans defense. I've talked a lot about C.J. Stroud, whether it's guys like Tank Dell getting involved or whoever the hell is catching balls. C.J. Stroud is getting the job done. I'm taking the Texans minus 3 points as Bobby Boucher's first best bet. Then moving on to our second game. This one was a little bit of a head-scratcher because I just didn't believe that this spread was real. And the game I'm talking about is the team we just saw on Monday night, the Minnesota Vikings, taking on the Green Bay Packers. And it's only a 1 or 1.5 point spread, depending on where you're placing these bets. Now, to me, if I was handicapping it, I would think the Vikings would at least be a field goal favorite because we're talking about a Green Bay Packers team that is pretty pathetic. This ain't your Brett Favre Green Bay Packers. This ain't your Aaron Rodgers Green Bay Packers. This ain't our Charles Woodson Green Bay Packers overnight, Dave. No, this is a Green Bay Packers team that has not only lost to the Denver Broncos this year, they've also lost to the Las Vegas Raiders. They've lost to some pretty bad ball clubs. Now, we talked a lot about the Vikings being a bad ball club their first couple weeks of the season, but they're suddenly hot. They're suddenly 3-4. And after watching the Lions get beat down by the Ravens last week, now they're feeling like they still got a chance in the NFC North. I like Kirk Cousins here. Dare I say, I like it. I like it.
You like that? You like that?
I do. I like the Vikings a lot this weekend. I don't know how they don't win by more than a point against the Green Bay Packers, but it's also extremely fishy. What does Vegas know that we don't know? I don't know. It seems like once or twice a year, you will get these random spreads, and I'll take it. Sounds like free money to me, which probably means the Vikings are going to end up screwing us. I wonder if Vegas is thinking about that stat of teams that played the 49ers the week after and their lack of success. But we also saw the Cleveland Browns still win last week against the Colts despite beating the 49ers. I don't know. I don't get this spread, but I'll take it anyway as Bobby Boucher's best bet number 2. We're taking the Vikings. Hell, if you can get it at 1, 1.5, 2, 2.5, I think they win this game by at least a field goal. I'll go with the skull chant. Back-to-back wins to get back in the NFC North. Give me the Vikings minus that point. And then my final Bobby Boucher best bet of the week. You guys know I like giving out at least one underdog of the week, but I'm looking around, I'm sniffing around, trying to find that underdog. I really just wasn't feeling anything. I looked at teams like the Washington Commanders, who are getting a full touchdown spread at home against the Philadelphia Eagles, but they also lost to the Giants last week by a touchdown. Even though that first game in Philly did go to overtime, I'm staying away from Sam Howell and the Washington Commanders. I thought about taking the Pittsburgh Steelers after beating the LA Rams last week, but it's only a 2.5-point spread. I would like to get that outside of a field goal. I actually think the Jags win that game by 2.5, so I stayed away from that also. Thought about going to the Rams game against the Dallas Cowboys, but that's still a 6-point spread. Those aren't the key numbers I'm looking for. But you might be saying, Waterboy, you're talking a lot about these big spreads. How about one of the biggest of the week, the Baltimore Ravens as a 9-point favorite against the Arizona Cardinals? And I'm laying it. I'm laying all 9 points because we all saw what the Baltimore Ravens did last week to the Detroit Lions, blowing them out by double digits. This wasn't even a ball game. And this was a Detroit Lions team that we were joking about the road to the Super Bowl going through Ford Field. We were talking about the Lions maybe being one of the best teams in the NFC. Well, here comes Lamar Jackson. Here comes Gus Edwards. And hell, who knows? Rumors are, here comes Derrick Henry, as now he's on the trade market. I can only imagine him in the backfield, but that's not a trade that happened yet, so he will not be playing for Baltimore this weekend, and the Arizona Cardinals are still without their starting quarterback, their quote-unquote franchise quarterback, Kyler Murray, who did return to practice this past week, is off the injury report, so Kyler might be back, so I'll take one last opportunity to bet against the Arizona Cardinals with Josh Dobbs at quarterback. Yeah, Dobbs had a good start to the season, but look at the last 3 weeks for the Arizona Cardinals. They've been getting blown out left and right. They're 0-4, actually, against the spread in their last 4 games, so I'll stick with the Ravens here. I got no problem laying the big spread. It's already gone from 8 to 8.5 to 9 points this morning. I'll lay it. I've got the Baltimore Ravens winning this weekend by double digits, and that, my friends, are your Bobby Boucher's best bets trying to get back on track this weekend. We're taking the Texans -3 in the battle of the number 1 and number 2 overall pick. We're taking the Minnesota Vikings -1 against the Packers, and the Baltimore Ravens laying 9 points to win by double digits on the road out in Arizona. Check back in with us on Monday. Well, we'll give you not only our recap of the picks, but we'll also give you a nice little Monday night special as the Detroit Lions will be looking to get back on track against the Las Vegas Raiders. And Jimmy Garoppolo, is he back in our life, Dave? It sounds like Jimmy will be playing this weekend, which is going to be a big reason why I'm keeping an eye on that spread for Monday night. It's at 8 points right now for the Lions. I'm hoping the Jimmy G injury news drops it to underneath a touchdown so I can smash some money on the Lions on Monday night. That's going to be a beatdown, but we'll preview Monday night when we get there. That, my friend, is our Sunday slate with a couple other noticeable games that I did want to shout out, like the Cleveland Browns and the Seattle Seahawks. I think this is going to be a great defensive battle. I talked about it in the first segment. The Seattle Seahawks defense, not quite the Legion of Boom that we saw with Richard Sherman and Earl Thomas and Cam Chancellor, but man, oh man, with some of these youngins, with some of these rookies, they're flying around. Bobby Wagner's back on that defense. I actually like the Seahawks to take down the Browns this week without Deshaun Watson, without Jerome Ford, without really any offensive weapons. Hell, Seahawks dealing with some injuries on offense too, but I think the Hawks win this weekend. I think the Rams lose to the Dallas Cowboys, and as I mentioned, I think the Cardinals lose to the Baltimore Ravens, and that's kind of your NFC recap and our Bobby Boucher recap of our Week 8 best bets. We'll check in with Murph and Mac, who I know have their Friday football forecast coming up in about 1 hour. Stay tuned to the Murph and Mac show today. We've got John Lynch coming up, talking 49er football, and of course, talking about Brock Purdy's concussion status and whether or not it's going to be him or Sam Darnold starting this weekend against the Cincinnati Bengals. We'll make the connection with Murph and Mac on the other side. It's the water boy, Bobby Boucher, on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Hey, it's Gabe Kapler, and you're listening to the Leadoff Spot on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, always a fun show on a Friday morning here on the Leadoff Spot. It is the Waterboy Marcus Boucher back with Bobby Boucher's Best Bets, looking to bounce back with my guy Overnight Dave this morning. And week 8 of the NFL season kicked off last night with the Buccaneers almost completing the backdoor cover. Technically did complete the backdoor cover against the Buffalo Bills, but that wasn't one of Bobby Boucher's best bets. But hey, we got a whole slate of Sunday NFL action coming up for you this weekend. Of course, the headline being the 49ers and the Bengals. But man, oh man, what a weekend it's going to be with the World Series starting off tonight. Bruce Bochy facing off against the Arizona Diamondbacks. And we also have the Warriors headed up to the 916 trying to snuff the beam against the newest Steph Curry athlete, De'Aaron Fox. Kind of an interesting story there, but a lot of things to get into this weekend as we are approaching the sports equinox and a big smorgasbord of events happening this weekend.
Smorgasbord.
Boys, how we doing this morning?
Man.
Woo, you covered it all there, buddy. I'm going to go home now.
Mm-hmm.
You're good.
Did you cover it all, though? Because I got to say, one thing I crammed into my very busy Thursday night schedule, Murph, was Dame time.
Ooh,
holy smokes, dude.
That's right.
The show he put on was second to none. I mean, when he's in that kind of place, like in the fourth quarter where he was just going off, a lot of fun to watch. And Murph, I'm already going, with these Bucs.
Well, you know.
I mean, wow. That's a whole new Bucs now. New Bucs.
Got our hands full with Logan Webb's Kings first. You know what I mean?
You got to snuff that beam tonight.
I'm going to text name drop here. I was texting Logan Webb trying to get him on the show, and we were trying to hammer out a time. And then I said, oh, by the way, go Dubs. And he wrote back, ha, no way, exclam. My Kings look good, and he put the eyes emoji.
My Kings now. Okay.
So Logan Webb, he might be courtside. Who knows?
Yeah, it wouldn't shock me.
You think Logan Webb, if the Kings win tonight, is he the man pressing the button to light the beam?
Well, I mean, it's one of my favorite bites you have. Just the simple humility of a Logan Webb. Light the beam.
Yeah, totally. The understated appeal.
Getting back to that Thursday night game, I don't know how many of you guys watched it till the final play. I was watching it till the final play because I was just hate watching it because I was pissed because I had the Bills plus 8.5.
Hate watching
in my stupid pool. I mean, minus 8.5, and a 4th and 10 pass off a guy's helmet. Freaking, you know what? Anyway, point is, at that point, I was like, you know what, Bills? I hope you lose because you pissed me off.
Yeah, the Bills.
That Hail Mary was great, dude. Have you ever seen a Hail Mary actually hit the ground? Baker Mayfield deftly avoided the rush and then just throws the high arcing 60-yarder. We've seen it a million times, right? Yeah, and somebody's going to knock that thing down. Well, for some reason, in the tangle of bodies, no Bills DB goes up to get it. And Chris Godwin, if you go back and look at it, Chris Godwin is coming off of the guy's yanking him to the ground. By the way, all the PI that goes on a Hail Mary.
Oh,
and they
every
never
single
call
time.
It.
Every single time.
I
mean, how could you?
Godwin turns around and the ball's coming, and dude, it lands almost literally at his feet. He just didn't see it. It was crazy. Anyway, I just wanted to shout out the near Hail Mary.
Yeah, man.
And I got to tell you, maybe at the film room in Tampa, they're like, dude, why don't you catch the blanket ball, man? It was right there. So
I guess maybe he lost it. I don't even know. You can't say he lost it in the lights or anything, but yeah.
It was crazy. Somebody compared it to one of those CYO drills where you box out, and you have to box out so long that the ball hits the ground. You know that drill?
That nobody gets it.
Yeah, where you have to box it out long. It says like anyway.
It looked like a punt return. Like everybody was yelling, Peter, getting rid of the ball or
crazy.
something.
So
Peter, pumpkin eater.
Yeah. Bills could have lost the game. But anyway, we'll forecast it up. And Fall Classic. I was driving in.
Fall Classic.
I know you got to go, but
busy Friday.
Are we sleeping on Creed? Do we need a Creed rejoin at some point?
I'd rather not. I'd prefer that we don't if we have a choice.
These guys sounded like nice guys. I heard them on the way in a national show.
They do seem like nice guys. And I believe
this guy Tremonti apparently has major chops.
Yeah, no, they love this guy on guitar. I don't know. I mean, listen, all I can tell you, they do seem like nice guys. They're decent enough guys. And I do know that they got royally screwed. Like one of their old managers, like just F them out of every cent that they made. It was one of those deals. Yeah, they got swindled big time. So they're down on their luck. They got that going for them. Like we all love like an underdog story. Yeah. Right now, Creed is down on their luck. But this is going to lift them back up, though.
Not every day you can find an Ian Faith. You know what I mean?
Oh,
here it is.
Oh, here we go,
Dave.
Dave jumped off.
You know, a lot of people are upset and getting tired of Taylor Swift. I'm tired of Creed.
Well, listen,
I'm done.
Here they come.
I got Creed.
Here comes Creed. Well, if it's Bochy, I'm in.
Somehow I make room. I make a little room.
Yeah. For Bochy, we can hear it four more times. Four more times, 4 more wins, and Bochy gets another World Series ring. World Series kicking off tonight, Friday, Saturday, off Sunday, so you have a full slate to watch some NFL football. That's your weekend agenda for you. And, of course, the Dubs playing tonight, still still without Draymond Green, trying to snuff the beam against Logan Webb's Sacramento Kings. We'll dive into all those storylines and more because you are listening to KNBR AM and FM in San Francisco, the sports leader at Cumulus Media Station, and the Murph and Mac Show on a Football Friday starts right now.
Good morning, and welcome to the KNBR Morning Show with Brian Murphy and Paul McCaffrey on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Oh, Friday. Our last Friday of October. Dude, are you ready for November?
I mean, I guess we got no choice. I do love October. The month of October is a personal favorite of mine, but it came and went awfully quick. You know what it was, Murph? There was a lot of stress in October this year. Back-to-back losses with the Niners. I'm worried about who's quarterbacking this team. So maybe it's good that we get into November. I don't know, stress, a lot of stress.
Well, 2 weeks ago we weren't stressed. We were whipping up on the Cowboys, dancing
the night away.
As the Phillies were dancing on my own. The Cowboys 49. Bob Melvin came to us in October.
I like that.
I shouldn't write October off already. We got Halloween coming up.
We do. By the way, are your kids still partaking? Is this going to be
one of them is
the last waltz of Halloween's?
I think Declan's at that age where he and his buddies are going to go hang out and watch the World Series and heckle trick-or-treaters.
That's what I'm talking about, yeah.
But the sixth grader, Rory's still going.
Declan's like transitioning to a big kid now. He's like a big kid.
I'll tell you more about that off the air. But hey, man, it was a Thursday night of Dame Lillard doing his thing.
What a show he put up.
LeBron and the Lakers got a win last night.
LeBron was out there too. Did you check out what Dame was doing in that Sixer game?
I only heard about it after.
Holy smoke! I was watching the fourth quarter. He went crazy. It was a lot of fun to watch. And
no Harden on the Sixers.
No Harden on the. Who knows? Where is he? I don't know where he is.
Poor Kate Scott's in the middle of this.
I thought about Kate last night. I was looking for her. I couldn't see her last night.
Kate's always optimistic. She was trying to spin positive. Remember, she goes, guys, he's an introvert. He's an introvert.
Well, Kate's always extremely optimistic.
And
she's a positive presence.
To make my second Spinal Tap reference of the morning. That's like saying, Harden's appeal has become more selective.
Oh, it's not that his popularity is declining. His appeal is more select. By the way, introvert is just code for douche.
Exactly.
That's all that means.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So anyway, well, I'm glad you saw that.
Yeah, wow.
And cool and all. But hey, it's a huge weekend. Warriors-Kings tonight. Up against your fall classic.
It will be an instant playoff atmosphere up there, and that's not even an overstatement of any kind. I mean, these Kings fans, they are, obviously, we know how great their fan base is. They got that new and improved beam. Triple E sent us like a test proof yesterday. They showed the beam.
KC was
big,
the one
it's bright, it's blue. Yeah, it's very powerful. It's going to be off the hook up there. It's going to be crazy tonight, like a playoff atmosphere, and it's only game 2.
Will there be time for Paulie Mac checking out a fall classic?
Oh, positively. Absolutely going to watch some Bucs.
The World Series?
I do want to watch the World Series. I do. How about you guys?
Well, actually, I have something to do tonight.
You got a lot going on.
Event tonight. Yeah. But so I can't tonight devote the time and energy I want to. But Saturday, I'm looking wide open for a tremendous Saturday of college football. Coach Prime down at the Rose Bowl doing his thing. And then game 2 of the World Series tomorrow night at 5 o'clock. So I'll be able to be to maybe probably do maybe on the Chris Russo plan tomorrow night, if you know what I mean.
Which is what?
Remember he talked about
the gummies and whatnot.
I
ate half a gummy. I decided not to eat the other half, but I ate it and I got too buzzed.
Actually, I need to talk to you about that off the air also.
Yeah. I got you covered.
And then Sunday, come on, man. So guys, I can't believe it. I'm prepping for the show, and Matt Mayoko's writing. Eric Branch is writing. Purdy is quote appears to be on pace, unquote, to play.
Well, that's great news. I mean, I hope he's healthy, and I know he's got to go through all the protocols. So as long as
he's still got another hurdle to clear.
Yeah, but if he checks all the boxes, let's play ball, man.
I guess.
I'm surprised. I did not expect this, but this is actually really good news.
He was out at practice, and they said that's like the 4th stage then. Is to be doing a non-contact activity. Yeah. So, don't rule it out yet.
No, I won't.
It's funny because, Thursday's always the day. I know you jock cast. It's generally my jock blog day, not by rule. Sometimes I'll do it on a Tuesday
spit one out
Wednesday.
yesterday? Blog it up?
Yeah, and it's about what it hit me, and it's all been in my head since Monday night.
Yes.
When Dante Whitner. I take my cues from Dante.
So do I. I tried to anyway, that's my guy. I love Dante.
How you did on the post-game Monday night.
He was furious.
They asked him.
He'll let it all hang out.
Are you concerned? And he said, quote, I'm very, very concerned.
In that Dante voice that I love. I am very concerned.
That's been in my head for days. So I addressed it. I said, hey, let's talk, people. How are we concerned? Are we concerned? Obviously, my mind turns to your soundboard.
Well, you want the Nick Cage? I can give it to you. I don't know if we want to press that button this early.
Sure.
But as far as being concerned goes, there's only one guy you can articulate it. And as soon as I find him, I'll share it with you. It is Nick Cage. He's not concerned, so why should we be?
Hey, listen, I'm not worried about you, so don't be concerned about me. Because I'm not concerned if you're not concerned, so don't worry, because I'm not really concerned.
He's having a good time. That's Nick Cage watching football. By the way, he's got a lot of action on the games like Marcus, and he watches every single play.
He scored a touchdown.
Yeah.
Listen to McCaffrey.
No, he's not on anything.
No. He's on everything in that movie. Everything. You name it, he's on it.
Yeah. So my whole concept, and I want to bring this to you and the people today, is the word concern and the relative nature of concern.
Well,
like I said in the premise, Paul, I laid out the premise. Concern is a relative word. Like, number one, like I am concerned about the state of mankind on this meaningless rock spinning through cold and dark outer space.
I'm concerned about that too.
I'm also concerned that right now I have no beer in my fridge. Right, so like there's concerns.
You got tiers of concerns. They got different tiers.
That's the premise.
Yeah.
That's the
like Logan Webb. Like you got protocols. Tiers.
So where are we on our concern?
I will tell you this.
Meter,
I will tell you this.
Tier.
As far as I would not have guessed that after the way the Niners started this season through the first 5 games, looking totally dominant, putting up 30 in their sleep. Brock Purdy, one hand tied behind his back. Oh, there's another 30.
30 for Purdy.
I feel like after these back-to-back losses, there is some concern, and I would not have guessed that the Niners could be staring down the barrel of a 5-3 mark after 8 games of this season, after looking so dominant. But that's kind of where they are. Listen, they got to find their footing here. And again, I keep saying this. I really think a lot is on the defense this week,
dude. I mean,
they really need to step up.
That's if Steve Wilkes is done with his public
flogging,
his nationwide apology.
I think they're going to parade him around the town square today.
The guys, he doing like 100 push-ups this morning. It is weird. I got to say, it raises a little bit of a red flag with me. That
they're hanging them out like this. It's very public.
Yeah.
Very public.
And we're going to talk to John Lynch about that
because you don't have to handle it that way. You can just say, no, we've spoken and we've agreed and we're moving on.
And then they made him come out Thursday and say more. Like, and then Bosa had that mysterious quote of like, I'm still getting used to it. And so
little things are different this year,
Probably maybe not so much silk for Wilkes.
It's such a great nickname, though. I want it to work.
Well, maybe he will retain his silk status on Sunday
I would like that. I really would.
I mean, there's a lot to be concerned about. The Burrow and the Bengals.
So you are concerned, for real, kidding aside. Yeah.
I said I actually ended the jock blog by saying I am very concerned.
Well,
I'm
Joe
concerned
Burrow's
about Purdy. I'm concerned about Darnold. I'm concerned about Bosa. I'm concerned about the pass rush. I'm concerned about going into the bye 5-3. And I said, but ultimately, Paul, I said, it's the concern that makes it fun.
Yeah. What about
keeps you alive?
Do you have? I mean, only because you mentioned Silk Wilkes, do you have coaching concerns at this point? I mean, about game plans and decisions?
I have to.
Yeah.
We got them out. They're still talking Thursday. They're still talking about the blitz call.
Well, the good news is, I mean, if there is any good news on a Friday morning as we get you set up, because Murph and I are going to get into this bad boy today. We got a lot going on, but John Lynch will be one of our guests. So we'll talk to him about all this stuff. See where his head's at. Maybe he can calm you down a little. Okay. Ease your concerns. I don't know.
I don't know. We'll see. Maybe he's pissed too. Maybe he's concerned.
Red 47.
We'll ask him if he's concerned. Yeah. So, all right. And don't forget, we got the World Series tonight. Come on, baby.
Well, World Series.
The Fall Classic.
Warriors essentially have a playoff game in Game 2. Yeah. A lot going on.
A lot of fun stuff. Yeah. Okay. So and by the way, have you noticed a little nip in the air?
Very good nip in the air. I'm enjoying it, actually. It's nice and crisp. And then finally, just before we forget.
Too cold for me, actually.
Final day of Blink-182 tickets. We got to unload that final pair, Marcus.
Are we doing that early?
I kind of want to.
Oh.
I don't know. I mean, Marcus is making the calls. He's got the music in there. So
Marcus just went librarian on his finger to the lips.
Yeah.
All right.
Don't tell a soul. Just listen.
What athlete does that when they? Some athlete does
Steph
that.
puts people to bed.
No, but somebody puts the finger to the lips when you. Is it many athletes? Or is it just kind of a?
I think it's kind of a universal thing. You make a big three, it's just the crowd.
My nephew did it in Marcus might like this based on this, but my nephew, as a freshman in high school,
he was shushing
at
people?
a raucous Marin Catholic Drake game. Struck out a guy that got out of a jam and walked over to the opposing opposing parents and put his finger to his lips.
He was feeling it.
What the heck is that?
Oh, Marcus likes that spice. He likes that kind of spice.
Okay, all right. We'll say good morning to Boucher on the other side. Get the guest list. And I think the action's coming at you early and fast on the Murph and Mac Show on a Friday morning on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Santa Rosa. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Santa Rosa's Sports Leader.
Here's Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan stopped by the Tolver and Cope show yesterday afternoon to talk about Brock Purdy being in the concussion protocol and whether or not he has a chance to play this weekend against the Cincinnati Bengals. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's actually real simple for us. I mean, it's tough in terms of the protocol stretches throughout the whole week, so you never know for sure. But there's all these stages they got to go through, and if they pass everything and they have no symptoms and stuff, then they usually pass, and you're good to go, and there's no issues. And if stings pop up during the week, then they don't pass, and they can't go, and there's no discussion. So you just wait and you see. You got to always have plans for both because you never know how they're going to end up. But we'll find out sooner than later.
Bro,
I know.
Is today, are we going from Reggae Friday to Isley Brothers Friday? Is that what we're doing?
It's fine with me.
Is it because they're from Cincinnati? Oh,
Marcus is on fire this week, man.
Look, I think, by the way, if you're going to do Cincinnati regionals, I think he just ran out. I think that's about it.
Dude, I was just talking to Triple E. I was like, bro, I'm struggling to have a Cincinnati Friday to get us ready for the Bengals. I was like, I might go Isley Brothers all day.
Just do it all day. Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm all... sign me up. Where's the contract?
Have you ever had a Cincinnati? I guess no. The answer would be no.
Yes, we did, and I used the Isleys. Yes,
Bengals, the Bengals. That's right.
Yeah, use the Isleys.
Yeah.
Except for I went with, and sometimes in Pop Culture Showdown, there's a lot of decisions that got to be made. And a lot of great stuff gets left on the cutting room floor, like this. And you got to make a choice, and then sometimes you're like, do I go with the big obvious hammer? Do I go subtle? Do you go medium? So I went with shout because it's just...
Well, it's a universal.
Well, because I'm always looking for a song to play as we tally the votes. Like a feel-good song that you play as you tally the votes. Because we like to... My ideal of Pop Culture Showdown is when we get to the last category, it's playing as a bed as we announce the... And shout is the kind of thing you want. Playing us out.
So I got to say, Murph, when you're faced with these decisions on the Pop Culture Showdown, Marcus, I take advice from one man only. That's Tony Salvador, the great leader we had here at KNBR for many, many years. He told me at one point, believe it or not, I was actually imaging KNBR for a little stretch. Early 2000s, and Tony was talking to me in his office one day, and he goes, yeah, I want new sounds, new drops, new rejoins, give me some new music beds. And he goes, I want you to be hip, but don't be so hip that you hip yourself right out of the room. I said, okay, I think I understand.
That's the Pop Culture Showdown.
That's what I'm saying. Yes. That's Tony's advice. Man. I want you to be hip,
anyway,
but not so hip.
Good morning, Marcus. 49ers, Bengals. Level of concern. By the way, there's a band called 21 Pilots that has a song called Level of Concern.
The kids like 21 Pilots. They like them.
I mean, I'm fine with them. I got
a couple guys. You got the one guy. Yeah.
Level of Concern is not my favorite Pilots ditty, but it's a toe tapper, as Jim Harbaugh would say, when he's not filming opposing sidelines, Marcus.
Which is not often, apparently.
But yeah, man, Isley, Cincinnati, so that's the theme.
That's it.
That's all we're doing.
Here comes the Isley Brothers, and here comes Joe Burrow and the Cincinnati Bengals off a bye week.
Dude,
boys.
This is,
you got some concern now. We're going back to that theme, yeah.
Okay, the other part of me, and this is like when I make my college picks, I talk myself into both sides constantly, And the other part of me is the way Nick Bosa's talking this week, I got a feeling he might go off.
That's what I'm hoping for,
Sunday.
too. I'm hoping for it, too.
He might.
He's starting to simmer. He's starting to bubble. Yeah.
It might be Mount Bosa.
I hope so.
You know what I mean?
It would make everybody feel a lot better.
Yeah. I mean, he's pissed.
Yeah.
Wilkes is getting trashed.
Silk Wilkes is out in the town square getting stoned. Yeah.
He's at Marcus's dispensary next to Tadish.
No. I mean, like stoning his ass, like throwing rocks at him.
I know.
Yeah.
I was riffing. But anyway, and we don't know if Purdy's playing or Darnold's playing. I mean, anyway, it's going to be, get your popcorn, man. 125, Nance and Romo,
it's a big
Papa
game,
and
man.
Ryan, KNBR.
To quote the president, that's a big game, man.
I mean, it's not. I mean, Fred Warner called it a must-win. Is it a must-win? No.
Well, if you're looking for home field, I'd say it is. If you're trying to keep pace, it is.
That's what I wrote in the damn jock blog. I said, let's be face facts. I said, you're now a game behind the Eagles. I said, that's a tough sentence to type, particularly if you know any Eagles fans. I said, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I'm pissed now. I'm pissed. We're like chasing the Eagles now. And they got the Commanders, and I'm making my picks this weekend, and I'm like, oh, yeah, maybe. No, I took the Eagles and laid the 6.5.
Commanders took them to OT. They're getting 7, I think, right? 7? That's a nice little.
Eagles are going to beat them. Eagles are going to beat them by a touchdown. You know what I mean? You guys have
Commanders
to
keep it close.
Is the forecast going there?
We'll have to wait and find out. Listen, I mean, these are important.
Was it one of Bobby Boucher's?
No, I stayed away from it. But my initial reaction was, all right, Washington took them to overtime.
That's how I'm feeling.
Philly. They're
Give
getting
them a fight.
7 at
Give them
home.
a fight.
I think they kind of keep it close, but it was not one of my Bobby Boucher's
No,
best
it's
bets.
a tough one.
I mean, I heard what you guys are saying, but
Yeah.
ultimately I was like, no, man. I watched the tush push, and A.J. Brown is going off.
Yeah, we also saw the Commanders lose by 7 to the New York Giants last week.
But dude, what are you going to do with the NFL?
Oh,
I don't know what to do anymore.
What are you going to do with the NFL?
They're not making it easy on the picks. This is getting tough.
Any given Sunday is a little too any given Sunday.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean. Like, for example, did you guys touch the Jets-Giants game?
Hell no.
How's that one? I'd go Jets.
I
laying
went
2.5.
2.5. I'm with you, Murph, but it's
all
not
right.
one of my best bets.
Here's another one that's got a lot of interest this week.
What you got?
The suddenly resurgent Belichick's down at the reeling McDaniels.
It is interesting. That's an interesting
and
one.
they're getting 9.5.
Yeah, because Belichick pulled something out of his A last week I didn't think they were going to be able to do. They threw the Bills like a beating. It wasn't just like that they outplayed them. They beat their ass.
The Bills are weird this year, but
they're very weird.
This one's in Miami.
I know.
I'm going Tyreek and Cheetah. I'm laying it.
McDaniel's going to go back to the shins. He'll be showing them off.
He'll be showing
it's
the
hot
shins.
down there. Yeah, he's like, I'm back.
It was bad luck when he covered the shins.
I know.
Here's another one for you guys. The team we thought was amazing, and then they turned around and barely beat the Colts. The Cleveland Browns at your Seahawks.
That's a really interesting game. That's actually shaping up to be a really good game.
Cleveland's getting 2.5. I went with the gum chewers.
See, no, these spreads are not
too.
the spreads I'm looking at because I got that
I
game.
get the spread on Tuesday.
I got
I'm on a pool where I get.
I
the
got
Tuesday
3.5. I got Seattle.
so the money's going Seattle's way.
Yeah, this
then.
is on ESPN.com. I'm going.
That's a tough one. Then.
3.5, man.
At that
the
point
Browns
now,
are getting 3.5.
that makes me less certain.
Yeah,
2.5's nice. That was like a good 2.5.
It all depends when you get that line. Shout out to our texter who got mad that I was hopping in the time machine picking different lines throughout the week. You got to know when to place the bet, or else those lines are going to move. Just like the line's going to move this weekend.
Yeah, but
if Brock Purdy gets rolled out.
We got to go with the lines that are the lines on Friday morning, though, because
you do. But in my pool, I go Tuesday.
The Browns was actually at 4 2 days ago, and now it's at 3.5. At least that's what I'm looking at here on.
Waterboy, Paulie, as a wise man once said, you got to know when to hold them, know when to fold.
You see what I'm saying?
Right,
yeah.
And you got to know when to call for Blink 182 tickets, too.
You do, man.
So the early crowd doesn't even know we're doing this contest.
That's what I'm saying. We got to hook these guys up.
We are giving away 2 tickets it's our last day doing it. We did it every day this week. July 9, 2024, Blink 182 is coming to Chase Center. Come on, man, for our target demo, this is the fantasy concert. You all grew up with Blink 182.
This is like Marcus's Led Zeppelin right here.
Exactly. Yeah. So we're giving away 2 tickets. What's the key when you hear Marcus deviate from his Isley Brothers Friday and play a Blink 182 song?
I like that one you played yesterday. It was kind of punky. I liked it.
That was Damn It, their very first one. Yeah. 415-896-KNBR. Put that down on your hand.
Okay.
Look at people calling in right now. No, not right
yet,
now.
y'all. Not yet.
You have
Wait
to
for Marcus. He'll tell you. No.
You're doing the wag of the finger.
He did.
I have to tell you guys a funny story. My son's water polo coach, who's a good guy and he's a good coach and he's a big KNBR head.
Yeah.
Coach Steve. When a huge call goes against us, and they can be critical in water polo, refs, I got to say, of all the sports I've ever seen, I think water polo refs bear the biggest influence on a game of any. Like, they'll blow a whistle and just point somewhere and everything changes. They're like, wait, what? Because they'll see something you didn't even see. They're like, and they'll throw a guy out. You're like, wait, what? Our coach has this move where he stands up. The way he registers objections, he stands up and he wags his index finger very strongly at the guy like this, like, no. And it cracks me up because he's not going to overturn the call. And the guy doesn't want to get ejected, but I guess the question I'm asking is...
It's a powerful gesture.
Is it a powerful gesture?
I think so. Matumbo used to do it. Yeah.
Well, Waterboy just did it to the people calling in on Blink 182.
It's a powerful gesture.
So you support the way...
I do, especially the way Marcus does it. He goes right up to the camera, show the people. Yeah, look at that. It's very intimidating.
You support it, Marcus, as an intimidating...
I've always been a fan of the Matumbo finger wag.
Yeah,
it's one of the best taunts in maybe sports history.
Yeah. No. Well, hey, you sound a little muppet in there, buddy.
Well, the Cookie Monster.
Okay, let's get a guest list here on a
Give me the
Friday, 10/27/23. I suppose this is the weekend everybody's doing Halloween parties?
Sure.
Yeah.
We get dressed
Paulie,
up.
you're going as a sexy forecaster.
Totally. I'm going as a sexy pirate. Who's going to walk the plank, something like that.
No, I want you to be the sexy forecaster where you dress sexy and then people come by and you just give them pics.
When have you ever seen me dress sexy? I don't even know what that is.
I think there's a segment of the audience that thinks you're dressed sexy right now.
I doubt that, but I'll take it, man. I'll take it. You like the hoodie? Oh, yeah.
I think it's that Rolling Stones logo.
Yeah, you like the tongue
on your shirt, Paul Mac.
Any question when it comes to the sexy, to the Holer's big poll, Marcus wins the sexy meter.
Oh, please, look at this kid. No, he's making us look good just by showing up.
Paulie and I are tied for last in that
please. I'm the janitor, man.
I definitely would say one word that has never been used to describe me, ever, is sexy.
Well, listen, Murph's got his own sex appeal now. You got to just, you got to know where to look for it.
What's
wrong with being sexy?
Yeah.
I think people might say, their kindest note, he's, tolerable, but not sexy.
I could name some high-profile figures in the world that find Murph very appealing, but I don't want to get anybody in trouble, so I'll lay back.
Who's the sexy, but I don't know if sexy is the word, though. Who's the sexiest host at KNBR? Is it Papa?
Oh, easily.
Yeah.
Oh, the power, the panache,
So it's not Tolbert?
He's got that swagger.
It's not, Tolbert, who's the best? FP Santangelo. Women swoon for FP.
Mm-hmm.
He's a handsome dude.
Yeah.
No, Triple E's pointing to Marcus. Dude, we already said. You listen to our show. We just talked about how he's the sexiest guy on the show.
Well, then we got to get Papa and FP in the same room and have a little showdown, see what's what.
Player to player. Pimp to pimp.
Well, Triple E's saying station-wide. Marcus probably is.
Oh, no. If we're going station-wide, there's only one answer.
It's orgasmic.
Hells yeah, bro.
You're sexy just
Way
for
to
making
pay
that.
respect.
You're sexy just for playing that.
Yeah.
All right, what do we got, buddy?
Boil me up, bitches.
What do we got here, buddy?
All right, starting off in about 20 minutes, it's the return of the Pop Culture Showdown. World Series starts tonight between Bruce Bochy's Texas Rangers and Terry Lavello's Arizona Diamondbacks. We'll have a winner decided at 6:50 this morning.
By the way, I'm going to take the beating with you, and it's embarrassing for me because I went to college with the guy, and we used to cover him. I guess he goes by Lavello. Even though it's a U, say it like an E. Lavello.
Lavello.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm like you, dude. I screwed it up. I lost my way.
What were you saying?
I was saying Lavulo.
Lavulo. I think everybody was saying Lavulo. Lavulo, Lavello.
Say it like an E.
Okay.
Lavello.
Lavello.
That's my bad.
Yeah.
It's my bad.
Well, however you want to say it. I'm saying he's losing to Bruce Bochy and the Texas Rangers. That's my prediction. We'll find out what the pop culture tells us at 6:55.
Sure. So even in the midst of this changing radio landscape, we're doing a pop culture show.
You guys know, again, this is the only reason I came in today is for the PCS.
Okay. All right.
Would have stayed home.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. We'll see.
PCS 6:50 this morning. Friday football forecast at 7:15.
Back-to-back applause.
How about that? Back-to-back big-time segments.
That's a lot of excitement for a short, compact period of time
boys,
there.
we're going to have to be quick this
That
morning.
is a lot of excitement.
I hope people can take it.
We'll squeeze in the PCS, the Friday football forecast. Then it'll be time to come to Papa on a Friday. Greg Papa, 7:35 today, breaking down his call, 49ers Bengals.
Jeez, we're going, Pop Culture Showdown forecast Papa? You want to talk about sexy?
You talking about the sexiest man at KNBR, Greg?
Well, I'm talking about sexy radio.
Yeah,
and by the way, 707 wins. It reads so funny. He says, "Hey, Paulie, I think you're sexy as F." And he spells it out.
There's more?
He says, "And I'm a heterosexual white male."
Well, see, I appreciate you exploring that side. I do. You got to explore.
All right, go ahead.
All right, well, the sexiness of the Power Hour then continues from Greg Papa to John Lynch, 49ers GM. He joins us at 8 a.m.
Definitely sexy.
Big time.
Yeah. We'll talk to John, then we'll do our cooler of content. Then we'll check in with Diana Rossini, who now works for The Athletic, former, of course, employee of ESPN.
She's good.
She'll give us a whole national
Very
breakdown
good.
of Week 8 of the NFL season.
She's good at her job, so that'll be a good talk.
She's great. And then after Diana, how about this? 9:15. It's Will the Thrill Clark making his return
Maybe
to the
the
Murph and Mac
sexiest
show.
giant of all time.
One of them, for sure.
Yeah. All right. So, unless it would be, who would be? Was it Bobby Estalea was the one of the ladies?
Chestalea.
Well, I would say there was a large segment that thought Gabe was the sexiest
Bobby
giant of all time.
Chestalea, man.
Right? Wasn't Gabe the sexiest giant
Ladies
of all time?
love Gabe. No question about that.
I went down a rabbit hole yesterday on Twitter because Kapler was trending. So I was like, oh, what are people saying? Dude, there's an army out there saying, I miss my man.
Gabe got boned, yeah.
I miss my eye candy.
Ladies speaking up?
Yeah.
Okay, well, listen.
They're still lusting.
Yeah.
They're still lusting.
I'll find some appeal in Bob Melvin.
I mean, lust is an honest emotion. Isn't it one of the 7 deadly sins?
I believe it is.
Okay.
You got lust, you got envy, all that stuff. It's not good.
All right, boys. And then to wrap up our Sedley Devin Sins, that is his guest list. It's going to be Dave Lapham today, former Bengals offensive lineman, now does color radio for the Bengals. He'll join us at 9:35 to give us that Burrow perspective.
All right, yeah,
okay,
totally.
We're getting ever closer to the Pop Culture Showdown and the Blink 182 tickets on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports
KNBR heads, fill your feed by following the sports leader on Facebook. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
I know there's a lot of questions about the call right before the half, so I definitely want to address that before I move on to Cincinnati. Take full responsibility for that call. I have to do a better job in putting the guys in a better position. We have good players. I know that, and can't really press the issue, and with that, moving forward, it's my responsibility to do that. So, I wish I could take it back, but again, I gotta do better.
That poor guy. Now I'm like, do I need to rally by Silk Wilkes at this point?
I feel that way too. It's very public.
I mean, man, oh man, it should. I'm gonna do I need to start lashing out and say should every player go out there and just start take public abuse for every mistake they make?
Murph, it wouldn't shock me if we're talking to John Lynch today and he's like, guys, I got to end early because Silk Wilkes is about to start day 2 of his apology tour. He's got a few more comments.
Oh my God!
But it is kind of strange, like how public it is and how.
I mean, riffs aside.
Yeah, seriously,
it is a little concerning. It speaks to me like something is not right in the building, is what it speaks to me. Now, hopefully I'm wrong, and this means that they're all being honest with their admissions and moving forward, and he's going to have a great game Saturday and make some calls. But
all this concern and speculation, all it takes is one great performance on Sunday to kind of cool all this stuff out.
That's it.
Yep. The concerns about Wilkes, the concerns about Bosa, just perform on Sunday. No one's talking that way.
And all it takes is to listen to Matt Barnes on Papa and Lund today at 12:30.
Oh, nice.
To calm everybody down.
I love Matt Barnes.
All right, so there you go, man. He's to calm everybody down, or Paul, should I say to pat everyone down?
Yeah, that's my guy Barnesy. Yeah.
Remember that one?
I do. Incredible.
I like to say it as a positive message for
coming
the
out like
kids.
this with his hands up, getting frisked during opening warm-up.
Wait, so Stack Jack was hands up. And
I think Stack Jack was going hands up.
The pat down, right?
And Barnesy was frisking him. Yeah.
Oh my God,
incredible.
Anyway, so would you say there's pressure on every NFL Sunday, but it really feels like there's a lot of pressure on this game.
This is an important game, man.
And it starts with Steve Wilkes and the defense. It's funny for all the ragging on the defense, and there's plenty to rag on. I mean, the Browns ran for 160 yards. Cousins didn't get sacked once. Cousins threw for 378. I mean, there's a lot. That said, you can look at it in a mildly positive way. And listen, I'm as pissed as anybody else, and I'm concerned. I wrote about it, all that stuff. But if you really want to get down to it, the Browns scored 19 points and the Vikings scored 22. Now, the Vikings missed a PAT and they missed a field goal, but the 49ers missed field goals too. So, I mean, it's not like teams are scoring 40 on these guys.
No, certainly not. No.
And in the second half, they held the Vikings to 2 field goals.
But it was really unusual to watch this great 49er defense unable to get the Vikings off the field. They kept moving the chains on third down.
Well, at what point, it's funny, as a sports fan, at what point do you say the other guy deserves credit versus just whipping up on my guys?
Yeah.
Like, my guys suck. But Cousins was sensational.
Yeah,
he
was.
So it's a certain, at a sports fan, but when you say that, that doesn't please people. They want to be like, no, man, I want somebody's head on a pike.
Yeah.
Steve Wilkes, apologize again.
Day 3.
I want another apology on Friday.
Yeah.
So, meanwhile, Shanahan came on with Tolbert. I guess Copes is off the rest of this week, I guess. He was off Wednesday, Thursday. I didn't check with his vacation schedule.
You need to do that. You got to consult.
I think it was Kerry Crowley yesterday, I think I saw.
KC.
Yeah.
All right.
Anyway, Shanahan came on with Tolbert, and he's still talking about that play at the end of the first half. Now he's taking some heat, saying maybe it was me.
That's why it's ultimately up to me. I mean, I heard that, and I should have called a timeout and changed it. But I didn't. So that's what happens. But things lead up to that, and there's 2 3rd and longs earlier in the game. Well, there's 1 3rd and 12. There's 1 2nd and 24 that Kirk was able to hang in there and get an explosive while getting hit, and was really doing really well when we wanted to send pressure on 3rd and long, and those I think led to that. It's like, all right, we're not going to sit back and give him a long 20-yard gain. Let's make him get rid of it and just tackle him.
Yeah.
And so I don't mind the thought process on that, but if there's 18 seconds left, that might be different. 19.
Yeah.
But 16, we didn't need to do it.
It's another funny thing about that quote. He's like, yeah, man, Wilkes' call was so bad, I should have called timeout to stop it. It's like, even in him taking the heat, he's like, yeah, man, that call sucked so bad, I should have stepped in. What's really funny is literally the ball was in Mooney Ward's hands. I mean, literally.
It was.
It literally.
It was.
It was. I mean,
until it got ripped away.
I was saying this Wednesday night in the painful overtime playoff loss in Declan's water polo overtime.
Yeah.
The key goal scored by Redwood, it was just brilliant, bounced off the bar, and it could have bounced either way, and it bounced in. You know what I mean? And so
one of those
I was
doinkers,
saying to the parents, I was like, it's a game of inches. It's a game of inches. Well, Mooney Ward and Jordan Addison, that was a game of inches, right? I mean, it was like if you just have one more inch of a hand on it versus Paulie. That's why we love the drama.
Yeah,
right?
we do.
That's why we love the drama.
We do.
Right? So, meanwhile, who's quarterback?
Well, that's the question now.
I mean, right now, Brock Purdy is a possibility.
So you should catch everybody up on the latest, because if the people haven't heard, like, where is the whole situation at this point?
Well, he was, when the reporters are allowed to watch early practice, Purdy was out there doing individual drills, which is the fourth stage of the concussion protocol, which means he only has one more stage to clear, which means he's a possibility.
Nice.
So here's Shanahan on what needs to get done. This was with Tolbert yesterday.
It's actually real simple for us. I mean, it's tough in terms of the protocol stretches throughout the whole week, so you never know for sure. But there's all these stages they got to go through, and if they pass everything and they have no symptoms and stuff, then they usually pass, and you're good to go, and there's no issues. And if stings pop up during the week, then they don't pass, and they can't go, and there's no discussion. So you just wait and you see. You got to always have plans for both, because you never know how they're going to end up. But we'll find out sooner than later.
Okay, again, it's frustrating because we all want the answers now. That may go down to Saturday night at the hotel, and then you'll have to rely on your Schefter or Rap Sheet tweet. And if, Paul, you get the word that Purdy is going to play, you will be. Yeah,
I feel pretty good about it, actually. Oh, I wasn't expecting that, though. This is like kind of a nice turn of events here. Like I was embracing myself for Sam Darnold, and that still could happen, by the way. That's still definitely on the table. But Brock Purdy goes great.
What if you hear it's Darnold going?
Well, we're going to have to make do. We're going to have to figure this out.
How about you, Marcus?
I lose confidence if it's Sam Darnold instead of Brock Purdy.
I can tell.
Yeah,
you are not feeling that.
I would say I'm concerned.
I mean, here's the thing. I was concerned about this Bengals team if they had Brock Purdy, Trent Williams, and Deebo Samuel. Like, this Bengals team is no joke. They're coming off a bye week.
No.
This is by far the best offense that the 49ers have faced all year. And after watching what Kirk Cousins did to him Monday night, Joe Burrow has a top 3 quick release in the league. He gets rid of the ball faster than almost anybody. It's going to be tough to take him down and get some sacks.
Yeah, he's a killer, man. That's why you got to get some pressure on him, man. They better find a way.
I know, man. This is like, listen, when the schedule came out, this was one of the premier games.
Like Marcus said, considering it, like assuming everybody was healthy, it's like one of the biggest games.
It was not supposed to be the Browns and the Vikings. It was supposed to be this. And by the way, 408's coming in and saying, hey, if we're doing apologies, I'm still waiting for Kyle's apology for not challenging the Devontae Smith catch in the first drive of the Eagles
that
NFC
one hurts. I got to say, that one hurts.
All right, guys. We're not going to apologize for blank, all right? I'm not apologizing
I'm
for
not here to apologize.
because we are here to say you're welcome for the Pop Culture Showdown.
Let's go.
World Series will be determined.
Let's go.
In a matter of minutes on KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports Leader.
This is some kind of good.
This is unbelievable.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Well, there it is. You thought it was dead. It's alive.
That's where you're wrong.
Yeah. It is the Pop Culture Showdown, the thing everyone's talking about. On the street corners, on their chat rooms, on their texts.
What about on discussion boards online? Discussion
on their
boards?
Reddit threads. Mm-hmm. People said the World Series is coming up. Did you hear there's a Pop Culture Showdown? Everybody said, how could you not hear?
A lot of people.
There was a Pop Culture
A lot of times
Showdown.
in the past, we have broken Twitter with the excitement surrounding the PCS.
So what is the deal? Ever since Paulie Mack and I got together, we're like, well, listen, do you know sports? And I was like, no. And he's like, do you know? I was like, no. Do you know X's and O's and straight? No. We were like, that's Larry Krueger. Kruger will tell you about the zero blitz on 3rd and 16.
He'll tell.
We're like, well, what do we know? We're like, well, we know pop culture. So,
henceforth,
we discovered that when we pitted major events, a World Series, a Super Bowl, a Final Four, in a pop culture showdown of the two regions of each team performing, we found out it's a guaranteed winner. So, we're doing the Friday Football Forecast at about 7:20 today. That's like, maybe iffy winners. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. Nope. Pop Culture Showdown. Guaranteed winner. Guaranteed winner. There is one exception to the rule, and it was 13 years ago. The 2010 World Cup between Spain and Holland. It came down to the category of a Van Gogh over Picasso, and Holland won. All right? Then, right after the there's a true blanking story.
Yeah.
As God is my witness, I swear on Tim Lincecum. That about an hour after that, a story came out of Germany that there was an octopus in an aquarium. They would drop 2 soccer balls in, and whichever ball he grabbed, that was the winner. He grabbed Spain. Spain won. The Pop Culture Showdown lost. About a week later, the octopus died.
Gave his life to the PCS,
There's no living
Gave his life.
thing that has ever defeated the Pop Culture Showdown.
Gave his freaking life.
The judge and jury are Paul McCaffrey, Marcus Boucher.
Let's do this.
A.K.A. Paulie Mack and the Water Boy.
Yeah, man.
And I just kind of present the facts of the case.
All right.
And these boys tell me which has the superior culture. You ready, Marcus? You ready to go? He is.
Rock and
Paulie
roll.
Mack, you ready, buddy?
More than ready.
All right. It is the Texas Rangers versus the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Okay.
A little bit of new blood. A little bit of new blood.
Yeah.
Now, of course, Texas covers the Dallas-Fort Worth region.
It does.
Arizona's centered in Phoenix. But sometimes we branch out a little bit into the cultures. And we start, as any host would, when somebody comes to your home, what do you do, Paulie? I'm going to lay out a plate for you.
This is
I'm
what I
going to
like.
feed you, Paulie. Like Martin's, of course, like Pesci's mom
That's
in
right.
Goodfellas.
That's right. Sit down, eat something.
Even with a body in the trunk, we're going
It's
to go
2
eat.
a.m. It's time to, you got to have something to eat. Yeah.
Always struck me as they were eating at 2 a.m.
And a big meal, too. Scorsese's mom laid it all out. She had appetizers.
Was it Scorsese's mom?
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
She's in all the movies, yeah.
All right. So, better food from each region. Now, we start in our familiar climes of Phoenix because we're down in Scottsdale every year.
Yeah, we go all the time.
Now, come on. You know you're going Mexican down there, right? You know it. And they got a legendary spot now out on Indian School Road called the Teepee. It's been there since 1958. Just old school Arizona Mexican. No frills, baby.
Yeah.
No frills. Famously, President George W. Bush visited there during his time as president. By the way, he's throwing out the first pitch tonight.
I like chorizo.
He's throwing out the first pitch tonight. And
He should be
most
right there.
people are like, hey,
oh, bro,
that's cool.
Bring your canvas. Paint something up. Paint one of your schnauzers, bro. This guy's won me over in the big way. I want to buy some of that dude's artwork.
I know, right?
I want like a mounted schnauzer over a George W. Bush schnauzer. What's the name of his dog again? That little guy?
Millie?
He runs around with it. It's a weird-looking dog.
Anyway.
That's my schnauzer.
He ordered what they're now calling the presidential special, 2 cheese and onion enchiladas, refried beans and rice.
Let's rock.
So 2 cheese and onion enchiladas, refried beans and rice.
Can I have a cold cerveza with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you can. And now you've eaten the Arizona Diamondbacks food. Now we're going over to see Bruce Bochy in Texas. And Bruce said, well, Paulie, I like to go to Smokey Joe's Barbecue.
Oh, yeah, you do.
Smokey Joe's Barbecue. And he likes to order the Maxi. The Maxi. Now, that's a sandwich with sliced brisket, smoked sausage, and house-made sweet and spicy pickles on a brioche bun. Marcus Boucher, we start with you, buddy. Better food offering, Texas's Smokey Joe's Barbecue brisket sausage sandwich, or Phoenix, Arizona Diamondbacks, George Bush enchiladas.
See, this is tough because I'm a California kid, born and raised in the South
this
Bay,
is tough.
and you can go anywhere in the Bay Area and get fantastic Mexican food, and I grew up for the majority of my life as Mexican food as being my favorite. Yeah. Now, Paulie Mack, I say the majority because I took a trip out to Texas, got some Texas barbecue. It's my favorite food now. I put Texas barbecue on a pedestal above Kansas City, above Carolina.
St. Louis?
I'll go coast to coast. I'll take down St. Louis.
Okay.
Texas barbecue #1. You're offering me sliced brisket and smoked sausage. There's something about those damn sausages, Paulie. I'm taking the Texas barbecue here.
Take it from a man who smokes his meats every weekend.
No, that's what I'm saying.
All right, your vote is in, Paulie Mack.
Again, one time when Murph was out, Marcus was filling in for Murph, and Marcus broke down his remote control smoker that he can activate from 60 miles out like a guided missile. Yeah, he's on 101 triggering his smoker, so I was fascinated. But Murph, no, I'm with Marcus on this. Listen, I love Mexican food, especially with a nice cold beer. There's something about like an enchilada with a cold beer and the chips. All of a sudden, maybe I'm sweating a little now because I'm putting the hot sauce on. However, now you're talking about brisket. That barbecue thing has really got me kind of activated, my hunger alarm today. And then you know what it was? Like, you've heard how I react to good sausage.
Yeah.
Remember that trip I took with Rags in New Jersey? I was like, look at that sausage. I was practically having like a romantic moment with the sausage. So you're coming at me with the brisket and the sausage combo? Again, you guys know how I react. All right, I'm going to take Texas, and I'm going to go with Maxie's.
I can't resist dissing the George W. Bush enchiladas. This is just a... wait, was that? Do we hear it? No, never mind. We got to move on. We got too much of that. We got to move on to the next topic, guys. Now your bellies are full.
Thank you.
Wait.
Look at those sausages. Damn.
There it is. Your vote is in.
I got a Tracy laugh right there.
The echo of a Rags kitchen, too.
Yeah, totally.
A well-appointed Tracy Rags,
Shout out
too.
Tracy. God bless her.
All right, we move on to category number 2. And listen, you know we love our music, right?
We do. Big time.
So I'm poking around. Like, what does each region have?
A lot of good stuff.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Each region has a rock and roll group.
Love this.
That has metal influence.
Beautiful.
That starts with the letter P. That's the category.
I know. Okay.
Each region that has an influence that starts with the letter P that has some form of metal.
Yeah.
That's right. Out of Dallas, Texas.
Yeah.
And rest in peace, Dimebag Darrell.
That's a true story.
Ladies and gentlemen, I offer you Bruce Bochy's Pantera.
Come on, Morgan. Come on.
Are you talking to me?
Talking to me. Come on. So you guys, you know what's amazing? You guys seem to know this song.
Yeah.
I didn't know it until last night. How about that? You guys are like, yeah, Pantera.
Yeah.
How about, by the way, the line, are you talking to me? You know the song.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
That's Walk. Yeah.
How, by the way, rest in peace, Dimebag.
I know,
right? I know.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to bring everybody down,
No.
but I just always love the name Dimebag Darrell. And by the way, you are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Okay, now that's like a heavy offering
Super
from Bruce
heavy.
Bochy.
Those guys are insane.
Did you know that Scottsdale, Arizona is the home to a man whose name is Brett?
Whoa.
And his last name is Michaels.
Whoa.
And here's Arizona's P medal right here. Yes. Michaels is from the Phoenix area.
Tough category.
Paulie Mack.
Yeah, man.
I got my Brett Michaels glam medal from Phoenix.
Hey.
I got my heavy Texas Pantera. Yeah.
Well, first of all, shout out Brett Michaels. I believe that the cowboy hat, bandana, and hair are all one unit that he just lifts on and off, and he puts on a post at the end of the night. It's outstanding. The glam medal thing was never really my bag, baby. But I will say this. First of all, I'm going to see Pantera in like 2 weeks. They're opening.
Get out of here.
They're opening.
I did not know this. God's honor,
No,
I
it's
did
a
not
true
know
story.
this.
No, but they're opening for
this
Metallica.
This is what happens at the Pop Culture Showdown.
Yeah.
This
No,
is what
because
happens.
Triple E knows that.
Are you kidding me?
No, they're the
I
opening.
didn't know that.
Yeah, so I'm going to Metallica in Detroit.
Wait, Pantera seen him? Question mark?
I've not seen him.
Wait,
this will be a first.
Poison? Seen him?
I have seen Poison.
Okay.
I have seen him. I saw Poison. But I got to tell you that I'm excited. It's been my first Pantera gig. They're very scary guys, very heavy. Now, Dimebag Darrell was a member of the Kiss Army. I don't know if you know this or not, but when he died, there's a true story. They buried him in a Kiss casket. I thought you'd appreciate that. So anyway, rest in peace, Dimebag. Ace Frehley for life.
And the vote is?
I got to go out of respect to Dimebag. I'm going Pantera.
Oh, wow.
Just out of respect.
Okay.
Out of respect.
That surprises me. I thought Poison was Paulie Mack's bag. Marcus is wide open for you, buddy. Yeah, all yours.
See, I think I'm going the other way. I'm going hair metal here over heavy metal.
Fine.
I got to go with Brett Michaels. And
That's where the ladies are.
And a big reason why I'm doing it, Paulie Mack, is because of the ladies of Rock of Love. We were talking Flavor a couple weeks ago.
They love Brett Michaels.
Oh, the TV show on VH1. I used to watch it all the time. Shout out Brett Michaels.
Give me some. I didn't see it.
Oh, yeah, they brought all these ladies to the metal girls.
Multiple seasons.
What is it, him looking for a girl?
Yes. It's basically The Bachelor, but with Brett Michaels.
Bringing in all these metal chicks. Yeah.
Well, he said he can promise them nothing but a good time.
You're damn right.
And don't get better than this.
Let me show you my cowboy hat.
If I was writing a rock song, those would be my lyrics. Nothing but a good time. And it don't get better than this. Let's record this, guys.
Right to number one.
All right. Category number 3. Each region features a comic actor that has come into your radar in the last 15, 20, 30 years. Somebody you know from somewhere. Did you know that Phoenix is the home of former Saturday Night Live cast member, stand-up comedian, and feature film, I say in air quotes, star, David Spade.
Oh, okay.
David Spade. Now, David Spade does stand-up, he does SNL, but I think probably most people go to his work as the foil opposite the late, great Chris Farley in Tommy Boy.
I agree.
So we take you to David Spade when they're faking being flight attendants on the plane.
Oh, yeah.
Because they need to get to Chicago, and they have to do the security check.
Okay, good.
Spade starts riffing.
Beautiful.
There you go.
Okay, folks, the guy in front of you is Tommy. He'll be taking you through my little spiel here. Tommy is a Scorpio, he likes biking, and he's never been laid. Exits. Okay, there's one back here, and there's probably one over by the wing somewhere, usually. And what about seat belts? To fasten. Take the little end and stick it in the big end, and you know what? If you guys don't know how to use a seat belt, just ring your call button, and Tommy will come back there and hit you on the head with a tack hammer because you're a Okay, and life preservers. These we may need. Although, what are the odds of us actually hitting a lake? My money says, if anything, it's gonna be a mountain. To inflate, put it around your neck and yank down on the tail.
So there you go. Spade. Tommy pulls the best. It's like an airbag on his head. There's your Spade. There's your David Spade.
I like Spade. That's cool.
Right? Phoenix's own David Spade wearing his Diamondbacks jersey. Now, Dallas features a little bit of their own comedy.
This is fun.
And my man, they're brothers. Yeah. I went with the one that makes me laugh more. And I got to say, without trying to influence a vote, a scene that set your boy laughing in the theater to the point where people are like, shut up. Kind of like Kingpin.
Love this.
Did you see a flick called Meet the Parents? Did you see Dallas's own, the ex-boyfriend of the nightmare, the ultimate ex-boyfriend, Owen Wilson?
Oh, boy.
From Dallas, Texas, shaming Ben Stiller here.
Now, for the floor that you're walking on, I chose this Bolivian wormwood. I think works well in here. I have the Viking range here and the twin Sub-Z's. Yeah, they open up right there.
Oh, I get it. Like hidden.
Yeah, kind of blend in.
Great.
Are you a homeowner, Greg?
No. I rent.
Oh.
So, things are going real well for you, aren't they, at Newburgh, eh, Kevin?
Gosh, things have been going so great lately. Yeah, I got in early on some wireless IPOs, and the stuff just skyrocketed from there.
Wow.
Skyrocket.
What about you, Greg? What line of work are you in?
I'm in healthcare.
Yeah, so you know what I'm talking about. There are a lot of Benjamins to be made right now with the biotech stuff. I don't have to tell you that. How's your portfolio?
Tell you.
I'd say strong.
quite strong.
There it is, Owen Wilson, man. Whether it's the Bolivian War or the twin subsidies, dude. How about just the? Are you a homeowner, Greg? No, I rent. Just yeah. Anyway, the point is, we're trying to vote better comic actor from each region. Marcus, you got Dallas's Owen Wilson versus Phoenix's David Spade.
Oh, this is a tough category because, of course, you mentioned David Spade and Tommy Boy. I love all the work that he does with Adam Sandler, whether it's Grown Ups, whether you're talking about Bench Warmers he did with Rob Schneider. He's got a pretty good kind of resume, but I just think Owen Wilson's is better. We played some sound there from Meet the Parents, whether he's with Ben Stiller and Zoolander, whether he's with Vince Vaughn and Wedding Crashers, whether he's making you cry with Marley and Me. I got to go Owen Wilson
Okay,
here.
buddy. I almost went Wedding Crashers, but that Meet the Parents scene frickin' owns me. And then the second scene when they'd go, what is your hobby? Because you have so you're an investor guy? You can paint me with that brush, yes.
Yeah.
My real passion, and then his line to Let
me show you my real passion.
He goes, do we have time? We have time.
Yeah.
And they
brings him out to the wood shop or whatever. Yeah.
The carpentry. It's what your people call a chopa.
So Jesus was a carpenter too.
No, because if we're going to follow anybody, why not JC?
Yeah, JC.
All right, what do you got, buddy?
Well,
all right, what do you got?
Marcus had a really nice breakdown. I'm going to try to add to that a little bit. First of all, respect to David Spade. Respect, because you called it out. Great partner to Chris Farley when they were both alive. My kids always loved those movies when they were little. And you know what they say about David Spade? I hope you guys know what's going on with David Spade. They say down in Hollywood, he's the only guy that could seriously challenge Tommy Lee. If you know what I'm talking about.
Is that worthy of a vote?
I'll leave it. Well, maybe not so much. Tommy Lee is still reigning champ. David Spade's like the Ali to his Frazier. But I will say this, Owen Wilson scene just made me laugh my ass off just hearing it without even watching it. So on a strictly comedic level, I got to go Owen Wilson just for the laughs. So I got to be true to it.
All right, final two categories coming up here. It's very music heavy.
Okay, good.
Very music
we like
heavy. And so I tried to throw a bone to the generation of the boys behind the glass and try to find something within the last 30 years. All right, that's like my new goal in life, right? And so each region has a musical artist of the recent venture-ish who, and I had to dig to find a connection between these guys. Who's each won an MTV Music Award?
Oh,
all right. So they've each won an MTV. So you got it's a war of MTV Music Award winners. I mean, I don't know. I'm interested to hear your opinion on this guy. This guy sadly left us, but man, I think he had a massive fan base. And it's interesting because the band is from LA. So people are going to hear this and be like, no, dude, they're from LA. No. The lead singer who we're featuring is from Phoenix, Arizona.
Okay.
So representing the Diamondbacks, he's sadly no longer with us, but I think he had his fans. My man, one of the more memorable names in recent rock history, Chester Benningfield.
Oh, yeah.
And Linkin Park. Get it on. Turn it on. 2000.
Don't know what you're expecting of me. Put under the pressure of walking in your shoes. Every step that I take is another mistake to you. Just caught in the undertow. I've become so numb, I can't feel you there. Become so tired, so much more aware. I'm becoming less. All I want to do is be more like me and be less like.
All right, just trying to throw into the kids out there. I think Linkin Park has their fans, right?
Sure,
I don't know how
big
Paulie
time.
Mack feels about Linkin Park. We'll find out.
You'll find out.
I don't know how Marcus Boucher feels about Linkin Park.
All will be revealed.
We'll find out. But hey, this guy this guy reps the Big D big time. And I believe his old man actually worked for the Cowboys. So we're going to get the face tats on. We're going to keep it fairly recent here. And I think probably, who knows, this guy might show up at a game. And I think he's kind of a man of general good cheer who's been on Howard Stern. Paulie, the kids call him Post Malone.
Yeah.
When we call up on the show up, man, them the shot toss. When my homies pull up on your block, they make that thing go grata-ta-ta.
Yeah, I think because I was good. Anyway, the point is that's Post Malone. By the way, once again, another positive message for the kids. If you listen to the lyrics of that song, it's just going to take you to a higher place. Okay, Paulie Mack, you go first here.
Yeah.
It's Dallas's Post Malone, rock star, or the haunting voice of Chester Benningfield, Lincoln Park there.
Before I crossed paths with Murph, I was right down the hall working on 107.7 The Bone. I used to actually play Lincoln Park occasionally, and I got to tell you, every time I would, I'd like run down and grab like something out of the vending machine. I was not a big Lincoln Park guy. The production, the gloss, it's too much.
Okay.
On the other hand, Post Malone, this might surprise you, but do you remember during the pandemic, he did one of these little concerts in his house where he performed the entire album Nevermind by Nirvana on a Les Paul guitar.
Really?
Yep, and he had a little backup band, and he walked through every single track on the record. Let me tell you guys, that is an incredibly hard album to sing even one song. Those are some of the craziest vocals of all time, and he nailed it. Guy freaking nailed it. So you know what? Out of respect to the late Kurt Cobain, Post Malone's got great taste, showing his Nirvana chops off there. I'm going to go Post Malone on this one.
By the way, for some reason, I had I guess my wires crossed in my brain. Bennington.
You're fine.
Sometimes you go fast.
Bennington.
The word was wrong in my Bennington. Respect. He's no longer with us.
I know,
anyway,
you're fine.
But you still said
I'm going Malone on this one.
You ran out of the room when you played.
I did. I would leave the room. I got to be honest.
Maybe Marcus is different. Who knows? What do you got, buddy?
Well, here's the thing, Murph. I think you're spot on with my generation being a big fan of Linkin Park. I just checked in with my guy Triple E. He gave me the thumbs up. This was like right in the midst of like the Vans Warped Tour era. Oh yeah. I wasn't one of those kids, so I was never a huge Linkin Park fan. But I am a fan of Post Malone before the face tats, Murph. All the way back to the days of White Iverson. It's probably my favorite song by Posty. I'm going Post Malone.
Wow. Okay, so there was a pre-face tat era?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. He did it.
I thought he came out of the womb with the face tat.
That's when the S was real. Yeah.
By the way, his name is Austin Post. His old man ran merchandise for the Cowboys. How about that? Is Rockstar one of your go-tos there?
See, Rockstar's a good song, but I see that more as a 21 Savage song. I'm surprised you didn't go White Iverson or Congratulations.
I did. I thought about it. Actually, I thought, you know, actually some of his little sort of poppier offerings, too, of the last venture. But anyway, finally, we got to end it vintage, baby. Well, what is each region known for? Arizona, Texas, it's got to be on. It's known for country, blank, and music, right? These are country music spots.
True story.
The desert.
Yeah.
You got the
South.
The cattle
Texas,
drive going on there.
Yeah.
So, and this is where I take over here. We're going old school country artists from each region. And these are legendaries. And we're starting in Arizona, and they weep when they play it. Hear the lush orchestra sound in late 1960s. The great former Murph and Mac friend of the program, Glenn Campbell. Give it to me, baby. Give it to me. Listen to this, baby. Paulie, I believe Bruce Springsteen's latest album pays tribute to these Jimmy Webb.
2 albums back. You're correct.
Here we go.
Yes.
By the time I get to Phoenix, she'll be rising.
There it is, man. You don't get Phoenix name checked in too many songs, by the way.
She'll find the note I left hanging on her door.
That's what happens. You get the note.
That vocal, baby.
Yeah.
She'll laugh when she reads the part that says I'm leaving. 'Cause I've left that girl so many times before.
There it is, man. The aching vocals of a Glenn Campbell, man. Just taking you right into his heart, right? Taking you right into his heart and saying, shout out the fact that the city Phoenix is actually name checked in the song. But dudes, I got to tell you, and again, I'm not trying to influence the vote, but
you're good.
You boys know one little factoid about your boy Murph, who's my all-time favorite country artist, who I've seen multiple times, and he steps in right now wearing the cowboy hat. Maybe the greatest country artist of all time. I mean, Hank Williams Sr., of course, but I'm talking about in the last 50 years. And I'm adding this one to the final category because what's Bruce Bochy? He's our ex. Where does he live? Texas. So what did George Strait say? All my exes live. Listen to this musicianship, by the way. Turn it up, Waterboy. Turn it up.
All my exes live in Texas. And Texas is a place I dearly love to be. But all my exes live in Texas. And that's why
All right, Waterboy, why don't you play this as a bed here, buddy, as we tally.
Nice.
By the way, it's one of my favorite lines of all time. All my exes live in Texas. That's why I hang my hat in Tennessee. You know what I mean? Buddy? So, Marcus, you're going first. Better old school country artist. Glenn Campbell singing about Phoenix. Or my man George Strait singing about all my exes live in Texas like Bruce Bochy.
Yeah, that's the thing. Bochy's out in Texas. George Strait is out in Texas. I got to go George Strait here. He's the OG of country music to me. Pretty easy. I'm going George Strait.
Okay, Paulie Mack.
First of all, respect to Glenn Campbell. Like Murph said, Bruce Springsteen covered Rhinestone Cowboy, couple albums back, respect there. And also, would it surprise you if I told you right now, Guns N' Roses filling stadiums, we're touring all over the world, they play a Glenn Campbell song every single night in their set.
Wichita Lineman?
Yes, Wichita Lineman.
By the way, I didn't play that because we'd have wept also because Wichita's not in the World Series.
Anyway, Axl Rose is singing that every night. But again, it was the guitar, it was the Telecaster, the twang. I could almost see the cold beer getting poured when I was listening. I really could. I could see it and almost taste it. I'm going straight. I got to go George Strait on this one.
Turn it up, buddy.
Way
Turn it up.
Yeah.
And I mean, I got to tell you, are you surprised that Bruce Bochy in a landslide?
I know. I didn't turn out. I didn't mean for that. It happened.
With respect to Smokey Joe's Barbecue, on the strength of Pantera,
a damn landslide.
On the strength of Owen Wilson, and on the strength of Post Malone and the man you're hearing right now. Ladies and gentlemen, the Texas Rangers are your 2023 World Series champions.
That's just how it worked out.
Too much good radio coming your way because Friday Football Forecast is next on The Sports Leader.
Thank you.
Sunnyvale, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Sunnyvale Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Talk about the good people of the North Bay, where obviously world-class beauty dazzles us every day. Now we're going to talk about something really important, a world-class secret called Marin Health. It's not just the closest medical care, but the best. Yep, with a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center, doctors and midwives available 24/7, an accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capability. So it's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT.
You know what I said to him, Paul? I said, welcome to the forecast. I said, it's going to bring you to your knees.
KNBR presents
He's the spoiled kings, better than diamond rings.
Murph and Max Friday Football Forecast.
Football. I don't even know. Like, after coming off a pop culture showdown into a forecast, can our hearts and heads handle that?
It's a great question. It's a legitimate question. Health concerns first.
Shout out to everybody who checked in on the pop culture showdown. If you missed it, spoiler alert: Bruce Bochy's winning the World Series.
Wow!
Shout out Smokey Joe's Barbecue and Pantera.
Oh, that brisket and sausage. Wow.
Paulie Mac, here's the deal. It's forecast time, and
God.
Nobody's gonna die. They're gonna live. Although last week, I guess, was not your favorite week.
My least favorite.
Buffalo let you down.
Oh, they killed me.
And the Detroit Lions let you down.
No.
But again, you're
thank you.
You're still riding at 7-7. You're not. As again,
yeah.
once we say Paulie Mac, he's not going to hurt you.
Shout out, what was his name? Carl Mecklenburg, a good 77.
Paulie Mac, looking for another 2-0 week like you had a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
Once again, you're in the fight, baby.
I
You're
like
in
to
the
hang
fight.
around. Sure.
You're in the fight. This thing can finish well into the green.
I'm out on the fringe.
Give me some green right here, Paulie.
It's funny you say give me some green. Why don't we start in the New Jersey Meadowlands, the swamps of Jersey? Shout out Bruce Springsteen. Get well, boss. You mentioned the green. Let's go gangrene, Murph. It's an interesting game. You got the Jets and the Giants both playing in what they call their home stadium, which isn't even in New York. The whole thing's bizarro. Somebody built a stadium in New York for these New York teams. In any case, nice little game right here. Look at the Jets, 3-3. Taking on the hapless, sorry preschool dad Peter, but they're hapless. They're 2-5, Peter's Giants. So let's go to the swamps and let's check out what's going on. First of all, look at Bob Sala's Jets. Look what they've been able to do through 6 games. They're 3-3, decent wins over Buffalo, good win over Philadelphia, and they're doing it all without the heavy sigh, without the dispenser of free medical advice. He carries a heavy heart. He's always.
He's coming back.
Well, hopefully not too soon. I'm enjoying this Aaron Rodgers free season so far. But no, I'm very impressed with what Salah's been able to do with this group, and it all starts with that defense. They deserve some credit. I don't want to say that Zach Wilson's not going in the right direction. I think he's actually showing some growth. He is getting a little bit better.
He's getting some heat in New York because he took a vacation with his girl during his bye week.
You don't do that. Yeah, you shouldn't do that.
Or if you do, don't post it on social media.
Shout out Tony Romo and Jessica Simpson trying to get away. They're still paying for that. Anyway, the Bob Saleh defense with the Jets, it is legit. We've seen what they can do. They shut Philly down, for God's sakes. Overall, the Jets are a team going in the right direction. They actually have a purpose, whereas the New York Giants, it's just they're not going anywhere. It's the same old, same old. Who's the quarterback this week? Tyrod Taylor? Danny Frankenstein Jones? I don't even think it matters. It's like Black Flag said, I don't care. Okay? I don't care who's QB in the Giants. I like this little spread here. The Jets are going to go ahead and give the Giants 3 points. That's fine. That's fine. The Jets are an inspired group right now. Murph, you said green. I say green. I'm going gangrene at home in the name of Jeremiah Crow.
What kind of world are we living in where Paulie Mack is...
What kind of world are we living in, man?
We've had 2 program directors who are huge Jets fans, and Paulie's like, what's the deal?
Now they're pulling me in.
The Jets.
They're pulling me into their world.
On to your next pick, buddy.
I like the Jets. I do, and they're going to beat the Giants. Take that one. Now, another game. Very intriguing little contest up in the Northwest here. Can I give you the 4-2 Browns going up north to Seattle to take on the 4-2 Seahawks? Very interesting game with a lot of repercussions locally right here in the NFC West. Now, Seattle, very good at home, obviously with the 12s and all that. They are giving the Cleveland Browns 3.5 points. Okay. Interesting. Oh, baby, this is an interesting game right here. We've seen the Browns up close. Okay, we know what this team is capable of doing. It really starts and ends with that defense. Can they go up there and hang around with a pretty good little Seattle team? Murph has been calling out for them all year. Keep an eye on the Seahawks. Listen, this game is important to me, so I'm going to pick this one from the heart. I'm going to take that defense of the Browns, and I'm just going to say, listen, they might not win the game. I think they're good enough to hang around, though, for 4 quarters with that 3.5 points, I don't know. I'll take my chances, Murph. I'm rolling the dice
Look at you.
on the Browns,
Right
man.
in the face of the gum chewers.
Murph, you know what I like to say? Jim Brown's Browns. You feel me, buddy? Jim Brown's blanking Browns. I'm taking them on the road, and I'm taking that 3.5.
Ah, okay, all right, Paulie, very good. By the way, the Seahawks are causing some buzz because they're going to wear their Jim Zorn throwbacks next Thursday. Everybody's all excited.
Oh, that'll look kind of cool,
You know
actually.
what? I would just say blank Seattle under all general ppurposes, except for the Mariners. My AL
that's
West
why I feel
team.
good about this pick.
All right, Paulie. Last week I went back to my regular 1-1. They say you know that guy Murph on KNBR? Yeah, he'll go 1-1.
Wow.
That's what he'll do.
We try. We do what we can.
God bless the Utah Utes who hooked me up with a nice cover over USC. In fact, a straight win. And then to Pips, I tried. I rode with the Penn State Nittany Lions. They were awful. I was
that was a tough one.
Actively pissed during that game. So 1-1. And I'm still looking at that very unsightly 6-7-1 record. So bad.
It's tough.
6-7-1. We're looking to get 2 this week, baby.
Okay.
We're looking to get 2. And I'm going to stay west. I always love to stay west. Both of these picks are controversial.
Okay.
You want controversy, you go to Prince, you go to me.
Okay.
All right. And I start with really what's arguably the game of the week. It's Oregon at Utah. These are 2 teams looking to get to the college football playoff.
That's a good
these
game.
are teams hoping to finish in the top 4.
Nice game.
These are teams that have major wins on their ledger. This game is at Utah at 12:30. I'm going to just tell you something real quick. This is the George Costanza opposite day here, man. Utah has hooked me up so many times through the years. If we had a data analyst, I would love them to go through the history of the forecast and see how many times I rode Kyle Whittingham's Utah Utes to a win or a cover. They are so reliable. Everybody
like your Utes.
Everybody underrates them constantly.
Yeah.
And they are. I've gone on record. I think Kyle Whittingham is one of the 5 best coaches in Pac 8, 10, 12 history. Come at me, bro. Come at me, bro, if you don't like that. All that said, I'm going the other way.
Oh.
There's something about this Oregon Ducks team that I'm actually buying. They have a defense for once. They're kind of tough for once. They kind of actually hit for once. It's kind of like UCLA having a defense for once, and their offense is unstoppable. It's the number 1 offense in the land. And it's the highest scoring, highest gaining offense in the land, and I just kind of feel like Utah's kind of played their parlor tricks enough. They stole one at USC.
Look at this.
I'm going with Oregon and Dan Lanning.
Wow.
They're playing for clicks. We're playing for wins.
Yeah.
I see a touchdown win in Utah. I do. A big factor is that this game's at 12 in the afternoon, not at night. The Wasatch Mountains at night.
You don't
Strange
like
things
that.
happen.
Yeah, you don't like that.
The Ducks have impressed me this year. They have very much impressed me. I'm going to take them by a touchdown over the Utah Utes.
That's fine.
And then I got to tip my cap to Steve Kerr, to a Bruce Q. Frazier, to a Tommy Tolbert.
Look at this now.
Nobody's talking Arizona Wildcats football. They are one of the stories of the year, man.
Okay.
They are out here rocking and socking and shocking, and they are at home against the Oregon State Beavers. Now, I've gone on record. I'm a Jonathan Smith guy.
Okay.
I like Oregon State. I like what they're doing. They let me down, though. I rode them up at Pullman. They got smoked up at Pullman. It was a bad deal. Arizona just went up to Pullman and won 44-6, dude. I mean, Jed Fish has it going on. I know they have a quarterback situation. They got 2 different quarterbacks. Jaden DeLora and Fafita is the kid's name. But Arizona's doing it on both sides of the ball. They're at home and they're getting points. They might win this one straight up. Arizona Wildcats bear down Arizona. Steve Kerr. Paulie, can I get a Steve Kerr? I'm taking Arizona +3.
All right.
Over the Oregon State Beavers.
Yeah, stand by. I'm going to get that up there for you. Everybody stand by. Gotcha.
Can't believe this. So there it is, man.
Yeah.
I'm riding with Arizona at home in the desert. Finally, your couch potato guide. Not an overwhelming TV weekend. Some good. I'd say it's mid, Waterboy. It's mid. Honorable mention. Shout out my boy St. Simon's Johnny, Florida, Georgia. 12:30 on CBS. Just doesn't quite have the same sizzle. It's a pretty good game, but And then the Sunday night game, Bears, Chargers. Come on, bro. Come on. I mean, that'll be on. You want to talk about a game. The MLB should have. MLB ducked it, and they didn't want to go against Sunday Night Football. They should have gone head on into that game and said,
take on the Bears,
bring me your Bears-Chargers game. We'll beat your ass. So anyway, those were my honorable mention games. I'm going to go with my one-star game that I almost picked. This one was scary. I mean, but it's always a great helmet game, a great uniform game, a great traditional game. USC at Cal, and I'm stoked that they're playing at 1 o'clock tomorrow.
Good.
Shout out my entire childhood, Paulie, where we always went to the USC Cal game in the afternoon. Shout out my mom's cold fried chicken and potato salad. Unbelievably great memories. Wish I had it right now.
Yeah, totally.
Wish we were all back there now.
That's life, man.
It's oddly, and I know we got to go, but that used to be the Joe Roth Memorial game, and I went to that game in 1977. Joe Roth, the tragic death of that great Cal quarterback. For some reason, they're not making it the Joe Roth Memorial Game this year. That's a problem. Cal, you got to get on that.
That is weird.
That game's on KGO 810.
Okay.
USC Cal. USC's a 10-point favorite. I almost went with SC. But Cal has kind of messed with them, and SC's going weird and swerving all over the road.
Marcus.
That's my 1-star pick.
Wow.
My 2-star pick is, the sold-out Rose Bowl on Saturday night. UCLA and Chip Kelly hosting Coach Prime. Coach Prime sold out the Rose Bowl.
So who does he think he is? A U2? You know what I mean?
80,000 people are going to be at this game.
When was the last time? How often does Rose Bowl sell out? Give us like some perspective.
Wait, what's that?
Give me my theme music.
That's the sellout theme. Dude,
I mean,
they haven't sold out in 20 years.
That's what I thought.
Coach Prime. Anyway, that's at 4:30 on ABC.
Oh, that's gonna look good with the sun going down. Watch out.
Exactly.
Oh, that's gonna be a good looking game.
My 3-star pick is that game I told you guys about, Oregon Utah. It's a great game at 12:30 on Fox. That's just a great game. And again, I took Oregon, but man, that is going to be a rock'em sock'em robot game. My 4-star pick is a really good 10 a.m. game Sunday morning. Rams Cowboys.
Yeah, that's an interesting game.
Go there.
I looked at it, I thought about it. I actually did. I thought about it.
In my pool, I'm taking the Rams and the points.
I would have done the same.
Marcus says he'd go with the Cowboys.
Okay.
Yeah, it's 6. It's underneath that key number. I think Dallas takes it.
Rams
this
can
weekend.
score some points, though.
They did it last week against Pittsburgh.
10 a.m. That's another weird game. It's Pittsburgh and
they didn't last week.
Steelers game this week is
against Jacksonville. Jacksonville's only a 2.5-point favorite.
I don't know what to do with that game.
I don't either.
That one's bouncing
I don't know
around
what to
like
do
a
with
punch.
Jacksonville.
It's
I
scrolling
know.
around. I wound up going with the Jags.
Yeah.
Steelers are like 4-2 on smoke and mirrors, aren't they?
And Mike Tomlin, though, I don't know.
Next time you look up, every time you look up, they're scoring a defensive
and there's
touchdown.
another win. They're
You know what I mean?
tacking wins on. I know.
Anyway, Rams, Cowboys, 10 a.m. Obviously, NFC implications there. That game's on Fox and on 8:10.
Okay, buddy.
And then finally, our 5-star pick. Come on, when Gentleman Jim comes to town, it's our 5-star pick. 49ers, Bengals, 125, y'all. 125 kickoff. That's on CBS on your TV and KNBR on your radio. And that is a Friday football
that was
forecast.
fast and
Following a
furious.
pop culture showdown.
Bam,
leading
bam.
into a come to Papa on a Friday. It's just too much goodness.
It's just nonstop.
On KNBR 104.5 at 680, the Sports Leader. If you miss the forecast, baby, you're going to die. Still buzzing after that Amici Summit we had on Lombard this week with Richard and Peter, and loving that pizza. It was fantastic. We got the cheese, we got the New Haven white clam, we got the pollo, the slow roasted garlic on that pizza. Man, anyway, I can get distracted talking about how good the pizza was, but I want you guys to enjoy it on Tuesday because Halloween's coming up. And it's a challenge. It's a crazy day. In and out, open door policy, kids running, they're here. You got to feed them. So Amici's is the answer. Perfect answer. Amici's been doing this for 35 years. Oakland and San Jose, we have shops. Make it part of your Halloween festivities. Just go to amicis.com. Choose your favorite thin crust New York style pizzas. All those ones I mentioned are great. Plus pastas, salads, flame roasted chicken wings. If you want the minestrone, it's there. Order early to guarantee your ideal delivery or pickup time. So order early, amicis.com. That's what you do. The thinking man's move. So you can also get a half-baked pizza. We did that this week and it was so good. We came back late from the water polo tragic loss and took it out of the oven in 5 minutes and had a wonderful pizza. So Halloween's coming. It's busy. 2 words. Amici's delivers.
morning Bay Area.
Good morning. Good morning.
The sports leader welcomes you to Murph and Max Power Hour. Hey, Murph and Mac, time to come to Papa. Come to Papa. We now prepare you for game day with the voice of 49ers football.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
Greg Papa.
Sponsored by Friedman's Appliance, proudly serving all of Northern California with a wide selection of luxury appliances. Visit them in Pleasant Hill to see the Friedman's difference. And by River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle and its lakes, parks, and schools. Start your tour today at riverislands.com.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, Dante Whitner joins Tolbert and Copes today at 3:50, but right now, it's our Friday hit with Greg Papa. G-Pop will use that Dante Whitner tease to say, first of all, good morning.
Hey, Greg.
And second of
Good
all,
morning.
Dante said something Monday night that I'd love to bring to you on a Friday morning. On Monday night, when he was wrapping up on the TV, he said, I'm very, very concerned about the state of the 49ers. So... G-Pop,
very, very concerned.
Are you very, very concerned?
Should I text him right now?
Yes.
Why is he very concerned? I mean, obviously the last 2 weeks have not gone well after the 5-0 start and winning by almost 20 points a game. 99 combined the first 5 games. And, the way last year ended and just, ever since. And, Jimmy had a good role, too, and Brock took over. They were not just winning, they were bludgeoning teams. And, the Seattle playoff game, they were down at halftime when DK Metcalf hit the vertical. But really, they were just doing whatever they wanted. And this is the reality of the NFL. Most of the games are one-score games. I think there are opportunities earlier in the game to avoid one-score games. It shouldn't have come down to that in Cleveland. It shouldn't have come down to that in Minnesota. But that's life on the road, especially when you get hostile environments like the wind and the rain and everything in Cleveland. And then, man, U.S. Bank Stadium is so damn loud. The skull, drum, and chant, and they're just every single play. It's just nonstop. It's an assault on your senses. Yeah. So it's hard. It's hard going on the road, and that's why they're not going to say this, but the talking point has been, we don't want to go to South Philly.
No.
We want to go to the South Bay for the championship game. It's just, the two they've lost the last 2 years have been on the road, even L.A. And that's, that's Levi's South. But they changed it for the championship game after the game there on Jan 9, the last game of the year. So it's explainable. I mean, look at the Bills they won last night, but they barely hung on. They have 3 losses on the year. Philadelphia, even though they got off to the 5-0 start, those were close games. They were tied with Miami. They found a way to win. It's just life in the NFL. So I would, very, very concerned. You got to break down different elements of it. Are we very, very concerned that Brock Purdy's not going to be able to play? Well, he was moving around a little bit at practice yesterday, and John will join you guys at 8 o'clock and give you an update on there. I think there's optimism that Brock will be able to clear protocol. What Adam Schefter said this week is just not true about, nobody's been able to do it in 1 week time. John Feliciano of the 49ers had a concussion, and he's your backup center. No one knows him, but he was cleared in time to play that same week, and we'll see where Brock's at. And if he can't go, you got Sam. And so what's the very, very concern? I mean, they got to run the ball better. They're not running it the way they did earlier in the year, even in Cleveland, getting over 100 yards. But this game in Minneapolis, 3 yards a carry for McCaffrey and the team, and the longest run was Brock Purdy's 17-yard scramble. I think they'll run it against this team. I'm not sure. Looking at Cincinnati's front, they got some monsters, DJ Reader and VJ Hill, and the outside guys, Hubbard and Hendrickson, and the linebackers. But teams do gash them. Watching the Seattle game back, their last game, and Seattle had a chance to beat them. Their defense kind of rose up at the end in a couple of different defensive stands to win. But you can run at them, and you can run straight at them. So I think, getting the running game going. Is Trent going to play in this game? Debo's not going to play. And then I guess from Dante's perspective, the very, very concerned is the 49er defense allowing Kirk Cousins to surgically dissect you. And this guy Burrow, he's different. I mean, Joe Burrow is just the Heisman Trophy winner and the number 1 overall pick in the draft, and he's got such a great chemistry with his guy Jamar, who's just incredible, going back to their LSU days. And He was vulnerable early in the year with a calf injury. He's not now. He's moving around well. He's different than Kirk, where he'll hold the ball a little longer and look for the deep shot. He had a throw against Arizona where he flicked his wrist, and 60 yards later, boom, right over the top. Wow.
Well,
I mean, Cousins is going to do it a different way. So very, very concerned. I mean, were we very, very concerned, Murph, when the Niners lost back-to-back games last year with losing at Atlanta? And then, Kansas City came here. It was a home game, not even a road game. And the Chiefs came in here and laid 44 on the Niners. Were we very, very concerned then?
Well, I would say there is some. Listen, I'll speak for myself, Greg. I would say I personally am a little concerned about the pass rush specifically. I mean, you mentioned what Cousins did last week, and the reason all that happened is because he had time. I mean, he wasn't touched, he wasn't sacked. There were some pressures on him, but I'd like to get your take on that. And also with Joe Burrow and the quick release, I feel like there is a concern there that if they don't get to him, Joe Burrow's going to go to work.
Well, this has been going on. We knew this going back to the Pittsburgh game early in the year with Kenny Pickett. I mean, the word was they're going to quick pass you. And the 49ers still had 5 sacks, and, Nick was just getting back. And then what Stafford did in L.A., I mean, if you're going to face the gold rush, the 49er, turbo package, the pass rush, you're going to get it out of your hands fast, right? I mean, that's common sense. And then you got to rally up and you got to tackle. But the coverage has got to be tighter behind it. They are playing a lot of zone. Maybe the answer is to play tighter man behind that, which they did in L.A. in the second half. These Bengals are hard to man because they move Jamar Chase all over the place. You got to follow them. They motion them. They bunch them. You get into situations like the other night, the 3rd and 2 to Jordan Addison, their first touchdown. They went to a bunch, and they run an over route. He's the number 3 receiver, which is the one closest to the line of scrimmage. And, in a zone concept there, the weak side linebacker, Dre Greenlaw's got to pick him up. And they had time to work that route on the over route. You got to hold it at least 3 seconds on that play.
Mm-hmm.
So it's the number one issue is the pass rush. And I mean, there's a lot of money invested. When you talk to John at 8 o'clock, they built the whole team around that pass rush. And look at the money invested in the pass rush, obviously in Bosa and Hargrave and Armstead. And then, even though they're not paying Randy Gregory, the Walmart heir is, they're paying him a lot of money in Denver. So, I mean, it's there. And then, Fred, and, you're paying Trevarius Ward a lot of money. These are high-paced players. It isn't, you still have to play well. Your bank account doesn't take the field. You still got to go out and play. So I think it's a little confounding that the pass rush is just not dominating. But it's the mindset of the opponent is to get the ball out quicker and a quick pass. And Burrow will get it out fast, but he'll hold it at times to work the deep route. So, but is that something you're very, very concerned about? Do you think that eventually Nick Bosa's not going to do Nick Bosa things, and he leads the league in pressures?
Right.
He's just a beat off. Hargrave was dominating early in the year, and you like the matchup with him inside against their left guard, Volson. And then Armstead's there. Randy Gregory. I think Randy Gregory may start. He's already out snapping Drake. He may start to jump in even more in the base, although Cleveland's doing a good job. So I mean, there's ebbs and flows to a season where, people don't win them all. And when you go on the road, it's tough. And it is a little more difficult, on the road as far as, the environment, as we talked about earlier, and conditions. But the pass rush has not been as productive. I will grant you that. But to say very, very concerned, do you not believe that these elite players are eventually not going to start doing their thing?
I certainly hope so, because we've seen it, Greg. I mean, they're among the best in the NFL, right? I mean, Nick Bosa signed that deal primarily because he's outstanding at getting to and sacking the quarterback. But when it's not there, it does raise some concerns, yeah.
Well, as Tim Flannery would say, hope is not a strategy. You can't hope. I mean, these are proven guys that will do it.
Yeah.
The one thing Tim Ryan keeps bringing up, and he knows D-line play as much as anybody else, maybe they run too many stunts. Maybe they're trying to work together. And, Randy Gregory's first sack as a Niner was a great stunt with Javon Hargrave. But do you want Nick Bosa to run the game every single time, or do you want him just to go straight line to the quarterback as fast as he can and not loop underneath the tackle inside? And these guys can all win. I mean, when Aldon Smith and Justin Smith were together, that stunt game was difficult to deal with because the Cowboy would just eat up blockers. Hargrave's different. Hargrave can collapse a pocket all by himself. He doesn't need help that way. So maybe, and they're blitzing about the same amount. as they did before, but they're doing it in different situations, obviously. So this is the heartbeat of the football team. You know, when you go watch practice, it's Chris Kasarik and GTFO, get the F off, and they're just foaming at the mouth. So I'll tell you right now, if the front does not dominate, this team's not going to dominate. So that's the bottom line.
Right.
So you can't hope they're going to dominate. They have to dominate.
Yeah.
They are dominant players. Bosa's, he's still playing well. The one thing about Nick, he does get frustrated by chips. You know, I remember a game a couple of years ago where he quit on some rushes because he got chipped. I mean, noticeably just stopped. I mean, he's got it. And that's part of the reason you run the game is to get him off the edge and loop him back inside a little bit and get him away. You know, that 3rd and 12 early in the game, and Tom asked the question to Kyle. It was a great question about that play where Hawkinson got open down the seam on a 3rd and 12 when they were backed up early in the game.
Yeah.
You know, right after McCaffrey fumbled. He just laid a little chip on Nick Bosa, slowed down the rush. Then, you know, their great right tackle came over and picked him up, Brian O'Neill. And then, you know, then the Hawkinson released and got into the second level and converted the 3rd and 12. How the hell's that happen? Where you get a chip from a tight end and then still get a vertical up the seam on a 3rd down and long. That shouldn't happen. So Nick, you know, he's got to get chipped. They know they're going to bring a tight end or back to his side. He's got to have a plan for when that happens, because I think at times that chip does frustrate him, and they double him and chip him a high percentage of snaps.
Yeah, great stuff, and all on display Sunday. Can't wait. But we got to get back to the quarterback, Greg, before I let you go. I mean, it's I don't know if it's shocking or surprising. You mentioned it's not unprecedented, but I guess the question is, and I guess we won't know until game time. But like, how realistic is it?
I think we'll know tomorrow morning.
Okay,
he has to clear a protocol. I think the earliest he can do it would be tomorrow morning.
So I mean, it sounds like is it like a better than even chance he plays, huh?
No, I think he's going through the process well. John will speak to it. We just don't know. Yeah. It's out of, the Niner doctor does come in, but it's an independent neurologist that'll ultimately clear him the way it should be. You know, going back to the days when my former agent, Lee Steinberg, had a lawsuit against the league and Tagliabue spoke out and it was wrong. And, concussions, you got, players that are just not, whenever I first got to the Bay Area, I used to play in those NFL Players Association golf tournaments, and after a while, it just got sad. All my heroes were either in a wheelchair or when you went to have a cocktail with them at the 19th hole, they couldn't talk to them. So it's sad. So you got to protect these guys. And some of the rule changes we don't like the kickoffs and other things, are geared to reduce concussions, but they happen. What are you going to do when you're trying to sneak for a first down and you get on a pile and a guy lays a helmet on you? So it does happen, but there's a procedure to go through here. So I think there's optimism that Brock can clear. Just the fact that he's been around a little bit and he's not been in a quiet room, like the one the Giants have in the clubhouse there where it's all dark and, light sensitivity and all that. He's out there. We've seen him at practice a little bit, and he did practice limitedly yesterday. Sam's getting reps. Brandon Allen, the number 3 quarterback, is jumping as the scout team quarterback, and great for that because he was Joe Burrow's backup in Cincinnati. He was better than running scout team. So, and I don't think it changes much. Just talking to Kyle yesterday, the 3 quarterbacks, although different, are similar. So you don't have to change the entire offense. Like if Trey Lance played, you'd probably make more changes in the offense if he jumped in like they did in Arizona last year on October the 10th when he played. And he also had a finger injury, so they had to run the ball more. The offense will largely be the same if Sam plays. But I think that's just it makes it difficult to prepare a little bit also on a short week where, the team didn't get home till like 3 o'clock in the morning on Tuesday morning after the game on Monday night, the next day. And then to have a short week and to do it where, Brock's not getting every snap and you got to try to, figure out just how you divvy that. And, he's limited in some aspects. So, that respect's been a challenge. But I think there's still, we'll see. I wouldn't put a percentage on it. I have no idea.
Right.
It's out of their hands. But I think there's some, John may be able to categorize it or maybe not. He won't be able to talk about it. But I think just the fact that he's at practice and he's around a little bit for the walkthrough practices, and yesterday he was limited, I think there's reason to believe that Brock could make it by Sunday.
I mean, concussions are so scary and so unpredictable. You think about like the Brandon Belt scenario where he just disappears for months on end.
How about Joe Panic? Joe Panic got hit by Matt Moore in Tampa, stayed in the game. drove in the game-winning run with a sack fly, and then went on the IL after that. It's
for a long time. I mean, it can last, so it's really, really, really encouraging to see him. I know we got to get going because Lynch is coming up, but the off-field stuff, do you get into that at all about Wilkes having to apologize for the calls, and then Bosa putting the mysterious quote out, I'm not used to it, like talking about his defensive calls? I don't know that there's a little bit.
I think they were honest about it. I think the play with and Kyle's Kyle. Kyle's honest. That's the way he talks to the team, is the way he talks to the media, and the way when we do interviews with him. Kyle's real AF. He just is.
Yeah.
And you ask him a question, he's going to give you an answer. And that was not a good call. I mean, Tim Ryan and I watched that playback 50 times on the playback, and I'm like, what are we doing?
Yeah.
It's a 7-man pressure, and then Talanoa Hufanga, he doesn't really have much pressure there. It's just the down and distance in the scenario. I could see where you would go to that with 16 seconds to go. If they complete one for what they wanted to do was get to the 40. So they wanted to go from their 40 to the Niners 40. This guy, Joseph, made a 61-yard field goal. So really, anything over the middle is still in play where they could spike it. But when I talked to Sean Gibson at length yesterday, the one area was just having Sean vacate center field. But he did have to because Brandon Powell flashed underneath a little bit, so it's kind of complicated. But, Charvarius Ward, should he just bat the ball down? His thought is pick it off and run it back the other way, and maybe the Niners score or get a field goal from Jake or something. So it's not the end of the game. It's the end of the half. There's still football to play. But in that down and distance, the by and large way to play that would not be go to a 7-man pressure. And, if you're rushing 7, you're dropping only 4. So you do get into a situation where one fight for the ball or one missed tackle results in a house call. And there were still 30 minutes of football to play, a lot of big plays after that. And if Brock does not get concussed at the end, maybe the ending is different. But just that deflating moment before halftime, because the Niners just scored. Remember we talked about Minnesota and all the cover zero blitzes they run? The only one they ran the whole game was the McCaffrey touchdown when he went out in motion and ran the Debo action for the touchdown. So you felt like you're right back into the game. It's 10-7. Niners get the ball to start the second half. That's what they do. They lap teams. They score before half. They score coming out of half. All is right. And then you give up a house call, and you're like, what just happened? The Case Keenum hit Stephon Diggs, and they beat the New Orleans Saints in a playoff game? It's like, what did I just see? It was like so weird. And for the half to end that way and then to go into halftime like that certainly changed the mood. But Kyle's real, and he just didn't like the call, and he said it, and Steve Wilkes owned up to it, and now it's on to Cincinnati.
Right. I was going to say, I was just curious that Wilkes even addressed it as late as Thursday, because we live by Marcus Boucher's theory of next pitch. Like, once it's over, you don't dwell, Greg. You just keep moving. Yeah. But Bosa's last one is Bosa's weird comment. He goes, we're usually a 4-man rush team. I'm not used to it. But they did 4-man rush for most of the game. The stats bear out they are not blitzing that much.
Yeah, I think he's talking about what Tim's talking about. Just let him do his thing, and not as many games up front. It's not just bringing an extra guy. It's just the amount of the stunt game and looping him underneath. Let him go out and win. And I think with this game, the thing about Minnesota is that's probably the best pair of tackles on one team in the league. Christian Darrisaw is a young Trent Williams, and Brian O'Neill. Well, they're rated. They get paid. Brian O'Neill's a high-paid right tackle and a Pro Bowler. Darrisaw's a great player. These guys here are a little bit different. Jonah Williams from Alabama to move from left tackle to right tackle. I don't know if Orlando Brown Jr. is even going to play in the game. He's got a little bit of an injury. I think he's going to play coming off the bye, but this is a game where maybe against Minnesota you're thinking, wow, Darrisaw, 71's good, 75's good. Maybe we need to pressure more. Maybe we need to stunt more and loop it around more. A game like this, you just want him to go rush the quarterback. And the other side of it is the quarterback's one of his best friends. He and Joe Burrow played together at Ohio State.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that is, listen, it's so great. The NFL rules, Sunday drama on display. And here we go.
It's a big one, Greg.
We'll either be very, very concerned or very, very happy. One of the two.
Indeed.
I was surprised that Kyle told Tom yesterday there's not a big difference between 6-2 and 5-3. I don't know if I tell the team that. But,
did he? I missed that quote because he said
a big difference.
I mean, when you look at it, but I think overall, Seattle's right there, and then Philadelphia, they're obviously. We'll see if Washington can beat them, but You're playing for playoff positioning, assuming you're going to get in here. And John talked to the deadline's coming up on Halloween after this game. So, if you lose at home to Cincinnati and you're 5-3 after a 5-0 start and you got a trade deadline,
I know
it's not good. I think everybody would much rather be 6-2 with 2 weeks off.
Heck yeah,
totally
man.
Agree. All right, can't wait for the call.
Have a great call, Greg.
Have a good show,
guys,
buddy.
thank you.
Be good. Great weekend.
On to Cincinnati.
Let's go, baby. Let's go.
Cincinnati and Santa Clara. That's Greg Papa every Friday. We break it down, man.
It's a big game. Seriously, this is mid-season big game. It's it came faster than I expected. I didn't think there'd be that many stakes on this game, but it's an important one. Murph, if Seattle wins, they'll be 5-2. Now, if the Niners lose, they're 5-3. I'm just talking.
That's a big game, man.
Thank you, Prez. That's what I'm saying.
What a soundbite.
You know what I mean? No, it's a keeper. It's an all-time keeper.
That's a big game, man.
What was he talking about?
The U.S. Soccer World Cup.
Perfect.
I think we beat Iran.
Who the hell was he talking to screaming like
Remember,
that?
he was at an event. He was at some entrepreneur convention or something.
Yeah.
He was trying to promote business or something.
Yeah.
And then somebody told him that we had just beaten Iran. Remember, and he got loose. He broke loose from his security to go up to the mic. And do you remember we were talking about how his handlers was like, oh my God, the eagle is loose. The eagle is loose.
Red Robin is loose. Red Robin.
Kill the mic.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But he dodged the bullet with his rally cry. That's a big game, man.
Totally.
That's a big game, man.
Let's eat a big lunch, man.
All right. So much to talk about with John Lynch.
Let's go.
Quarterback, the edge pass rusher, the apologizing D coordinator, the trade deadline.
It's all here.
Concern. All coming up on KNBR. John Lynch is next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
You're listening to Murph and Max Power Hour. Now on 104.5 FM and 680. This is KNBR, the Sports Leader.
Hold it now.
This is Murph and Max. Big Hit.
I'll take a hit.
Hit me. Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The Sports Leader. Faithful. Here's 49ers GM and Hall of Famer John Lynch with Murph and Mac.
My sources tell me he was saying, listen to Murph and Mac.
Well, that's probably the smartest thing, yeah.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Sponsored by Nick the Greek. We welcome you to our house. Come taste the difference of our delicious local Greek flavors and become a fan.
Broadmoor, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Broadmoor's sports leader.
All right, you are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station, as we wait for the prompt phone call of a John Lynch, well raised by John and Kathy Lynch, as he says. We got to remind everybody, we still haven't given away our last pair of Blink-182 tickets.
Oh, thanks, Murph. Okay.
That'll be coming up in the next 2 hours. When you hear Marcus play a Blink-182 rejoin, call 415-896-KNBR, 415-896-KNBR. Well, hey, talk about level of concern. I'm concerned that it's 42 seconds after the hour and John Lynch hasn't called
I'm actually,
in.
to be totally honest and transparent, I'm shocked. I'm shocked. There it is. No, the guy's a madman. He's a madman. The stroke of 801 is no good. It's got to be 8.
He got
on the screws, man.
He got in on the
He is
O's.
incredible.
Oh, that's
He's
so
a madman.
good. All right, we're taking the hookup with John Lynch, and so much to talk about. Here he is.
Okay.
John, once again, we said it last week. God bless John and Kathy Lynch for raising such a
It's a lesson for the whole Bay Area.
Gentlemen. Good morning, John. How are you?
Hey, John.
I'm doing good. How are you guys doing?
We're good,
man.
We're good. I know it's the lost weeks are tougher, right? I mean, it's a Monday night, so it was more recent. You get a game this Sunday, though. But let's go mood check on you, John. We kind of caused a little stir when Dante Whitner said Monday night, I'm very, very concerned about the 49ers. I told that to Greg Papa. He wasn't really happy with that comment. What's your level of concern going into this game about your 2 losses in a row and various maladies affecting the team?
Yeah, listen, I think probably what Dante's thinking is, I think this little funk we've been in for a couple of weeks was very unexpected because we were playing so well. So I think that's probably what people who have a good eye for football and kind of a pulse of our team, and we were humming along and seemingly everything came together against Dallas, and then we go on a little road trip, and it's just it wasn't us, and there's reasons, but ultimately those are just excuses. And, I think the first thing you said, we really can't dwell on it. We got to try to say, identify, and Kyle and his staff, and Kyle in particular, has done a really good job of pointing out, here's where we're missing. We're not broke, but we got to turn around really quickly against another good team in Cincinnati. So you can't really, wallow in your disappointment. You got to fix it, and that's what we've been focusing on doing. And we got to pour everything into this one. At home, we're going to need our crowd's energy. And this is a team coming off a bye in Cincinnati. I would imagine Joe Burrow will be as healthy as he's been all year. And they're a good team with good talent, and we're a good team too. We just had a couple tough weeks, and we gotta get back to who we are.
Yeah, for sure. And Sunday's that chance. So let's get right into it. Brock Purdy, what can you tell the fans out there about his current status and his chances of playing on Sunday?
With the protocol, the concussion protocol, the league really wants us to stay out of making any prognostications. That's all controlled by the protocol. So I can just tell you that he's in the protocol. It was made public that he practiced on a limited basis yesterday. So in the protocol, we'll go through all those, steps and phases. And further than that, they really don't want us commenting. So I have to stay away from that.
Okay, I hear you. I guess that would be, is there at least a way you can tell us the next part of the protocol timeline? Is that today? Is it tomorrow?
Yeah, I think the next part is just to keep advancing through it, and that would entail practice today and, various other tests and things that they do. There's a lot of, with a lot of scrutiny, they've added steps to it, throughout. And I think all these things are good, and they want to be thorough. Believe me, it is extremely thorough. And, he's in that protocol, and we'll just see where it ends up. If not, we really made it a priority to go get someone we believed in as a number 2 and 3 quarterback. And, we're very, we got a lot of belief in Sam Darnold and what he provides. He's played in this league at a high level, and think he's a great fit for what we do. So we got a lot of belief in Sam. And then Brandon Allen, coincidentally, who came to us from Cincinnati, is also a guy who's really impressed in his short amount of time here.
Okay, so there's nothing we can do other than wait. I guess we can go back to Monday night's game about Brock Purdy. It's interesting. Is it your belief that if indeed he suffered the concussion on that sneak, is it your belief, or did he tell you that might have affected his play in the fourth quarter?
Well, I mean, I think, first of all, I don't know. I just know I was on the plane. I actually got woken up, and they said, hey, I just want to let you know Brock's not feeling well. He just, he just reported some symptoms and whatnot. So they, the trainers just let us know that. And from there, we, that there goes the protocol. As to what it affected, how it affected, I don't know, because we really haven't identified it. And I'm not sure Brock's sure as to when it happened and all that. So,
yeah,
you go in that, I guess if there's any good news, is that he felt good relatively soon after that. And so we'll, then you have to enter the protocol, and that's where he's at and going through those phases. I'm sorry to be vague, and I'm not trying to be evasive. They just, after the Tua thing last year, there's really been an emphasis on not getting into trying to make prognostications. It's strictly the protocol, and we gotta follow that.
For sure, understood. And we'll just sit and wait. I mean, this is one of these.
Hope for the best. Yeah.
In a John, in this world of, tweets fly every second. People want their answers right now, and this is not one of those situations that suits that.
It's going to take time.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Pack your patience, everybody. That's what we would say. John, you mentioned Darnold too. So that's all good. Now the other side of the ball is where I wanted to get to right away, though. I'm curious as to, it seems like there's a lot of talk about that blitz call at the end of the first half, to the point where Steve Wilks actually publicly apologized for it yesterday, and Kyle Shanahan mentioned it on Wednesday on his press conference. I don't know. Is it too much? Is there something? I mean, is there any reason 49ers fans should be concerned that there's this much focus on that call? And does it, I guess the question would be, does it indicate that there's a lack of trust in Steve Wilks?
Absolutely not, to the latter question. I think one thing that hopefully everyone's realized and appreciates here in the Bay Area and Niner fans faithful wherever they're at. They've got a head coach who's one of the most blatantly honest people you'll ever meet. Now, if you could have been inside our room internally, he would tell you, and all our team would tell you how much belief he has in Steve, and that was communicated as well. But both things can be true. You can have a ton of belief and not like a particular call, and he wasn't trying to put, even on that quote that was pulled, where he definitely should have called that. There was a ton of context on why Steve might have called that and the chain of events that led to it, and that he does have a ton of belief and all those things. So we're squarely behind Steve Wilks. We made a great hire at the time. We believe that even more strongly now, and we'll work through this. These things happen, and it's we just got to play better, and we got to play better with our core fundamentals. I mean, if you look at, to me, we're a team, first of all, driven up front, but up front, sacks, pressures, all those things, it's rush and coverage being tied together. And like I said, in Dallas, I thought everything kind of came together, and that looked like the defense I remember and who we are, who we can be. And then, it's just been times when our rush is winning, but our coverage isn't there. A time where our coverage is winning, but our rush hasn't quite arrived. And then, in the last couple of weeks, I think subtly, we're a really good tackling football team, and we haven't tackled as well. So it's fundamentals. Don't try to create all these reasons and as to what's going on. It's just, it always goes back to the fundamentals and us playing like we can play. And when we do that, we'll go back to being the dominant defense that we've been, and that needs to happen here soon.
Well, hopefully we'll see that on Sunday. And John, talking about, everything starting up front, obviously on the offensive side of the ball, there's questions about Trent Williams and his health, and, we'd love to see him out there. If you have any kind of update on Trent Williams and the likelihood whether he will or will not play Sunday?
Yeah, Trent's progressing well. He wanted to, Trent is a competitor of all competitors, and he had that ankle and was really gearing towards playing last week. He just couldn't get there, and he's not practiced this week, so I think today's going to be a big day. We don't do a ton on Friday, but it's going to be a big day in terms of feeling like, okay, I'm feeling better. I think I can do this, and Trent's the type of player you wait right up till Sunday if you have to. I guess it does give you some confidence that, like, hey, Trent's a seasoned player. You trust his point of view once the doctors clear him as to whether he can go, and then knowing he's got some time to heal up after. So, if Trent can play, he'll play, and today and the next couple days will be big on terms of continuing that healing process so he can go function. The good news, like if you watch that game, Jalen Moore, I thought did it. I was really proud of Jalen. I thought he held up extremely well against some really good rushers, and was proud of it. That was a really good step for Jalen, and credit to Chris Furster and the O-line staff for, continuing to develop a young player, and he stepped in and did really well in Trent's absence.
All right, we're talking to John Lynch, 49er general manager. We do it every Friday at this time. Obviously, Niners licking their wounds after the Monday night loss, getting ready for Sunday at 1:25. We don't know about Brock Purdy's status. Just be patient, everybody. Let that play out. We got to talk about the other big dog is Nick Bosa, and he came into focus for a number of reasons too. He stood at his locker Wednesday, and he sort of admitted that maybe he isn't where he should be because he missed training camp. So, like your reaction to that. He also had a curious quote after the game where he said, "We're a 4-man rush team, and we're doing different things this year, and I'm not used to it." And that kind of raised some flags. Actually, why don't I separate those into two questions there? Let's start with that one. Did that raise a flag to you when he said, "We're a 4-man rush team, and we're not doing that, and I'm not used to it"? Was that concerning to you that he expressed that question?
Not concerning at all. I mean, we know who we are. We know who we want to be, and we're people that are going to kind of stand up. Nick's very much like Kyle, and so you're going to get, and we don't try to muzzle our players. So we know where we're trying to get. We know that we're a team driven. Our resources are heavily placed in our D line, our front seven, and those guys got to be the straw that stirs the drink. I mean, I tell them all the time, they're the engine. That's where I think not only our defense, a lot of our team is predicated off how those guys play. And so but the point is, it's not just them. It's them collectively. It's our entire defense, and we got to come out of this thing together. And we're still a very good football team. I know that in my heart of hearts, and now we just got to go show it. And I'm glad we're at home. I keep saying it because I think sometimes when there's nothing better than being at home and feeding off your crowd's energy. And we need that because we've had 2 long road trips. They've been tough. They haven't worked out like we wanted to. So we got to have this house rocking. I'm excited. We're celebrating our Super Bowl 16 and 23 teams, both that beat the Bengals.
Nice.
And
yeah.
Also having the 50th anniversary of our 73 team. So I know that this place is there's like over 100 alumni coming back.
Oh, that's awesome.
Mr. D will be back here tomorrow night for alumni dinner.
Nice.
So a lot of and believe me, that fires our team up to see those guys here. They'll be all out at walkthrough tomorrow. So our guys are looking forward to that. We want to show well in front of them.
Oh,
that's
yeah,
great.
fabulous.
That's exciting.
Good stuff, man. Well, and sorry to get away from that great nostalgia, which I love so much. Back to Bosa. What did you think of his comments Wednesday saying, maybe missing training camp has affected him. Maybe he's not where he should be. What did you think of that?
I think Nick has a high standard for himself. And, like Myles Garrett is playing out of his mind. I haven't looked at the numbers directly, but I don't think he's getting more attention than Nick Bosa. Nobody gets doubled more than Nick. And that's why I say we got to come out of this collectively. It can't just be Nick. It's got to be everybody else. And our D-line is they know the challenge. They know the responsibility of them being the group that kind of drives this thing. And I expect for them to play great. Now, I will tell you, when you look at Cincinnati, they probably get rid of the ball as quickly as anybody in our league. The numbers dictate that. So that doesn't always translate into sacks, but you got to affect the quarterback, and you got to move him off his spot. You got to harass him, and that's what we intend to do, and that's what we need to do to be successful.
All right, John, I know so many questions. This is what happens. This is the NFL. It's where everybody loves it. Everybody's got all their theories and questions. So Brock Purdy, there was a quote from Troy Aikman in the broadcast where he said, I was talking to Brock before the game. He said his elbow's not 100% all the way back. That got people going. Is there anything you know about that? Is it not 100% all the way back?
Well, I think the context to that, like Troy's a professional and the guy I have a ton of respect, worked with him at Fox, NFL on Fox for years. I think what Brock was trying, and Corey Rush, came up right before and just said, hey, if they ask that, what Brock really intended is that he does do a lot of pre-practice work to get his elbow right. He does a lot of things post, and he's continuing on that. So I think maybe a comment or a discussion they had, but Brock feels like he's 100% on the field and all that. It's just all the work he continues to do to take care of that. I think that's more what Brock was getting at, and I don't know if it was misconstrued, how it was communicated. I didn't hear it, but Corey did mention that, that's not what Brock was speaking to. He does feel 100% on the field.
Yeah, I so many questions to be answered this Sunday and going forward, too. Then, all right, John, well, listen, hey, the game gets down to the Bengals, a little bit on them coming in. I mean, this is a team, they won the AFC Championship 2 years ago. They were a late hit penalty away from
they were right there last year.
Taking the Chiefs to overtime again. And, they started slower, so I think people forgot about them a little bit. But I think when the schedule came out, this looked like one of the premier games of the season. Is that how you viewed it?
Yeah, they're a well-built football team, and a team we have a lot of respect for. We've had some good battles with them. I think they did start a little slow. Their quarterback is a tremendous player. He pulled that calf, and I know that was troublesome for him. I'm expecting, like I said, as close to a healthy Joe Burrow as we've seen, because they're coming off their bye, and many ways as he goes, so goes their team. I think their team's kind of hitting stride. So we got to expect, that we're going to get their best. They've got some fantastic players. I always, when you look at receiving cores around the league, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, and Tyler Boyd, that's as good as it gets in terms of a trio. And, Joe Mixon, their running back, their O-line's playing better. The defense is very well coached and sound, and they got some guys who can finish at the quarterback. So definitely a big challenge, and we're going to have to play well.
We asked you this the last 2 weeks, but this is the last Friday before we get to ask you. The trade deadline's on Halloween. Are you going to go in costume as Trader Jack McKeon?
Look at this.
You know what I mean?
Look at this guy. Yeah.
We shall see. Like I said, we've been doing our work, and I think that's our responsibility to do our work to see what's out there, and talking to a lot of people. We'll see where that goes here. We got to really focus on Cincinnati and everyone pouring all their energy to having a good outcome there, and then we'll see where that goes by Tuesday. As I've said many times, certainly not afraid to dip our toe in there. If it helps us, but that's the key thing. It's got to, this is our team really, and if we can help it, we'll make a move to do so, that can come in a variety of ways. So we'll see.
Yeah.
Tuesday, I guess at 1:00 our time.
Yeah. By the way, I think it's McCune. I mispronounced the name, but he was an old. He made so many trades, Paul. They called him Trader Jack.
Right.
We'll call him Trader John.
Trader John. He was an old Padre GM.
Yeah, and I think
he was also
Marlins.
their manager at one point.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Speaking of which, we know you keep your eye on the Bay Area sports scene. We have a new guy in town, Bobby Melvin, the kid out of Menlo Atherton High School, California Golden Bear.
And go win some ball games.
I know you guys aren't the same generation, but you played baseball and you keep your eye on this stuff. And he was your Padres manager. So the John Lynch take on Bob Melvin coming to town. And will he be in your suite this week?
Ooh.
Well, maybe I should make that invite.
Yeah, man, why not?
Yeah, I'm sorry for my Padres because I think he's a great manager. A lot of people would say, well, if so, how did he have that roster and things didn't work out? I know that it didn't seem like, you hear the Warriors and us talk about connectivity and everyone's connected. That didn't seem like a front office and coaching staff down there that was connected. And I hear that Bob's about as easy to get along with as anybody, so I don't know what the issue is there. I think this is a win for the Giants. I'm sick for my Padres, but I think the Giants are growing on me.
Okay.
I always got to stick to my hometown team.
Yes,
of course.
I'll always support the Pods, but I'm happy for the Giants because I think they got a really there's so many retired baseball players that live down in San Diego that I see when I'm down there in the summers and whatnot. I've never heard someone say a bad thing about Bob Melvin. And that's not just being a nice guy, a heck of a manager as well. So I think it's a huge win for the Giants, and I'm excited for them to have somebody like that and see what they can do.
I think there is some point where you got to get him in, and then you could get him alone and be like, dude, what happened with my Padres, man? You can get the real story.
That's coming, believe me. That's coming.
No, it is. Yeah.
Because I want to know.
I know. You do.
No, it's a relevant question.
It is a relevant question.
What happened?
Hey, you guys, we'll leave that to you guys.
Yeah, totally.
You guys can have a private conversation.
I always hear you. It's so funny because, if I'm ever listening when it's the off season, season time, I try not to listen to sports radio. Off season, sometimes I will go there.
Yeah.
And I'll hear the Padres make all these moves, and how can they not win? But you guys are always, but they're the Padres.
It's true.
Yeah,
that's
sorry,
true.
I know.
You bring me back down to earth.
There is such a thing like institutional, and you guys are the 49ers. So conversely, I think when you guys walk into the building, Buster Posey came on our show yesterday and said, he didn't talk to Bob Melvin. Bob Melvin made that joke at his press conference that he was excited in the interview process. He got to talk to Buster. He said, because Buster's been intimidating him for 10 years by never talking to him.
Yeah, grunting at him and stuff.
He said, and we asked Buster about that. He goes, yeah. I'm not there to make friends. He goes, I need to make the other team feel me.
I love that.
Because and so I would imagine, was that the same in the NFL? Or maybe it's different because the violence makes you guys bond on a different level where you're sort of brothers in arms? I don't know.
It's different. I mean, there is certainly that. I remember back when guys used to take the Pro Bowl seriously and go to the Pro Bowl, one of the hardest things I used to tell people was you go to the Pro Bowl and you walk in and there in the pool is some guy you've hated and competed against, and he's with his 4 kids in the pool. And
right.
You end up hanging with him and his wife and say, you know what, this guy's actually a good guy. I really wish I didn't know that because then it's hard not to like him. But you do have to go to that dark place on the field. And I figured that with a guy like Buster. Somebody once showed me a clip of him intimidating umps into strikes by just like walking off before he even called strike three. And it's one of the coolest things I've ever seen. I love that guy, by the way.
Yeah.
And I don't even know him, but I just love the way he played, the way people talk about him. That guy, he's a game changer, and I think they're brilliant to have him in there involved with their team right now.
He's that's a KNBR Instagram clip of like 20 straight called third strikes where he walks away before the ump rings it up.
That is gangster,
As they get, that's exactly what I was thinking.
So good.
The kids would say that's gangster.
Yeah, totally, John. No, that's how they term it. Yeah.
Listen, man, like I said on that last comment there, you guys are the 49ers. I mean, Super Bowl 16 and 23 in the house. You guys lost 2 close games on the road that came down to just 1 or 2 plays. I mean, I'm looking forward to the bounce back,
I am too.
and I see it happening. So we always appreciate your patience and good humor.
Yeah, we do. Thank you, John.
And hey, have a great weekend with Eddie DeBartolo and the whole. You get to feel that history again, and it's kind of what makes you feel special in that chair you sit. So that's pretty cool, man. So enjoy it all, and we can't wait to talk to you next week, John.
All right, thanks a lot, guys. Bye-bye.
There he is, John Lynch. What are you going to do?
I mean, I don't know what else to say about this guy. He's one of the best guests you're ever going to come across. I hope the audience is enjoying it as much as we are. He's candid. He'll give you the real deal, man. He'll give you the info.
It's kind of funny, different energies between the Papa hit and the Lynch hit, because Papa's Papa doesn't want to be told anything about football.
Yeah.
And John Lynch will have a conversation.
Yeah.
About it, you know
Papa's
what I mean?
the man.
So, it's funny. But that's what makes Papa great, and that's what makes Lynch great.
I like that anecdote about the Pro Bowl, seeing a guy with his kids, and you're like, damn, now I got to go hit this guy. How am I going to do that?
Should we walk through the hallways like just stoning other hosts and things like that? And
what do you mean? I already do that. I've been doing that for years.
All right. Here's the deal. It is time for the cooler of content. Always make you laugh, think,
Let's
and
go,
cry.
baby.
And then Diana Rossini, 8:50.
Hey,
She's
it's a
great.
Friday cooler, man. I'm feeling good.
Will the Thrill Clark at 9:15.
That's all you needed to say.
All right. That's all coming up. Friday, the forecast in the book, the pop culture showdown in the books. Friday in the books on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
You guys are always, but they're the Padres.
It's true.
Yeah,
That's
sorry,
true.
I know.
You bring me back down to earth.
You're listening to Murph and Max Power Hour. Now on 104.5 FM and 680. This is KNBR, the sports leader. Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Steve Kerr stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Cobes to break down the Warriors' first loss of the season against the Phoenix Suns and their Friday night matchup against the Sacramento Kings. To hear that podcast and more, check out What's Trending Now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the Cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Murph and Max Cooler of Content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the Sports Leader.
All right, the cooler of content. By the way, everybody loving the John Lynch Padres.
I mean, he is just great radio, flat out, man. I'm glad you guys dig it. We love having him, too.
Our buddy Stan Tim said John Lynch is sexy. We talked about sexy earlier. I don't know how we got on it. But we were talking about who's sexy and who's not, and that's pretty funny. Is Chris Russo in a Speedo sexy?
I'm in trouble, Howard.
This Russo thing, I took over like 3 days of content.
Bro.
On the East
my
Coast.
God. Blew up yesterday, yeah.
Well, that's just, I mean, it's funny about Russo, you know, when he and Mad Dog broke up, and then he started at SiriusXM, and people were like, never going to hear from that guy again. Well, guess what?
Can I tell you this, though, Murph? My experience as a younger guy living on the East Coast, I used to listen to Mike and the Mad Dog. And for me, Chris was the likable guy where Francesa was very kind of smug and arrogant, talking down to people. So Russo was just easy to like. And then when he went off on his own, I feel like that's when he started to get more divided. Because I know a lot of Giant fans don't like Russo because he's turned his back on the team. He's come on our show and go, like, I don't watch the team anymore. I don't like the Giants. So some people have been upset about that. But deep down, he's a good dude. He's a good guy.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's so funny.
Not bad, bro. It's not bad.
If you get
How are you today? That's what you got.
Yeah, and then he just goes right into a take. The Jets, awful. Yeah. Awful. Anyway, so Paulie and I, it's no secret. I mean, our idol is Howard Stern. He's the funniest, the best. He's just hilarious. He's the guy.
Who's this Brian Murphy guy? What is he talking about?
Paulie, I'm mad him. I'm mad.
No,
I was
some
in the
gangster
studio.
ass right
I was
there.
in the studio. It's a long story for another day.
My man got offered a Snapple. That's all I got to say.
By Baba Booey.
Yeah.
By Baba Booey.
With the teeth.
But anyway, he's still going. And he and Russo have gotten closer over the last several years on SiriusXM.
They work like right down the hall from each other, yeah.
But he knows Russo's good radio, so he has him on.
Yeah.
So Howard Stern, the first time we ever played Howard in the cooler. Why not? Who cares? A rising tide lifts all boats, right? Howard will play us, we'll play him. Here he is. He had Russo on to call him out on that declaration that if the Diamondbacks won Game 6 and 7 in Philadelphia, he would retire on the spot. So Howard's like, get Russo on the phone.
Yeah.
So here's their entertaining interchange here.
How about this? You come on my show. I'll come into Manhattan for this. We put you in a bikini, all right? And you walk down the street with a sign that says, I'm a douche. If you do that, people will say, okay, it's all right. Mad Dog sucks.
That's a little more reasonable. That one, that is a little fair. That's fair. Yeah, that one would... I can live with that. That's not the worst idea. I have to have the sign?
And by the way,
do I
Mad
have
Dog.
to have the sign to announce it? Do I have to go that crazy?
Yes.
What about I'm a liar?
That's better. There, you're starting to cook with gas.
Yeah.
Why don't you do that?
How about this? How about this? Let me make it real embarrassing. I'm a liar and a dope. I'm a liar and a dope.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, so perfect. Okay. That deal is done. I will, if you eliminate that word, I will do liar and dope.
Liar and dope. Liar and dope. I'll
Those
do
are
it.
two of our guys, man. We love them both. They're hilarious.
Marcus, let me ask you real quick. Take your temperature. Where are you with Chris? I know because Creative Tony, for example, does not like Russo because of his He doesn't. He don't like his anti-Giant takes and stuff. Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah. But where are you?
I love Russo. I think he's one of the best baseball analysts we have in the business. I know some people think he's kind of got that Stephen A. quality where you can only take him in small doses.
He's abrasive. Yeah.
But I mean, listening to Mad Dog and Howard Stern, I feel like I'm in one of these like Marvel movies where like they're going like cross
the
Avengers.
Yeah,
exactly. We got like different people in different universes.
Totally.
Awesome.
Good call, man.
Yeah, he's like, can we change the word on the sign? He goes, I'm a liar and a dope. Now you're cooking with guys. All right, De'Aaron Fox, who's just, I mean, you guys hear me. I'll tell you guys this story every single time. I'm riding the Lonzo Ball wave, and I am just like, oh, man, UCLA basketball. We're going to the Final Four. Lonzo was a tremendous Bruin. We roll into the Sweet 16. I'm like, Kentucky doesn't know what's coming. De'Aaron Fox ran Lonzo Ball out of the gym to the point where, dude, I hate to tell you, Lonzo started doing faking the hamstring.
I think my arm.
From that day on, I've had nothing but love for De'Aaron Fox. I respect the hell out of this guy.
He's a real deal, man.
And he's ready to just have another great year. But here's the deal. We just talked to John Lynch and Buster Posey about opponents and Bob Melvin. Like, no, man, they need to feel you. Well, not in the Steph Curry-De'Aaron Fox relationship because De'Aaron Fox just signed to represent Steph Curry's brand.
Interesting. Wow. Okay.
Gary Radner should say, never wear another man's name on your back.
No, because when you wear Murph sneakers...
He's going to wear another man's name on his shoes.
Yeah, wow.
So here it is.
That's wild.
Yeah.
I'm the very first Curry brand athlete, and I'm extremely excited about the opportunity that he's giving me, and I want to take this, obviously, individual. I want to continue to grow, but also I want to help his brand as well. So there's a mutual respect and a mutual agreement that we have, and we want to be able to grow this together. Throughout the playoffs, this happened a lot. Like, we would show our team would show the shoes, and they're like, oh, he's wearing Steph's, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, well, I'm gonna bust his ass in there. That's how I'm thinking about it. Like, they're like, oh, you see someone with your shoes on, you like, I got him. I'm like, well, what if you see someone with your shoes on and they're coming at you? So it's like, it's kind of a mind game on both sides, I feel like. And I'm like, I'm trying to play it on this side.
Okay,
wow,
so
that's
there he is.
great stuff.
There he is saying, like, yeah, we're laughing and buddy, and I'm going to kick his ass in his shoes.
So two things for you, Murph. Tonight, I guess we'll see De'Aaron Fox wearing Currys tonight, right? I guess he'll be out there wearing the Currys.
Was he wearing them last spring, too, I guess?
So he was wearing them in the postseason last year, facing off one-on-one against Steph Curry.
And then number two for you, because my kid definitely went through a big shoe phase, and it was a big, it was a big deal that he had to have the Curry shoes, and I went crazy trying to find him the Curry shoes. Have your kids gone through that? Did they become like sneakerheads?
Sad to say, no.
Sad to say. Well, maybe good to say. You're saving yourself a couple of bucks.
Yeah.
Because they're not giving them away. Yeah.
So I don't know. Well, maybe it's coming. I don't know.
Yeah.
But not there yet.
Okay.
But anyway, I do remember that with James. So De'Aaron Fox is pretty funny. By the way, I also say, there's a mutual respect. There's a mutual admiration. There's also a mutual bag that was handed over. You know what I mean? There's a certain point where you're like,
I respect you.
Yeah.
Let me sign to that check. I respect anybody.
I'm not going to wear another man's shoes. Here's the offer. I'll wear another man's shoes, you know? LeBron James, the Lakers got a big win last night. And, people continue to take shots at the fragility of Anthony Davis. A buddy of mine was texting me, my buddy Dave Gibson, who's NBC sports producer back on the East Coast. He's like, oh, man, AD's so fragile. I said, bro, don't tell me about AD. We got good AD last year in the playoffs.
A little too good, actually.
So I'm not ragging on it. But last night, the Lakers pulled one out, 195 over the Suns, and LeBron wanted to defend his maligned center.
There was also a lot of criticism of Anthony Davis in that second half on Tuesday night. What can you say about his performance tonight in Game 2 to get your first win?
We don't give a about criticism about AD. We don't care. Nothing bothers us. Nothing. AD doesn't care. I don't know if guys have figured that out. AD does not care. He's not on social media, so he doesn't see none of the crap. He rarely talks unless it's us. So we don't give a about it, and he definitely doesn't. Just go out and do his job, and we're happy to have AD.
Okay, so first of all, AD went for 30 last night, 30 and 12 boards.
Multiple profanity drops.
So it is at the stage now. I feel like in the last year.
Cat's out of the bag. You say whatever you want. There's no more standards anymore. Although there is an FCC that will crack your A if you step over the line. I was told.
The guy we played earlier in the cooler, Howard Stern, waged war with the FCC so much that I bought the 4-CD package Crucified by the FCC.
That's why I love you, man. That's like the greatest thing you've ever done.
And it has him a painting of Howard as Jesus carrying a cross.
Well, of course.
And but now the FCC is like, we can't keep up.
No.
Because here's another one. Here's Luka Doncic. Or Doncic.
It really have turned a corner.
Right after the Wemby game.
Yeah.
When Wemby went off in the fourth quarter, but the Mavs pulled it out when Luka had a big game.
Okay.
He played mate. Sorry.
It's the first game. We're getting back into it. No worries.
I'm tired.
Damn, that's a big one, too. That's the F word now. That's the F word.
He played mate. Sorry.
It's the granddaddy of them all. You don't just drop that on national TV with the kids watching.
I mean, so
boy, back in the day, you couldn't do that.
I think the groundbreaker was David Ortiz at the Boston Marathon.
You might be right.
Yeah,
no, that's like that's like landing on the moon.
This very somber
for cursing. That's like the first man on the moon.
That was a good moment by David Ortiz, though, Poppy.
It's all Blanket City.
Yeah, what was it? Yeah, it was all right. Isn't that cool?
No, I liked it. It was cool.
We done? Is that it for the cooler? Yeah. Okay. That's
I would keep going. We just have so much to do.
Diana Rossini, 850, and we still haven't given away tickets to see the Power Pop Punk Trio.
Shout out Travis Barker
out of San Diego. So I'd stay tuned.
Okay, man.
KNBR 104.5 and 680. These parts.
We don't give a about criticism about AD.
Okay, thanks, Marcus. Paulie Mack saying good morning. Hey, it's a beautiful-looking Friday morning here in San Francisco, getting ready for a nice weekend in the Bay. Hey, good opportunity to test your skills out on Prize Picks if you're looking to demonstrate your football knowledge and prowess. It is the most exciting way to play daily fantasy sports. You select 2 or more players over at prizepicks.com, and then you basically try to predict how they will perform statistically on the day. Here's the great part about it. You can choose. You write your own roadmap, man. You want to do yards rushing? Fine. You want to do quarterback sacks? Great. Want to do touchdowns for a receiver? Awesome. Whatever you want to do, statistically, however you see the game working out, it's entirely up to you to make those calls. Very easy. And if you have some skill, you could turn $10 into $250 by the end of the day with just a few taps. Very easy gameplay, quick withdrawals, the enormous selection of players and stat options, all waiting for you over at Prize Picks, the #1 daily fantasy sports app. When you are ready to test your skills, join Prize Picks. 7 million football fans have already joined, and we want to see you as the next signee. So right now, Prize Picks will also match your first deposit up to $100. Nice offer. You throw a $100 down, they're going to do the same thing. Now you're working with two bills. It is prizepicks.com/leader. That's your code word to get the deposit match. Leader, as in KNBR, is the sports leader. Again, it's waiting for you today at Prize Picks. Daily fantasy sports made easy.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brock Purdy, a step in the right direction for the San Francisco 49ers. Of course, we know by now he is in the NFL's concussion protocol. Certainly in some danger of missing Sunday's game, which would mean Sam Darnold would be the starter for the 49ers. Beat out Trey Lance in camp, had a really good training camp. Would be interesting to see. Not so sure yet on Brock Purdy. The fact that he was able to be limited in practice yesterday, at least a sign that he is progressing through the concussion protocol. We'll see what level of practice he is able to do today.
Well, there it is, rap sheet, as we continue to sort of like hang and hover on this Brock Purdy situation. But there's other things going on here.
Hang and hover.
I hear cellos and I hear pianos and
We've got sweeping strings here, Murph.
Sweeping strings, and I hear perhaps an anthemic ballad from a anthemic band. By the way, Dante Whitner joins Tolbert and Copes today at 3:50. Just don't tell Papa that. He didn't like Dante saying he was concerned.
I like this.
Very, very concerned.
Look at the vocals, Marcus. Look at this kid.
Wait, is this Orioles play-by-play man Kevin Brown?
My man's selling out over there.
Where are you? And I'm so sorry.
Remember that? That was Orioles broadcaster Kevin Brown when they were visiting the Padres. So I think, Marcus, isn't it the kids would text IYKYK, right?
So that's what I'm saying right now to our listeners. IYKYK.
Fair enough, Murph.
415-896 KNBR. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens there. Okay.
Yeah, man.
And that was a fun week of tunes. Okay, we want to get the clock back right because we have Diana Rossini from The Athletic joining us in just a few minutes to talk about the league. The Bills got the win last night despite...
I don't know what to make of these Buffalo Bills. They're winning games, but they're awfully tight. And last week they got stomped by Bill Belichick. So the Bills are not quite as.
I mean, if we're quote unquote concerned, what are the Bills fans?
Yeah, they can't be too happy
because they didn't blow out the Bucs last night.
No.
We should have asked Greg Papa about that. He's a big Buffalo Bills guy.
Yes, he rides with them too. Okay, guys. Somebody says, what's the number? We'll try. 415-896-KNBR. That's the number.
Sure.
I said it.
That's all it is.
415-896-KNBR. Paulie, just a quick reset, because the people write in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. They say funny things. They say interesting things.
I know it's been so busy today. We do deserve to turn some attention to our great texters.
If someone sent in a text to you. Oh.
408 says, circling back to the pop culture showdown, it's awkward if you go to a Poison concert and you're there with a buddy and then they play Every Rose Has Its Thorn.
Not a bad track.
I mean, I had a choice and I went with Nothing But a Good Time.
Nah, it's even better. No, because you don't want to bring people down with the sad ballad. Best part about that song, Every Rose Has Its Thorn, if you listen to the very beginning of the song, it starts with a sigh. Brett Michaels, you hear him go.
Does it?
So, and then the guitar kicks in. It's like, the heavy heart of a Brett Michaels.
I'll give you a funny story.
Living that rock star life.
Pre-Murph and Mac, me and Pecan are down in Vegas.
Oh, he likes to roll with Brett Michaels, yeah.
We interview Chris Isaac backstage with Kenny Dale Edwards in an interview that was lost, right? Never got recorded.
Well, listen.
So, we walked, it was after his show, and we walked back out on the stage in the MGM Theater, and we were alone on the stage with the microphone.
Oh, cool.
And he grabbed the mic and started breaking off some Every Rose Has Its Thorn.
Pecan?
Every Rose Has Its Thorn.
I'm sorry, I missed that. That's a great moment.
Yeah. And 831 says, Paulie Mac, can I get a classy brew?
No question. I got you covered right here. Let me get over to Iggy Pop for that kind of coffee.
I drink the coffee at IHOP. I like the coffee. You don't like it?
Yeah. Hey, I like the IHOP coffee.
Classy brew.
Yeah.
Classy brew.
Yeah, it's good coffee.
That's a North Bay's own Tom Waits, by the way, talking to Iggy right there.
That made somebody's morning. 415 says, the pop culture showdown, I miss it. Is there a winner? Waterboy, I think the winner.
Oh, there's a winner.
Came from this town here. This town.
You say anything.
Okay, so
I'm 2 weeks out from getting this going, Marcus.
415
for real.
415 says, was there a winner? There's your answer, 415. You have to do your research and see where Pantera is from.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to make them do a little homework, a little Google search with your thumbs.
Rest in peace, Dimebag Darrell. You got to say
probably need to do some homework on that one.
Yeah.
347 says, did you guys know this is the first time ever in the history of the Fall Classic the teams in the World Series are named after their states?
Wait a minute.
The Texas Rangers?
I see what you're saying.
It's not the California Giants.
Right. It's not the Arlington Rangers or whatever.
Are the New York Yankees named after New York City or New York State?
I would hope New York City, right? I mean,
that's a good question.
I think the New York State Yankees. They're not in Schenectady.
Shouldn't they be the New York City Yankees then?
Although Pat Riley might want that state honored. He's from up north there, upstate New York.
And that's what we were just talking about earlier, too. The New York Giants and Jets playing this weekend
is that about
for
already?
supremacy in New York, even though they both play in New Jersey.
Can they get their own stadium over there?
And can they get some real grass?
Yeah. It is weird that both New York teams, it's the biggest market it's one of the maybe the greatest city in the entire world, and they don't have a stadium to host their own football team. It's really wacky.
And the only actual football team in New York is the Buffalo Bills, who are almost damn near in Canada.
See, it's bizarro land over there.
More 6-5 of this makes me laugh.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is true. He says every rose has its thorn was written in a laundromat when Brett called his lady and a dude answered.
Well, that happens to all of us at some point.
That's incredible.
Who are you calling for? My girlfriend? Hold on, let me get her, man.
You know what Mark McGrath would say from Sugar Ray? He would say...
be positive, bro.
That's what he would say.
Well, no, even worse is you call your girlfriend's house, a dude answers, you're like, I was looking for Linda, and the guy's like, Yeah, she can't come to the phone right now. It's like, I guess I'm not dating her anymore. Yeah. I guess that's over.
If you knew, you knew, and you heard the final Blink-182 song of the week. That song is actually called I'm Sorry, I think. Is that what it's called?
No, it's called I Miss You.
Oh, I Miss You.
Now, Marcus, that track you just played.
Yeah, that was Pantera.
That wasn't Blink-182, right?
No.
Okay, I'm just checking.
Anyway, Kim Smith in Roanoke Park was smart enough to know that when Marcus played Blink-182, she called 415-896-KNBR. Or Kim could be a dude, too. Shout out dude's named Kim. Shout out former Miami Dolphin D lineman or linebacker Kim Bokamp.
Shout out famous Los Angeles record producer Kim Fowley.
Dude?
Yeah, total dude, yeah.
All right, there you go. All right, well, there's your thank you guys text line for the laughs and for the trivia. And congrats to Kim Smith in Roanoke Park. She won the tickets to see Blink-182. And just for everybody, we are promoting that show July 9, 2024 at Chase Center. And those tickets go on sale today at 10 a.m. at livenation.com. So if you didn't win them, go to livenation.com. and get your tickets, and we'll see y'all at the show.
All right.
Diana Rossini talking NFL. Cool. Next on 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Yeah, shoot me a text.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Well, there it is. So Marcus is kind of doing this. We're doing this quasi sort of peek at our opponent's musical culture. The Isley Brothers are from Cincinnati. So there you go. We played some earlier. We'll get back to that a little later in the show, too. Fun stuff, fun stuff. Getting ready for this game Sunday.
Come on, man.
125, man. We don't know if Brock Purdy's playing, but there's a chance. There's a chance. Anyway, let's talk about it with one of our favorite NFL reporters out there for The Athletic. For The Athletic, which we subscribe to and read, Diana Rossini. Diana, welcome to the Murph and Mac Show. Brian Murphy and Paul McCaffrey. How are you this morning?
Good morning.
Hi, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Oh, yeah.
I like that you're already calling me a favorite, and I think this is my first time on the show. So continue the compliments and the lies, and I will be on every week.
Right? You have that kind of immediate impact with us, that we're going to go ahead and say favorite. Yes.
You know, I mean, flattery gets you everywhere,
It
right?
does. It definitely does.
Well, you guys warmed me up very well because there's been a lot of New York talk here today, which you guys are not aware of this, but I live in northern New Jersey. So this is my homeland here, and you guys have all these great things to say about it. So I feel at home, even though you guys are very, very far away from me.
Well, I knew that we were kind of linked somehow, Diana. So this is Paulie Mack talking, and I used to be a North Jersey boy, too. I was right there near Morristown. Is that anywhere near your neighborhood?
Yes, it is. It's all close by in New Jersey. Nothing's too far.
Only non-football note, so I can live vicariously through you just for 5 seconds, and then we'll get on to the game, is where is Diana buying her pizza? That's the question in North Jersey.
Gosh, you know I tweeted something about that recently, and I like to be the ambassador of this wonderful state of New Jersey because it's just, we've taken a lot of hits over the years. So I like to take every opportunity I can to sing the praises of New Jersey. And I will say I have struggled finding good pizza recently.
Let me help you. I'd be happy to help you.
Shocked to hear that.
Even though I am in San Francisco, I know my North Jersey like the back of my hand, and I actually was just back there about a month ago or a couple of months ago. And every time I go back, I just basically live on a pizza diet round the clock. So 2 places I can recommend top of my head. One, get over to Florham Park, right near where the Jets work out. It's just called Florham Park Pizza. You will not be disappointed. And then if you can make it out to Boonton, this is my favorite. This is my favorite North Jersey place. Go over to Roma Pizza on Main Street in Boonton. Legendary.
This is just phenomenal intel. I'm not going to be able to match this with any NFL inside information, but I spent a lot of time at Jets practice. They're kind of in the middle of nowhere, as you know.
Oh, yeah.
So it's nice to know that I got a place to go hit up some lunch. Although I will say, the Jets do a wonderful job of feeding their media. We have quite the spread out there. So they keep us fed because they're smart. Fed reporters are happy reporters, and, we tend to have a much better tone on television and in our pieces. So, look, Corey Rush, the head of communications for the San Francisco 49ers, I've known him for years because he was with the Giants. Yeah. So, I'm sure he has an opinion about pizza as well. I'll have to ask him.
Yeah.
I'm confused, though, Diana. Are you not from that area originally?
No, I am. So my family's originally from the Bronx. So we're we always lean towards New York pizza as just being better.
I got you.
And I married a Philly guy, so then I have that war as well.
That's a whole other layer. Yeah.
Yeah, you just opened up a whole new box. You just opened a whole new box.
It's headed to divorce. So it's there's just way too much for me to balance in my very simple life.
How was he for the whole Philly collapse in Games 6 and 7? I mean, have you seen that viral video of those fans leaving the stadium?
Couldn't have been very pleasant. Yeah.
I mean, those are all my brother-in-law. So yes, I've seen all those videos. I live with that.
Those are all your brother-in-law. I love it. Yes.
That one guy with the one tooth. I was like, he looks like my son teething. It's the same. They're basically saying the same thing right now, which is whatever it is that they want to say about their baseball team. But yeah, living in a household right now where, the Eagles obviously collapsed in the Super Bowl. And then the Phillies just did, you would think that they are the most, desperate city in the world. Yet we know that they've had so much success, but this is what happens. You feed the beast and they want to keep eating.
And they are like, it's a different kind of beast too. It is. It really is. Like Philadelphia. It ain't the Bronx. Like the Bronx has its own. Philly comes at you. You're like, come on, Philly. You guys got to, Like, so
Thank you.
I mean, Diana, like
Thank
Eagles,
you for
she
saying
knows
that.
now. Yeah.
I mean, it's just that I try to explain. It's very hard to articulate to people who've never been in the area or have spent time with Philadelphia people because New Jersey, New York, Philly, you guys, everyone knows geography. It's all very close, right? It's all a couple, it's an hour and a half, 2 hours away from each other. But the people are very, very different. They speak differently. Their culture is different, and they're just more aggressive people towards their sport. And it truly is a religion. So it sets the tone in my household. Unfortunately, and I have 2 little sons now who I'm sure will have the disease of Philadelphia as well.
Oh no, Diana, save them. Well, did you grow up big blue or did you grow up big blue or green?
We're big New York Yankee fans. We're we were a baseball home. We weren't the biggest football fans, which I know sounds ridiculous as somebody that loves the sport as much as I do. I just, the men in my life and my family just weren't big football guys. So, I like to associate myself with the team that's got a lot of World Series championships. So I'll take it.
Well, it's funny, Diana, so I was a sports writer for many years. I covered both football and baseball, and I got around to a lot of cities, and my sociological take was that there's only a handful of cities in the nation that are baseball cities. New York is one of them.
Yeah, I love baseball.
New York is a baseball city. I mean, I guess it goes back when you got Babe Ruth, Joe DiMaggio, and Mickey Mantle. That's a start, right?
Yeah.
It is. I remember my husband told me, I think it was like our second date, I had said to him one of my favorite things to do on a warm summer night is to just listen to a Yankee game on the radio like an old lady, and just because that's what I grew up doing.
Yeah.
It's just nothing. This is nothing better.
Cool.
That's just what I enjoy, and obviously I love football now as well. But I don't really get to cheer for anyone. I just get to observe it all, and then find teams like the San Francisco 49ers that I do love covering because as much as I really am sensing from very far away here that people are panicking.
Yes.
I am not panicking about this 49ers team, which is banged up. We know we're dealing with injuries here. Brock Purdy going through concussion protocol, which, I feel like the concussion protocol is one of these things that's so boring to the average fan. Like, just go through the steps and get back on the field, right? But
exactly.
They're to really simplify what they have to do, right? So they report it, sensitivity to light, nauseousness. Then they got to give a score 0 through 10. And once it gets to 0, then the player can start doing some activities like treadmill, weightlifting, things like that. Then they can go practice. Then they can go full. And then they got to take that impact test that you hear about all the time. So a lot of players take these impact tests during preseason, right? And I've had guys tell me it's hard. You have to memorize. You have to they shuffle numbers up, and you have to be able to identify. So when your brain is healthy and normal, it's difficult. So then they compare your test scores to that test that you took in the preseason when you go through the protocol. And then an outside independent specialist has to come in to clear you. So it's why you're sensing John Lynch on the show a little while ago sound a little concerned as you head into the weekend. Like, look, we're trying to speed the steps along, but you can't. Because the player's got to be honest, and he still has to go through all this to get on the field, and they don't have a lot of time left.
Yeah, and talking to Diana Rossini from The Athletic about this, and you're right, it's very frustrating for fans because we live in this tweet world. Get it out, get the information out, get the information. You can't. You got to be patient, and you got to hang loose. Now, that brings us to a guy who played in your area, Sam Darnold, who did not. Like, if the Jets fans had to evaluate him, I don't think their evaluations would be too promising.
Well, it didn't go well, yeah.
But the Niners seem to think of him differently, Diana. I mean, our buddy Mike Silver of the Chronicle got a quote from Steve Young, from Kyle Shanahan over the summer saying, hey, why not? Steve Young came to the Niners, from a bad team, and it was like, whoa, you're comparing Sam Darnold to Steve Young? But what's your read from what you talk to people around the league? I mean, there's that talent, and then there's the on-field record. What's your read on Sam Darnold?
My read is Mike Silver has a talent of getting people to say wild things over the years. The guy has made a career. He's unbelievable. Yeah, and if you've been around him before, he's got that ease about him. That
he's our good buddy. He's our good buddy. When he comes on our show, we wind up saying wild things, Diana. So we do.
I talk to Mike regularly, and I do as well. So sometimes we joke that our phone conversations should be on the radio because they're very entertaining.
Nice.
But with that in mind, I remember when that move was made, and at the time I was on ESPN, and we were talking about it as a really smart move by a franchise that knows how to operate with quarterbacks and how to bring out the best in them. And I think the confidence and belief that Kyle can see something in a type of player and a type of player like Sam Darnold with his characteristics, they fit in line, in my opinion, of what Kyle Shanahan likes in his quarterback. So it makes sense. And I think if you were to ask Jets fans, if should the 49ers be concerned, they would say absolutely. But my thing is just with the counsel and coaching of a Kyle Shanahan, I don't think the concern needs to be even close to as high as it was when he was playing in New York and even in Carolina.
Yeah, we're talking to Diana Rossini of The Athletic, and you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Just a couple more minutes here, Diana. So this game, I mean, when the schedule came out, this was like a premier game, man. Bengals 49ers. Now it's like, whoa, it's a really premier game because the Niners lost 2 in a row. But your take on the Bengals, like, oh, wait, that start was weird.
It was weird.
Joe Burrow's calf. And
he's starting to get back to looking like Joe Burrow, though.
Are they all the way back? Are they AFC Championship Bengals?
It's a good question.
Yeah, they're close. They're close. I wouldn't say they are right there. I've covered them a lot this season, and it was a weird start, and he was off. And forget the injury, just the timing he had with his receivers, you could see it. It was very obvious. They missed that preseason time, which here's another thing I think a lot of fans and people just kind of put to the side when we see players like Nick Bosa, right, who missed preseason. How important is it really? How much are you really missing? Well, see Joe Burrow and this offense that is electric and see how much they've struggled. And Joe's missed 4 preseasons in a row now, right? This is a very valuable it's valuable time to him that he just has never been able to have, which is why the Bengals have seemed to start off pretty slow every year. So now here they are, and I believe they're finding their stride. And in terms of his health, it's just improving. I mean, I've never seen a quarterback play himself to health, but he's been able to do that because I will tell you about 3 weeks ago, the concern was that he wasn't even able to run outside the pocket. And then we're seeing week after week now, he's able to do more and more and more. So I still don't believe from the conversations I had, he is 100% AFC Championship Joe Burrow, but it's close.
Yeah, Diana Rossini.
Yeah.
Last couple minutes here, Diana. Just on another big name in the game Sunday, Nick Bosa, and you guys are around the league, and you mentioned it in your answer there about the rust and everything, like the no training camp. But I mean, this is a guy we viewed this guy as basically, I mean, he's flawless. I mean, he came here and he just dominates every snap, and it's not happening. It's just not happening. And this Niner team is built on that pass rush, so. I don't know if when you talk to people around the league, is there, I don't think he's lost his fastball, but I would definitely say that it's taking him some time to get back into Bosa shape.
Look, he's admitting it, right?
Yeah.
Which you have to give him credit. He sees it. It's not us sitting here criticizing him going, you look a little rusty, you look off, your timing even is a little off. I don't have concerns for him because he's that type of caliber player. And you heard John Lynch explain it as well. He holds himself to such a high standard, as does the organization, and obviously so do the fans, which is why when it's not a 10, it's, oh my gosh, is this going to be a problem down the line? I don't believe so. But I just think with the NFL trade deadline coming up here, I'm interested to see what San Francisco's going to do, if they're going to be buyers, if they're interested in perhaps in an edge rusher, in a corner, to see if maybe they know that they got to go all in this year and they got to make a run knowing what the contract situations look like and what the cap situation is.
Last one for you, Diana, is tapping into your husband's expertise here. How scared should we be of the Eagles? I mean, they went out and got Kevin Byard, when we weren't looking, and they're tush pushing. And I see your Instagram, you're talking tush push and
pushing.
I mean, I know they lost to the Jets, but they're ahead of the Niners now. How scary are they or not?
Yeah, Kevin Byard isn't the reason you should be scared. The fact that Howie's still working phones is what should scare you, right? Because they're not just about filling the holes. They're about adding that depth, knowing that, one, the tush push is an aggressive play, right? So you got to figure O-line has got to be an area where they got to think about, right? Because you can easily get banged up or, we've seen it now where guys are getting nicked. If you do that, I mean, Jason Kelsey's podcast, you hear him every week. The guy sounds exhausted from carrying all that weight on the bottom. I obviously have strong confidence he's going to go through the whole season and be all right as a veteran. But, I could just see Philly making another move here before the trade deadline, and that should be concerning. And this is another team we talk about the Bengals hitting their stride. I think Philadelphia is working those kinks out. They started off a little strange, a little weird, a little off compared to what we'd seen last year. But I think the identity of this offense has found itself, and we saw the breakout of A.J. Brown last week. But I think the stock just continues to rise for this NFC team.
Scary. Tell your husband not to be one of those obnoxious Eagles fans, please. Thank you. Or is it too late?
It might be out of your control,
Diana?
actually, yeah.
It's so beyond, and I chose this.
No, this is the life you've chosen.
I'm thinking about those little kids in like little green jerseys.
I know.
I'm cringing.
Listen.
Oh, but Diana, move west. Come out and you hang out with Mike Silver out at the beach.
We can fit you for a nice red Niner jersey. Yeah.
You guys are wonderful. I would love to. I need a change in my life. So
you know what I mean?
As a single mother with 2 children, find me a new husband on the West Coast.
You are funny.
And by the way, here's how we're changing your life. We gave you your pizza spots.
Yeah, don't forget Florham Park Pizza. Yeah, Florham Park Pizza, and then go to Roma on Main Street in Boonton. That's the home run right there.
There you go. You're all taken care of, Diana.
Enjoy, Diana.
Boonton it is. Thanks, guys.
Take it easy, Diana Rossini. Just coming in with that Chris Russo energy. Kind of.
Well, she's like a female Chris Russo. She's bringing that whole kind of spice and attitude, and that's what you're getting back there.
So boring on the West Coast.
Marcus needs to go back there and land one of those paisan like New York girls or Jersey girls, and she'll keep you on your toes,
said you
buddy.
Had those girls like that in your high school?
I met a couple of them. Yeah, along the way.
I bet at Friday night parties around the keg, they're a laugh.
Shout out Beth Battaglia.
Oh!
You guys know what I'm talking about? Yeah.
Okay.
Beth Battaglia. What? You haven't heard?
Does Rags know her?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Definitely knows.
Yeah.
Will Clark, a different part of the country, Louisiana. Man, we're going to go from Diana's New Jersey pizza to Will Clark hunting gators.
Yeah,
in
little
the swamp.
catfish, yeah.
It's this beautiful country of ours. This land is your land.
It's a melting pot.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Richmond, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Richmond's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan stopped by the afternoon show for his weekly hit with Tolbert and Copes to break down the possibilities of Brock Purdy playing this weekend after entering the NFL's concussion protocol earlier this week. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-KNBR-HEADS. Our digital team is dropping daily dimes on TikTok at The Sports Leader. We are KNBR.
I was a bat boy, an honorary bat boy at a San Francisco Giants baseball game. And I was sitting in the dugout, and there was a great left-handed hitter who was one of my favorite players, Will Clark. His name was Will the Thrill.
Yep.
And he was my, at that time, the Giants, he was my favorite player. And he came out of I was sitting in the dugout, just scared, not saying a word, looking straight ahead. And he came out from the tunnel of the clubhouse and came up, and he was saying something in like a squeaky voice, "Where's my other helmet?" or something like that. And I just sunk back in my seat, and my dad was like, say something. I was like, I'm not saying anything. And then finally I stood up and I said, Mr. Clark, I'm Tom, nice to meet you. And I said, Tommy, this is Tommy, nice to meet you. And he said, nice to have you, kid.
Love that.
There it is. Tom Brady gushing over our next guest.
Yeah, man.
Hey, Will Clark, he might have 7 Super Bowl rings, but you have his undying admiration, right? Good morning, Will.
Hey, Will.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are y'all doing today?
Had you ever heard that Tom Brady story there?
I had not heard it up until about a month ago, and I think that thing hit the social media, and everybody kept sending it to me. I thought it was a pretty cool story.
Oh, yeah. You probably don't remember it, right? You guys, there's no way.
Just
right?
another day in the life, yeah.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, we always had, these guest bat boys, and so, it was, 5 or 6 of them every homestand, so it's kind of hard to remember every one of them, but when one of them turns out to win 7 Super Bowl rings, it's like, that's a pretty solid story right there.
Have you guys met in the last several years at all?
We have not met, but I do know his sister, and she is to Kevin Youkilis, the Boston Red Sox baseball star. And I've reached out to her and said, hey, look, if you guys or Tom ever want to come to a game or, go out and do some dinner or whatever, just let me know and we'll hook up and have a good time. She said, we'll try to do that this year.
Man,
so
that would be awesome.
We'll see if it plays out.
Yeah, for sure. All right, well, speaking of this year, man, we got a hum baby in the dugout, Bobby Melvin. So many things to ask you about, Will. First and foremost, so take us back to 1986. He's a backup catcher. You're a rookie.
Yeah.
I don't know. What's your first encounter with Bob Melvin as a teammate?
Well, actually, believe it or not, my first encounter with Bob Melvin was the American Legion World Series.
Hey, look at this.
Bob Melvin was the catcher for California, and I was the first baseman for Louisiana. And, we had a chance to play against one another back then. And then all of a sudden you fast forward a few years later and he's our catcher, with the Giants when I'm a rookie, and I'm like, hey, Bob, and he goes, hey, Will, man, it's been a few years since we've seen each other. And it was pretty cool. And, not only was he a good, solid, baseball player, but then he was just a good, solid person. And so that kind of lends itself to being a good manager. And he went over there, he did his thing with the A's and the Diamondbacks and the Padres. He's kind of proved his worth. And, I'm glad that he is back in the orange and black with SF across his chest, because that's where his career began.
Right. And it was the hum baby who brought him over, and he said the hum baby taught him how to watch a game as a manager. Did you ever have that experience with Roger Craig? Like the way he taught you to see the game?
No, because, I was kind of the one that was kind of on the field the whole time. I was more paying attention to what was going on in the game, if people were out of position, stuff like that. Whereas Bob, was able to sit there and pick Rodgers' brain apart on the bench and kind of learn how he ran a ball game.
You know what's funny, Will? We're talking to Will Clark on the Yuma guest line. Is that there's a kind of like, it's not even a secret. Mike Kruko's open about it. He goes, man, I preferred Brenly. They kind of have us running. He
does say that. Kruko and Brenly they were two peas in a pod back then.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
that's where his feelings lay. But hey, look, it's just the fact that we got a old school Giant that's back in the fold. You bring a little history of the game back to you, history of the Giants. A guy who understands, winning attitude and not, just all about me, I. And, I'm looking forward to seeing what Bob years.
I'm with you all the time. And that was a big thing. I mean, Will, I know, listen, every baseball franchise has its own history, but there's a few that are different, like the Cardinals or the Yankees or even the Dodgers. We hate the Dodgers, but I mean, Jackie Robinson, what are you going to say? But the Giants are one of those handful of franchises that has that kind of history. And I think, with all due respect to the previous staff and all that, as hard as they worked, that wasn't a connection to the franchise history. I think it kind of, do you feel like this matters to the fans, that they know that Melvin knows what it means?
I definitely think that the fans know that. And that is, without a shadow of a doubt, very important. I mean, you have to realize where this franchise was, in the 50s, the 60s, the 80s, the early 2000s, and to where, we've had a little scuffle last few years. And the fans see it. They see it just as much as I see it, and I'm in the clubhouse. And, you need to, not only, I guess you want to say celebrate, the past, but you also have to respect the fact that, hey, look, when you walk out with SF on your chest, your job is to make sure you walk out there and know that the other team, they know that you're going to get their asses kicked. And, when you walk out there and you're not too sure and you don't have that chest poked out and you don't have that confidence level to the tippy top, it lends itself to a few defeats. And you have to walk out there, know what that San Francisco Giant means across your chest, know who came before you, know what it means to walk out there and know that, hey, look, you're about to have your hands full with me.
Nice. This is incredible. By the way, Will, I think maybe Melvin's first move at Scottsdale should show have them see your speech.
Yeah, or just listen to what you just said. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like on a plaque.
Well, here's one thing. All right, and so at the end of the season this year, one of our assistant GMs, Jeremy Shelley, was in the clubhouse, and I told him, I said, look, I don't know if anybody's going to go out there and say it. I said, but if they don't, I said, when I come to spring training this year, I am going to call an organizational meeting, and I'm going to stand up in front of everybody, and I'm going to tell them what it means to wear San Francisco across your chest, who came before you. When you walk out on that field, you expect to win every ball game you play, and we are definitely not going to get freaking steamrolled by the guys in our division, especially the hated Dodgers.
This is it right there. Yeah, let's go, man.
Standing ovation, Will. I'm getting you firing me up.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about right there.
Hey, we had Buster Posey on yesterday, and Bob Melvin talked about how Buster, I don't want to say intimidated him, but he froze him out, like he wasn't friendly to him. And Melvin was like, man, this guy's not friendly. And Buster said that was deliberate. He goes, I want the other team to feel our team. You know what I mean, Will?
Yeah.
That's what he said.
Yeah.
You can do that.
Yeah. No, you're, I mean, hey, look, there's a reason that there was a fight in St. Louis, back in the 80s. It's like we didn't take no crap from anybody. We were a tough bunch of dudes. And that's where this organization needs to get back to. I think Bob Melvin definitely has the right mentality, leadership. It's going to be dependent on, who he brings on as his coaching staff. But I'd like to see, if Matt Williams would come back over, I mean, that's one of the guys you look at and you go, that's a tough son of a bitch right there.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you. I was going to ask you about Matty. I don't know, have you guys been in contact? Is it he I talked to Bob at the press conference, and I said he was talking about bringing winners around like Buster Posey and other Giants. He mentioned you, by the way. He mentioned your name. Yep. And then I said, and did that include a third baseman from the late 80s, early 90s? And he smiled and said, could be. Could be.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then, I haven't talked to him yet. I did reach out to Bob and say, hey, looking forward to talking to you. I know you're really, really busy right now. And he said, yeah. He said, once things calm down a little bit, he wants to say hey and all that. But then he said, look, don't think that you're not welcome. He says, I want you here all the time. And, as you well know, you guys, we talk all the time. I'm going to be around the clubhouse quite a bit. And, I look forward to working with the guys again.
This is going to be so great. Last couple minutes here with Will Clark here. Thanks, kind enough to hop on, talk to us about Bob Melvin, his old teammate, taking over the Giants. All right, let's just talk a little. As far as the roster, there's some work to do. I don't know. Are you anticipating? If you're Farhan Zaidi, are you making a big trade, or are you just trying to go for Shohei, Cody Bellinger, Blake Snell, a couple of players from the Far East, pitcher Yamamoto from Japan, center fielder Lee from Korea? There's a lot of options out there, Will.
Yeah, there's a bunch of options out there, and I saw probably like you guys did, they went and looked at that guy in Japan. They went and looked at that guy in Korea. And, hey, look, and it's going to be pretty interesting as to how this roster plays out, who's going to go free agent, who's going to stay on board. I know Manea and Conforto are kind of weighing their options. So, it'll be interesting. But the one thing that I'm wanting to see the work ethic. I'm wanting to see go out on the field, not in the batting cages, go out on the field and take pride in your game. Work on your game out there.
Beautiful, beautiful. Hey, last one is how was the deer hunt, man? Did you get some in Texas?
You know what? That's why I'm in the truck right now. I just dropped off a bunch of deer meat at the processor.
Nice, man. At the processor.
So a successful trip.
Oh, come on.
Successful trip, but for myself, my son, and my buddy who went with us as well.
Awesome.
A Will Clark driving a truck full of deer meat is a happy Will Clark.
No, that's the kind of Will Clark I'm looking for. And also, Will, before you go, that's what I need for my Will Clark, a truck full of deer. Give me the Will Clark view of the World Series real quick. Who do you like?
You know what? The Diamondbacks, they've been playing extremely well. They do it in so many different ways. They do it with pitching. They do it with speed. They've been playing a pretty good defense. And then you flip the coin over there to Bruce Bochy and the Rangers, and they've been doing it with a lot more power. So for me personally, because I am a former Ranger and I got close ties to Bruce, I'm going to pull for the Texas Rangers.
Yeah, man. We're all Bochy, man.
Yeah.
But you got to admire that. That kid Corbin Carroll plays like an old hum baby.
Yeah, oh yeah, he plays like his hair's on fire. I love him. I love him to death. I wish he's one of those ones you wish he was a Giant.
Yeah,
but the Diamondbacks got a good one right there. But I played for the Rangers. That's first off, but then second off, I cannot pull for anybody in our division. I'm sorry.
I love it. That's what you said. You want to go kick the A's of somebody in your division.
Yeah.
So
there you go. That's right. Right.
Have a great weekend. Get some of that venison going. Watch some college football and some World Series, and we'll talk to you down the road, man.
You got it, my friend. Y'all have a great morning, and everybody in San Francisco, I will see you for the next baseball season.
Listen to that guy. Come on, man.
He is hum baby personified, and everything he said. You see that SF on our chest, you're getting your ass kicked. I needed that, personally needed to hear that.
Maybe we should go talk to the Niners before the game.
We have a guest speaker today. Will Clark, come on in.
It was the Cincinnati Bengals.
Yeah.
Who they gonna get their ass kicked is who they, because he's just, you need that guy in your clubhouse all the time. And listen, I think, with Will, sometimes that stuff spilled over, and the way I heard, they weren't afraid to have inner clubhouse scraps sometimes.
Oh yeah. Those are the old days, man.
Can you imagine you walk out into our bullpen and like Walter and Danny are rolling around just throwing punches on each other?
Hey, if it gets us into a better place as a station, I'm all for it.
Right, but that's what we were looking for. Good job, Triple E. And,
Will the Thrill, man, setting up the weekend. I love it. And he's rooting for Boch, of course.
Yeah.
Come on.
And he, and of course, and he's going to be a big part of this whole thing.
Oh, yeah.
Now, the whole thing can't be won on emotion alone, right? You got to have the players, and they're going to have
But it's good to have that fire and that spirit.
The pride.
Yes.
And listen, you heard Buster talking about it.
Yeah.
And I think, what they're getting to is that the previous regime might have just been a little too mechanical.
Yeah.
Maybe?
Mm-hmm.
Like, there was no doubt they worked. They were industrious.
That's a good word for it. Mechanical. Lacked a little human touch, though, sometimes. Yeah.
And that quote from Yastrzemski about it became a kind of fend for yourself.
By the way, our stream viewers are getting treated to Marcus Boucher doing the robot. As soon as you said mechanical, could you break off round 2 real quick for the streamers, Marcus? Show them how you do it.
His rectangle
Look at
wasn't
this kid.
on.
No, he's got moves.
Yeah, that's what happened. Too little, too mechanical.
That makes the stream worth it alone, right there. Marcus doing the robot.
Beautiful. All right. Hey, we're open the last half hour. We can go anywhere we want. I think we're going Niners. We got to get into this. Some of the stuff that John Lynch had to say. Let's re-rec some of that. John Lynch had some interesting stuff to say. John Lynch, and of course, stuff that. Oh, I thought that guy Lapham. You told me Tripoli, you told me he couldn't come on, and you asked me if we could have him on Monday.
No, you did.
All right, well, then we have a guest.
Sure.
We have a Bengals guest.
Bring on Davey.
There was a miscommunication. I was told the guest had canceled, and now the guest has uncanceled.
Because it was confusing.
No,
was
clearly.
So,
Clearly.
we are talking to the Bengals radio guy, Dave Lapham. All right, so we are talking Niners, just to a Bengals guy. Next on the Sports Center.
When you walk out with SF on your chest, your job is to make sure you walk out there and know that the other team, they know that you're going to get their asses kicked.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
We know it's going to be a challenge. We relish going on the road and playing in those kind of environments. It'll be a big challenge. We'll find out a lot about ourselves on Sunday.
What stands out about Fred Warner on tape?
Man, he's fast. He's got really good ball skills and zone coverage, so you always got to be aware of that. He flies around, makes big plays. Feels like he's always around the ball, getting tips, creating big plays for their defense that not a lot of linebackers can make. So you always got to be alert for where he is. He's going to make plays. You know it. You just got to move on to the next one.
All right. That was Joe Burrow talking about Fred Warner and the challenge facing the Cincinnati Bengals today, or I should say Sunday, or the challenge facing the 49ers as they face Joe Burrow. Let's talk to a man who knows, Dave Lapham, former O-lineman for the Bengals from 74 to 83. He was on that Super Bowl team that played the Niners Super Bowl 16, and now, of course, doing Cincinnati Bengals radio color commentary. Hey, Dave Lapham, it's a pleasure to have you on the Murph and Mac Show with Brian Murphy and Paul McCaffrey. And how are you, Dave?
Brian, Paul, how you guys doing this morning?
Good, Dave. We're good, man. We're good. We're getting ready for this game on Sunday, and just, we're kind of fearful of the rising Bengals, right? It seems like this team is as, I guess, Dave, the question is, have they turned it around?
Yeah, I think it's all cap related. I mean, Joe Burrow has been basically a shell of himself, or at least he was for the first 4 games of the season for sure, in terms of being medically challenged. I mean, he had no mobility whatsoever. He was a statue running out of the shotgun, and that really hindered the running game. Couldn't really get under center, reverse pivot, move around, do the things you need to do. Obviously, he wasn't even climbing the pocket. He wasn't getting out of the pocket. And with limited running game and knowing exactly the spot the quarterback's going to be on, and no threat of changing the launch point whatsoever, it was tough to run the football and then tough to protect the quarterback. So, I mean, it was tough sledding for the football team the first 4 weeks of the season offensively. The last couple of weeks, or I'd say game and a half, they were pretty good. They were terrible in the second half of the football game before the bye when they were playing the Seattle Seahawks. They didn't play well in the second half whatsoever, but they did play well in the first half of that game. And with the bye week under his belt, I think Joe's closer to 100%. I don't know if he's right at 100%, but he is moving so much better. So I think they are going to be able to change the launch point, do nakeds, boots, waggles, all that sort of thing. And then the big thing with him, every quarterback in the NFL, on third down and in the red zone, a lot of times it's creating and extending plays. It's defense is so good, they'll take the first option away, and then you have to, use your imagination and get everybody on the same page and extend and create a play and move the football. And Joe Burrow's been phenomenal at that. And, of course, that wasn't part of his arsenal in those first 4 games, as discussed as well. So I think, too, during the bye week or during the offseason, they had a lot of wrinkles and twists and little things that are going to add offensively. Well, with him being limited like he was, it was all on hold. So I think now during the bye, they may install some of that stuff and run some of it that they wanted to run at the beginning of the year. So they'll have something, I think, for the 49ers that's not on tape, I think, and with Joe being able to move a lot better at this point.
Right. That's scary words for the 49ers fans who are trying to find something after a tough loss Monday night in Minnesota. Here come the Bengals off a bye, and we're hearing Dave Lapham tell us Joe Burrow and the calf are getting better and better and better, and it opens up all this playbook options here for Joe. Dave, the injury report I'm looking at appears pretty clean. No major injuries coming in?
Yeah, my understanding is in pretty good shape. I think the most vulnerable is Akeem Davis-Gaither with the knee injury. I'm not sure he's going to make the dance, but I think everybody else pretty much will. Orlando Brown is going to play, I think, with that groin issue he's dealing with. A lot of other T. Higgins with his rib problem. I mean, some of the guys aren't even on the injury report anymore. Joe Burrow doesn't fall on the injury report anymore. Cheeto is not on the injury report. The cornerback who's had some problems. So yeah, I think they're basically as healthy as they've been. So the bye week was timely in that regard as well.
Yeah, for sure. So the Bengals rested and healthy coming into Levi's Stadium on Sunday at 125. And, of course, everything Joe Burrow brings to the table. I want to ask you, Dave, we're talking to Dave Lapham, does Cincinnati Bengals radio, former longtime Bengals player and played on that Super Bowl 16 team. The defense. We have Greg Cosell on every Thursday from NFL Films. He does his film study. He said, you guys got to talk about this Bengals defense. I'm looking at the sack totals. Trey Hendrickson with 7, Sam Hubbard with 3, B.J. Hill with 3. How would you describe this Bengals defense to 49ers fans out there playing for Lou Anarumo, the D coordinator?
Yeah, Lou Anarumo is he's very, very creative. And, you know, this is the era of positionless players. The 49ers are as good example of it as anybody. I mean, they got guys that can play, you know, anywhere. You can line them up anywhere in a formation offensively and in some cases defensively as well. And Lou, like he'll have Sam Hubbard, for example, as a defensive end. He'll have him line up as a linebacker off the ball and drop into coverage. He'll drop him off the line of scrimmage, you know, into coverage. And he'll take linebackers and put them up in interchange responsibilities with the defensive line. I mean, he's very creative in that regard. He's very good at disguising coverages. What you see pre-snap is certainly not what you're going to see post-snap. And in a lot of ways, they've done a tremendous job in the red zone, you know, the last 3 years, really. And they had a masterful red zone performance against the Seattle Seahawks, where, you know, Geno Smith really didn't know what he was looking at until it was too late. So Lou Anarumo does a phenomenal job of taking these positionless players and giving you looks that, you know, that are going to take you a little while to decipher and figure out. And by then, a lot of times it's too late in this league. So I think that the combination of having these versatile athletes and being able to do a lot of different things with him, and he's the mad scientist kind of cooking it all up during the course of the week every week is a pretty good combination.
Nice.
Yeah, man. So respect to that Bengals defense coming in that, like you said, held Geno Smith to 13 points. In fact, just use you, Dave, for a couple minutes while we have you here to give us a sneak peek on those Seahawks. You beat them 17-13.
Well done.
Niners are tied in the NFC West with the Seahawks. So what did you see from that squad?
Yeah, man, I saw a defensive football team that was pretty sound. There's no question about that. After the first couple of drives that the Bengals had, they went right down the field, scored 14 quick points on them, and then it was like, man, it was brutal. I mean, there was nothing to be had. The Seattle Seahawks made adjustments, and the Bengals couldn't adjust to those adjustments. And defensively, you know, they're a snootful. There's no doubt. Their running game, I think, has a little bit of a 49er twist to it from what I've looked at a little bit on tape. They don't execute it as well as the 49ers do, but I think that their ground game gives you, you know, a little bit of pause. You got to definitely trust your eyes, and they do things to make you not trust your eyes like the 49ers do.
Yeah.
So I think it's a good football team. But, boy, they had their red zone problems. They just could not figure out what Lou Anarumo was trying to get done and how he was going to try to get it done down there inside the 20-yard line.
Bengal broadcaster Dave Lapham joins us. You know, Dave, this Sunday, I'm not sure if you had heard about this, but this Sunday will be the 49er Alumni Day, so you'll have lots of former players on hand. You know, Eddie DeBartolo will be in the house. And given your Bengal, you know, history and pedigree and experience, I mean, you think back to that, Murph mentioned it, I mean, the Super Bowl 16 in Pontiac, Niners and the Bengals, they're in the big stage for the first time, each of them. What kind of memories come? I mean, I know the game didn't go the way you would have liked ultimately, but what are your memories of that day and that whole experience being on that stage?
Yeah, I mean, Bill Walsh obviously was the head coach, and Bill Walsh was my offensive coordinator my first 2 years in the league. In 74 and 75, Paul Brown was the head coach, and Bill Walsh was the coordinator. And when Paul Brown retired and named Bill Johnson as his head coach, Bill Walsh departed and went to Stanford and did the job, and then went to the 49ers, did a job as well. And so I have a lot of respect for what Bill Walsh was as a football coach. There's no question about that. He was a genius in my mind. So it was interesting going up against him, you know, in that Super Bowl. And I just remember how bad we were in the first half. We get down 20-0. It was the biggest Super Bowl deficit at halftime in any game in Super Bowl history. So that was something to try to forget, but never will. And then came back and made it a game. And goal line stand is another memory. The 49ers had an unbelievable goal line stand on us that ended up winning the football game. We ended up losing 26-21 that day to a guy named Joe Montana, who certainly turned out to be something very, very special, and Dwight Clark, and there were a lot of good football players on that team. A guy that I got to know at the Senior Bowl, we played together at the Senior Bowl, Keith Farnhorst, was in the offensive line, and it was pretty good buddies with him.
Nice.
So yeah, a lot of memories. Mostly bad though, unfortunately, because when you get to the big game, it's great, but when it doesn't go your way, man, there's nothing worse.
Yeah, I know. Sorry to rip that open there, Dave, but hey,
no problem.
I know it's all football history, it's all NFL stuff. We sure do appreciate you hopping on and giving us a
nice
sneak preview of the Bengals. Should be a really, really good game, right?
Yeah.
I guess the last one would be like, are the Bengals viewing the Niners as sort of a wounded animal with 2 straight losses and Purdy in concussion protocol? Is that kind of the view as you guys get on the plane?
No, I don't think so. I think they're looking at the 49ers as as a team that has lost a couple on the road, but they're going home. I mean, they were a juggernaut for the first 5 weeks of the season, and you still look at it. I mean, they're number 2 in scoring, number 3 in points allowed, or something like that, and that's what it's all about. This is still a really good football team, and I know not only the coaches but the players have a tremendous amount of respect for Mike Shanahan as a play caller and his schematics. And yeah, they know they're in for a battle royale. There's no doubt about that. They're expecting the San Francisco 49ers best, and they better, because I have a sneaky suspicion that it's going to be pretty damn good.
Yeah, Dave. All right, good stuff. Good talking football with you, man, and enjoy the game on Sunday.
All right, guys. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Thanks, Dave.
Lapham.
Real gentleman.
Meat and potatoes.
Well, that's that era that, you think back to Kenny Anderson Bengals, man. That's
He brought up something that, old heads know, but a lot of people don't know, is that Bill Walsh was at the Bengals. He was the O coordinator, and he was crushed.
Yes.
That he didn't get the head coaching job.
That's correct.
So he split.
was crushed.
So he had beef. It was kind of ironic that they wound up playing the Bengals, and he got to beat him, and he told Paul Brown, how do you like me now?
Yep, 100%. And you're right. It was really like a devastating blow, they say, when he didn't get that Bengal gig. But it worked out for us here in San Francisco.
I know, right? Hey, Matt Barnes going to join Papa and Lund today at 12:30. Warriors King. We haven't talked much Warriors Kings there, buddy. We got the last couple minutes here.
I know, we're lighting beams. They're getting crazy up there, man.
Logan Webb and I were texting trying to nail him down for the show next week, and he did say, he pretty much said what Marcus likes to say.
Light the beam.
There it is.
There it. See?
Oh, man.
Dude, you don't want that Logan Webb smoke. I don't want it on a Friday.
I'll be honest with you. I don't expect the Warriors to win this game.
Yeah, it's going to be a tall order. Don't forget the preseason game they just played was like a Game 7 in the playoffs. It was insane at Chase. Steph had to pull another magic trick out of the hat to get the win again in preseason. So, to your point, it's going to be a madhouse up there.
No Draymond again.
No.
We'll see what CP3 has.
Does Steph need to go for 50 again? Is that what we're saying, just to compete?
Hope not.
Yeah.
Well, I hope so. I'd like to see a 50 burger coming your way, too. Paulie, some of the listeners did say that given that this fun Friday that started with the Pop Culture Showdown, back pre-sunrise.
Very fun show today.
Into a forecast, into a Papa, into a Lynch, into a Diana Rossini.
Non-stop. It was like bam, bam, bam.
Into a Will the Thrill Clark with venison meat just dropped off at the processor. Into a
Diana Rossini talking pizza.
Into a Dave Lapham, gentlemanly Dave Lapham. Somebody said, Paulie, I need particles going in.
Yeah.
Any songs? Anything? Your choice, buddy.
You know what I will do? I'm going to put like a positive spin on this whole week, because I feel like we're gripping a little bit this week, right? We got concerns with our quarterback. We talked concerns with John Lynch and Papa. What do you mean concern? Greg didn't want to hear about the concerns at all. He swatted that SOA. But we are a little concerned about the pass rush. So for like a feel-good moment on a guy I'd like to see play a much bigger role this week, Marcus. I saw him in the first half last week. Where did he go in the second half? It might be the newest track on the jukebox on top of everything else. So the freshest track the Murph and Mac jukebox can offer would be our Brandon Ayuk tribute. I think this just might be the right time and place.
Have you ever met a Niner that was really great? Gonna be a superstar, ain't no debate. Let me tell you a story of my situation. I was talking to this guy from the Niner Nation. Then when I asked, do you know Brandon number 11? He said, no, I don't. I only know tight ends. Don't give me that. Yo, don't even give me that. Yo, bust this. Ayuk, you got what I need. But the Yak Bros are your friends. But the Yak Bros are your friends. Oh, babe, Ayuk, you got what I need. But Brock Purdy is your friend. But Brock Purdy is your friend. Oh, babe, Ayuk, you got what I need.
the end.
Incredible. I wasn't expecting that. I thought you were going Bosa.
I just wanted a nice positive vibe.
To the end.
Oh, my bad. I stepped on my own vocal.
I thought you were going maybe 97 because he needs particles too.
I could go double shot if you want.
It's Friday. We're almost done. Yes.
Double shot Friday. I love this. Love it. Getting loose.
Baker, you good?
We got him in the draft round 1-0, you know. Then we drank champagne and we toast our guy Nicky Bosa.
You good?
B-O-S-A Bosa.
I do love my birthday.
I walked up to him and I threw him a glance. I asked him his name and in the 3-point stance he said a Bosa.
You good?
A B-O-S-A Bosa. A Bosa. Bosa. Bosa.
Baker, you good?
Time to get back to work. Thank you.
That's what I was looking for there, buddy. All right, Ayuk and Bosa are going to have big days. We'll hand it over to Papa and Lund next on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
I just want to sack the quarterback, dude. It's not as easy as it looks.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, the traditional Friday finale. A lot of people checking in saying those songs did them right.
Well, good.
At the end, some people, it's funny, we don't play them enough, so a lot of people hadn't heard it some people said they'd never, one guy wrote in and said he didn't even he doesn't know, he loved it, but didn't know the Ayuk original.
Well, that's Biz Marquee. You Say He's Just a Friend. That's like a track everybody has a good time, especially like out on the weekend. You get that one going into karaoke, watch out.
805 says just hand the Murph and Mackey to Ayuk.
Wow. Okay, well, the ballot's coming up soon. We'll see.
480 says,
see what the Academy votes for.
Everybody's saying it was good fun energy today.
I agree. No, we had a lot of fun. We had fun in the studio, too. Glad you guys had fun listening.
Yeah, I agree.
Will Clark was great, too, firing me up about the SF logo and getting your ass kicked. All kind of great Will Clark pearls.
Yeah. 415 says, I'm watching the stream. Says, looks like there's some tension at the shuffleboard table.
Oh, is that right? I don't know what's going on.
We're talking about the rolling around on the, when we're talking about how Will would scrap with other teammates.
How about a quick World Series take from KNBR Murph?
Okay. It kind of feels like the Phillies, Diamondbacks, where you're like, oh, the Phillies are the better team, they're going to win. It feels like the Rangers are the better team, going to win. But you do that, you underestimate the snakes at your own peril. By the way, they got their slogan going. They're loving it. Snakes alive.
Hey, it's working for them. As long as my guy Ginkle shows up, they got a shot.
Well, they got this. They have the Bruce Bochy bullpen. Whereas the Rangers do not. That's the dangerous thing, Marcus.
Don't bum me out when you said after game 7 when the D-backs won and they had that great closer and
Paul Sewell.
And you're like, you know what? He was sitting right there at the trade deadline.
Well, I mean,
sitting there.
It
would have been nice to see him with a giant logo on his chest, like Will Clark said.
Yeah, right. And that's kind of how my breakdown is for this series also, boys. The Diamondbacks have the bullpen, the Rangers have the bats, but the Rangers also have Bochy. So I'm going all Rangers, boys.
And they're going Eovaldi. I love Eovaldi. I mean, he's going tonight against Zach Gallen. And listen, G.W. Bush is throwing out the first pitch.
That's right.
Boch is Boch.
G-Dubs loves his baseball, man.
Dude, if Adolis Garcia is going to continue to do, I can say we didn't talk about it much because it happened on a Niner Sunday, but if Adolis Garcia was a Giant and went 4 for 5 with 2 bombs on the road in a Game 7, I'd be like, commission the statue right now. I mean, what a legendary performance.
Although Pablo Sandoval used to do stuff like that. He had some monster postseason games.
True, but not on the road in a Game 7.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That was just so epic. So, I mean, listen, what do you mean my prediction on the World Series? It's already done. The Pop Culture Showdown settled it.
That's true. I mean, we did the PCS. That determined it.
Pantera and Owen Wilson and George Strait.
We have fun.
Tribe has spoken.
Boom.
The forecast is in the books, and now Niners, and your feeling going into Sunday, yes?
Let's go ahead and grab this one. I don't care if it's like a 20-17 type if Sam Darnold's in there, but just get to the quarterback, knock Burrow down, give me a couple of sacks. Defense needs to step up. I'm going to call for a Niner win just out of desperation. Team needs one.
For some reason, I see the pass rush getting home. I feel like they're pissed.
Good.
And they're going to do it there. So, all right, we'll hand it over to the boys. They'll do their thing.
Have a great weekend.
Can't wait for the call on Sunday. Can't wait to come in here Monday morning and talk about it.
Cheers, y'all.
Tripoli, have a good weekend. Don't get your car broken into. Jeez. Marcus, you'll smoke some meats. Paulie Mac, do your thing. And it's time for a change. And when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
You guys are always, but they're the Padres. You bring me back down to earth.
When you walk out with SF on your chest, your job is to make sure you walk out there and know that the other team, they know that you're going to get their asses kicked.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
Prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on on KNBR 104.5 and 680. 680. The sports leader.
It's actually real simple for us. I mean, it's tough in terms of the protocol stretches throughout the whole week, so you never know for sure. But there's all these stages they got to go through, and if they pass everything and they have no symptoms and stuff, then they usually pass, and you're good to go, and there's no issues. And if stings pop up during the week, then they don't pass, and they can't go, and there's no discussion. So you just wait and you see. You got to always have plans for both because you never know how they're going to end up, but we'll find out sooner than later.
Brock Purdy, a step in the right direction for the San Francisco 49ers. Of course, we know by now he is in the NFL's concussion protocol, certainly in some danger of missing Sunday's game, which would mean Sam Darnold would be the starter for the 49ers. Beat out Trey Lance in camp, had a really good training camp. Would be interesting to see. Not so sure yet on Brock Purdy. The fact that he was able to be limited in practice yesterday, at least a sign that he is progressing through the concussion protocol. We'll see what level of practice he is able to do today.
Yeah, they're a well-built football team, and a team we have a lot of respect for. We've had some good battles with them. I think they did start a little slow. Their quarterback is a tremendous player. He pulled that calf, and I know that was troublesome for him. I'm expecting, like I said, as close to a healthy Joe Burrow as we've seen, because they're coming off their bye, and many ways as he goes, so goes their team. I think their team's kind of hitting stride. So we got to expect, that we're going to get their best.
There's John Lynch this morning with Murph and Mac. It is a Friday edition of the show. Tons of stuff going on. Interesting weekend to celebrate 49ers Bengals history. We'll tell you about that as well. Everybody's jumping off the bandwagon. Brock Purdy will give you that. Steve Wilkes says, sorry, your Bills almost get upset if Chris Godwin would just look up. Some Shohei news for you. Tons of great guests. We'll get a poll going for you. Happy Friday. Good morning, my friend. Hello? Is this thing on? Is he not there? Is he not there?
Me?
Oh, there you go. I didn't hear you.
You didn't hear me?
Go. No, I do.
Hi, John Lund.
How are you?
I was on at 7:30 with Murph and Mac. This thing's working.
Oh, very good.
Just how did that Bills game get to 24-18? It looked like they had it in the bag, and then Baker throws a touchdown pass to Evans. They get the ricochet two-pointer, and then Buffalo's been haunted by, remember the Hail Murray that Kyler Murray threw to DeAndre Hopkins?
You got that one?
Looked like that. Chris Godwin was there. He just didn't find the ball, and they wound up getting out of there. But
if he turns around and looks, it's like right to him.
Yeah,
it happens.
The 49ers end every walkthrough with a version with a Hail Mary at the end. Trent Williams normally throws it. McGlinchey threw it for years when, and then when he left, Trent takes over. Trent takes it seriously. He warms up on the Hail Mary. They do like a tackle eligible and the right tackle, the left tackle. When Trent was out, it was actually Aaron Banks that threw it, and he threw a left-handed flat one. But they do work on that Hail Mary from both sides. The offensive players going up and jumping for the ball, and the defensive players knocking it down. But anyway, and then Fitzmagic took off his shirt. We were all good. No Marshawn Lynch at all back to Buffalo? Is he not allowed by priors at all? Well, I thought he would have a presence in Buffalo. I don't know. He wasn't there at all.
I did think that what they did was pretty cool. Marshawn, I think, called himself Captain Black Sparrow, and instead of Captain Jack Sparrow, he was on the ship.
Oh, I didn't see it.
They did a piece where he was on the Bucs ship, which was actually pretty funny. They put him in like all pirates.
So he went to
garb.
Tampa, not to Buffalo.
Yeah, and so he had a bunch of pirate garb on, even the boots and everything like that. So he's stomping around on the boots, and then they had him fire off the cannons, which he thought was very cool. And so of course he was a little apprehensive to shoot off the first one. Then they couldn't get him to stop shooting off the cannons once he did it the first time. So
the game was in Buffalo, right? There's no pirate ship.
No, it was in Tampa. Yeah.
The game last night was in Buffalo.
It was in Tampa, wasn't it?
No, the game last night was in Western New York.
Oh.
Yeah, it was in
Buffalo. I saw a video of him shooting off cannons.
Yeah, I don't know why. So why wouldn't they send him
Jack
to Buffalo
Sparrow
and have him go down to Applebee's? In any event,
like I said, maybe he isn't welcome there. I
don't know. He's got maybe priors in Buffalo. I don't know.
That's very
It's not Terrell Pryor. But in any event, the big news of the day, and the 49ers going to have a Friday practice, and we'll see if Brock even does more. I think when we're officially going to find out if he's able to pass concussion protocol would be tomorrow morning. As you kind of detail the 5 steps, I think at the last one he's going to have to get his heart rate up and prove that he's fine. That he passes the neurological exam there. So Did a little bit on Wednesday during just a walkthrough portion of practice, and yesterday he did a little bit more during limited portion. I do wonder if the Bengals are. We're going to talk to Dan Hord, my friend from Syracuse, who I've known since we were both 18 years old back in 1980, going to Syracuse.
Wow.
And Dan's not only of the Cincinnati Bengals, he's also the voice of the Cincinnati Bearcats. He has to go to Stillwater, Oklahoma that Saturday and then fly. I may have to do the game on the Niners radio network and the Bengals with another Syracuse guy, Dave Lapham, if Dan can't make it there, but he'll get there. But I just wonder what it's a short week for the Niners, not for the Bengals. They've had a bye week to get ready. I just wonder if they're preparing Anarumo, their defensive coordinator. Do you prepare for Brock to play in this game? You have to. It's probably the first week they did. And then at some point you get the news that he's in the concussion protocol. Now you start watching Sam Darnold tape. And they played him, obviously, in the NFL when he was a Jet. But, do you look at his preseason stuff? They do a little bit of that anyway, but do you heighten up on that 14 May play? They know Brandon Allen well from him being in the building the last 3 years as Joe Burrow's backup in Cincinnati. They probably don't have to do a lot of that. So there's a real time advantage for the Bengals having 2 weeks, a bye week to get ready, and the 49ers essentially 5.5 days after getting back home Tuesday at the crack of dawn. I just wonder if they've had to devote some manpower hours more so to get ready for Sam Darnold this week with the uncertainty of who the 49er quarterback will be.
So we'll get into that conversation today about where Brock is. You were out of practice yesterday, so we'll talk more about that. Plus, everyone is trying to speculate based on the 5. We did it a little bit yesterday based on the 5 steps where Brock could potentially be, so we'll get into that conversation. The Steve Wilkes thing is really interesting to me that he apologized. I don't remember. I'm sure you remember better than I do. I don't think it's common that coaches go up and say, hey, sorry for that play call. I mean, I don't think Kyle ever apologized when Brock Purdy got hurt. He got a tight end trying to block Hassan Reddick. I mean, hey, stuff happens. Do you ever remember a coach saying, hey, I screwed up, that one's on me, in terms of like later on in the week and how long this thing has lingered?
Yeah. Our friend Joe Bugle's first game as the Raiders. It was his first home game as the Raider head coach. I think they were 0-1. Remember when the Raiders lost a game at the very end? Andre Arison, he got behind Terry McDaniel. It was the very last play of the game. And, it was more than an apology. Al wanted to tar and feather him. And it was just a terrible defensive play where McDaniel was similar to this, but different, where they played more of a prevent. They allowed Andre Rison to get behind Elvis Gerbach, hit him.
Yep.
And he wound up with literally the last play of the game. And that was different because it wasn't the last play of the half, and there were even fewer than 16 seconds to go. It was the very last play. You've got to play goal line down and give him anything but the end zone. But Rison got behind Terry McDaniel. I think Albert Lewis was also involved in the play. But in any event, Joe Bugle didn't even talk to the media. He ducked it all after the game. And I think he lost the team right after that game. They wound up falling to 0-2, and I don't think Al ever forgave him, and Al loved him. There's more that I could reference. It does happen. Kyle apologizes for play calls that are wrong in situations. The play in Denver where Jimmy rolled out of the end zone, with Bradley Chubb rushing over Trent.
Mm-hmm.
That was a bad play call. There's been a lot of them. Harbaugh, I remember one with Kaepernick. Where were they, in Atlanta, when they, back on the 5-yard line? It was a terrible offensive play call. It does happen. This is one where Kyle was not happy with. He wasn't happy with it after the game. Can you imagine the reaction at halftime when they looked at that play when it just happened? We were all numb.
Yeah.
To go to a 7-man pressure, and it was more them being on the 40. When you look at it, the play just didn't work. What I was thinking was, and remember, they ran just a few plays earlier. They were going to attack Charvarius Ward against Jordan Addison for some reason. They ran a double move against him, and Cousins did not see it. He checked it down. He went to Alexander Mattison over the middle. That's the play they spiked it to stop the clock on first down. So they were trying to set that up with Addison against Charvarius for some reason, and they did it again later, and they got the proper look. I actually talked to Sean Gibson at length about it yesterday, John. We'll play a little bit today about his responsibilities on that play. It was actually a quarters cover 4 coverage, and he's got to vacate center field in that situation to cover the underneath route with Brandon Powell. But, the 7-man pressure, 4 down to bring Dre in the middle. Fred bailed out. Huff and Isaiah Oliver came, and Talanoa just, as Tim Ryan said yesterday, he was a free hitter. He just didn't come. So anyway, it was a lot of angst over that play. And if you think Kyle did it publicly, could you imagine what he did at halftime when they went in and looked at that play? And, he's got to go right to his call sheet and script the first 8 to start the second half because the Niners had the ball. And then in the meeting room, and John Lynch talked about it, Kyle is real as AF. He's not going to duck it to the media, and he's just not in his DNA. He's just honest. And I'm sure he challenged them privately in meetings in the room in front of everybody, and then did it a little more delicately to the media. But, Steve Wilkes wanted to make that point and then move on. It is, when you look at the play, the way the results were, it's, not a good call with 16 seconds to go. No one's done that when Next Gen Stats ran that in that situation, and that hasn't been done in the NFL in years. But Minnesota was trying to go from their 40 to the Niners 40 to kick a field goal, and they got a kicker that made a 61-yard field goal. So they can run that route, that post route, that dig route to Jordan Addison, catch it, get tackled, spike, and, do all that. So what you're trying to do is rush them, get them to throw a shorter route, rally up and tackle them, and then time's going to run out and they're not in field goal range. So they got to get in field goal range on that very play. So but because there were 16 seconds, you want to play more conservatively there. But, yeah, I can recall, people, pulling a mea culpa and say that was on me. That was a bad call.
No, I think everything around it's a dynamic, and I understand the play and everything, and you and I dissected a lot of it. I think it's interesting for a guy who's taken over a defense that has been so successful and with the pelts on the wall that Steve Wilkes clearly has. But you can tell through this. Nick Bosa has said a couple of things. Look, it just happens, and it's been just so that going from Robert Saleh to D'Amico Ryan, it's just been kind of seamless this whole time. And it seems to me that just because so much is expected out of this defense, that they're still kind of working the kinks out with Steve Wilkes. And he's even admitted that, this is a little different for him. And, this is kind of culminating into this point. And I guess it's good to this point because they're still a really good defense. They're still a really good team. I know they've lost 2 in a row, but, these are the type of things, too, that can kind of galvanize a team and galvanize a defense. So I'll be interested to see how they play against Cincy because, to me, if Joe Burrow is healthy like we think and with the type of weapons that they have, not only with the 3 wide receivers that they have, but Joe Mixon in the backfield, the line's not great. But this is going to be a tremendous challenge this weekend, and hopefully the defense kind of comes together because of all this, and maybe it's a turning point for the defense to ratchet it up even a little bit more.
Well, David Lombardi did point out, and there was a different scenario, but the Niners brought all-out pressure on the play where P.J. Walker, we thought fumbled at the end of the first half in Cleveland.
That was different.
43 seconds.
Yeah.
Well, they were backed up, but there is a scenario for that, and I can remember when D'Amico took over for Saleh, there was some. It didn't always go well, and last year at the very same point of the year, people forget the Niners went to Atlanta. Bosa didn't play. Charvarius Ward got hurt early in that game. The very play that he left, the next play, they went at his replacement, and they ran all over the Niners, 168 yards. And with Marcus Mariota going, 14 to 15
his
for
first
something
13,
in that
I think,
game?
yeah.
He missed one throw the whole game. They lost that game. Then they came back home, and Kansas City laid 44 on them. And they schemed them. They attacked Charvarius Ward. They did it with jet sweeps. They attacked Nick Bosa with jet sweeps. They didn't even block him on some of the runs. And it was like, what's going on? And then after that, they went to L.A. and won. McCaffrey had the hat trick, and they didn't lose again until the championship game. So for whatever reason, they have these kind of ruts middle of the year. And it happened the year before when they were 3-5. Last year they were 3-4 after those 2 losses. So it is what it is. I guess because of a new defensive coordinator, it's going to be heightened. But the same kind of stuff was happening last year with D'Amico.
All right, we'll get into a great guest list. Bottom of the hour, Dan Hord is going to join us from the Bengals. We'll go behind enemy lines and get thoughts on what's going on with Cincinnati now that they're getting a little bit healthier. Maybe they can live up to their lofty expectations. Kind of the 49ers of the AFC. They've been close a couple of times, but they haven't been able to get over the hump. And Matt Mayoko alerted us to something, speaking of the Bengals, that's going to be pretty cool coming up this weekend if you're going to the game. So we'll explain all those things, the rest of the guest list, get a poll up for you. Pop and Lund on a Friday, only here on the Sports Leader.
trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
49ers general manager John Lynch joined Murph and Mac this morning, told him why the 49ers still have Steve Wilkes back, and he's confident the 49ers can break out of their slump. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
We know it's going to be a challenge. We relish going on the road and playing in those kind of environments. It'll be a big challenge. We'll find out a lot about ourselves on Sunday.
What stands out about Fred Warner on tape?
Man, he's fast. He's got really good ball skills and zone coverage, so you always got to be aware of that. He flies around, makes big plays. Feels like he's always around the ball, getting tips, creating big plays for their defense that not a lot of linebackers can make. So you always got to be alert for where he is. He's going to make plays. You know it. You just got to move on to the next one.
That's Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow, who we're thinking is going to be pretty healthy for Sunday's game, which we'll have for you right here on the Sports Leader. Dan Hord is going to join us at 10:30, an old pal of yours from Syracuse, calls Bengals games, so we'll have him. Matty Mayoko is going to join us. He's got his 5 to watch. He's going to join us at 11:50. Plus, he tweeted this out this morning, Pop. He said Eddie DeBartolo is going to be here this weekend, along with more than 100 49ers alum. That was John Lynch telling the story this morning. 49ers will celebrate the Super Bowl teams that beat the Bengals to win championships. How about that this weekend?
And Mr. D is going to be back, and I think the number is actually 125, which leads to, and we'll get into it with Dan. Dan's been in Cincinnati for a long, long time. He obviously wasn't there in the 80s. He was with me at Syracuse drinking on M Street. Just what if Paul Brown, when Paul Brown stepped down as the coach of the Cincinnati Bengals, and Paul Brown, one of the great figures in the history of the NFL, dueled against the Niners in the All-American Conference with the Cleveland Browns, named after himself, and then he got Jim Brown, and before that Otto Graham, and then, he had a falling out with Art Modell. He left the Cleveland Browns. He founded the expansion Cincinnati Bengals in the late 60s. And he had a guy on his staff named Bill Walsh, and, the injury to Greg Cook at quarterback, and the legend was born. And, when Cook, who was a tremendous thrower of the football, he was Terry Bradshaw before Bradshaw, hurt his shoulder, they had to go to a backup quarterback, and that's where the West Coast offense was born, the quarterback they went to. Who was that, Turk Schonert? Maybe?
Ooh, look at that. Good call.
Virgil Carter? Who was that? Anyway, Coach Walsh went to a short passing game. And then Bill put the offense in, and Paul Brown leaned on Bill. He ran Paul Brown's offense. And then when Paul Brown stepped down as coach, everybody thought it was going to be Bill Walsh that would be the successor to Paul Brown. He didn't go that way. He went Bill Tiger Johnson. Bill got pissed and quit and moved on. And just what if Paul Brown had hired Bill Walsh as the coach of the Bengals right after Paul Brown retired? How different would the Bengals' history be? Would the Niners have ever even gotten to those Super Bowls, Super Bowl 16 and Super Bowl 23, when they specifically beat Paul Brown's Bengals? And the second time it was Sam Weish, who was the head coach of the Bengals then with Boomer. First time it was Kenny Anderson, obviously. It was just different. And it's just strange, John, how history would have been different. So as the Bengals come in, and Dan's been there long enough to speak to the history a little bit, we'll ask him. For the Bengal franchise that has had their heart broken so many times, and then more recently when they went to the Super Bowl at SoFi against the Rams, and they're a good team. But for the Niners to do this, obviously, in the weekend, that they're playing the Bengals and celebrate Super Bowl 16 and 23, and it is fitting, and they also are going to celebrate Super Bowl, the 1973 Niner team with the history of that. But how much of DeBartolo's history, the Niners' history, would it ever have happened had simply Paul Brown did what everybody thought he was going to do, and that hire Bill Walsh to be the head coach of the Bengals? That one change in his thought changed the entire trajectory of both franchises, and the Niner franchise specifically.
Yeah, no question about it. I mean, who knows? I mean, that's a mind blower. You know what I mean? That goes back to like evolution. You're like, whoa, no Bill Walsh. I mean, you can't even. It's hard to even fathom because, like you said, so many things were spawned off of Bill Walsh. Now, they'd have been spawned probably if he had been in Cincinnati, but he wouldn't have had Montana. I mean, who the hell knows? That's a mind blower right there.
Well, I mean, think about it. And DeBartolo, he hired Joe Thomas, he fired Monty Clark, and then the trades that they made to get O.J. Simpson. I think he was involved in the Jim Plunkett trade.
Right.
And just the amount of draft capital that they gave up. Everybody wants to talk about the Trey Lance trades. Go back and look at the Plunk and O.J. trades. And that was bringing, two Bay Area guys home, a Stanford Heisman winner, O.J., obviously won the Heisman at USC, but Galileo High School, San Francisco City College. I mean, it made sense from a popularity standpoint to have the whole Heisman backfield and two Bay Area legends, a quarterback at running back, but they didn't play well. O.J. was already addicted to a substance. He had a bad knee, was a shell of himself, and plunk landed on his helmet. So it didn't start out well for Eddie D until he hired, Bill Walsh. And just amazing to look at where the franchises are, and the 49ers being the 5-time Super Bowl champions, and where the Bengals have been close but haven't been able to get there. And specifically going back, and that was the early days of the Bengals. They were a 1960 expansion team. That was Bill Walsh was there in the early 70s, and that call was made in the mid-70s, early in the franchise's history. How things would have changed had Bill Walsh become the head coach of the Bengals.
Yeah, no doubt. Let's talk to Dan Hord coming up next. He's got the great insight, of course, play-by-play voice in your pal from the Bengals. Every time we play the Bengals, we have him on, and he is great. He'll give us all the insight on the Bengals as we get you ready for this weekend. The 49ers and Bengals from Levi's Stadium with all those alum in attendance to celebrate those Super Bowl victories over the Bengals. We'll do that next, only here on the Sports Leader. Hey, Papa and Lund, and, I want to tell you about a Laser Eye. No, we didn't play it. See, Danny's asleep because it's a Friday. The Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, the leaders in modern vision correction. Now, that's included of everything. Now, I had CLR, custom lens replacement, but there might be something that works better for you. LASIK, Smile, Evo ICL, and the procedure I had, like I said, the CLR. It's called custom lens replacement. And here's what I know about it, okay? It's awesome, and it's changed my life. Now, I'd had LASIK before with a different doctor. It didn't work out quite like I had thought, but they said, look, we got this new procedure. You should try it. Well, Papa had tried it. He had loved it, and so I said, okay, I got to go in there as well. Found out all the information. The people there at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley are absolutely great. Made it real easy on me. The procedures just take a couple minutes at a time. You're like, that's it? I'm good to go? Dr. Bindi, Dr. Ling, and the entire team, they're known for their great advice on these proven procedures that work. So what you do is you find out the one that works for you. It's a free consultation, so you got nothing to worry about. And again, mine was CLR, but maybe you've got something that is going to work better for you. So check them out. They're my good friends at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. Work for me, work for Papa as well. You got to check them out. Ask them about CLR or whatever procedure works for you. It's the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley.
Which we called a laser.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
On 1st and goal, Burrow catches the shotgun snap, fakes a handoff to Mixon, bouncing in the pocket, rolling to his left, penalty flag down. He fires a strike, caught in the end zone by Andre Yosivas.
Yosivas with his first NFL touchdown.
Nails Yosivas. Are you going to say
Yosivas?
As nice
Thank
as
you,
Dan Hord.
I got
that was
it.
beautiful right
I was
there.
that one.
That was beautiful.
Iosivas. Yosivas.
Full confidence.
Thank you.
Dan Hord is the fine voice of the Bengals, as well as UC, the University of Cincinnati, Kevin Youkilis' own. And, of course, the Bengals and the 49ers coming up at Levi's Stadium on Sunday. And Dan joins us courtesy of the Umagessan, your own pal from Syracuse. Hi, Dan.
Greg and John, how you guys doing?
Good. How you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm getting ready to board a plane with the University of Cincinnati football team for Stillwater, Oklahoma.
Oh, K-State.
My first ever trip to Stillwater.
And you'll be drinking a lot of Stillwater with your other
these
cocktails.
Conferences, man.
What? When do you get to the Bay Area on Sunday? Should I be on alert with you and Dave Lapham to do the game for the Bengals radio network? I could do both.
You might have to be.
Touchdown, Cincinnati! No, can't do that. Can't do that.
Can I use that? 9:45 a.m. if everything goes well. So that's the hope. I'll head straight to the stadium, and I'm sure I will be at the top of my game.
I will pick you up. I will be your I assume you're going to San Jose and not SFO, right?
That is correct.
All right. I'll be your Uber driver. All right, that touchdown pass.
I'll give you a
touchdown
5-star.
No, you don't want that. He knows me driving. I think I got my license with Dan helping me to learn how to drive a stick. The touchdown pass to Yosivas. The thing about that play was Burrow held the ball for like 6 seconds and rolled out to his left hand. And to me, it was the Arizona game. After the first 4 games, he just was not able to move on that right calf. The Arizona game, he was mobile early in that game against Seattle. You could see the mobility. How did he get it back? And then what do you expect from him coming off the bye week? You guys are in the shotgun almost the entire time. Do you think he's healed up enough with that calf to be able to play under center on Sunday and drive back with play action?
I do. He used the words 100% at his Wednesday news conference this week. I don't know if that's entirely accurate, but I think he's close. And he certainly looked close the last 2 games. First 4 games of the year, he was a sitting duck. He was the Statue of Liberty. It was easy for opposing defenses. They knew he was no threat to scramble, wasn't even moving around in the pocket. They had a stationary target, and it looked that way. The offense really struggled. We heard that one touchdown pass to Andre Yosivas. He's thrown 4 red zone touchdown passes in the last 2 games, and on 3 of the 4, it involved buying time in the pocket, extending the play, moving around just enough to allow somebody to get open. So that's the Joe Burrow that we're accustomed to. As for being under center, he's taken 7 snaps in 6 games under center. So it has not been an option to this point. Offensive coordinator Brian Callahan talked about it being more of an option now. So, yeah, I would expect a little more of that. It's really not what they do all that often anyway, but they're certainly going to start mixing it in because it's really easy to know it's coming in the run game if you never are under center.
The great Dan Hord is joining us, the voice of the Bengals, getting ready for the Bengals and the 49ers at Levi's on Sunday. So kind of take us through that, the Burrow situation. So he, early in camp, right, non-contact, he just kind of pulls up. I think we all saw the video of it. Then, like you said, in that Rams game, he couldn't move at all, and now to this point.
So it happened on the second day of training camp. And he was wearing a sleeve on his calf that day at practice, which he never does. So clearly something had happened. He has never really described what, but he must have tweaked it or strained it or something. And then he made it worse in that practice. They shut him down. He didn't do anything for 5 weeks. The hope was, all right, you'll have about a week and a half of practice available before the season opener, and that's how it played out. But he just was not willing to test it anymore, or he couldn't. I don't know what kind of pain he was experiencing that in that calf. But they tried to design an offense where he would get the ball out in less than 3 seconds, quick game passing, try to lean on Joe Mixon a little bit more, and it was so easy for opposing defenses to know what was coming that it didn't work. And then, unfortunately, in their second game of the regular season, he tweaked it and kind of went back to square one. So that extended the problem through the first 4 games. But finally, in Game 5, he was able to move around, got a little bit better in Game 6, and now he's had a bye week to recover. So I would expect him to look like the Joe Burrow of old on Sunday.
So you mentioned 7 snaps under center is amazing.
Yep.
And, I mean, and obviously Zach Taylor calls your plays your head coach, but that's Brian Callahan, Bill's son, is the OC, and they like to run under center. We saw it with the Vikings last week and 2 weeks ago in Cleveland when Bill there. So is that partly attributable to the terrible rushing numbers? I mean, Joe Mixon can't get going. The overall numbers in the ground game are terrible, Dan. Is it the O-line just not getting a push? Is it the fact that the quarterback is in the gun and never under center? Why have the Bengals not been able to run the ball?
I think it's mostly been because in the first 4 games, it was so easy to know their limitations. The opposing defensive coordinators, it was a piece of cake. It's going to be quick game passing, a few runs out of the gun. There's only so many things you can dial up out of the gun. And they were facing good defenses. They faced Cleveland in week 1. They faced Baltimore in week 2. They faced some really good defenses so far. Now, Joe Mixon is on a pace to run for more than 1,000 yards, so he hasn't been terrible, but it hasn't been efficient. He's averaging 3.8 a carry. His long run of the year is 22 yards. He's better than that. They need to get some more explosive runs out of this offense, and I think if they have the threat of being under center and doing some play action, they'll get some of that.
Dan Hord is joining us. And then, of course, the weapons, and they're led by Jamar Chase. And what Greg and I have been talking about is, the last time we saw you guys, Jamar Chase was a much younger player, and now they're devising ways to get him open all over the offense. Kind of explain kind of his evolution and where he's at right now.
When these two teams played in 2021 in Cincinnati, he was a rookie, and he always lined up outside. He might get 4 or 5 snaps in the slot per game, but it was very rare. Now that's more like 20 snaps a game. They move him around all over the place. They'll line him up in the backfield on Sunday. He'll be a running threat on some plays, a lot of screens, a lot of swing passes when he lines up in the backfield or in the slot. So they're doing everything they possibly can to make it tough for opposing teams to double him or to cloud that side of the field if he lines up wide. So they're doing a good job with that. He's on a pace to have more than 140 catches. The franchise record is 112. But right now they're leaning on him too much. T. Higgins is a great player. He's been battling a broken rib. He's got 14 catches. Tyler Boyd didn't do much in the first few weeks. He finally had his first touchdown catch in their last game. They really haven't gotten much out of the tight end position. Irv Smith Jr., who they signed as a free agent in the offseason, has had a hamstring injury. He's only played in 4 games, so he hasn't done much yet. So the key for this offense to take off is to get all of those other great weapons involved. As great as Jamar Chase is, if you're relying on one guy, it really limits your ceiling. So I think there's going to be a major emphasis this Sunday on trying to get T. Higgins involved, get more out of the running game, and maybe get something out of the tight end.
With the Niners, they play so much zone defense that, all the shifting he does, and he's constantly moving Jamar now. As you say, they line him up in the backfield like Debo, but they're not handing it to him. He just goes in motion, and you can't get to him. He's getting a free release. The Niners will play some man in this game, but they'll zone it all. But just his overall skill set, and, the Niners got a break on Monday night. We didn't have to deal with the great Justin Jefferson, but Jamar and Justin, to me, are similar, where they're just beautiful route runners in the sense it's not, like Jerry Rice where every step is choreographed. They just feel the defender's body, Dan, and they're able to just create space off of that. The back shoulder ball Burrow throws to Jamar is the highest level there is. And then because of his elasticity, if you will, he's kind of Gumby-like. After Jamar catches the ball, he's tough to get on the ground, and the yards after catch are such a problem. So you watch him since his career began in 21. What is it like to watch Jamar Chase?
It's amazing, especially with the chemistry with Burrow. But the thing that I say about Jamar Chase is that he's one of the best wide receivers in the NFL before the catch, And then he's one of the best running backs in the NFL after the catch. And he almost has a running back's physique. His legs are big and thick and strong. He's hard to bring down. And I think his speed catches opposing teams off guard. I think he's faster than he looks. I don't know if it's a body type thing or what it is. Now, the 49ers have faced him a couple of years ago, and Charvarius Ward faced him in Kansas City, so they won't be shocked by it. But it's been amazing to me that when the Bengals have faced a team for the first time in the Jamar Chase era, he almost always has a huge game because I think he catches opposing defensive backs off guard.
That's interesting. Dan Hord is joining us. We're talking Bengals and 49ers. It seems like it's been going on forever, but the evolution of the offensive line, Orlando Brown, who's kind of banged up, added this year. What's going on along the offensive line?
It's better than it's been. They've certainly tried to address it since that Super Bowl loss to the Rams. Injury problems have been a factor. They've had injuries late in the season each of the last 2 years, and they wound up playing a bunch of backups in the postseason, which has hurt. But 2 years ago, they signed 3 free agents to try to address the offensive line. This past offseason, they signed the best available free agent on the offensive line in Orlando Brown Jr. So it's a work in progress, but I do think this is the best offensive line that Joe Burrow has had in his 4 NFL seasons.
Over to the defense, Dan, just the uncertainty of who is going to be the Niners quarterback with Brock Purdy going into concussion protocol. Have they had to spend more time on Sam Darnold? They obviously know Brandon Allen well from backing up Joe in Cincy the last 3 years, but how have they handled the news this week that Brock's in concussion protocol?
You know, I think they've assumed that Brock is going to be the guy and then adjusting accordingly if it winds up being Sam. They've seen Sam before. In fact, Zach Taylor's first win as the Bengals head coach came in his 12th game after an 0-11 start his first year. They beat Sam Darnold in the Jets. So they have seen him as a starting quarterback. But I think they work under the assumption that Brock's going to make it through concussion protocol. And really, you're preparing for Kyle Shanahan's offense more than any individual quarterback anyway.
Sure. Dan, thank you so much for the time. We hope you make it and everything. You might need an escort or something, man. 9:45. Boy, the tailgater's going to be out.
I know Papa's been making a ton of money since we were at Syracuse together. Can you arrange for a private jet, Greg? Can you get that?
I told you, from Stillwater?
Oh, yeah, you got
Talk
that.
to McDonough. I'm not making the money McDonough's making. So we were all together, John. It was Dan Hord and I. We had Gary Mendelow. We had a bunch of guys, Jim Jackson. And Sean, I was on the same floor as Sean day 6, and we met Dan at WAER. And, Sean's just a brilliant national broadcaster, and Dan's doing his thing in Cincinnati. And so I remember Sean and I drove. Do you remember this? Our freshman year, we drove from Syracuse to Pontiac, Michigan to watch the Niners play the Bengals in Super Bowl 16. And I don't know if you've heard.
I got there, Dan, a year later. Yeah, I got there.
Yeah, you were 1 year later. Yeah. Otherwise, wow. We would have been buying beers for you, and you would have been driving.
But I'm broke. Yeah, you'd have been broke.
I am now. So anyway, the reason I'm asking, the Niners are. You've been in Cincinnati for a long time. The Niners are bringing back 125 great players from their history, their alumni, including Eddie DeBartolo, the owner, and they're going to celebrate the Super Bowl 16 and 23 teams, both against the Bengals. Now, when that Super Bowl, was Bill Walsh against Forrest Gregg, but it was Bill Walsh against Paul Brown, and then later in 23 it was Sam Weish. Just as a Cincinnati historian, and I know you lost 2 Super Bowls directly to the Niners, but if the Cincinnati Bengal fans ever gotten over the fact that Paul Brown did not hire Bill Walsh to be head coach to replace Tiger Johnson, replace himself, but instead hired Tiger Johnson?
They have not. Bill Tiger Johnson was the offensive line coach, and he was very popular. But clearly, when Bill went on to become one of the greatest coaches of all time, and Tiger lasted a few years, that Paul Brown decision did not work out very well. Longtime Bengals fans still have a thing about the 49ers for obvious reasons. And my broadcast partner, Dave Lapham, was the starting left guard for the Bengals in Super Bowl 16. I asked him in a podcast this week, I said, if we get on the elevator to the press box, and Joe Montana happens to be on the elevator, what are you going to say or do? And he said, why, Joe? Why? And then I will probably vomit on his shoes. So if Joe Montana happens to be on that press box elevator, I would recommend taking the next elevator.
Oh, how great is that?
Perfectly described.
Oh.
That's great, man.
And those are expensive shoes.
That's
that
right.
Joe's wearing.
Yeah, he's not messing around. Dan, thank you as always. Have a great call on Saturday. Arrive safe on Sunday, and we'll see you at the game.
I'll pick you up.
Sounds good.
At San Jose Airport, 9:45. I'm there. Make sure you tip me. I'll be
Make
there.
sure you tip me. He's your Uber driver.
All right. You just saved me an Uber receipt.
Yeah, there you go.
I save that anyway. Double dip. Double dip.
Yeah, there you go.
Take care,
Thanks,
Dan.
Dan. Appreciate it.
I think I'll send him a cruise,
guys,
Joe.
thanks.
Can I
See ya.
send him a cruise?
Oh, yeah, cruise. That would be great. He ain't getting there. I'll tell you, I'm trying to think. Well, San Jose's really close, but 9:45, he's going to hit some traffic. I mean, I'm telling him right now, he's going to hit some traffic because
It's a 125 kick. He'll be
all
on the
right.
field by 11.
But yeah, I don't know, man.
When I was doing the San Antonio Spurs games, and I was doing the Raider games, I would do a Spurs game in San Antonio.
Right.
On Saturday night, I would wake up the crack of dawn, 4 a.m. in San Antonio, take a 6 a.m. flight, and had to stop in Phoenix. Fly 2 hours, wait 2 hours, fly 2 more hours, lose 2 hours. So I would leave at 6 a.m. in San Antonio. I would land in Oakland, and our great producer back then, Ron Fell, would be freaking out. I would land, John, sometimes at 11:25 and 11:30, and I was on the air at noon. I never missed a broadcast.
You know what?
Dan will make it.
Is Walter in the studio? Can we throw Walter on the mic real quick? Because I know a couple weeks ago, because I get there for a 1:25, I get there at 8 o'clock in the morning, and we're on the air by 9. So I don't run into any traffic whatsoever. But I know that Walter a couple of weeks ago did sound on the sidelines, and I think it took him so from the time he got off the freeway, and I think he got on Tasman or something, it took him like an hour and a half or something. I can't remember the number, but it is
Tasmanian devil.
Yeah, it is that's a mother. Like once you get from where so you got off from Great American Parkway, it took you 2 hours to get to the stadium, right? Isn't that right?
Yeah,
I'm telling you, man.
Yeah,
that was for the Sunday nighter, right? That was for the Sunday nighter. Yeah, that's a
when I scoop up Dan Hord.
Yeah,
we have a back entrance we get in on the back of the stadium.
Yeah.
And actually, you know where I turn in the back of the stadium, and I think of it every time we do.
Where?
Bill Walsh.
Oh
Way.
yeah, there you go. Yeah.
I turn on the Bill Walsh Way.
Yeah, there's a secret way, but I don't know.
Bill
if the
Walsh
Super guy's
Way
gonna
could have
know.
been in Cincinnati.
Yeah.
Paul Brown just hired Bill Walsh. Can you imagine that call? Wow,
that is crazy. What's so funny about that is that you don't know this because obviously you don't live in every city, but everybody has their thing, right? So like Raiders fans have their Brady or their
Tuck you.
Yeah, or you can go back to Pittsburgh or whatever. But
Immaculate
everybody's
deception. They've got a few. Rob Leiter fumble. The Raiders lead the league in having their thing.
Absolutely, I agree with that. But everybody's got their guy, right? And you don't really know. And then Dad Hord just kind of gave us the Bengals
Yeah, but we
one,
know
right?
that. I mean, we know that, Paul. And it was because they thought Bill Walsh was too soft. He wasn't going to be tough enough to be a
But I mean, like
coach
the
in
Joe
the
one,
NFL.
he's saying that Lapham would puke on his shoes, I mean, it's just kind of funny.
How about Collinsworth? Collinsworth lost 2 Super Bowls to Joe.
I mean, if you asked a fan base, like, who's your guy, right? I mean, within a millisecond, everybody could say who their guy was that
Probably
that
the
inflicted the
Bengals
most pain,
fans,
right?
public enemy number one, even more than Bradshaw, is Joe Montana. How about the game in Cincinnati? It wasn't even a Super Bowl. It was a regular season game. I remember them at the end of the game. They were way behind, and Joe hit Jerry Rice in a bomb down the right sideline, and Bill Walsh at the old Riverfront Stadium in Cincinnati skipped off the field. And I think Paul Brown did more than upchuck. I think he had cardiac arrest. And he wasn't Brian Sipe and the Cleveland Browns. So for
not the cardiac
that
kids,
generation
yeah.
of Bengal fans, Bill Walsh, are you kidding me? Bill Walsh, who got Joe, would Joe Montana been a Bengal had Bill Walsh been hired by the Bengals? It would have changed history.
Well, I remember, we all know the Brady one for the Raiders, but the one that drilled it home for me is me and you and Lincoln Kenny, who were walking underneath. The Raiders had just lost to the Patriots. We were going over to England, and Brady and Giselle are walking the other way, and Link yells at him, and he's got a booming voice.
He starts babysitting their baby.
Yeah, that afterwards he started. Yeah, that was a little bit weird, but he started yelling, "Admit it was a fumble! Admit it was a fumble!" It's booming underneath the stage. It was funny. That stuff never goes away. I mean, you could hear it, the pain in his voice. Anytime you take away a an opportunity like that, a Super Bowl.
How many
you're
Super Bowls have
Dan
the
Hord.
Bengals won? How many have the
That'd be
Niners
0.
won? And they're gonna have this all these alumni back and celebrate those 2 Super Bowls. Dave Lapham may just fall right out of the booth.
That's what I was thinking, man.
Wow.
He's just like, are you kidding me? Really? Anyway, all right. We'll give you the latest on Brock. Pop was out at practice yesterday. If not, Sam Darnold. We'll get into that conversation. Plus, the Warriors are hitting the road. That was the problem last year. Got a lot to get into. Matt Mayoko, we got about an hour until we talk to Matty, and he'll give us the latest, too. It's Pop and Lund on your Friday, only here on the Sports Center.
you are around the globe. Stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
I know there's a lot of questions about the call right before the half, so I definitely want to address that before I move on to Cincinnati. Take full responsibility for that call. I have to do a better job in putting the guys in a better position. We have good players. I know that, and can't really press the issue, and with that, moving forward, it's my responsibility to do that. So I wish I could take it back, but again, I gotta do better.
That was Steve Wilkes yesterday talking about the call right before the half. What's done is done. Moving on to the Bengals on Sunday, and the big story now is, and we gave you the 5 protocols that you have to get through to play. Everyone is trying to speculate, and we did it yesterday about exactly where he is. Of the 5, he might be on 4. It sounds like club-based, non-contact training drills, players reaching the 4 stage, able to start throwing, catching, running, engaging in activities more specific to their position, can ramp up their exercise by the end of this phase, blah, 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 blah. The final one, which is the most difficult, player has to be cleared by both the club physician and the independent neurological consultant to return to full activity. So you were out at practice yesterday. What are your thoughts? Where do you think Brock is? He
did a little of something on Wednesday when I was there and watched the entire practice. It was more of a walkthrough pace, and then he was able to take part in a limited part of practice yesterday. Sam Darnold clearly is involved in this. Brandon Allen has been much more involved, and he's running the scout team. Which is interesting because he does know Joe Burrow well, and he's simulating Joe. So I think we'll find out more today. Mayoko will join us coming up at 11:50. The Niners have a practice today. If they're able to change the designation from his practice to limited, and we'll see. They're going to have to come up with a game designation for him for Sunday at some point here. Will it be doubtful or questionable, or will they declare him out? I don't think they declare him out because he has time. I think we're going to get a definitive word on this tomorrow morning, probably right around the time they go out to walkthrough or right after the walkthrough, because he has to clear. The process is there's all these steps throughout the week, but at some point he's going to have to elevate his heart rate, get on a treadmill or something, and then the independent neurologist looks at him at that point and he clears him or not. So we'll know a little bit more today. What they're labeling, his participation in practice and where he is for Sunday's game. But I don't think we're going to get official word on whether he's able to play or not until tomorrow morning.
Well, and I think everybody can speculate where he might be. Maybe he's in 3, maybe he's in 4. But you pointed this out yesterday, and it's the truth because everybody has told us this. It's a lot of times it's, I'm not going to say easy to get to 4 because every situation is different, but you get to 4, and then 5 is the real hurdle, like you said, because then they have to ramp things up. It's the team doctor, it's the independent neurologist, and they've got to clear him, and that's usually the biggest step. So he can get to 4, and that's fine, and I have no idea whether he's going to play or not. But from what I've been told, that 5 is really the one that kind of takes a minute. So
yeah, the last hurdle.
Right.
Yeah, well, that's I think he wouldn't take that until tomorrow, because I think they want that as close to game time as possible. It's possible it's today, but I think that process would be tomorrow. So I think the encouraging thing, and there's also varying degrees of severity in a concussion and a head trauma. The fact that he's able to do anything this week, whether it was during a walkthrough or limited participation, I think it's safe to assume he's made some advancements here. I know John Feliciano, when he was out that week, you didn't see him. And then he got cleared to play the Sunday night game against the Cowboys, and he was good to go. So there have been, Adam Schefter earlier in the week reported that no one's ever come back from the same week. That's just not true.
Well, since 22. I mean, that's not a long. He said it's since Kenny Pickett in 22.
Yeah, it's 25% of the 25% of the concussed players have come back in the last 3 years, I think it is. So he had misinformation on that. But in any event, and Kenny Pickett had several concussions. He had multiple concussions that he had to battle back from. So anyway, it's possible for Brock to come back from this injury. Right now, they don't know. And I think, the fact that he is able to take part in walkthroughs and also be on the field to some degree because he's a quarterback, if they get the green light and he passes this final neurological test tomorrow morning, Brock Purdy's going to play, I think.
All right, it is poll time. Pop in London, KNBR, AM/FM San Francisco, the Sports Leader, a Cumulus media station. A lot of different polls that we were throwing against the wall today, but we came up with this one, the concern level on the 49ers. Let's do it.
Dude, grab my pole.
This is Danny's Big Poll.
The most important decision you can make right now is what do you stand for, Danny?
Interesting. I was looking at this morning. When the 49ers were winning games and blowing out Dallas and all this kind of stuff, you look at these numbers, the most bet teams right now, the most bet teams, the Chiefs -7, the Bengals +4, the Eagles -7, and the most money bet on it. So it's different. The most tickets doesn't mean the most money. The most overall money bet on a team for this week is the Bengals +4 against the 49ers. 2 weeks ago, that would have been unfathomable. Now everyone's panicking, or not panicking. Everyone, I should say, nationally is jumping off the 49ers bandwagon. So we're asking you a question as a fan of the 49ers in Danny's Big Poll today. What is your concern level for the 49ers heading into Week 8 against the Bengals? Not concerned at all. A little concerned, very concerned, losing my effing mind. So those are your four choices. How concerned are you?
Where would you be?
I would be a little concerned. I wouldn't be not concerned at all. I would be a little concerned because, and the reason I'm saying that is it's not enough for the 49ers to make the playoffs. I don't think it's enough for the 49ers to win, in their minds, to win the NFC West. That's not the goal. It might be for some teams. Like if you're the Lions, hey, making the playoffs and winning your division, that'd be great. But the 49ers are a Super Bowl or bust team, so that's what I'm basing it all on. So given that as kind of the parameter, I'm a little concerned. A little concerned. Where would you be?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, they haven't suffered any season-ending injuries here. I mean, Trent, and is Trent going to be able to play or not in this game? We're so locked in on Brock. I mean, as big of a question mark as Trent Williams. Because Trey Hendrickson, their premier rush end, and this guy, no one talked about Danielle Hunter at all last week, and that guy led the league in sacks, and Trey's right behind him. He's got 7 sacks on the year, and unlike Danielle Hunter or Micah Parsons, he does not change where he lines up. He always lines up at right defensive end over the left tackle. And if Trent can't play, that's Jalen Moore. So Jalen played well this last game out, but he didn't get Danielle Hunter all that much. He got more DJ Wanham. He's going to get Trey Hendrickson all day. So, but at some point, Trent's going to come back. At some point, Debo's going to come back. If Trent can't play this week in Jacksonville would be the hope, and likewise for Debo. So they haven't suffered any crippling injuries that changed the course of a year, like the 2020 year when they had one virtually every snap, that one game in New York. They had a card come out twice in 3 snaps to take a defensive lineman off the field, and one was Bosa. So you haven't had any of that. I think they're going through a mid-season speed bump like they did last year, where they lost Atlanta. Anybody see that coming? And then they, lost to Kansas City. And it was injury-related a lot. Bosa did not play in Atlanta after the injury the week before in Carolina, and then Charvarius Ward got hurt in that game, and they both came back for the Kansas City game, and they weren't quite right. And if Deebo Samuel plays in the game Monday night in Minnesota, do they win that game? If Debo plays the entire game and does not get hurt the first snap of the game in Cleveland, do they win? If Trent doesn't miss last week, I mean, a lot of factors here. So they got to tighten up. I mean, to go 5-2 and, have Philadelphia get off to this 6-1 start. Now, can Philadelphia get beat by Washington this weekend? Most assuredly. Philadelphia started 8-0 last year and lost at home on a Monday night to Washington. Will Seattle get tripped up? They got to play Cleveland this weekend, John. So I think I'm a little concerned that they hit a little bit of a lull overall. The defense is just not playing well. They got run on in Cleveland, and Kirk Cousins just dissected them surgically, throw after throw after throw. And Joe Burrow is very, very skilled, and he will look for the deep shot. And you heard Dan Hord. He's going to be driving out from under center in this game. 7 snaps under center all year. Wow. Everything in the shotgun. With a calf injury, he could not drive out from under center. So look for that right away if he's able to go under center That changes their running game. It changes their play-action game. This team, the 4.5-point line, honestly, when the season started, and the Niners are going into this game, by the way, with an 11-game home winning streak, dating back to last year, the 2 in the playoffs included. But when I looked at the home schedule this year, Giants, Arizona, Dallas, Tampa Bay, Seattle, Baltimore, and the Rams, Cincinnati was the one to me that was by far the hardest game of all. Cincinnati went to the Super Bowl 2 years ago when Chase was a rookie. They had Kansas City beat last year in the AFC title game, and then Mahomes makes that run at the end. That was a great game. And a lot of us didn't watch it because the Niners lost in Philadelphia earlier that day, but I watched that game back, and boy, Cincinnati was right there. They play so well on the road. The way they go into Arrowhead, they called it Burrowhead, and they're just clutch. The way they go into Orchard Park and beat the Bills in all kinds of inclement weather, and this is a big-time team. And their young kicker, he just don't miss. And on the road, he never misses. In playoff games, he doesn't miss, and this is kind of a playoff game for them. So independent of the last 2 games and Cincinnati winning their last 2 to get to 3-3, the fact that they're coming in off a bye week, huge advantage for them, a lot like Cleveland. And they're just good. I think this is, to me, John, this was the most challenging game on the home schedule when I first saw the schedule back in May.
Again, at least nationally, people losing faith in the 49ers. It's the most bet tickets by the public. It is second, the Bengals +4, and the most bet money this week is the Bengals +4. So obviously the public losing faith in the 49ers. What is your thoughts on it? That's Danny's big poll today. Jump on Twitter. KNBR will retweet it as well. But your concern level, so not concerned at all, a little concerned, very concerned, losing my effing mind. So we'll check in on the poll a little bit later on in the show. We'll hit up some Warriors coming up. Of course, they lose the opener to the Suns, and now the thing that hurt them the most last year, the road. They were 11-30 on the road last year. Can they remedy that, and what kind of a rivalry is the Kings? We'll get into that conversation. Matt Mayoko joins us to talk more 49ers, get an update on Brock at 11:50. It's Pop and Lund on a Friday, only here on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
49ers Hall of Fame quarterback Steve Young joined Schulbert and Copes, as he does every Wednesday, discuss how the 49ers iron things out from the last 2 losses and what Sam Darnold needs to do if he plays to stop seeing ghosts from the past. That podcast and more turning right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Gold Bar Whiskey proudly presents the Joe Montana Whiskey Collection, a whiskey that celebrates the iconic 49ers quarterback and a 4-time Super Bowl champion, Joe Montana. Gold Bar is the perfect whiskey to enjoy with friends and families and celebrate like a champion. It's crafted right here in the heart of the Bay. Each bottle of the limited edition Joe Montana whiskey embodies the spirit of greatness, aged to perfection and finished in cognac barrels. It delivers a unique taste that is as smooth as Joe's legendary passes. You can find the Joe Montana collection at local retailers, online, and at goldbarwhiskey.com, or at the Gold Bar Whiskey Distillery located on Treasure Island. Elliot may take care of you, so stop by there for delicious foods. They serve lunch from Wednesday through Sunday, refreshing cocktails, and the best views that San Francisco has to offer. You're on Treasure Island. For more details, including location and hours, visit goldbarwhiskey.com. This is a totally new whiskey blend from Gold Bar Whiskey. It is not double cast, but triple cast in cognac barrels. So wherever you are on game day, at home, a tailgate, or at the bar, make sure to order a Golden Joe for a refreshing game day cocktail. Gold Bar, the official whiskey of the San Francisco 49ers.
Nation, wherever you are around the globe, stream Gold-Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
I'm the very first Curry Brand athlete, and I'm extremely excited about the opportunity that he's giving me, and I want to take this, obviously, individual. I want to continue to grow, but also I want to help his brand as well. So there's a mutual respect and a mutual agreement that we have, and we want to be able to grow this together. Throughout the playoffs, this happened a lot. Like, we would show our team would show the shoes, and they're like, oh, he's wearing Steph's, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, well, I'm gonna bust his ass in these shoes. Like, that's how I'm thinking about it. Like, they're like, oh, you see someone with your shoes on, you like, I got them. I'm like, well, what if you see someone with your shoes on and they're coming at you? So it's like, it's kind of a mind game on both sides, I feel like, and I'm trying to play it on this side.
There you go. There is De'Aaron Fox. That's weird. He's wearing a Curry's. He's got a Curry deal.
brand?
Yeah, Curry
He's the
brand
only one
deal.
besides
How about
Steph
that?
in the league.
That's pretty cool.
Homage to Steph.
A couple of things about the Kings and the Warriors. First of all, no Draymond, so same lineup probably. Paul, Curry, Clay, Wiggs, and Looney. And then, of course, the last time we saw him, same lineup for the Kings as well. Steph scored 50 in that game 7. But so the rivalry with the Kings, what that has become, and then last year, what really hurt the Warriors, an 11-30 road record, which you and I talked about ad nauseum last year. And here's their opportunity. They're on a long roadie, and what is it, 7 of their next 8 at home, or excuse me, on the road. So it's time to exercise those demons early in the season.
And the one game at home is against Sacramento. We're going to see them tonight. We're going to see them on Wednesday. I believe Bob Myers is on the broadcast.
Very nice.
For ESPN doing studio work. So that'll be interesting to get his thoughts on an actual Warriors game. So swipe at a Fox, and if he didn't hurt his finger in that series last year, how would that have changed? There's no doubt his ball handling was not great. The Draymond stomp on Sabonis in Game 2, and it was a great series. Losing Game 6, forcing Game 7, back at Golden 1, and Steph going for 50. But I think that cost you, and Steve has said that, the Lakers series, because you weren't ready for the quick turnaround. So they're good. They played Utah on Wednesday in their opener. I was watching some of that game back this morning. Harrison Barnes went off. He had a 33-point game. But right away, the matchup you would think would be Andrew Wiggins against Harrison Barnes. And remember last year, Wiggs didn't play at the end of the year. Most of the year came back in time to play the playoff series and played well. And, Harrison, remember the big miss he had in Game 4 against the Warriors? Sacramento had a chance to go up 3-1 in that series, that Sunday afternoon game. And Draymond kind of called him out when the Warriors got the ball out of De'Aaron Fox's hands. So Keegan Murray started slowly in that series, but he came on. That guy's about ready to just become a sharp-shooting star. Domantas Sabonis won't have Draymond to deal with. Kevon did outplay him last year in the playoffs. He was all over the glass, and they got Herter and De'Aaron Fox. You got to deal with the handoff to Herter, and then Davion Mitchell and Monk. And they got JaVale 3 times. JaVale McGee is now part of their team. They brought in Duarte. They got the European Player of the Year. We'll ask Matt Barnes about Sasha and what he brings them. So Matt Barnes is going to join us a little bit later on. Matt is the only one. We asked him this last year during the first ever Warriors-Kings I-80 playoff series. He's the only one. He tried to drop DeMarcus Cousins, but Cousins never actually played for the Lakers because he got hurt. I believe Matt Barnes, John, is the only NBA player to play for every team in California. The 2 in Northern California, the 3 in the 2 in Southern California. So did you hear Sir Fat Ass? And he's lost so much weight we can't even call Charles that.
He'll gain it back.
But as the Warriors are playing Phoenix and halftime comes and the Warriors wind up losing, and he kept it up the whole night. He kept saying the Warriors are not the 4th best team in the Western Conference. They're the 4th best team in California. So he's saying the Lakers are better, the Clippers are better, and he's saying the Sacramento Kings are better than the Warriors. That's an interesting call. Kings did win more games last year. They were a 3 seed. Warriors were higher than the Lakers, but below the Clippers. So this is fun, the fact that both the Warriors and Kings are good simultaneously. But we'll ask Matt Barnes, the former Warrior and an NBA champion, was part of We Believe, was part of a Durant championship later, obviously played with Sacramento. He played with all of them. Are the Warriors the 4th best team in the state of California?
Well, he's a hater on the Warriors, and everybody knows that. And it goes back to the jump shooting days before they won their first title. But I watched the Clippers the other night against the Blazers just because, again, I have no life, and I wanted to see Scoot Henderson too. But if the Clippers are healthy, I mean, and that's a big, big, big if. And Kawhi and Paul George were there on that night, and they blew the Blazers out. Then the Clippers are probably formidable. And I don't know if they're ever going to get James Harden. I mean, it's indicative of where James Harden is that Terrence Mann, they wouldn't even trade Terrence Mann for James Harden. So I don't know that they're going to get James Harden. But as they're currently constructed, they're even without those guys, they work hard, they play hard, they got a bunch of lunch pail guys, and then you add those guys if they're healthy. Then the Clippers might be healthy. But that's a massive.
All right, so you're saying the Clippers are better than the Warriors when healthy. The Lakers, and they've added a lot of people, and they beat the Warriors last year in 6. Are the Lakers better than the Warriors?
Yeah, you probably saw the game too last night. The one thing
I saw it. How did they blow that lead? But Devin Booker didn't play.
No,
on top of Bradley Beal.
Yeah.
Kevin Durant had to beat him by himself last night.
I'm amazed by LeBron. People can say whatever they want, but at 38, I mean, he basically had to carry them in the fourth quarter. What do you have, 21, 9, and 9 last night? And so I'm pretty amazed, but can he continue? Because they had a minutes restriction on him, and they blew right past it, and he played 36 minutes last night. Now, maybe that's not going to be every single night. Maybe that was just, it's the opener, it's the Suns, whatever. But they're trying to keep him under 30 minutes a night, and I just don't see how they can. And Anthony Davis is a tremendous talent, and he was 30-12 last night, but at times he disappears, and he disappeared in the second half. So can the Lakers be as good as they are and try to keep LeBron on a minutes limit? I just don't think they can.
The Lakers beat the Warriors last year in 6 because of Anthony Davis.
Yep.
He was just dominant. And he had games where he scored a lot and games he didn't, but his defense is there every game. People are just hard on him. What was the Kevin Durant-LeBron hug at the end of the game? I thought they were going to snap each other's backs. Is somebody retiring like today?
It seriously
Are they
sounds
never
like
going to play each other again? I mean, that was
well, he's not retiring this year because they say that Bronny's at SC, and I don't think Bronny's a one and done, but he might be. He might do it anyway because he wants to play with his kids. So I think he's at least coming back next year, isn't he? I don't think this is
that was a serious
you're right.
between Kevin Durant and LeBron James. It was wild. All right, so you're saying the two L.A. teams may in fact be better than the Warriors. Are the Sacramento Kings better than the Warriors? They won more games last year, but when push came to shove, their youth kind of got exposed a little bit, and that and De'Aaron Fox's injury, but Domantas Sabonis got caved in. Kevon just threw his 4 rings all over his back and got every single offensive rebound, and they wound up losing Game 7 at home. Seen a lot of Sacramento, obviously, in the preseason. The one preseason game the Warriors really wanted to win, they brought Steph back in. He rose up and made a shot, and they guarded De'Aaron. We'll know more tonight up in Sac and then Wednesday at Chase, but are the Sacramento Kings, in fact, better than the Warriors?
Matt Barnes will make the case at 12:30, but I would say not.
He may not. He's a loyal Warrior. He won.
Yeah, that's true. But I would say that, with all due respect to our large listening base up in Sacramento, that while you had the better record during the regular season, you lost to the Warriors in the playoffs, and the Warriors have many more pelts on the wall. So until the Kings can beat the Warriors in a playoff series, I don't care how many games you win during the regular season.
That is part of what Pat Riley dubbed in his book the innocent climb. To me, that's the Warriors' first playoff foray with this group, Steph, Clay, Dre, beating Denver, knocking off a higher seed, and then losing to San Antonio. But they gave the Spurs some moments there. Should have won Game 1, coughed up a lead, did win Game 2. They pushed the great Spurs teams. Then they wound up losing to the Clippers in 7, and then after that, they won championships. So there's going to be a point where Sacramento passes them by. If you got 2 cars on Highway 80, Sacramento may be way out in front, and then all of a sudden in the playoffs and big moments come up and Steph goes crazy in Game 7, he just knows them out. That was a tight series. I mean,
great series.
Again, if Harrison Barnes makes that 3 at Chase on that Sunday afternoon in Game 4, they go 3-1. So they're pretty close, and they've added some people in the off season. Duarte, who's this guy? Sasha, John, this European Player of the Year. Yeah. Is he skilled offensive player? I don't know him, but beyond that, it's the same team, right? HB, Keegan Murray, Sabonis, Kevin Huerter, De'Aaron Fox, Davion Mitchell off the bench, Malik Monk. Yeah. They have added JaVale McGee. I was hoping the Warriors would get Pierre 2 times, turns 3 times. They got Alex Len as well, and Kessler Edwards, the guy at the end of their bench. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see. I mean, I think this is the first time, and the Warriors, I think, are going to take this season more seriously than last year. They got to play better on the road. They got to guard people. But really, this is the first time since Sacramento's come to Northern California from Kansas City, Omaha in 84, 85, that both teams really are, and they turned out to be playoff teams, obviously. It wasn't that they last year met in the playoffs for the first time, which is true, including going back to the Philadelphia Warriors, the Rochester Royals, the whole history of the franchise, Syracuse Nats, all that. They never made the playoffs simultaneously since the Kings came to California. Never made it in the same year. So last year they did make it. I think the Kings are going to be perennially a playoff team. So it's fun that we have a legit, I-80, whatever you want to call it, Carquinez Bridge series. What do you want to call this? Warriors and Kings. But there's going to be a point, John, where they are better. There's going to be a day. I just don't know if it's today, but it's coming.
Yeah, when 30 hangs them up, then they might just pass them. But, I mean, until that day, like you said. And, look, they got playoff experience. You talked about the climb that Pat Riley wrote about. They got the playoff experience, so it's not going to be – and I don't think they were ever in awe in that series. But, like you said, there was just some kind of mistakes made in that series. by the Kings that probably cost them the whole thing. And then Steph, of course, stepped up the way he did in Game 7. But, yeah, the more series that you play in like that, the more confidence you're going to gain. So, look, I don't think it's going to be easy. I just look at the Western Conference, and I don't know where to slot them. You know, with Denver, I think, being at the top, and then talking about the Lakers and the Clippers and the Warriors and the Kings and
Phoenix. How about Phoenix?
So I mean, it's the West at the top is so hard. So I know
Zach was 3 last year.
Right. I don't know that you can get that, but maybe they can. You know, look, now they have the confidence of having played in the playoffs. They know what that kind of a thing is like. That tends to help you in terms of having confidence at the end of games. So, you know, they could still ascend. They're a good team, and like you said, they were tough, man. And if Fox doesn't hurt that finger, I don't know if things are different or not, but he was certainly compromised by that. There's no question. All right, we'll continue that conversation. Give us your thoughts. Text line is wide open. We're also on YouTube and Twitch, so if you want to join the conversation there, you can, and you can see Pop's wonderful Dubs hat. Is that a new hat? I haven't seen that hat.
That is the Bart Bridge people brought me the Dubs hat.
Oh, I like
you
that.
Like that one?
Yeah, I like the Dubs hat.
Isn't that vibrant gold on the Dubs?
That's very nice. I like that one, man.
I don't normally call them Dubs. I don't like that, to be honest with you. I've never done that, but
that hat is pretty.
Well, it's just it's the gold. It's popping.
Yeah, I dig it. Very cool. All right, check that out. You can see Pop on YouTube on that one. We'll come back. We'll get you ready for the 49ers. Matt Mayoko is going to join us at 11:50. He'll have the latest, not only on Brock Purdy, but we played the Steve Wilks for you, the apology from Steve Wilks. Well, that kind of turned things around for this defense. And look, they've played well, but I think they have another level to get to. So we'll get into that with Matty at about 11:50. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Matt Mayoko will join us in about 15 minutes. Get the latest on the 49ers, plus his 5 to watch for Sunday in a... What would we call this game? Too early for critical. How would you term this game?
Gotta have it game.
Okay. Not must win, but gotta
That's
have
how
it.
they refer. Well,
Okay.
Fred Warner said must win, but
that's not.
it's
that's too early
October,
for that.
Fred.
It's too early
It's
for
way
that.
too early.
Yeah.
But it'd be nice to be 6-2 going into the bye as opposed to 5-3.
Sure.
Although Kyle was on with Tom yesterday and said, "Is there a big difference between 6-2 and 5-3?" I was like, "What? What's he saying?" But he
Last
did
year
say
there
that.
was one game. By the way, big poll today, Danny's big poll, your concern level for the 49ers heading into Week 8 against the Bengals. 61% so far are agreeing with you and I, a little concerned, 30% very concerned, 5% losing my effing mind, and 4% not concerned at all. So many people
Not
are right
concerned
with
at
us.
all? Okay.
Yeah, 4% not concerned at all. So those are the calm people. Probably. Smoking a little, kush or something. A little concerned, 61%. That's where you and I are. By the way, love the Yak Bros. I have that exact Yak Bros hat that you're
I know
wearing
you
right
do.
now. And I
Bart
wear it all
Bridge
the time.
people sent me a whole box.
It's very cool.
And I think that's the key to this game. First of all, they're Yak Bros.
Mhm.
And Jamar Chase in particular, it's almost impossible to stop him from catching the ball. I don't, the numbers that are great. Tom Spencer's doing the game with CBS. He's Jim Nance's statistician, or I guess he's the manager of analytics. What do they call it now? It's not. It used to be a statistician.
Right.
Chris Babcock is my president of analytics.
Is that what he is?
Well, Tom does everything for Jim Nance. So we have Jim Nance and Tony Romo on this game. In the 3 wins, Jamar Chase, there are 3 wins this year, 33 receptions. There are 3 losses, he has only 17. In their 3 wins, he has 413 yards. In their 3 losses, 143 yards. Big difference. In their 3 wins, he has 3 touchdowns. In their 3 losses, he has 1. So he's the guy that you got to corral, but he's so tough to deal with because they line him up everywhere. And the Niners, they're not going to chase him. They will some. But when he goes in motion, they'll just widen out their zone. The Niners play a lot of zone. Are they going to have Charvarius Ward follow Jamar Chase around? They did some of that last year. They haven't done any of that this year. So you have to assume that they're going to play with their Anaheim defense, which is their cover 3, and just widen it out so he can move all he wants. There may be some snaps where you see, you don't want, Isaiah Oliver following him around in the slot, and then, he's got man coverage on him. They'll try to avoid that. But they're going to widen it out. So the key thing is just to get the Yak Bro on the ground because, as Dan said, he's just a fluid route runner where he just kind of feels your body and he slides off of it. And he's like a basketball player with a great crossover, great handles. He's just tough to get to because he kind of creates space with his natural movement and still maintains his top-end speed. He's a 4.35 guy. But then he's 200 pounds. And then after he catches the ball, he can run around you or run right through you. Charles Davis is going to join us later on, John. Charles has been on at least 2 Bengal games that I saw. Their first game of the year in the rain in Cleveland when Joe Burrow was just inert. He could not move at all. And then Charles and Ian Eagle had the game at home against Seattle, their most recent game before their bye week. And Burrow moved well, but he's seen a lot of Jamar Chase and how they move him around. And, he's got the nickname of 7-Eleven because he's always open. He creates the 4th most space and coverage of anybody in football. He gets 3 yards of separation, which is, wide open or open. So then after that, so to me, it's Yak Bros. Yeah, you don't have Debo, but, how good is Cincinnati's defense tackling? Times I see them bow up and play well, and then I think the Niners can run on them. Whether that's McCaffrey, Yak Bro with the ball in his hands, whatever it is. But the key thing really, and Tyler Boyd's a good player. Higgins has ribs. He hasn't been the same player. But maybe coming out of the bye, he will be. But the key thing is it's going to be hard to completely shut down Jamar Chase because they formation him open so much, and he's such a great route runner in every level of route running. The key thing is to not let him be a yak bro. Get him on the ground after he catches the ball, and that's hard.
Well, it's exactly like you said. Against the Rams, he was 12 for 141, didn't score, and again, that was when we saw Joe was hobbling around so much. Against Arizona, he was 15 for 193 and 3 touchdowns. In the other 5 games, he has 23 catches. So a lot of that was Joe Burrow was hurt. And then the other big number is he's got 73 targets on the year. Boyd and Higgins combined have 77. So you've got to go into the game. As you said, they move him around. They move him, position him, put him in different places, and get him covered up so that you can't do that. But they got to do something in terms of saying, okay, we got to force you to try to get it to other guys. If those guys start to hurt us, then we can adjust back to that. But by far, he's the most targeted player. And in the games that they have lost, as you pointed out, he gets his catches. It's just like, for example, against Seattle, he had 6 for 73. Seattle, other than the first 2 drives, really shut down their offense. So look at whatever they did. But he's going to get his catches. It's just a matter of, like you said, at 200 pounds, and Dan Hord told us this as well. He's kind of built like a running back. If you see him, he doesn't have that angular wide receiver build. He kind of looks like a running back.
But he runs routes so fluidly. He's Justin Jefferson is like that too, where they're not choreographed. Ayuk whips off routes, and Ayuk's got such a change of direction. But Ayuk's got long legs and long arms. He's more of a, exactly where he's going to be route runner. This guy just feels you. Wherever, he's like a basketball player. Wherever he feels the defense on, he just slides off it a little bit. And his back shoulder is big time. Watching that Seattle game, Trey Brown, that corner they have, number 22, what a game he played. And he just went up and took the ball away on a back shoulder to Jamar Chase, which is hard to do. Burrow threw a couple of picks in that game as they were just able to blanket them. So, Seattle, I think, is playing a little more man than they had before. But with the Niners, just watch when Jamar moves around as much as he will on Sunday. Is anybody following him around? I don't think there will be. I think there'll be some. They move him everywhere. He's always on. He's in pre-snap motion all the time. And a lot of times he lines up in the backfield next to Burrow, and then he goes in motion out wider. You got to get to him there. And, I think that's just a zone concept where you got to have eyes on him. But the key thing is he's got to get targeted, as you say. If he gets targeted 12 times and he catches 8, can you keep him to 80 yards and keep him out of the end zone? Is the issue here. That's where he's lethal in every regard, and he can run. And the one thing about Burrow now that he's healthy, he will look to throw it deep. He's different than Cousins, where Cousins is looking to get it out on time and find the open guy. Burrow will hold it a little bit. He always has 2 hands on the ball, Joe Burrow. His pocket presence is so great, and he steps through it. And now that he's over the calf injury, he's able to work the pocket where he has sudden, subtle movements to avoid the rush. And he keeps 2 hands on the ball, and he kind of steps right through it all. And Brock's gotten so much better at that, John. Getting out, stepping up, and getting to his right. The scramble where Brock got out to his right and picked up 17 yards on Monday night in Minneapolis, just a great step up. And then he was looking to throw, but then after a while he just ran. And he was able to get out on the edge, show his speed, and run by the linebacker and pick up the first down. But Burrow, I'm going to be anxious to see right away if Joe Burrow goes under center. If he goes under center, then you got their full offense now. Then Mixon's a different back. Again, this is Brian Callahan, the offensive coordinator. They can run outside zone. They can run power like his dad taught for years, Bill Callahan. If Burrow can get under center, it's going to be a different thing, and then you'll be able to see him manipulate the pocket even more. But the last 2 games, and we'll ask Charles Davis, because he was on the first game in Cleveland when he couldn't move. Charles will join us at 1:30, and then he had the most recent game in Seattle. He got healthy in Arizona. The last 2 games, at Arizona, at home to Seattle, that was the real Joe Burrow.
Yeah, there's no doubt. The one thing I would say, and we're running the poll today of how concerned you are with the 49ers right now, and again, a little concerned is winning by a large margin. I would probably step that up if they can't take advantage of this offensive line, because they get no sacks against the Vikings. And again, the analytics, you got to go a little bit deeper than that, but you got to get sacks. You got to get pressure. There just wasn't enough of that against Kirk Cousins. And when they did, Kirk Cousins, give him credit, he played well against it. But this is an offensive line they can take advantage of, especially on the inside. So if that same thing happens against Cincinnati, my concern level would go up. They got to make some plays.
So, I mean, are we asking two different things? We're talking concern level. You're talking about the entirety of the season.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not concerned about that. I am concerned about this game, though. This is a good team. And I say, when the schedule came out, this was the home game that most concerned me. Cleveland played in the Super Bowl, or Cincinnati played in the Super Bowl 2 years ago, and we're going to it again last year. They beat Buffalo in the snow, and they drove right down the field the first drive and scored a touchdown. It was Joe Burrow to Jamar Chase, and then Josh Allen missed a throw on third down to Diggs. They came right back down the field the next play, and they scored again. The Bengals are good, and they're good on the road. They go into Arrowhead and win. It's Burrowhead. They go into Orchard Park and win. This kicker is clutch. He doesn't miss on the road. He's money, Evan McPherson. So anyway,
but the 49ers are supposed to be a really good team. I mean, against
Cincinnati's a really good team, John. They've been to the Super Bowl.
I get it.
They've done everything the Niners have done the last 2 years. They went to the Super Bowl.
But what I'm saying is, 2 weeks ago they blow out Dallas, and they're supposed to beat everybody. I mean,
that's Dallas. They got to play these guys.
I give Cincinnati their due respect, but I don't think they have a good. I don't think they have a good offensive line. I think they have problems in the secondary. I think they have.
He's
going to
quick throw you in this game. He gets the ball out of his hands fast, Burrow.
That's the league, right? I mean, they've got to make
some
plays
more than others, but he gets it out in 2.4 seconds.
Yeah.
Would you say the Bengals are the best team the Niners have faced yet this year?
Yeah, I mean, Dallas didn't live up to the billing, so yeah, I would say so. With a healthy Joe Burrow,
just overall,
I would say so.
You don't think Cincinnati's better than Dallas? The quarterback was hurt to begin the year. He was playing on one leg.
I think Dallas has a little bit better of a defense, but they have, if Cincinnati's healthy, they have a better offense and they have better skill position players, but I don't think they have a good offensive line. I do respect especially Hendrickson. I think Trey Hendrickson's a really good and underrated pass rusher. I think Hubbard has his moments, but I think they can be had defensively, and I don't think they have a good offensive line. So if the 49ers...
I want to see their offensive line with the quarterback under center, not in gun every single play.
I just think if the 49ers are what they're supposed to be, which is a team that dominates offensive and defensive lines, which they haven't, and run the ball and play the kind of defense they're capable of, I think they can beat anybody that comes in here. But like you said, where we look at the concern level is if they play in a similar fashion like they did, especially last week. Cleveland, okay, there's a few things there, but Minnesota, I don't think there's any excuse to lose that game, and they got beat on the offensive and defensive line.
They played great.
Yeah.
And their head coach knows the 49ers from the Rams, just like Zach Taylor does. I don't think there's any question the Bengals are the best team the Niners have faced so far this year.
Pop and Lunch sponsored by Pacific Coast Termite, the trusted company that's rated A+ by the Better Business Bureau. Call Pacific Coast Termite at 1-800-PACIFIC. That's 1-800-PACIFIC. The latest on injuries, Trent Williams, Brock Purdy's concussion protocol, and what does Matty Mayoko think? He's got the 5 to watch this weekend at Levi Stadium against the Bengals. We'll talk to him next, only here on the Sports Leader.
KNBR's got you covered on game day with Greg in the booth and John hosting pre and post. But NBC Sports Bay Area's Matt Mayoko has your Niners news all week long. Here's Papa London Mayoko on the Sports Leader.
I keep saying it because I think sometimes when there's nothing better than being at home and feeding off your crowd's energy, and we need that because we've had 2 long road trips. They've been tough. They haven't worked out like we wanted to, so we got to have this house rocking. I'm excited. We're celebrating our Super Bowl 16 and 23 teams, both that beat the Bengals.
Yeah.
Also having the 50th anniversary of our 73 team. So I know that this place is there's like over 100 alumni coming back. Mr. D will be back here tomorrow night for an alumni dinner.
Nice.
So a lot of believe me, that fires our team up to see those guys here. They'll be all out at walkthrough tomorrow. So our guys are looking forward to that. We want to show well in front of them.
That was John Lynch with Murph and Mac this morning, as Matty Mayoko tweeted out as well. So Eddie D is going to be in town with, as you said, more than 125 49ers alum now?
125, I think is the number.
So as he said, Super Bowl 16 and 23 over the Bengals. We've got Brock Purdy to talk about, other injuries like Trent Williams how to keep Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase in check. Lots of stuff. Maddie will have his 5 to watch. Make sure that you follow him at Mayoko, NBCS, and, of course, the great 49ers Talk podcast. He joins us courtesy of the Uma guest line. What's happening?
Gentlemen, how the heck are you?
Good. How the heck are you?
I'm doing just fine, thank you.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
How was Paisley Park,
like,
by the way?
Oh,
I haven't talked to you since Paisley Park.
Paisley Park was phenomenal.
When did you go? Monday?
I went Monday morning. Yeah, we had a 9:30 reservations there, and actually bumped into a lot of 49er fans doing the same thing. So they really limit the number of people who go through there, and the tour was the one that we took was an hour and a half, and it exceeded expectations. It was great.
That's good to hear, because a lot of times, like, you hear like Graceland and other places, they're kind of a disappointment. But I've heard that before. Paisley Park's pretty cool, so that's good.
Yeah,
good to hear it.
Yeah, very cool. Yep.
Hey, before we get into Brock and the injuries and everything else, pretty cool that that Eddie D's coming back and all these guys. The 49ers do such a good job, because in the pregame show, we always get somebody. They'll bring a couple guys over, and he'll usually have a friend, and then we'll have like 3 or 4 old 49ers and tell great stories and, winning and Super Bowls and everything. But that's going to be pretty cool for an event and for the fans and everything like that.
Yeah, I guess, Greg, this is the alumni weekend, I would assume.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. So usually they get a very good turnout, and they have the dinner the night before, and Eddie will be there, and a lot of former players will be there, and some. We see a lot of the same guys on a weekly basis. You see a lot of the familiar names, but it's always fun to be able to look out there and be on the field before the game and see guys that maybe you haven't seen in a while. So. I always like that, they always try to, have a connection for that weekend. And, of course, this one is the 2 Super Bowl teams that beat the Bengals. Those will be the teams that will be honored and kind of featured this weekend. But, yeah, I'm not sure the last time Eddie has been to a game. Obviously, he had his, the year he went into the Pro Football Hall of Fame and was honored at halftime.
Yeah, that was
game.
awful.
That was a rainy game against the
Patriots,
the New England Patriots.
And they were getting smoked.
Yeah, and it was kind of a neat backstory that I didn't even realize when I asked Bill Belichick about Eddie DeBartolo. Like, their families knew each other in that Youngstown area, and Bill Belichick spoke. This is one of those conference calls back when we had conference calls with the opposing coach. And he was very terse and just not really giving us much at all. And the last question I asked him, I just kind of took a shot in the dark, about Eddie DeBartolo and, any thoughts on his impact on the game. And he went off for like 10 minutes talking about Eddie DeBartolo. And it was kind of neat. And I didn't even know all that stuff. And then a couple years later, when I went to Eddie's ranch in Kalispell, Montana, and saw his shed where he has all kinds of memorabilia and stuff from all of his 49ers teams, there was a framed letter from Bill Belichick congratulating him on his induction into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. So that's the last, I might be wrong, but that's the last time I can remember off the top of my head Eddie attending a game at Levi Stadium.
And they are going on to the 73 team, 50th anniversary of that. But mainly it's the Bengals in town and Super Bowl wins 16 and 23. And we just got to thinking, what if Paul Brown had just hired Bill Walsh to be the head coach of the Bengals after he retired, and it was Bill Tiger Johnson and the big controversy it created, and Bill got royally angry and quit and wound up, Eddie had a few missteps along the way with Joe Thomas and Monty Clark and all that, and then when he hired Bill, it all flipped, and to play the Bengals right away in that Super Bowl 16, and then do it again when Sam Weish was the head coach. It was with Bill in Cincinnati, and the whole West Coast offense was born. Just think about how different the franchises would be. Would we be in Cincinnati honoring Bill Walsh? Those teams. What if Paul Brown just hired Bill Walsh to coach the Bengals? None of this would have happened.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, talk about how it would have changed so many things who knows how it would have turned out or how it could have turned out. But I think even when I was a youngster, I had no idea about that history of it, where Bill worshipped Paul Brown, and then for Paul to basically think that Bill Walsh was too soft to be a head coach and give it over to, I think Tiger was a long time and great center for the 49ers. But I think wasn't he the offensive line coach with the Bengals as well?
He was.
Yeah. And so, Bill, nobody remembers Bill Tiger Johnson as a coach. And I mean, talk about one of the great oversights or the great snubs of all time was to take this guy who, had the offensive chops, but Paul Brown did not see him as being a leader of men. And so that's why, they kind of stayed in that old tired thought of, the crusty old coach, the hard ass and all that. And kudos to Eddie DeBartolo to make that decision to hire Bill Walsh back in '79.
Matt Mayoko joining us, Bengals and 49ers, of course, coming up on Sunday. In regards to Brock Purdy, you wrote a piece, and we were trying to do the same thing, going through the 5 steps and where is Brock and what's going on. But as far as you see it, where do you think he is, and what are the chances he plays?
Well, I mean, don't quote me on this.
Sure.
This isn't going out over the airwaves or anything, right?
Just us.
Okay. No, it's just
we're
us
not even
talking,
on the air yet. We're at a
us.
break.
We're just telling Prince and Bill Johnson stories.
It's just us.
Yeah, just us. Okay, good. Yeah. Just between us. Yeah. I would think that tomorrow could be the day. I don't think he's going to be fully cleared out of that concussion protocol today. I would expect him to be on the practice field and go through a limited practice. And when that time comes, the 49ers have to make injury designations. If he's listed as questionable, that means he still has time to be cleared. And so that's kind of where I'm thinking that he will be listed as questionable, that there's if everything lines up perfectly, if he is able to remain symptom-free and pass whatever baseline test that he must pass, I think he could be cleared as early as Saturday. But, of course, if he woke up this morning with a headache or is out on the practice field and doesn't feel right, then that means it's over. Like he would not be able to play this week, and that would be signified by an out designation. So if that time comes after practice today, Kyle Shanahan will stride to the lectern, and he will say whether Brock Purdy is questionable or out. And if he's questionable, I think my money would be that he plays in this game. And if he's out, well, that's kind of self-explanatory.
What about Trent Williams? And obviously the Brock situation is huge. He's the quarterback. But Trent and Jalen Moore did a nice job on Monday night in Minnesota. But they're the guy at right end that's going to line up over the left tackle all day long on Sunday is their best defensive player, Trey Hendrickson, who very quietly has 7 quarterback sacks. Could have like 4 more, but penalties overturned those. Trent was not really, I didn't see him at all trying to get ready for Minnesota. I think that was a foregone conclusion he wasn't going to play. He has been working on the side, with the performance staff. What are your thoughts on Trent Williams being able to play Sunday?
Yeah, I would say if he's out there today, I think practice starts at 12:45. If he's out there today, that would lean heavily toward that way of playing, because you got to look at it this way too. And I kind of felt the same thing about Brock on Wednesday. The 49ers kind of found a loophole in the concussion protocol in order for Brock Purdy to be out there on the practice field and go through walkthrough on Wednesday. Well, if the 49ers did not have any intention of him playing in the game, there's no reason for him to go through a walkthrough. There's just no reason for it. So that's why I think that, Brock Purdy still has a really good chance to play in this game. I would say the same thing for Trent Williams, whereas the team has this game coming up against the Bengals, then a bye week. If he's able to get out there and practice even in a limited form today, then that tells you that they're trying to push for him to play in this game. Otherwise, there's just no reason for him to get out there and take any chance of a setback or anything of that nature when you know that you have the bye week coming up. And, they certainly want him ready for the final, what would it be, finals 9 games of the regular season. So today will be the huge indicator there too. If Trent Williams is out there in practices, more than likely he would be listed as questionable. And then it's a matter of how he feels tomorrow, and then more importantly, how he feels when he gets to the stadium on Sunday.
Matt Mayoko is joining us, of course, 49ers Insider, NBC Sports Bay Area, and the 49ers Talk podcast. And you also hear him before the game on Sunday for the latest. Let me go back to Purdy for just a second, because I remember the time when you said that Sam Darnold was better than Joe Montana or something like that.
Yeah,
I can't remember exactly what it was.
Exactly what
I think it was
said.
something like, I think that's what you said. And well, but the team's confidence in him, they seem to have a lot of confidence in him. What do you get the sense of just if Sam Darnold has to play?
If he has to play, it's going to be different. I think he's more of a see it and react quarterback than Brock Purdy is, who is a kind of using all of the information, synthesizing it through that big brain of his in a split second, and then throwing to a spot where he anticipates his guy will be. There's a lot to like about Sam Darnold, and if you're around him and the team, he's a easily likable guy who has a boatload of physical talent, but he doesn't have those. At least he hasn't shown to have all those other things that Brock Purdy has, and has made him more successful, I guess you could say, than Sam Darnold, without having anywhere near the physical tools that Sam Darnold has. Now, maybe that's completely unfair to Darnold, because he's never been in a system like this, has never really had a lot of continuity. He has never been with a team or a coaching staff where, they have the ability to maximize what the quarterback can do, what the passing game can do. So this would be his first time really in a legitimate NFL passing game. The 49ers obviously like the fact that he has experience and doesn't necessarily need, the tons of reps to be able to step on the field. That's part of why they made that decision, why Kyle Shanahan made that decision to go with Sam Darnold over Trey Lance for the backup, because Trey Lance needed to just get out there and play and play and play. Well, Darnold, it hasn't all been positive experience, but it's been experience nonetheless with 55 NFL starts. So, it would be really interesting to see how he's able to do. But, my feeling would be that I think he would probably look pretty good. I think he would do an okay job. I don't think he would be, I don't think he'd be throwing the head scratching picks and not give his team a chance to win on Sunday. So I think the 49ers go into this game against, a pretty good team, a 3-3 team, but they're a dangerous 3-3 team. I think regardless of who the quarterback is, they got to believe that they can go into this game and win, maybe not decisively, but win a game that kind of gets them off the schneid and moving in a positive direction in the second half of the season.
All right, it is Friday, so you got your 5 49ers to watch. His team looks to bounce back versus the Bengals.
What do you think about my number one? You were going.
I did. I'm going to save your number one for later.
Okay.
It's a big countdown here. I'm Casey Kasem. We're counting down. I want to start with 5 because you did talk to him. And Charvarius Ward, he had the pick early in the game in the third play of the game against Cousins, trying to go to the rookie Addison, but then he gave it up later. I thought they were clearly going after him and targeting him on some double moves that they didn't go at the entire game. And there'll be times he gets Jamar Chase in this game or Boyd or Higgins. So you did talk to him. Why is Charvarius Mooney Man Ward number 5 on your top 5 to watch?
Yeah, I think he did have kind of a target on his back, and he was involved in 2 really notable plays. The second one in particular at the end of the first half, where if he plays that thing the way he thought he was playing it, and he was in a great position, he just didn't finish the play. And if he intercepts that ball, nobody's talking about Steve Wilks other than, well, that was quite a gamble, but it sure paid off. And I'm not sure it really would have paid off all that much. It just would have meant that probably neither team would have scored heading into halftime. But I just think it's kind of for a bounce back game for him, and the fact that he will be matched up on occasion against Jamar Chase, and if he's not, then it's going to be those other two receivers. I mean, what I kind of focus in on is when you are on a skid, a 2-game skid, albeit like this, the 49ers, you have to turn to your top guys, the guys that you're paying the money for. And the 49ers have not invested a whole lot of money, cap space, in this defensive backfield, but the one guy they did do it with is Charvarius Ward. So, this is a game for him to step up and be noticed and make some plays and help the 49ers turn this thing around.
So do we need to go through all of them before we get to number one?
Well, I will say, I know I mentioned both Armstead and Bosa, and kind of the same principles apply to both of those guys. Bosa has a chance in this game to really impact his buddy, Joe Burrow, and as long as Burrow's not comfortable, that obviously gives the 49ers a really good chance of winning this game. And then Armstead's kind of the same way. I think Armstead's been close, but he hasn't gotten there. And when you have two guys like Bosa and Javon Hargrave on that defensive line, and you really don't know what that fourth guy is going to give you over there at the end opposite of Bosa, I think there are some one-on-one opportunities for Armstead in this game to really make his presence felt. And so that's why I included those two guys.
So
and number one.
Number one. Well, I also mentioned Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah, you do.
Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Because I've come
Why is the rookie kicker number one, Mayoko?
Well, first off, Christian McCaffrey. I've decided
McCaffrey, those guys are there every week. Bosa and McCaffrey are obvious.
But let me come on, Craig. Let me talk.
I mean, honestly, if he makes the kick in Cleveland, they win the game. If he makes the 40-yarder in Minnesota, you're driving for a game-winning field goal and not a touchdown. So I'm with you.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
Yeah. No, well, first off, with McCaffrey, let's end the conversation about them sharing the load. As long as Christian McCaffrey is out there, he's going to be playing. I mean, he's coming off the oblique. He was questionable, and he plays every snap. Okay. And then on to Moody. I think the one thing that this game has that those other games didn't have is that this is at home. And so the worst thing a kicker can hear is the groans or even a smattering of boos from the home crowd. And so that the 49er fans are really good. The people who show up at games are ultra supportive, probably as supportive as any fan base when it comes to the home stadium as there is in the NFL. But if he gets out there and misses his first kick, you're going to hear groans. And I don't know if you'll hear boos or not.
You're going to hear John Lund.
You'll definitely hear John Lund. I mean, John Lund.
You hear Dante Whitner.
Yeah, me and Dante sit together.
He hasn't missed a kick at home, you realize. Except for the preseason, that one game against Denver.
You did.
He hasn't missed a kick at Levi's, Mayoko. You know that.
I know he hasn't, and I noted that. Thanks for reading my
Thank
piece.
you. I'm reading right along here. I got it all.
So anyway, I just think that this is a game that could be a close game. It could come down, as these last two games have come down to, the kicking game, and it's imperative that he doesn't have those kinds of struggles at home, because I think that's when things really get difficult on a kicker, is when you kind of feel and sense that 65,000 people who are wearing the color that you're wearing on your uniform are losing faith and confidence in you. And so I think this is a big game for him, just to be darn near perfect, because if he's not, it just makes it really tough on a young guy to kind of bounce back from that.
I think you bring up a good point, and it's going to be 75 and sunny. Wind doesn't look like it's going to be a big factor, and they've got a really good kicker. I think that's part of it. Is if it is a good close game, they got a kicker that's been nailing it this year, and I know he was a rookie too at one point and got in trouble for sitting out at the halftime show and all that. That's understandable. Snoop Dogg and everybody, that was pretty cool. But he's a great kicker, and so if you're missing kicks, he's hitting kicks. It's going to stand out even that much more. Not
there
good.
You go.
All right, man.
And you will probably be down in the bunker, the KNBR bunker, screaming. I can hear you.
I'm going to leave the press box
from a quarter mile away, screaming and pulling your hair out. And
you guys don't acknowledge when he makes one.
I do. He made the 55-yarder. He's the roller coaster.
Roller coaster tackle, Greg. It's like no offensive tackle. No offensive tackle gets kudos for holding up in pass protection to allow a 60-yard touchdown. But the moment they give
Christian
up a sack,
Darrisaw just was. He was just held. He was just got
I
lauded on Twitter for the block on Daddison's touchdown.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sure.
Right.
I'm sure that.
Just one, and the other part of it is, you got to sit on this game for the bye week.
Yeah.
So everything that's done is going to be. It's even more so. You want to just flush it all, and you have a trade deadline coming up on Halloween. We're not going to talk to you between now and the trade deadline.
Oh yeah.
What do you expect? What do you expect them to do between now and 1 o'clock on Halloween when you put on your Prince mask on Halloween?
It sure sounds like the 49ers are very open to being active at the trade deadline. And, it's not going to be Christian McCaffrey of course it won't be because he's ready on the
team. They're not going to trade him, are they?
No, they're not going to trade him. But I don't think it's going to be like anything close to that magnitude. But it sure sounds to me like they are keeping their options open. They have the cap room, which maybe is overplayed a little bit just because that cap space carries over, the unused cap space carries over to next year when they'll need it anyway. But I just, maybe a lot of it has to do with how this game goes. If there's any situations that occur that might prompt them to go find a player at another position, but I don't think I'd be hard pressed to see if it's anything big. Did you hear the latest? Like Brian Burns is he wasn't at practice today, so he's a guy that
Carolina Panther Scott Fitterer.
Yes, the problem with the 49ers, there you go. The problem with the 49ers is I think any team they're making a deal with or talking to make a deal with, they're going to assume that draft pick, if it's the 49ers pick, is going to be coming, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, somewhere in the round. So just inherently, any team that's also, let's just for argument's sake or just as a hypothetical, say the 49ers want Brian Burns. If there's another team that wants him, the other team almost automatically is the front runner because they're probably going to be playing from more of a position of strength in that their pick will be assumed by, say, the Carolina Panthers to come earlier in the round.
So you got to throw in more, and that's not good. Although some of the names I have heard, and this goes back to your the cap conversation, and again, maybe the compensation's lower, but let's say it's an edge guy. Well, Burns or Sweat or Young, those guys are all expiring contract. There's a lot of guys. I don't know if Jalen Johnson, he's going to cost you a lot, expiring contract. So a lot of the names that I've heard are guys that you would have a decision to make at the end of the year, and in Burns' case or Jalen Johnson's case, an expensive decision whether you want to keep them. But if it's just a pure rental because you feel like you're in a big-time Super Bowl window right now, they'd be off the books and you still carry that money over.
Yeah, I guess that's similar to the Randy Gregory. Right. Randy Gregory is set to make $16 million next year. You think he's going to make that with the 49ers?
No,
not
absolutely
a chance.
not.
No. And if he plays well, maybe they figure out something to really reduce that. But even then, if he plays well, it's probably going to be more than the 49ers want to pay him or more than they can pay him. So, I think the 49ers are in a spot where they feel good about their team, the last 2 weeks notwithstanding, and they probably do feel like they're in a position, as they felt last year, where one player can kind of push them over the top. They felt that way with Christian McCaffrey. Obviously, ultimately, that it never happened because of the injury to Purdy, and who knows how the NFC Championship game would have turned out. But I think the 49ers are kind of in a same spot now. What they have to balance is any guy they bring in, what's the risk reward as far as how much will that player help them now, and then how much will it be either in draft pick compensation or the salaries they're paying that player, how much of that will be a detriment to them in the future.
Matty, great stuff, man. We appreciate it. Thank you so much, and we'll talk to you on Sunday.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
Take care.
Thank you, Matty.
All right, that's the great Matt Mayoko. Remember, 49ers Talk Podcast. Make sure you're following him on all social media accounts, and he'll keep you up to date on everything that's going on with the 49ers. He made a great point about Brock. We'll know really before the announcement based on what they may call his status this afternoon. So we'll get into that conversation, plus good stuff in terms of trade deadline, because we're not going to talk to him until after that. Well, we'll talk to him on Sunday, but we won't talk to him here on our show until after that. All right, bottom of the hour, we're going to talk to Matt Barnes about the Kings and the Warriors. Although, did you see in All That Smoke, he and Stack Jack had Jada Pinkett Smith on? That's a complicated situation. Anyway, I watched that whole episode. It was very intriguing. So
Anybody get punched? Anybody get slapped?
No, nobody got slapped, but it was good. We'll talk to him all about that stuff. I have a quick baseball story for you coming up next. I can't remember.
We
a
have
media
time
member.
for that? We don't have a lot of time.
Yeah, it'll take like 90 seconds. I just know that I don't think a media member has ever blocked me until yesterday, and I'll tell you why this person did that, and then we'll talk to Matt Barnes. It's Pop in London on Esports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
49ers defensive coordinator Steve Wilks says he takes full responsibility for the play before the half against the Vikings. That's trending right now on the all-new KNBR app and KNBR.com.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Since we're the sports leader, it only makes sense that you should follow. Find us on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. I'm going to have to hold the baseball story because we got to get to Matt Barnes on time, so I'll tell you that after we talk to Matt Barnes, of course. I was going to say the former Warrior. He is a former Warrior, but he's a former all of the California teams. So we'll talk to him.
Former everybody.
Next. Yeah, we'll talk to him coming up next about the Kings and the Warriors coming up next, and the All the Smoke podcast that he does with Stack Jack. He had Jada Pinkett Smith. And by the way, on fire, that podcast. Mike Brown, Jada Pinkett Smith, James Worthy, Terrell Owens. Those have been like his last 4 guests. So it's been incredible. So we'll talk to him about that, and we'll preview mostly the Warriors and the Kings, where he does pre and post game. We'll do that coming up next, only here on the Sports Leader. Hey, let's grab the keys. So let's get your new Toyota at Modesto Toyota. Kevin and the entire crew, all my friends at Modesto Toyota, you can get great savings on that new Toyota you want with, get this, no dealer markup. So every day, new cars, SUVs, and trucks are arriving, and there's never been a better time to get yours. So this is what I did. I have a new RAV4 Hybrid. Beautiful. Love it. So what you do is you check out the incoming vehicles like I did at ModestoToyota.com. You pick out the one you want. It's got all the bells and whistles, everything you like. Ooh, that nice color. Everything is perfect. And it's that simple. There's a huge selection of hybrids, or you can check out the fully electric BZ4X. That's that BZ4X you've been seeing around. It's got a great price right now, special lease deals, and you can save on those gas prices because it's electric. Modesto Toyota's been family-owned since 1965. They've grown every year because they take care of you, the customer. Now that means getting a great deal with a very very best price, and of course, as I've experienced many times, great customer service. So come grab the keys at Modesto Toyota on that new car, SUV, or truck you want, and the time is right because there's no dealer markup. No dealer markup right now. You're going to get a great deal on your next Toyota, Modesto Toyota, where, of course, I get my Toyotas, my son's Toyota. You know how this works. It's Modesto Toyota at ModestoToyota.com.
Dub Nation, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
This is definitely a special occasion. I've been rocking, Curry Brand Under Armour since 2013, and Curry Brand's been in existence since 2020. But to be able to partner with somebody like D Fox while we're still competing, while we're still battling, and so for me, to be sitting next to him and to understand what this opportunity really means and allow him to take it and run with it is a dream come true for me, because there's no better guy than him.
That's Steph Curry. De'Aaron Fox is now a member of the Curry Brand family. We got that going on. Kings and Warriors renew their rivalry. Nobody knows it better than Matt Barnes. He's going to join us in a second and make sure that you check out the All the Smoke podcast. It's absolutely on fire. The last few guests, Mike Brown, Jada Pinkett Smith, James Worthy, Terrell Owens, absolutely awesome. So make sure you check that out. And at Matt_Barnes22, and he joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's happening? How are you?
What's up, guys? How you guys doing?
Yeah, we're doing good. How you doing?
Not too bad. About to catch a flight up to Sac right now.
Busy.
Where do you live full time? Are you down in L.A.? Where are you?
I'm L.A. Yeah, I'm L.A. So I
Yeah.
normally do blocks of games. I'll fly up to Sac, or when they're out of town, I'll go to the Bay and I'll do 2 or 3 games at a time. But I had to come back this trip because I had to do some family stuff. So
Right.
kind of back and forth once the season starts going.
Well, fly safely. I see the rundown. They're going to tape something with you on Warriors pregame live at 5:45, so you'll be
Yeah,
in the chair,
yeah.
and then you're doing both sides of it. So we talked to you during the first ever Warriors-Kings playoff series last year, and it was great. The deciding factor may have been De'Aaron getting hurt, with his finger, and Steph going crazy in Game 7. So how do you see it now? Now that Chris Paul is a Warrior, Jordan Poole is in Washington, how do you size up this matchup, Warriors and Kings, Matt?
I mean, it's tough because I just feel like it's so early. I think that, you definitely need to see more of what, Chris Paul can bring to this team. Chris being a former teammate of mine, one of my favorite teammates I ever played with, just his IQ and his understanding of the game. The Warriors are such a smart team that, that fits right into what, Chris is best at. Although he's a little older, I still think he can be effective. My main question with this Warrior team is just depth on that front line. Obviously it's no secret that this team is getting older, and that's what happens. And, you look at the front line and see what the Lakers are just too big for, Golden State in that second round last year, and I don't really feel like they necessarily addressed the, just the size issue with Golden State. But with that said, the talent they have between Steph, CP, Draymond when he gets healthy, Clay, I think Kuminga's going to have a big jump this year. And, Wiggins is solid night in, night out. So, it's still early for Sacramento. A lot of people said, hey, they didn't make any big splashes this offseason. But to me, I just thought that they trusted in what they had and wanted to start to build a foundation with the core they had. So they went out and re-signed the guys they felt really helped them last year. Added some strategical pieces, former Warrior JaVale McGee, Chris Duarte from Indiana, and then Sasha, the EuroLeague MVP. So it's just, it's really early to kind of put any kind of wild predictions on it. I know that Northern California will be electric tonight, and I think it's going to be an exciting game.
Matt Barnes is joining us. We're talking Warriors and Kings, which, of course, renews tonight. Plus, you've been through this, and the Warriors at the beginning of this run, this was what I thought made them so good, is they resisted the urge to maybe go out and go and trade for some big guy early in this process for them, and they kept the continuity together. And I think for the Kings to finally make it to the playoffs, to gain some confidence, I would imagine, playing together, I think that gives them an advantage, especially early in the season.
Huge advantage, and I don't think it's any secret that this is the copycat league, and obviously being able to get someone like Mike Brown, who was in Golden State's system for a handful of years, but just seeing if it isn't broken, don't try to fix it. And that's what I kind of spoke to a second ago. It's just like they feel like they have a very solid core. 2 all NBA performers, 2 all-stars. They're expecting a big jump with Keegan Murray this year, so you don't really want to mess up, because I think people underestimate with all the movement these days how important chemistry is. And, getting a chance to play on that 17 team and playing against that team when they're in their dynasty runs, their chemistry is something that won them a lot of games. And I don't think people, unless you really understand the game, how important that chemistry is. So I completely agree with you. They didn't make any huge moves because, they're still really comfortable. I think obviously this one thing Mike Brown's been preaching in the preseason and coming into the season is just playing with more force on the defensive end. I think JaVale will be a help, be a rim protector, but they were, one of the worst teams in the league, giving up points in the paint last year and just defense overall. So I know defense is a point of emphasis for Sacramento. So it's just going to be fun to see how this plays out. I think they got a lot of experience, although it was a first-round loss. You got a lot of experience, seeing what it was like, knowing that they could have had a chance to beat Golden State at the time, who was the reigning champ. So I think they learned a lot, and we'll, look to apply it this year.
And when you look back on that series, obviously De'Aaron's finger injury was impactful. Harrison Barnes makes that shot in Game 4, and Sac goes up 3-1 as opposed to 2-2. It could flip everything. And then Steph going off in Game 7, Matt. But really, consistently throughout the series, Kevon Looney outplayed Domantas Sabonis. He just beat him up on the boards, and Sabonis, whether it was Draymond stomping on him or whatever. So how do you see that? Draymond's not going to play tonight, obviously, with the ankle injury, but Looney will start the game against Domas. How do you see that matchup in light of the way that 7-game series went last year where Loon clearly outplayed him?
Yeah, I mean, I think Sabonis was exposed somewhat last year in the playoffs with Golden State. You know, they stagged off him. I think they got in his head a little bit. Draymond with his antics and physicality, and then, you know, Loon with just his motor effort on both ends on the glass. I think they kind of had Domantas thinking a lot. And again, last year Sacramento didn't have a ton of frontline help. You know, Trey Lyles was mixed in a little bit. You know, they didn't have a JaVale. So I just think, you know, tonight with obviously Draymond being down and, you know, Loon is their main frontline. I mean, Domantas has to go at him, has to attack him, has to be aggressive, has to be willing to knock down that freak online jumper, which they gave him the entire first round, and he was hesitant to take. I just think he has to play his game. But you know, as a former player, and you see how people are playing you, you know, in whether it be the regular season or postseason, you know, you lock that in your brain, and come summertime, that's things you focus on. So I'm sure Domantas will be focused and ready for whatever, you know, Coach Kerr decides to throw at him tonight. But my main thing with him is he just has to be aggressive. You know, if you guys recall, he was missing a lot of chip shots, a lot of layups, because I just think he was mentally kind of confused. So I think he saw last year. Hopefully he's able to learn from it and be able to apply it, you know, not only tonight but this season in general.
Matt Barnes, he's heading up north as he's heading up for the Kings and the Warriors. Just in general of age, you know, you mentioned Chris Paul and LeBron now with the retirement of Andre Iguodala is the oldest player in the game, and the way that he played last night against Phoenix. Steph, at least in game one, he's 35. He doesn't look like he's skipping a beat. What are guys doing nowadays to extend their careers the way that they are?
It's more of a year-round process, I think. You know, there's obviously more attention to detail on just load management and the do's and don'ts and the rest and you know, the food and the exercise. I mean, it's a whole science now. You know, you always hear the old adage when we were coming up, you know, eat healthy, work out, blah, blah, blah. But it's really a science now in sports. And, you credit these guys understanding that, you know, the longevity to some of these guys. I mean, I think, Kevin Durant's in year 17?
Yep.
If I'm not mistaken, he doesn't look like he's slowing down. As you guys just mentioned, Steph doesn't look like he's slowing down. LeBron is, you know, found the fountain of youth, and it's still being able to be, you know, close.
We might have lost him.
Matt, you there?
Yeah, we got him.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah, we just lost
for
you
a quick
for a second. You were talking about LeBron and KD.
Yeah. I think, you know, look, you see in LeBron at his age still able to close games and win the games for his team. So, I mean, I think it's just a credit to these guys, understanding that it's a year-round process to keep your body in shape. And because we all know it's a young man's game, yet we're talking about, you know, 3 or 4 of the oldest guys in the game still being very effective. So it's a blueprint for younger players to understand what longevity looks like, but not just longevity, but to still be effective at an older age. So, you know, these guys are all special, and, you know, unfortunately, it saddens me that it's, you know, sooner than later coming to an end for a lot of these guys we're talking about, and the new crop of guys will come. So I just really hope the fans appreciate what they've been seeing, what they've been given these last 20-plus years with LeBron, and what KD has given, what Steph has given, what Chris Paul has given, what all these great players have given to the game and given to the fans so much, because it's, you know, it's coming to an end.
It was wild seeing KD and LeBron have that hug out at the end of the game last night. Like they're cherishing every one of these matchups because it could be right at the end. And you were involved in one when you came back to the Warriors and were a part of the 2017 that won a championship. And you were part of the We Believe Warriors, so you were a Warrior twice. You were also a Clipper twice. You were a Sacramento King twice. And you were a Laker. Yep. You're the only guy. Yep. Remember we talked about this before and you mentioned Cuz. But DeMarcus never actually played for the Lakers. He got hurt. So I think you're the only guy to play for all 4 teams in California, which leads to, I don't know if you heard Charles Barkley the other night, but they were talking about where do the Warriors rank in the West and are they a top 4? And Charles dropped, they're the 4th best team in California, meaning the Kings are better, the Clippers are better, the Lakers are better. Are the Warriors the worst team in their own state, man?
I wouldn't say worst. I think worst is a bad word. I just would say, I mean, you guys correct me if I'm wrong. I feel like the Pacific Division in itself is the strongest division in basketball. I mean, all those teams will most likely be in the playoffs or in a play-in situation. So it's just it's a battle every night. And to me, again, to me it's too early to kind of forecast what we see. But I can never count a Draymond Green, Steph Curry, and Klay Thompson team out. Sacramento is new and on the hump, but trying to prove was last year a fluke. Sacramento's not getting a lot of love. Some people are saying they're a play-in team. Some people are saying they're not even a playoff team in general. The Lakers, you know what I mean? What Anthony Davis are you going to get night in, night out? Is LeBron really going to be able to hand the keys over to Anthony Davis and let him steer drive the bus? Can the Clippers stay healthy? Can Phoenix keep their big three healthy? So, I mean, just the Pacific alone, but the West in general is really strong. So I think it's going to be a great season. Obviously, health is dependent. All these teams are depending on health. But if everyone is being able to stay healthy, I just think it's going to be a hell of a season. It's going to be a fun season, and it's going to be one that fans enjoy.
Matt Barnes coming up for the Kings and the Warriors. I got to ask you before we let you go, all the smoke is on fire. Mike Brown, Jada Pinkett-Smith, James Worthy, Terrell Owens, Rich Kleiman are your last five. But I was glued to Jada Pinkett-Smith just because that's one of the craziest stories out there. Well done.
Man.
So
thank
crazy.
you. And actually, we're something might be interesting to Warriors fans. So we're heading to Dallas on next week, and we got Mark Cuban and Dirk Nowitzki. So that'll be definitely for the We Believe fans. I think that'll be a great. But all the smoke has been amazing. I'm sure you guys have heard. With the Paramount takeover, that Showtime Sports is no longer going to be here at the end of the year. So we've been planning for that, and we've built All the Smoke Productions, and we're looking to do a lot of big things come 2024. So it's been a great run. It's been a learning experience, and now we're kind of going to be out on our own come 2024. So we're really excited of the growth and, the guests we continue to get and the supports we continue to get from the fans. Man, we can't thank the fans enough.
It's so good, and you guys have done such a good job. I got a quick story for you. So I was running the Dallas Mavericks radio network when the Warriors beat them. And Mark Cuban heard us talking about, just crushing the Mavericks and he was on his private plane. He drove directly to the radio station. I'm in my office, and a blur goes by me, and he broke right into the radio station right in the middle of all of us to explain what had happened against the Warriors. It was unbelievable.
Wow.
He was beyond pissed. Beyond.
Oh man! I mean, Mark, they were all. I mean, that was it. People don't. I mean, it happened so long ago, but I mean, that was an MVP season by Dirk. They're a 60+ win team.
Yep, 67 wins.
Forecasted to possibly get Dirk's first ring, and Nelly was so locked in, and that inner battle he had with Mark and the front office in Dallas, like it was just laser focused. And we went in there and were able to steal the first game and shook the whole series up. So it was a great time. But I'm definitely looking forward to catching up with those two guys, in particular Mark and Dirk, and kind of just get their point of view on it, because we've talked ad nauseum about what it meant to the Warriors and the We Believe movement, but I'd love to hear.
Yeah, it was. Nelly always talked about winning game one, going up game one, but it was the play one up. It was the one-up play that he put in for Dirk in Dallas, where he caught it at the elbow, and you and Stack Jack just suffocated one up. That was the story of the series.
Yeah. Every time he turned his back, we turned his back and put the ball on the ground. We attacked him, and it just had him frustrated the entire time.
It was unbelievable. That's gonna be fun, man. Well, hey, thanks for the time. We appreciate it. Like I said, All the Smoke is absolutely great. You guys are doing a great job with it, and we'll talk to you soon throughout the season. Thanks, man.
Thank you guys for having me. Have a good call.
You got it.
Thank you, man.
Oh, I'm stoked. I'm stoked that he's doing that because, like you just said, after the first game, I was running operations and I called my voice guy and I said, they're going to lose this series because it's all football all the time there. And I took a big risk in actually, promoting the Mavericks and all this kind of stuff. But they had won 67 games and everybody thought they were going to go to the finals. And so I make us a basketball station. And after game one, it was midnight. And I called my voice guy and I said, I need all this. I wrote a bunch of new stuff. I said, we're going back to football. They're going to lose this series.
It was not good timing to have Don Nelson coach against that Dallas Mavericks team with Avery Johnson. He's the one that brought those guys all there. He put in the one-up play for Dirk. He knew exactly where his blind spot was. And he never adjusted off the one-up. But it was mainly Stack Jack. It was painful to watch. And then he put a hole in the wall.
Yep, and that's a true story. I was sitting in my office, and I see this blur And it's Cuban, and he just walked right into the radio station, and he just started firing, man. He was pissed. He got off his jet. He heard us talking about him and about how disappointing the series was, and he went straight to the station, busted right onto the radio show, like right in the middle of it. Just started trying to explain, because it's so competitive there between
What was
Cuban
his explanation? He never should have fired Nelly.
Nah, I don't even remember what he said, but he was just pissed because we were killing him. And for them, because football is so big there, that they become irrelevant, and it's him fighting with Jerry Jones. It's a totally crazy dynamic. And so the fact that they were going to lose and go back to irrelevancy because football is everything there, I think for him that pissed him off, because they thought it was going to be a long run and people are going to jump on board, and just obviously never happened. So
why did he fire Nelly, or Nelly? I mean, Nelly won 53, 57, 60, 52. He was 42 and 22 that year when he lost his job. What happened?
I think there was just personal issues, conflict, obviously, amongst them that led to all that.
I can see that.
Yeah, there's giant egos, kind of a thing. So, Anyway, he wasn't the easiest Cuban. He's not the easiest guy to work with. So, yeah.
And neither is Nelly.
No, exactly. That's what happened. All right, good stuff from Matt Barnes. I'll try to get you a quick baseball story. I don't know if we probably went too long on that. We got a 4-play coming up at the top of the hour. We'll get you caught up with the 49ers and the Bengals. We'll do all that coming up next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
49ers general manager John Lynch joined Murph and Mac this morning, told him why the 49ers still have Steve Wilkes back, and he's confident the 49ers can break out of their slump. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
There was a tweet.
Yeah, I think my name changed a little bit.
Arson?
Arson Judge. I haven't seen his stats yet with the Giants.
Me neither. It's got to be pretty good, though.
Arson doesn't know what he's going to get.
Wow, he's coming early.
All right, so just to harken back to Arson Judge for a minute, for about, 90 seconds, we thought we were going to get Aaron Judge here because John Heyman had sent out a tweet that said it looked like Arson Judge was going to sign with the Giants. And so we all got excited, and then it was retracted, and we all know the story from there. So yesterday, John Heyman, New York Post and MLB Network, all that stuff, he wrote a story that he tweeted out, and it was, along with the Rangers and the Dodgers, that the Giants were the co-favorites to land Shohei Ohtani. So
the Rangers,
Dodgers, and Giants.
Dodgers.
He put
Rangers?
as the three co-favorites to get Shohei Ohtani, and he explained why. So all I simply did was I wrote a tweet that said, Arson Judge thinks Giants are co-favorites for Ohtani. And, of course, I tagged him. And I woke up this morning, and I saw underneath that tweet that the story no longer existed. And I'm like, I thought that was weird. So I click on it, and John Heyman blocked me for calling him Arson Judge. He's a little.
I thought you were going to say Aaron Judge blocked you.
No, he's a little sensitive about the whole Arson Judge thing. Is John Heyman? So
coming up at 1:15 on the Pop and Lunch Show, we talked to John Heyman.
Jeez, he's sensitive.
He's never coming on our show.
What a sensitive guy. Jeez,
because you're a funny guy. You got jokes. Wait a minute here. Bruce Bochy may get Shohei Ohtani on top of Marcus Semien and Corey Seager.
Yeah,
and Jacob deGrom and Max Scherzer getting healthy? Where does that come from? Did you ever hear that Texas was going to get him?
I did not, but he wants to win.
So where is Arson Judge getting his info from? Where is he?
I don't know. He blocked.
Do they share an agent? They have different agents. He doesn't have the same agent.
I think he's guessing. I mean, I read the piece, and it wasn't anything. It wasn't anything that said it's nothing based on anything he's heard. I mean, I'll give you an example of what he says about the Giants. He says, they're surely desirous. Okay, this thing just moved.
This is Aaron Judge talking?
No, this is Arson Judge talking. John Heyman. He says they're surely desirous.
So Aaron Judge is not involved in this at all?
No.
Oh, okay.
He's the one who tweeted out Arson Judge.
I know,
so that's
but Arson
is.
Judge is the AKA for Aaron Judge.
Doesn't exist.
You're talking John Heyman then?
John Heyman. So he says they're surely desirous of a big star after failing to land Stanton, Harper, Judge. There's one issue, folks wonder if Ohtani would sign up for a ballpark tough on left-handed hitters. Odds 6-1. So there's no I heard this, I heard that. He's just speculating. Is all he's.
Well, I think a lot of people have said Giants and Dodgers. Where'd the Rangers come from?
They win.
Maybe
they have no state income tax. That'd be nice. I mean, there's.
Well, you thought he wanted to live on the West Coast, and he wouldn't. I mean, if he considers Texas, would he go all the way to the East Coast? I heard the Red Sox are going to be in play for him.
Yeah, that's going to be a fun one. So anyway, that's the latest, and I don't think I've angered a media member enough to be blocked, but I have finally with John Heyman. So
never even Kawakami.
No, I've never been. But no, absolutely not. And I'm not a blocker. I don't give people the satisfaction of blocking. I'm not going to block you. You know, I do the I do the passively aggressive thing, which is muting people so they don't even know. That's much better for me. But anyway, there you go. That's what's happening. All right, it is time. No, we still got 2 more minutes. I'm not going to do it yet.
Oh, we can start early.
By the way, that is my favorite hat. The SFAF hat, that's my favorite hat. That's my favorite hat.
It is?
Yeah. Of that group that you just received.
I think that's why Bob Melvin took the job. I heard you were telling me a baseball story, so
I like that.
Baseball.
No, yeah, that's it.
It's Bochy time.
Yeah.
You're going to have to update the shirt and give him a 4th ring.
I'm excited. I very rarely will have a rooting interest in a World Series that doesn't involve the Giants, and I want Bochy to win. You know,
you had Longo playing at third base for the Diamondbacks. Is Madison Bumgarner traveling with them at all, or is he just gone into He's
In fact, you know what he did? Did you see that?
It's kind of sad.
Bochy said that Bumgarner actually texted him and said, "Hey, I got some innings in me if you need me." So not only is he not with the Diamondbacks, he's offering to be with the Rangers.
He's on the other side.
Yeah,
so the lineups are out. Good matchup for Game 1. Zach Gallen against Nathan Eovaldi.
Eovaldi's pitched well.
These are. Texas's lineup from top to bottom's loaded. Is Longo in there tonight at third base? He is, batting 8th tonight, Evan Longoria.
And he's got World Series experience. That's good.
Losing with Tampa Bay against Philadelphia.
Good for him.
So this matchup of the World Series, this will be interesting to see, first off, what kind of ratings it does. This is such a Southwest series. Arizona against Texas. And Texas is big, and the Metroplex is a big market. I can't imagine this is going to do well in the ratings.
No.
And then overall, do you realize this is a matchup in the 90-win Rangers and the 84-win Diamondbacks, the fewest combined wins in the regular season in World Series history?
I did not know that.
Wow,
Is that
I
right?
hadn't thought about that.
Yeah,
174 combined.
I
90
wonder.
and 84.
I do wonder if they have poor ratings for this, which I anticipate they will, just because having lived there years and years ago, I know that everybody jumps on a bandwagon when a team gets in, but I don't think they're going to have massive ratings in Dallas. It's just so football driven. I'm sure
for the World
good
Series,
ratings,
they never won a World Series.
Yeah, they haven't, but I don't know. It's just weird there. They're just not that into it. Although if a team gets to this level, a lot of people will probably watch that wouldn't normally watch. But there's been a lot of complaining that the regular season should mean more. So in other words, do you give teams buys? Do you make it a 7-game series? I wonder if the ratings are poor. So I agree with you.
Well, I think
you have
it'll
chances.
They're going to get into the Rangers, but they could get 100% of the citizens of the Metroplex watching. And what's the nation going to do? To have the Arizona Diamondbacks and the Texas Rangers as such a decided Southwestern World Series, John. It's not like last year where you had Philadelphia in the World Series. Houston was in. Overall, baseball ratings have been up this year, about 10%. And butts in the seats have been up. The ratings have been good. This could be just a lower-rated World Series than we've had in many years, just having Texas against Arizona. Is anybody on the Eastern Seaboard going to care?
No, I don't think so. I agree with you. If it's Yankees, Dodgers, it's one thing, or some of those other matchups that you get. To me, the World Series is the World Series, but you and I aren't normal. The normal person is going to look at Texas and Arizona and say, what are the storylines? To get big ratings, you got to get the casual fan. And Texas, Arizona is not going to get the casual fan. There's just what's there.
Not in the East, it's not.
Not for sure. All right, it's Pop and Lund on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the Sports Leader, a Cumulus media station. Let's get you your foreplay.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
All right, chunk number 1. Here is John Lynch, general manager of the 49ers, who joins Murph and Mac each Friday, talking about the next steps for Brock Purdy in the concussion protocol.
Yeah, I think the next part is just to keep advancing through it, and that would entail practice today and, various other tests and things that they do. There's a lot of, with a lot of scrutiny, they've added steps to it, throughout. And I think all these things are good, and they want to be thorough. Believe me, it is extremely thorough. And, he's in that protocol, and we'll just see where it ends up. If not, we really made it a priority to go get someone we believed in as a number 2 and 3 quarterback. And, we're very, we got a lot of belief in Sam Darnold and what he provides. He's played in this league at a high level, and think he is a great fit for what we do. So we got a lot of belief in Sam. And then Brandon Allen, coincidentally, who came to us from Cincinnati, is also a guy who's really impressed in his short amount of time here.
So having been down there, you were at practice yesterday. What do you get a sense of whether you think Brock will play or not?
Well, we have fresh video from 49ers practice. It is Fred Warner pointing to the top of Brock Purdy's helmet and giving the media the thumbs up sign.
Oh, wow,
so we
that
have
is
a thumbs
big.
Up emoji from Fred Warner.
Okay, I need to see
4
this.
minutes ago, Mayoko with the tweet. Brock Purdy appears to be on pace, as long as there's no setback, to receive full clearance for Sunday's game. You see
That's what
Fred?
Mayoko was saying?
Yeah, you see Fred giving him the thumbs up?
Yeah, I'm looking at it
pointing
right
to Brock's
now.
helmet?
Boy, that's see that.
He is pointing to Brock's helmet and not Brandon Allen. I can't tell.
Boy, that is, well, I tell you, man, breaking news by a guy pointing at Brock. Look at that. I'm looking at it right now. I mean, the way social media works now, it's unbelievable.
That's enough for me.
Seriously, like, and these are like, they're just doing some drills, right? They're just skipping and doing whatever they're doing right there. And he points at Brock's head.
Practice is what they're doing.
Points at Brock's head and gives you a thumbs up, and it's like, we're all gonna, he knows how we're going to interpret that. Like, oh, he's playing.
He turned to the media and he gave the thumbs up sign. It's like when Fred had the sack in the preseason game and he did the Bosa shoulder shrug and then pay the man. He was sending a message. That's Fred Warner.
Wow, that is classic. That is classic. So there you go. Fred Warner with some breaking news there. Mayoko with some breaking news, but he got a large assist from.
So we'll see what the designation. So they just started practice. This was at 12:40.
Yeah.
Kyle's going to talk before we're done, I think, and then we'll see just how they designate the wording on Brock's availability for. Probably it would be questionable because he still has to pass the last hurdle of the neurological exam, which I think is tomorrow morning. So, but sounds like he might not going to be doubtful or out. It may be based on. Well, going with the Fred Warner emoji, John. We're not going to go probable, are we? He has to pass that test, and how do you know?
I think, according to Fred, he's in. So, but Fred probably doesn't
know. Fred's not the one. He's not the neurological doctor.
He's not the independent neurologist.
What's your name, Brock? You're good.
Exactly.
What's your last name? Hardy? Uh-oh.
Close enough.
Oh, boy. You're one of the Hardy boys?
Wow. Look at the way news works nowadays. Fred Warner does a thumbs up on the field. We're all like, he's going to play.
Edward R. Murrow and Walter Cronkite are rolling over in their graves.
Classic.
What a world we live in.
Yep. He's going to play.
Even Mayoko.
Yeah.
According to Fred Warner's thumb.
Exactly. He made a motion of a head and a thumbs up. Well, that's it. That's all we need to know. That's all we need to know.
Yeah.
All right, here's Kyle Shanahan. He was on yesterday with Tolbert and Copes. We've talked about Steve Wilkes apologizing for the play right before the half. Here's Kyle expanding on that.
No, he didn't lose track of the time. It's just doing how many yards you need, how long does it take to get that.
Got
it. We didn't want to give up a next 20-yard explosive where they could kick a field goal. Their kicker had a big leg and stuff. Mm-hmm. And what was the best way to not give up 20 yards? I have no problem with the zero blitz in that case, to not give up 20 yards because the guy has to get rid of it. Now, in order to do that, everyone's got a zero, and that's where we messed up. Someone didn't, so Kirk had time to throw it. But where it was off, you could do that with about 18 seconds because you can go up there and clock it and time it out. Stuff that I've done a lot on offense. So you know how much time it takes, and it would have been really hard for them to do that with 16 seconds. So it was unnecessary to do it. We still didn't execute it. The kid ended up making a hell of a play, but we did. It was unnecessary.
So there's a little bit more expansion on it, and it was something that Tim mentioned yesterday. Is the guy he's talking about is Hufanga. He's your free guy, and then he just inexplicably stops. He starts to go, and then he just kind of stops. And so that's what he's talking about, too. So while it's the Steve Wilkes play, and he differentiated between 18 seconds and actually the 16, and by the time it got to Addison, it was 10. So he didn't think they could come up there and clock it in that amount of time. They were at the 40-yard line, so they would have had to run, where he initially caught it around the 20. So they'd had to run 40-plus yards to try to get that thing clocked. And as Kyle said, it wouldn't have timed out that way. So there was a lot of different things to it. The call was one of them, but we talked about, Ward not making the play. We talked about Hufanga not going in. There's a lot of different elements in addition to probably the wrong defensive play call.
Yeah, so he's saying it's just a span of 2 seconds.
Yeah.
At 18 seconds, they could do it, and they work this all out, whether it's called fire, and you see them at the end of practice, they run out and get how quickly can they get up and spike the ball to get a field goal. So it's a span of, if it's 18 seconds, it's okay, and it's 16. We're going to hear from Tashawn Gibson coming up in a little bit, John. He goes through the whole play. It was actually a cover 4, a quarters coverage that became a 0 because he's the center fielder and he vacated it to go pick up Brandon Powell. But, everybody's got to be on the same page of what you're doing there. And for some reason, Talanoa did not. rush the edge, and he was the free hitter. If he would have just gone with his hair on fire the way he always does at Kirk Cousins, there's no way Cousins has time to execute that. So it was a complicated play, but, I mean, it's a difference of 2 seconds. Kyle would have allowed that to happen in 18 seconds, but not at 16. Interesting.
Absolutely. Here is Steve Kerr, who was on with Tolbert and Copes yesterday. Chris Paul's first effort with the Warriors, 12 points, 9 assists, 6 boards, 0 for 6 in the first half, but started getting it going in that third quarter run in which he had 10 points. Here's Steve Kerr assessing Chris Paul, game number 1 with the Warriors.
Yeah, he looked like Chris Paul. As, he's one of those guys who he plays the game at his own pace. He's never sped up, and I think it's why he's aged so well. As a player, he's just his game isn't based on athleticism or how high he jumps. It's just pace and rhythm and awareness and strength, and he's just got such a great feel. And in a game that was otherwise, kind of strange with all the missed shots, he just kind of kept us afloat. 9 assists and 1 turnover, and he had that scoring flurry in the third when the crowd started chanting CP3, and it was that was a pretty cool moment.
Pretty weird moment. Even Chris Paul said it was a weird moment.
It was weird. He was looking at Dario and thought, wow.
That's what he said. He said Dario was laughing.
I'm still just, it's weird for me. And it's mainly, if it was a 28-year-old Chris Paul, I'd be more on board. It's just, so he does play at his own pace. There's no doubt. But tonight, he's going to play against a team that likes to get it and go. So I want to see him guard De'Aaron Fox, John. How the hell is he going to do that? I mean, that's a tough matchup. And Steph took that assignment last year. I mean, ultimately, Gary Payton II can guard him the best. I think, they got some guys that are hard to guard. Was Wiggins going to get a turn, I think, on De'Aaron Fox? Remember Draymond last year in the playoffs went to get De'Aaron Fox? So, I mean, Chris Paul, it's the pace. When he's on offense, he can play that pace because that's the way he plays. It does slow it down. You want to get up and down more. The Warriors like to run. But Sacramento's a blur. So they're going to try to push the pace. I want to see if he can guard Swipe it to Fox tonight.
All right, one more before we hear from some 49ers in your interviews. Here is Will Clark. He was on with Murph and Mac this morning, and he loves the fact that Bob Melvin is through and through San Francisco.
I definitely think that the fans know that, and that is without a shadow of a doubt very important. I mean, you have to realize where this franchise was, in the 50s, the 60s, the 80s, the early 2000s, and to where, we've had a little scuffle last few years. And the fans see it. They see it just as much as I see it, and I'm in the clubhouse. And, you need to, not only, I guess you want to say celebrate, the past, but you also have to respect the fact that, hey, look, when you walk out with SF on your chest, your job is to make sure you walk out there and know that the other team, they know that you're going to get their asses kicked. And, when you walk out there and you're not too sure and you don't have that chest poked out and you don't have that confidence level to the tippy top, it lends itself to a few defeats. And you have to walk out there, know what that San Francisco Giant means across your chest, know who came before you, know what it means to walk out there and know that, hey, look, you're about to have your hands full with me.
He's just one of a kind, man.
It's like a speech when they retired his number.
Exactly.
So, this is all going
classic,
back to that era of Giants baseball because Will Clark obviously got to love those kids. He and Robbie Thompson came up in '86, and the Giants went and traded for Bob Melvin. And that Kruko was talking the other day about one of the first moves that Roger Craig wanted, and they gave up Matt Noakes, who was a power-hitting catcher. Noakes went to Detroit with that overhang at Tiger Stadium. He had bombs. But Roger Craig wanted Bob Melvin to come and run his pitching staff, and they had Bob Brendley here as well. That was one of the first moves they made, because Roger knew him in Detroit when Roger was there with Sparky as the pitching coach before he took over. So, Will Clark arrived and Robbie Thompson arrived. Bob Melvin arrived right around the same time, John. And then when are the Giants going to announce that Matt Williams is the third base coach? That's going to happen any day. And there were a lot of great players on those teams, and Willow was certainly one. But Matt Williams was a great player, and he's going to be out on the field. I mean, it's going to be something to have Matt Williams wear number 9 and coach third base for the Giants.
Yeah, that'd be very cool. By the way, Matt Barrow's saying, and I don't know if this is if this contradicts Fred Warner's thumbs up, but it says Sam Darnold on tap to speak with reporters after practice because Brock Purdy's in concussion protocol and cannot by league rules. So Darnold is going to talk. So now what do we got? What does the mystery widen? Does the mystery thicken here?
No, I mean, he cannot, as we said yesterday, because of the rules, a player in concussion protocol can't talk. Do they have to bring a quarterback? And they're not going to do it tomorrow.
Yeah, of course.
So I think I'm going by the Warner emoji,
okay.
John. I think that's but I want to hear it Sam Darnold.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, there you go. That is your foreplay. Let's get it to it. So we're going to hear from Gibson, and we're going to hear from
on
Kyle,
the play.
Right?
And, Kyle's mainly about Brock and getting ready for the game and why they brought in Sam Darnold. And then we'll hear from Charles Davis at 1:30, and then maybe before we're done, we'll hear from Kyle Shanahan himself, and they will actually give us a wording on the designation for Brock Purdy and whether he's out, doubtful, questionable, probable. What else do we have, John? Are those the 4? Is that it?
Yeah, I guess that's it. Yeah, those are the ones. All right, let's do it. Okay. Let's hit those for you. Charles Davis at the bottom of the hour.
Thumbs up emoji.
He's done a couple of Bengals
Fred
games.
says he's that.
Yeah, so there you go. That's what I'm going with, too. Charles Davis has done a couple Bengals games this year, so we get some insight from Charles on what to expect from Cincinnati at the bottom of the hour. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
49ers Hall of Fame quarterback Steve Young joined Schulbert and Copes, as he does every Wednesday, discuss how the 49ers iron things out from the last 2 losses and what Sam Darnold needs to do if he plays to stop seeing ghosts run the past. That podcast and more turning right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
Cam Akers, the former Ram, to his right. Addison out wide right, watched by Hord. Inside rush. Going to throw a deep one to Addison, and it's broken. No, it's caught by Addison. Touchdown, Minnesota Vikings. He took it away from Charvarius Ward. Ward went for the pick on him like he got earlier in the game, and right at the contact point, Addison pulled the ball away, spun out of it. It's not quite a Minneapolis miracle, but how did they score a touchdown there?
Certainly no offense to you, but I'm done hearing that after today, hopefully.
We didn't play it much this week at all.
Oh, my God, we played it about 5 times in the postgame.
Oh, you did?
And we probably played it once a show,
we didn't play
probably.
Much on this show. No, we didn't play it much. Any event, on to Cincinnati, except one more backtrack to Minneapolis. Just one more.
Yeah.
One more.
All right.
So,
what do we got
Tashawn
here?
Gibson, and we're going to play just a little bit of my interview with Tashawn. And by the way, he is a smart dude. And he also played against the Cincinnati Bengals when Jamar Chase was a rookie as a member of the Chicago Bears. So on our pregame show on Sunday here on KNBR on the 49ers Radio Network, we'll play the whole 11-minute interview with Tashawn. He gets in to guard Jamar Chase, and he is smart. He is on it. So anyway, we wanted to start with this play, and it was the faithful play of the game right before halftime, the 3rd down and 6, 40-yard line, 16 seconds to go. We'll get into it all with him, the 7-man pressure. He was the guy in center field initially when the play started, but then when Brandon Powell, number 4, the wide receiver, the former Ram, slashed across, he vacated center, so we just go into that. We do start, remember when Steve Wilkes first got here? He kept playing the guys, the highlight, and people have short memories about the Niners defense. Remember the first play of the game just about, against the Miami Dolphins last year? And it wasn't Jalen Waddle, it wasn't Tyreek Hill, it was a former Niner, Trent Sherfield, that got behind everybody, including Tashawn Gibson, and they scored a touchdown on that play. And Steve Wilkes kept showing the Niners that play in the offseason, like every day. And every time Tashawn Gibson said he would excuse himself and go to the bathroom. So we are going to start with T. Gip talking in great detail about the play right before halftime in the cover 0 blitz against Minnesota.
My responsibility in that situation is we showing single high, and at that point, but it really shakes out like quarters. So it really is a quarters formation in a sense. Edge pressure 3-by-1, it shakes out like quarters. I was to the 3-man side. So in that instance, I take the over out of 2 to my side as I would in quarters. Demo keep the 1. I believe Hawkinson stayed in and blocked, which left Mooney backside. Essentially in cover 0, but quarters, if you will. And the pressure didn't get home. Obviously, we understand how the play shook out from there. A play that Mooney probably won back, a play that we all won back. 10 times out of 10, Mooney Ward making that play. Have no problem with him going for the ball. Ball-hungry guys, man, in this league, you got to understand, any balls in the air, when you get the opportunity, you try to capitalize on those. A lot of people can say what they would have done in that instance. You see the ball there, try to get the ball, possibly score on defense. A lot of things could have happened, and that's kind of what happened. Obviously, it didn't work out that way. They scored the touchdown. God made a heck of a play. Obviously, man, he's a first-round draft pick for a reason. They scored a touchdown, the momentum shift, and, kind of the rest is history, man. And it's unfortunate, but, it's part of the game.
All right, he broke it down.
He did. And then we went on to another play, which I think is more applicable for this game, and it was the first Jordan Addison touchdown. It was a 3rd and 2, and it was out of a bunch formation. And Charles Davis will join us coming up from CBS. He's had a couple of Bengal games this year, and this is something maybe the Bengals and Zach Taylor, their head coach, and their offensive coordinator, Brian Callahan, gets into a situation like the play before halftime. But I guarantee you they're going to have this situation is going to come up a lot on Sunday, where they're going to go to a bunch formation, and they're going to put Jamar Chase in the inside spot, which is number 3, and he's going to run an over route. And the 49ers a lot of times just automatic check to, they call it Anaheim defense. It's their cover 3, and in that situation, the weak side linebacker, and that time it was Dre Greenlaw, John, had to pick up Addison, who runs like a 4-3, and Jamar Chase is just as fast on a crossing route and on an over route across the field. It's hard to cover that. So I don't know if they're going to catch the Niners in a cover 0 blitz in a situation like that. Probably not as likely. But how do the Niners handle when they go bunch? What do they do with Jamar Chase when he's in the slot? What do they do with Jamar Chase when he motions out of the backfield? He is a dynamic player, and Jordan Addison's a young star. That guy's got 6 touchdowns on the year. But Jamar Chase, along with Justin Jefferson in Minnesota, is one of the best players in football. And when you hear the pregame show, you will hear T-Gip breaking down that play more and more. But, I mean, is Joe Burrow better than Kirk Cousins, John? Are there 3 wide receivers better than Jordan Addison and T.J. Hawkinson? Are these the best 3 wide receivers on one team in the NFL? And, T. Higgins has not put himself with a rib injury this year, but I think most people would take Chase, Boyd, and Higgins over any trio in the football. And then you got Joe Burrow as the quarterback, the trigger man, and it sounds like he's finally healthy now.
Let's talk to Charles Davis coming up next from CBS. He does the games with our good friend Ian Eagle. He did do the Browns and the Bengals in Week 1. Things have changed since then. Obviously, he's done a couple of Bengals games, so we'll get some insight into that. By the way, he's got Jags and Steelers this weekend, so he might want to ask you some questions because we've already seen the Steelers. So
and
anyway,
we'll get the Jags coming out of the bye week, so we want
absolutely.
To ask
so we'll ask him all about that. So Charles Davis, NFL Network draft guru, and does the NFL on CBS with our friend Ian Eagle. He's going to join us next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Bob and Lund, thanks for joining us on a Friday as we get you ready for the Bengals and the 49ers and the rest of the NFL. One of our favorites, Charles Davis, of course, NFL Network. He is the Bible when it comes to the draft. CBS works with our good friend Ian Eagle. Last week he had the Bills and Pats. This week he has the Jags and the Steelers. He's had the Bengals a couple of times, including on opening day against the Browns, so we wanted to talk to him about that. Charles joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Hi, Charles.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good. How you doing, man?
I'm doing well. Thank you very much for asking.
Glad to hear it. By the way, what is your weekend like? Because you've got to do games, but you got to stay up on college the way that you do stuff. How crazy is it for you?
No crazier than anything else anyone else does in this world. You know, I mean, you guys know as well as I do. We work in the candy shop of professions, right? Like, let's just be honest about it, all right? Willy Wonka's got nothing on us, and we know that. So if we start spending all of our time telling everybody, oh, it's so difficult to do what we do, they will walk up on the street and punch me dead in my face and say, hey, as Jack Nicholson said as Jimmy Hoffa in the movie Hoffa, yeah, tell the working man that one, you know? So
great line.
I totally understand and get it, right?
Yeah, now you got the lifetime golden ticket, as we all do. So
no doubt, no doubt.
So we are playing the Bengals.
Real quick.
Gotcha.
Before I get started on this, I totally forgot at the top, and I shouldn't have. All of us thinking about our fellow Americans in Maine right now, and what's going on up there. And I have relatives there, family there. It is frightening, horrifying. And we all send our prayers. We all send our thoughts. I'm not going to make this political, but we as a people, we've got to get something done to take care of each other. Because we are just, I don't know what we're doing to each other, but we got to stop it. But anyway, let's talk football.
We're slaughtering ourselves. It's beyond comprehension. Well, part of the reason we wanted to have you on, obviously, is talk about the league overall. But you've had the Bengals twice. We had Ian on earlier in the week. You had Joe Burrow opening day in that rainstorm in Cleveland, and he could hardly move. And then the Arizona game, you weren't on that game, but you had the next game against Seattle, and all of a sudden he looks like he can move. So how did it work? And then I'm wondering, coming off their bye week, because they haven't played since the Seattle game, he's only been under center 7 snaps all year. It's been all shotgun and pistol. So how did he get better, during the season without a break? And now, what do you think he's going to be like, Charles, coming out of the bye week for Sunday?
Great questions, all of them. I think what we saw, obviously, on opening day, remember he was coming off of the calf injury where, once again, he missed preseason. And Joe Burrow is not the type of player, if you've met him at all, which I'm sure you have, he's not trying to miss things, right? He's not that person that we hung out with at school that was always trying to miss his exams and, had the doctor's note, I'm sorry, kid, Charles can't make it today, sign Charles's mother. He's not that guy, but he has the worst luck. COVID year coming into the league, coming off of an ACL the next year, misses preseason, has the appendectomy the next year, misses preseason, calf injury this year, misses preseason. He's not going to play a ton, but he's missing all of his reps in practice. Okay, so when we get him opening day, and we had the last 2 years opening day, after the appendectomy, he's lost weight. He doesn't have the same power in what he's doing. He throws 4 picks that day, and they lose by 1 to Pittsburgh. This year, he's coming off the calf, hasn't practiced much, doesn't have his timing, doesn't have this. The rain hits him, and immediately we're right back to when he came out of college. He has tiny hands. He's not going to make it. And the ball slips out of his hand a couple of times. But to be fair, no one ever said that about Deshaun Watson coming out. His size was fine, all of that. Ball slipped out of his hands that day too. Tough day throwing the ball for both quarterbacks. They both struggled. Now, fast forward. Working out every day, going to practice every day, working on your timing every day. Your calf gets better with the proper maintenance and rehab. That's what you were alluding to. We saw it against Arizona. It was funny because he made a big run against Arizona, like a 10-yarder for a first down, and got up and dropped the ball like you dropped the mic and made that signal first down. Everybody said, oh, he's back. I asked his offensive coordinator, Brian Callahan, I said, when did you feel like Joe was good that day? And he said the first sack he took. I said, what? He said he moved in the pocket, he jumped over a guy, and then he got sacked. I went, Joe hasn't done that in I don't know how many weeks. I think he's okay. So you're seeing all of those things come together. You asked about being in gun versus under center. With the calf injury and their uncertainty about his ability to move, they didn't want him backing out from center and running those plays, so they put him in gun all the time. I do think you'll see them under center a lot more coming forward because being under center helps your run game. It also helps your play action, bootleg, all the things that he does well. So I do think that if the calf continues to hold up and continues to be better, his calf, you'll see more of those things. And I think you're going to start, we started to see some of them against Seattle. I think you'll see a lot more of them come Sunday against San Francisco.
The great Charles Davis joining us. He's done a couple Bengals games. We're talking Bengals and 49ers. So what was the difference? I mean, obviously we saw the Rams game too where he could hardly move. So the difference between the guy you saw in week 1 against the Browns and the guy you saw against Seattle, because I went back and watched that game too, and they get off to a great start, and then Seattle kind of hones it in, and they are getting healthier defensively, Seattle. So obviously they figured something out against the Bengals after those first couple drives.
They did, and I think that there's a couple things when I watch the Bengals play, and it'd be fun to watch their evolution because I think Zach Taylor's a very smart coach and Brian Callahan's very smart and sharp, and I want to see them evolve. But I think you've probably noticed in their tape, we have a number of teams in the league that love to use motion shifts, okay, keep guys on the on the move all the time. Obviously, Miami's getting so much credit for that speed motion, and then they just take off and go. But how many teams do we see? The shifts, the motions, guys in different spots all the time. Cincinnati's pretty static. Cincinnati doesn't do a lot of that. They rely on their 3 great receivers to beat you. They would love to get more play out of the tight end, but I don't know if they'll get that this year. And they let Joe Burrow win in pre-snap and post-snap and beat you that way. I'm eager to see if they start to change that up a little bit and start to do that. The other part is, with so many of these teams with having such great wideouts and quarterbacks who are smart enough to make great decisions, I think those teams find it very difficult to stick with the running game. I think that they tell themselves they're going to. I think that they write notes, say, hey, if the run game's working, let's go. And then they look up and realize they have 3 great wide receivers, a quarterback that makes decisions, and it's almost irresistible to throw the ball out there to them. And I think there's a decent amount of teams in the league that are like that. I think Buffalo's like that. I actually joked with someone from Buffalo last week privately. I was like, hey, if it's set up that you could run it 10 straight times and be successful, would you do it? And the person said, absolutely, I would do it. And I said, would you? And then they thought for a minute and they went, so I can't throw it out there to Stephon in those 10 plays? And I went, but there you go. There you go.
Maybe a backwards pass to them. They're going to throw it.
Lateral.
Yeah, there you go.
Lateral.
They're not doing it. They're
Jet
not doing
sweep.
It. All right, so you've seen Cincinnati twice. You've also had Seattle twice. You had them early against Cleveland. Against Carolina. They're playing Cleveland this week. And then you had them in the Bengal game we're talking about. So we're so locked in on Philly. And Seattle goes into Detroit and rolls. They're 4-2. They got a good game this week at home against Cleveland we're going to keep an eye on. But you've had them a couple of times, Charles. How good are the Seahawks?
I think they're very good. They are much more the style that you guys were used to seeing in their heyday. I'm not going to sit here and say they are that team because you know how easy it is to do. Oh, the Legion of Boom, and this is how they did it back in the day. They are working towards being that team, but let's not get it twisted. All right, we're not saying all of a sudden Richard Sherman walked through that door and Cam Chancellor walked through that door, and Marshawn Lynch walked through that door. But they have people who are giving them a reasonable facsimile. Devin Witherspoon, the rookie of Illinois, is playing awfully well for them. Jamal Adams has made it back, and if you leave him out of coverage and he can just hit you with his pads, look out. He's going to, and he does it quite well. Kenneth Walker, Zach Charbonnet at running back, both of them are really good players, and Charbonnet loves to drop shoulders on you. That team is trying their best to emulate what they saw before, run the heck out of the football. Geno Smith throw off a play action, find his people downfield. Defensively, I'm seeing a lot more of the old Seattle single high safety look everything in front. You want to catch it, we will tattoo you, and the ball will come out. You know, that's more of what we're seeing. Again, are they there yet? No. That same talent level versus what we saw Legion of Boom is not the same. But style of play, I definitely think that it's there. The difference of them winning and losing most of the time, go back to the Detroit game and check Geno's statistics, especially in giveaways. Look at recent ball games where it's been a lot tougher for them. Giveaways, sacks in the pocket, things of that nature. It's not all on Geno, but as the quarterback, he's got to take care of it. And when he does take care of it, they're pretty tough to beat. But when he doesn't take care of it, they become a little more vulnerable. Cincinnati had a tough game with them. You guys saw it. What was the difference down the stretch? Cincinnati got to him in the pocket, and the ball popped out a couple of times.
Absolutely. Yeah, those two opportunities in the red zone that they didn't get done. That Weatherspoon kid is good, though, I'll tell you.
Oh, he's special. Guys, let me just say this to you. We all do all the college stuff, right? Here comes this kid, and we all watch and we do stuff. Look, we're all in some form or another evaluating college kids, right? Because we want to see how it affects our team and what we need, team needs, etc. This Witherspoon kid, I think you know his backstory, barely played any football in high school. He was a basketball player. He told us that his mom talked him into playing football. He said, I went out for football to get my mom off my back. I said, okay, fine. I'll play 1 year of football if you'll just leave me alone. And that turned into where we are now. No major offers really weren't there. He goes to Illinois, keeps developing. He is doing a lot of damage from the nickel slot. Okay, they move him inside on passing downs, which is almost every down in the NFL now. He didn't play a down of nickel at Illinois. He's doing this, adapting as a rookie in the NFL under Pete Carroll and Crew's tutelage. Because I asked him point blank, how much nickel did you play at Illinois? I knew the answer. I wanted to hear him say it to make sure I didn't miss it. He said, I didn't play a snap at nickel.
Wow.
He said, we talked about it, but there were other needs, and we just thought it was best I stay outside. And there you go.
He looks like Charles Woodson coming from the slot.
in there.
I mean, yeah, exactly.
He does.
Oh, my gosh.
And his instincts and timing are just special. Plus, when he doesn't blitz and he decides to cover, when they have him in coverage, you guys know playing the nickel, it's a two-way go inside. So you get caught up, we always talk about, that esoteric eye discipline because, like a good golden retriever, here you go, come here, you call your dog, come here, Major, and Major's locked in on you, and all of a sudden he sees a shiny object, and Major's gone, right? That's what happens as a nickel, is that you're inside, you're locked in, you got it, and all of a sudden you see another flash of color, and your eyes go there, and then whoosh, you're beat. That doesn't happen with this kid.
It's a good scouting report. I'm scared to see him. Hey, Charles.
And by the way, he'll hit you too.
Man,
he doesn't look it. You guys, I know you guys do the sidelines before a ball game. Walk the sideline and walk past him, and then go to your booth and look at each other and go,
"Yeah,
that kid." And then watch him hit you.
In Illinois, he knocked the snot out of you. We're going to play them on Thanksgiving
Arizona
night in
last
Seattle.
week.
So
yeah.
I know you got Jacksonville, Pittsburgh, and coming out of the bye, the Niners had Jacksonville. Jacksonville's good, aren't they? And then who wins the AFC good. North? Cincinnati's in last place at 3-3. Who wins the North?
But don't count them out because they were 3-3 last year, as you know, and they were actually 0-3 in the division and won it. Pittsburgh, they are – you guys baseball fans?
Oh, yeah, of course.
You kidding me?
Absolutely.
All right.
Can't wait for game one of the World Series. Let's go.
Exactly. All right, let's go back to, the 1959 Chicago White Sox.
Look at the Go-Go Sox with Chico Carrascal?
Yeah.
Okay, Luis Aparicio?
Right,
Gotcha.
So you remember, sir. Absolutely.
No, I wasn't born.
How many hits per game did that team get? Right? You remember their idea of a big rally was a walk, a stolen base, and a single. And they were like, whoa, we're rolling. And they had great pitching, and they beat you 2-1, 3-2, that sort of deal. That's where Pittsburgh is. Pittsburgh's minus 24 in points this year because their two losses, they get beat by 20 and 23 points. And then when they win, it's like by 3, by 1, by 6, that sort of a deal. They hang in there, and I'm going to give you the weirdest comparison, and I want to see how it holds up. Tim Tebow's Broncos that won their division and beat Pittsburgh in the playoffs.
Yeah.
You remember how ugly that was? Tebow be 5 of 17 going into the fourth quarter, and then somehow when they had to have the drive, he'd go 4 for 4 and then burst into the end zone and jump up and down, and everybody'd go crazy and they'd win the ball game, which you know is not sustainable. Yet somehow they won the division, and somehow he threw that perfect ball to Demaryius Bebe Thomas in the playoffs, and then they looked at each other and said, guys, that was incredible. Someone get me Peyton Manning on the phone, please. All right? Now, Kenny Pickett, he has to be their Peyton Manning because he has what you're looking for. But his numbers, first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, fourth quarter, are glaringly different, but they keep ramping up to getting better. And this past week in the fourth quarter, 11 of 12 throwing the ball, scored a touchdown on the ground, 2 more. And by the way, they got to the red zone and went 3 for 3 for touchdowns and really, upset the Rams on the road. That's their formula. Not sustainable. They've got to figure out how to score during the rest of the other quarters. And if they do, they're going to be a tough out because their defense is playing well in terms of takeaways. Their numbers aren't great, but Cam Hayward should be back in 2 games, and he will help take care of run defense in a big way.
And Jacksonville's good, aren't they? They're
Jacksonville's real good. Listen, I'll just make this one succinct for once in my life. They got off to a 1-2 start. You know why, in my opinion? They're still feeling the weight of who people expect them to be. Their second game of the year was Kansas City at home. You think they didn't put a lot into that game? They did. Went 0 for 5 in the red zone in terms of touchdowns, kicked field goals, got beat at home. Too many missed opportunities, and I think that carried over the next week when Houston came in and beat them by 20.
Yep.
I think after that they said, okay, hold on a second. We're pretty good, and last year is last year. Can we just move on? And ever since, boy, they've moved on in a big way. And by the way, their quarterback played Thursday night, and I talked with a Jacksonville official, and he told me we didn't know the kid was going to play until about 90 minutes before kickoff. And we said we can't get him hit. And their offensive line did not let him get hit. He ran like mad. His toughness is that type of toughness that permeates through a team that if our quarterback's like this, folks, we can be like that. They're going to be a tough out.
Good, well said. Charles Davis, CBS. He's with Iron Eagle, and of course NFL Network, especially when you get your draft coverage going. Charles, it's always our pleasure. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me, guys. Continued success. Fun. You know you're always fun to watch. We'll see how it all turns out.
Great stuff. Thanks, Charles. That is the great Charles Davis.
He was everywhere, wasn't he?
He's awesome. I love it.
Hoffa?
Yeah. He's a big movie guy. He's a big movie guy.
59. The White Sox in 59 did lose to the Dodgers in the World Series.
You loved that, though, when he brought that up.
Got there.
Saw that.
Love that. Chico Carrasquel was already gone. He was a Baltimore Oriole then. So.
All right, we got a couple of remnants for you, including, you always love it when Jeopardy, they have a Jeopardy category. Did you see this? The
Peter
nerds?
Schrager was on the other night. Did you see that?
Yeah, they did the celebrity
version.
He
was a celebrity host, celebrity contestant. Sports question last night? I haven't watched last night.
Yeah, we'll play the nerds trying to do sports.
I got it on my DVR.
And then, yeah, you'll enjoy this.
The football team based in San Francisco's nickname is...
Believe me, it's like
the
that.
69ers.
It's exactly like that. We'll play it for you. We got some other remnants. And then, of course, is Copes back? Is Copes back today? Do I know? Do we know? Copes is back today. Very nice. Okay, so Tolbert and Copes back together.
He's too busy working on his KNBR team and the NBA 2K23.
Exactly.
He's always texting me about that team. That's all he cares about.
It's great. All right, they'll join at the top. It's Pop and London here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I got it all lined up, ready to go. What do we got?
All 3 minutes?
Yeah.
You got bourbon, you got scotch, you got more bourbon.
Yeah. By the way, I tried the Manhattan. Our friends at Gold Bar, they gave us the recipe. They gave us the basket with the recipe for the Manhattan. Outstanding. I tried it yesterday, and I liked it so much I tried it twice just to make sure.
Did you? You had a Manhattan?
Outstanding. Yeah. They gave me the
so
recipe.
What's in a Manhattan? Besides the Gold Bar whiskey, what's in the Manhattan?
What they've got is they put everything in it. So they put a little bit of bitters, and they had this liqueur with it that you put in there, and you put the bourbon cherry in there, and man, it was shake it up nice and cold, put it in a nice chilled cocktail glass.
That was in the gift basket we got?
Yeah, it was outstanding.
Where's my gift? Where's my gift basket?
It's probably long gone. I mean, what's it been, a week? A week in that place?
Did it make it to your trunk?
No, it didn't make it to my trunk.
You could have put it in your trunk and brought it to me at Levi's.
I should have. Yeah. With the last I saw of it, it was on someone's
Walter
desk
took it.
in the
Walter
bullpen. So if it's still there, yeah, I doubt it is. I'm just not accusing anybody, but I just
Lee Hammer says no.
Yeah. See, there you go.
Lee Hammer's got it.
Probably. That wouldn't surprise me. All right, these are always painful. I certainly don't know. When I watch Jeopardy occasionally, I certainly don't know a whole lot. But it just tells you the difference between the nerds. They're working on different stuff. They're not watching sports.
Baggerly got beat on a sports question. The 3-time Jeopardy champion. He didn't know sumo wrestling or something.
Yeah. Well, I mean that's not fair. That was not fair. But these are sports 101 kind of questions. I mean, they tried to make it easy.
This wasn't when Peter Schrager was on.
No, this was not Peter Schrager. But this is this, and these are so easy, it's painful. But the other night,
category. What do we got?
It was they put a list of sports players, and then you just had to say what are they? They're basketball point guards. You know what I mean? Yeah, sports Hall of Famers. So here's
Chris Paul.
Yeah, pretty easy. All right, so. Here you go.
All right.
Hall of Fame by position 400.
Joe Namath, Joe Montana. Mason.
What is quarterback?
Right.
Hall of Famer by position 800.
Bill Russell, Bill Walton. They are basketball centers. Mason.
Hall of Famer by position 1200.
Bob Feller, Bob Lemon, Bob Gibson. They're baseball pitchers. This might be a long category. 2 left, Mason.
Let's try Hall of Famer by position for 1600.
Okay, sports fans, I believe in you. Jerry Rice, Randy Moss, John Stallworth. They are wide receivers. And let's finish it off. Gump Worsley, Shrimp Warders, Rat Westwick. It just sounds like I'm making people up. These are hockey goalies, ice hockey goalies.
Yeah, that's not
the great Gump Worsley. Wow.
And
they
it's
did
not only
get
that.
Joe Montana,
they did.
Joe
Give that
Namath,
one.
all from Western Pennsylvania.
Yeah, and get that one. But the audio doesn't even do it justice because the guy who even got that one right kind of laughed and rolled his eyes like it was a total guess. And then you go to the other ones, and they just look at Ken Jennings now, of course, now the host. They look at Ken Jennings like he just it was splitting atoms or something. It's like, and the rest of us are just, we're sports fans at all. It's just funny because they have not a clue. Not a clue. Anyway, there you go. Different strokes for different folks.
Was Gump Worsley the last goalie not to wear a mask?
Can you imagine not wearing a mask?
I believe he played maskless, the great Gump Worsley.
I mean,
if
people look at the YouTube, they probably think I played hockey with no mask. But I mean, that's crazy playing hockey with no mask. This is crazy.
No, you just drink Manhattans.
Yeah, it's aging.
Come on, Boach. Game 1 of the
All right,
World
man.
Series, John. Nate Eovaldi against Zach Gallen. Let's go, Boach.
Yeah, let's go, Boach.
What time is that game? 5 o'clock?
Yeah. So we got plenty of time. I'm going to hit happy hour right now.
You could have a few Manhattans.
Yeah. I'm going to go
5:05
right
first pitch, and then we got Warriors and Dubs, and Bob Myers is on the Warrior covers tonight.
He's great.
Check that out.
If you haven't seen him yet. Thanks, Pop. We'll see you on Sunday. Thanks, as always, to Danny and Walter doing a great job. Dan Hord, Matt Mayoko, Matt Barnes, and Charles Davis. Had a great guest list today, so if you missed any of them, go to knbr.com. He is back. Tolbert and Copes are back together on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
When you walk out with SF on your chest, your job is to make sure you walk out there and know that the other team, they know that you're going to get their asses kicked.
The NBA brought him to the Bay.
Tolbert is really feeling it.
While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? The voice is coming back, and I like it. Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Today on our show, Dennis Ranahan going to join us. 2:50, had a chance to talk to him and see if we can get this thing going, get this thing rolling a little bit. Dante Whitner going to join us at 3:50, Tim Ryan 4:30, Marcus Thompson 4:50, and by popular demand, Harmony is back with her double banger picks for the week. I actually spanked Harmony last weekend. I know Harmony you like that.
How'd you do in the picks though?
I don't know if I need to repeat the double spanking. Actually, no, I would never.
Double banging is what Harmony's looking for. That's what she's.
I'm a gentleman. So good to have you back on a Friday.
Yeah, man.
Absolutely.
It's so funny. Harmony's such a big part of why I'm back. I wasn't, I know people think, Copes only came back because of Harmony. I was more afraid that she'd show up at my house if I didn't show up at work. So she's,
that's a problem.
She's persistent. She's aggressive, and I figured good to be here on a Friday, and I'll be there on Sunday for Niner pregame. So thanks for covering the last couple of days. Thanks to FP and
of course
to Carrie. Sash had a little bit of a health scare, but we are all good. Everything's okay. She's on the mend. Everything's good. So
good.
Everything's good.
So.
And I also saw big news while I was gone.
Yep.
Taylor Swift dropped another album. Same one that she's already released like 4 different times.
She did?
Yeah, dude. Same one. 89. It came out yesterday. Dude, the nurse told me yesterday. When I was with Sasha, getting some stuff done. They're like, yeah, another Taylor.
I must have missed that news.
Yeah, I'm surprised. You're usually all over that stuff.
Yeah, you know me.
So
Big
what was the general reaction to Bo Mel? Because he gets announced.
The only Swift I like is DeAndre Swift, by the way.
I like Billy Swift. I'll roll with him too.
Ooh, Billy Swift. Yeah, good base sealer. Good speed.
No, he was a pitcher for the Giants. 20-game win.
Oh, Bill I thought of? I totally screwed up. Yeah, I don't know why I went to this guy. Exactly. I did think of Billy.
I knew that's where you were going.
Because you said Billy. There's not a lot of Billies out there.
And they're fast.
There's not a lot. Billy. Yeah, I don't know why I thought Billy North. Yeah, Bill Swift, pitcher, of course.
But Billy North was fast.
Immediately, he was fast. I don't know. Maybe Billy Swift was fast. We don't know.
Yeah, who knows?
He could have been fast. We don't want to say he wasn't fast just because he's a pitcher and he was white, and I don't want to say he wasn't fast. The assumption would be he's not fast, and, just because assumption, you can't always go by assumptions. They could be right.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, so
so I was completely off on that. I mean, I missed that by about, 20 years, too. They didn't even play in the same decade.
I barely saw either of them. I didn't see one of them play and barely saw the other.
Damn.
So
I didn't start drinking. I haven't even started drinking yet.
We will early. It's a football Friday here on Tolbert and Cobes.
Exactly.
I just want to get it out because I was upset that I didn't get fan reaction and listen to because I'm a fan first with everything, but with the Giants especially. Like that's why I really got into everything else. Just stuff to kill time until I got back to baseball, and then I started to fall in love with other sports. But Bob Melvin was who I wanted. That was my first choice. I know some people look at this and they go, and a lot of people have asked me on Twitter, like, why do you think this is going to be any different? He's just another Farhan guy. He hasn't won a World Series. I go, first of all, the reason I like him is there's something to be said about Manager of the Year awards. You can win one maybe on a year that Gabe had. You can't win 3 on accident. You don't win 3 in different places in different parts of your career. He's been hired by multiple organizations, which in football sometimes that looks bad. In baseball, to me, that speaks to the character. That speaks to the kind of guy he is. It speaks to trust in his ability to run a game. It's a different style. So in baseball, I think it's fair to say, relative to like football and probably even the NBA, that the manager, and this is a dumb thing to say, I feel, and I think fans would feel, that the manager has the least impact on a game in baseball relative to the others, because the game sort of plays out in front of him and he makes the decisions, whereas you go in with a game plan that you can kind of try to control and hone in on in the other sports, where you've got to navigate that throughout the course of a game and a season. I think Bob Melvin, as a former catcher, the success he's had, he's been to the postseason many times. I think that speaks to his character. Now, you can have guys who aren't championship coaches and championship caliber leaders within an organization that gets you to the next step or to the doorstep of where you need to be to compete, like Mark Jackson. That's the comp I look at a lot. I don't know that he would have been even if Steph makes the jump the next year, I don't know that they go on that run. They certainly, in my mind, don't win the number of championships that they've won under Steve. So with Bob Melvin, I think what the Giants need now is somebody stable, somebody the fans buy into, somebody that we know is a good baseball mind, is respected within the game, and not just by, and I know this is a condescending way to say, it's not just by the nerds, but by people within the game of baseball. And he goes back a generation. And thank you. And he knows the area. I mean, when he was talking Bay Area stuff and Bay Area sports, and he's rattling off teams, and he was just a fan of everything, I was like, we're gonna have a good time when we get a chance to talk to him, because he's from here and played college ball here and is now managed. For him to say, I never even dreamed of managing these 2 teams and to get to come back here, it's super cool. I think we're going to see a different sort of life from the fan base. I think that generation of Giants fans need this, and I think the young generation of Giants fans who haven't experienced what this sort of bottom or falling out looks like, need that sort of a different scope and light on things, sort of a wink into the old age of baseball. So I'm excited by it. I don't know that it makes a major difference. Talent is what's going to change the team, not just the manager. You know, Boch was a 500 type of guy, but San Diego never had incredible teams, even though he had Hall of Famers in Hoffman and Tony Gwynn. So I'm happy with it. I'm excited by it.
Yeah, I just said, just give me somebody who doesn't have an immaculately groomed beard. That's all I want. I just want someone who's a little scruffy, and he doesn't have a beard, so that was good. Yeah. We're all good to go. The immaculately groomed beard, they're just something, I don't know. And it's not against Gabe, it's my own predilection.
Gabe's in Tulum, by the way.
The immaculately, I said it good again. Wow, groomed beard. I don't know, just
it's a mustache or beard. Like that was a big thing. Yeah. It's part of a goatee. It's like
I really want to know when I ask.
Yeah, I don't know. Is 3 hits good? That's a better question. Is 3 hits good for an offense? It's more apt question, I think.
And look, I'm not gonna. Here's the thing. I don't want to do. I'm not gonna just sit here and because I've said that before about the groomed beard part. I'm not gonna dump on Gabe.
It's neither here nor there. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I didn't love his managerial style, but he did some good things here, and I've always hated that when a manager or player leaves town and then people start dumping on him, especially media. It's like that to me. If you're gonna just say what you said while the guy was here, and I mean, I've always said that about the groomed beard. And look, I'm 90% joking, but there is a little something. I don't know what it is. It's on my own thing. It's like you spend that much time on your beard, like that much. Oh my god!
Look at you. You went mustache. You lost the mustache.
Yeah, mine was not groomed. Yeah, my mustache is gone. Well, it really started bothering me. I plan on keeping it until Halloween.
You're getting froth in that thing. You got now you had to manicure.
It was too much. Look, this is pretty filthy, but there was a point where I was sitting there watching TV, and there was a hair, like a lone hair in my mustache that was pulling.
Oh, yeah.
And it was like kind of uncomfortable. I go, God, what the heck? It got stuck between my teeth.
You got one of your hairs in your mustache stuck between your teeth?
A beard hair stuck between my teeth. That sounds pretty gross. It was really gross.
Did you go to the hospital?
It freaked me out. I did not go to the hospital.
No,
it freaked me out a little bit.
Over the counter
while it was in there, I figured I'd take the I'd use that to my advantage and do a little flossing with it while it was in there. Yeah, I mean, look, you might as well, if it's there, right? It's a waste if I don't. So I did.
If the shoe fits, that's a perfect example.
Yes, right. and then the next day I was like, this thing's getting. It was too much. It really was. If I had groomed it a little bit. But I was like, I'm not grooming it. I'm just going to let it grow and see what it gets to. And it was fun. I mean, it was cool.
What you doing there, Mr. Munson? Flossing.
We got flossing bites. I like that.
Yeah, it's gone now. The Halloween costumes are very limited now. They were open for pirates and cowboys at that point, but now those are gone. So I just made to go back to Michael Myers, put on the Michael Myers mask, and I'm good to go.
Good deal. You've gone wintertime Tom now. Just the beard there. So
just the opposite, because wintertime Tom should have had all the facial hair.
You march to the beat of your own drum, dude. Because wintertime Tom also rocks shorts, so it doesn't really.
Yes, I do. That I do. Yes.
One more here before we get out and get into some football here regarding the 49ers and the Bengals. I'm excited to get into this one. Bengals off a bye, Niners off of back-to-back losses. Who knows with Purdy, but I'll get to that in just a second. Dusty, the other news this week. Dusty called it a career. And, I always wondered if Dusty was a guy who was going to hang him up. I didn't know if he was a guy who would ever just say, okay, I'm officially done. Or maybe the World Series did that, or maybe it was just time. But I loved that he never did it before, because he was definitely getting up there in years. And I thought the game had maybe passed him by, and definitely it did not. He obviously had the talent, but he picked up where A.J. Hinch had left off. The cheating scandal was certainly a factor, but you don't go to 7 straight ALCSs by accident. So Dusty, for me, I always call him the Forrest Gump of baseball. Just the moments he's been a part of, where he's popped up, the guys he's managed. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool that he gets to walk off into the walk off the stage and say, it's not goodbye, it's see you later. Just the coolest dude ever, Dusty.
Yeah, I don't know that there's anybody, who knows, maybe there's a couple people, but whether you played against him, played with him, managed against him, coached with him, everybody loves Dusty. I don't know how you're not happy for him that he won. He may have been the only manager in baseball that could have made the Astros winning a World Series tolerable. Because at that point, nobody wanted to see the Astros win. And for some, it was even tough to root for the Astros. And I'll include myself in that. It was tough to root for the Astros, even with Dusty. And I wanted to see Dusty win. But I was happy for him that he won. He's about the only guy that could have made that happen. The only guy. So I said this yesterday, Copes. I'm just so happy for him that he gets to experience that. He got to experience one as a player, at least one, maybe two, but I think
it was one with the Dodgers.
Yeah. So that's cool. And then getting to run your own ship, though, and winning is something else. So He taken a lot of teams to the playoffs, had a lot of really good teams, had a lot of near misses. You're talking about 0-2 Giants, and I can't remember what year it was with Bartman and the Cubs. He had some really, really good teams. Even the Reds were a good team. And Cueto gets hurt, and they win 2 here, lose 3 there. That was brutal. Had a good team in Washington, and finally got it done. But good for him, and I'm glad he's retiring, because now we can go back to hating the Astros again. We can all hate the Astros together. That didn't rhyme, or didn't go together.
No,
but we can.
I don't know what that was about. I don't know.
It was, anyway, forget it. It was just something I thought I'd
happens when I'm off. You start working on stuff like that.
Yeah, thought it might work. It didn't.
It's all right, dude.
I should work on stuff on my own time, actually.
Dude, I used to. They don't all land. You know what I mean? You throw a lot of crap, dude. We got a great show today. Going to be a lot of fun. Dennis Ranahan, 250. We're going to talk to Harmony, of course, later in the show. Marcus Thompson, Tim Ryan, Dante Whitner, a whole lot of football, a fun football Friday, and, of course, the Warriors tonight against the Sacramento Kings. On the other side, when we come on back, we have a designation on Brock Purdy ahead of Sunday's game against the Bengals. As Kyle just spoke to the media, we'll tell you what Brock's status is, as we just got an update from Kyle Shanahan. When we come on back, Tolbert and Copes only here on the Sports Leader.
Campbell, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Campbell's Sports Leader.
John Lynch joined Murph and Mac this morning and discussed how the team gets back on track after the 2-game slump. That podcast and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
It's actually real simple for us. I mean, it's tough in terms of the protocol stretches throughout the whole week, so you never know for sure. But there's all these stages they got to go through, and if they pass everything and they have no symptoms and stuff, then they usually pass, and you're good to go, and there's no issues. And if stings pop up during the week, then they don't pass, and they can't go, and there's no discussion. So you just wait and you see. You got to always have plans for both because you never know how they're going to end up. But we'll find out sooner than later.
That was 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan yesterday with Tom yesterday afternoon talking about the concussion protocol, how you cycle through it. And, again, not a linear injury. I mean, you can wake up one day to the next, sort of as the symptoms came on for Brock Purdy and finding out or starting to feel them when he was on the plane. They sometimes don't happen immediately. So they can change day to day. But we do have a more updated version of what Kyle thinks or what may happen with Brock Purdy. As of Sunday, they got off the practice field. Kyle Shanahan just met with the media, and this is per Matt Barrows of The Athletic. Here's your update on Brock Purdy. This is per Matt Barrows on Twitter. He says, Kyle Shanahan said Brock Purdy was a full go in practice today and is on track to pass the concussion protocol tomorrow. He will start Sunday if he passes as expected. So, again, Brock, full practice participant today. Kyle says he's on pace to pass the concussion protocol tomorrow, and if so, would start on Sunday. That's big time for the Niners, not just for the team and the team's success, but into the bye week. There's so much mental fortitude and psyche that goes into just being a champion and being successful for this period of time anyway, for the dedication you have to put into the game of football physically and mentally, even off the field, the homework they're doing. And I hope people start to see that with watching like the quarterback show. I hope that's something people take away, like the amount of work that's it's not high school. You don't go to practice for 2 hours, then go home and hang out and do whatever you want. Like it's a full-time, beyond 40-hour-a-week job for these guys. So to have that sort of, I think, momentum into the bye week and then come out of the bye week with a win over a team that plans to be an AFC contender, like Joe Burrow and the Bengals, and then get to take on some teams on the back end in the NFC that are threatening your position, that would be big. This would be a win that I think they need heading into the bye. I mean, definitely they need it, but I think having Brock back and healthy would be big for that psyche.
Yeah, no doubt. I just think mentally to stop the slide, so it doesn't become 3-0, and you got to sit with it.
2 weeks, we got to talk about it.
Again, it was funny because I asked Kyle this yesterday, and to me, the difference between 6-2 and 5-3 seems like a lot. It's one game. We all understand that, but it just seems like 6-2 seems so much better than 5-3, especially when you started off 5-0. So he said that. Yeah, I mean, they want to win this game, and he goes, anytime you lose 2 in a row, it's a big game. Like, it's a really big game the next week to stop the slide. But he said, we could, 5-3, 6-2, we could handle either coming out of the break. So it wasn't for him. It was like a massive difference. He didn't think, but he's been there before, 4-5, 4-4, stuff like that. But it just seems like, and I'm not saying this has any effect on later in the season, because 5-3, you're still in decent shape, but just mentally, like going into the bye 6-2 off a win, the losing streak's over. It just seems so much. I don't know. It just seems like it sets you up good for after the bye.
Agreed.
Like mentally, you're in a good frame of mind. You're enjoying your break. You have a win. The losing streak is over. It's behind you. You're not thinking about it anymore. So, and again, I said yesterday that you look at this Cincinnati team, and while they beat Seattle at home, they had 214 yards in that game. 214. Like, they're not right. They won, but don't be deceived. Seattle very easily could have won that game. Maybe should have won that game. They had a couple cracks at it to win that game last half of the fourth quarter. So, there's some. I haven't watched enough of them to know. I've watched some Cincinnati games, and I just know they don't look right when I watch them. They're not getting the ball downfield. The passing game doesn't look as good. Burrow doesn't look as good. I don't know if it's a calf, but this is one that, I mean, look, they should have had they're better than the last two teams. Just because you're better than a team in the NFL doesn't mean you're going to win. But after
we just saw
losing
that twice
in a row. Exactly. Yeah. And at that last game, boy, there was some there was some weird stuff. McCaffrey fumbling. That 3rd and 12 was brutal. The last play of the first half was brutal. They just couldn't stop him on 3rd down. Cousins' best game of the season.
45 pass attempts, no sacks. Like, that was bizarre.
Yeah. It was just weird. Again.
But so was 2 weeks ago. That's why
much differently. Yeah, I know. It didn't, but it very well could have. And I just think, looking back, like if Cincinnati would have won that game 17-14, but they gained 420 yards to like 340, then I would have said, okay, maybe they had a turnover, but they still won the game. Their offense was moving. They're looking better. They didn't. I watched half of that game. They didn't look right. They don't look good. So. And I said this last week. I'll say it again at the risk of being wrong again. But I said it last week. This defense has got to say, what's going on here? Like, we're supposed to be one of the best, like, not a top 10 unit, like a top 5 unit, top 3 unit. And I got to imagine there's going to be some, like, hey, let's get our bleep together here. And let's get going here. And let's get after these guys. And let's make a statement going into the bye week. I mean, I haven't changed my mind on the Niners. I still think they're right there, Super Bowl contenders. Now, best team in the NFL at this point? Probably not. Does it matter? No. And there's no probably not. It doesn't matter how good you are at this point. You're winning games and trying to accumulate enough games to get to the playoffs. But it is important to keep winning and keep pace with the Eagles, because I do believe the number 1 seed is important. Not that they can't go win in Philly, and Philly can't, not like they can't win out here, but I think it's important. I think the weather is important. The home crowd is important. Right now, I am discounting Detroit and Dallas. I think those are the 2 teams. It could change at the end of the season, but if it is those 2 teams, I do believe the number 1 seed is important. So winning games and keeping pace with what Philly's doing, definitely important.
You got to stay within a game, because you want to give yourself a chance to beat them head-to-head and own the tiebreak and tie yourself for the number 1 seed on December 3rd. So the games between now and then. And by the way, for the Bengals, as important of a game. They're 3-3. Their hopes at a number 1 seed are probably not great right now. It's not dead. It's just not great. But in terms of winning that division, which is probably where they have their sights set, that's a winnable division, but it's a tough division. And the Ravens are starting, I think, heat up offensively. You mentioned that last week.
Yeah, they could fall 2 games behind them.
I'm starting to agree with you. Yeah, that would be bad. So after their tough start, and Joe Burrow's really not playing great, one of his key assets is his mobility and his ability to sort of evade pressure and sacks and throw on the run. He's been great at that. That's why he gets the Montana comps, his calm, cool, collected nature. Anyway, only 7 touchdowns and 4 interceptions. He's been sacked 14 times already this season, has Joe Burrow. So Niners, an opportunity for you'd hope, an opportunity for them to get home with some pressure and land a sack. Time for Nick Bosa to earn some of that paycheck. So we'll get more into this one when we come on back. Niners and Bengals last met in 2021. We'll talk about how that one wrapped up. They're in a good spot, though. Not in a good spot. Coming off the 2 losses, Injury to Brock Purdy, but the update we just got, Kyle Shanahan says he was a full practice participant today, and if he clears protocol tomorrow, as he's on pace to do, he will start on Sunday. We'll get more into the Niners and the Bengals when we come on back, only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Bengals have a good defense, by the way. This is not an easy game on that side of the ball. You know, where I think they really have to eat is on the other side, because I think the Bengals O-line is still not real good. And of course, Burrow can be phenomenal. You know, he's been up and down this year, whether it was the calf or who knows the reason. He obviously missed basically all of training camp, so maybe he's slowed around into form as well. But obviously, he can be phenomenal. He can come out and no matter how good your defense is, Burrow could light it up.
Of course, the voice of Greg Cosell, NFL Films, joins me and Tom every week. He was on with Murph and Mack when he was talking about the Bengals. Pretty good defense there. That's what that cut was saved as. It's just Greg Cosell. Bengals have a good defense. Yeah, they do. Niners go up against them on Sunday. The update we just got from Kyle Shanahan on Brock Purdy is that he was a full practice participant today after a limited participant yesterday. And I think did a walkthrough, they said, on Wednesday. So that's all good, trending in the right direction for him. If he clears protocol tomorrow, as he's on pace to do, he will start on Sunday, said Kyle. And Trent Williams also is now questionable. That's an upgrade from last week. He was doubtful at this point last week. So good news for the 49ers offense there, potentially getting a little bit more healthy. In terms of the Bengals, you were saying that they haven't been playing well. I guess the more, because you said what? They came off a win where they did not play well. That win against Seattle, they didn't put up a lot of yardage. They scored early in that game, I want to say, and looked pretty good on their first. Did they win 14? Yep. What did they put up, like 14 points, 17 points? It wasn't a high-scoring game. 17-13? 17-14? Okay.
Is that what it was? 17-13 is what it was.
That's
because I had 3 and I lost. So I know it wasn't 14.
I think I had the Bengals. I think I was on the other side. Well, then, and I think I might have had the over, too, thinking that I had the Bengals team over, thinking they were going to have a bigger game. And they came out, I think, and scored on their first 2 drives or 2 of their first 3. And then got stalled. Seattle's defense is better than we thought it was, but it's not as good as the Niners should be or should be performing. It's kind of the way I'm feeling going into this. More than anything, Brock healthy or not, I know the offense has been shaky and not consistent last couple of weeks. McCaffrey had his worst yards per carry game of the season and found the end zone, but they just have had a tough time clicking, even though Brock was 16 and 19 in that first half. Excuse me. But in terms of this weekend, for me, it's more about the defense. It's more about calibrating the defense and getting on the same page. And a lot of people have talked about the intensity and the things that they've noticed. And guys like Brent Jones, who told us that, guys who played, who have a better vibe for what they're looking at when they look at the sideline. I wouldn't know that stuff, but if other guys are saying it and it feels that way on the field, there may be something to it. We'll talk to Dante Whitner about it later, but that's kind of what I'm focused on Sunday. I want to see the defense perform. If the defense performs, I'll feel like the team is on the track they need to be on going into the bye week.
No, I've been hitting that pretty consistently all week long. Okay. In that it's just something that's their identity, right? That's what we want to see them be. We want to see them be a dominant defense. What was the narrative kind of the last half of last year and early this year was 30 points a game, 30 points a game.
As the offense reached the defense. I ask you every week, right? Yeah.
Yep. Have they passed the defense? Where are they? Are they better than Kansas City's offense? It kind of came a team where we thought about the offense before the defense, and that's not the way this team is going to win a championship, at least in my mind. Like their defense has to lead the way, and I'm not saying go back to 20 to 14 rock fights, not a chance. But what I am saying is the defense, no matter what the offense is doing, it can't be. Oh, we can give up. I made the analogy yesterday. It's like a pitcher who has the Braves as your offense and saying, I can give up 3 or 4. We're good. They're going to give me 6 or 7. And then when they don't get you 6 or 7, you're still kind of in the mindset of giving up 3 or 4 or 4 or 5, and you're losing games. I don't want to say that's their mindset. It's me thinking that way. I'm sure they want to shut teams out. But I always say this, that it's hard to be a great offensive team and a great defensive team. It just is, because teams don't win 30-10 every game. They just don't. So if you're going to win 10 points, the offense usually comes down by giving up 10. The offense comes down. Or if you're going to score 30, you're usually giving up 20-something because you don't feel the need to hold people down every single possession because it doesn't seem so crucial to do so. What I want to see them do is get back to that mentality where they're just like, you know what, this whole team's under 20. Every game.
Yeah.
Under 20. 17 points, that's it. Let's get back to harassing the quarterback. Let's get back to stopping the run. Like, they have not been good against the run this year, and they got to get back to that where, I'm not saying you got to hold teams to, 3.2, 3.3 yards a carry, but it can't be 4.5. Like, they got better talent than that. The 4.5 yards a carry, I think, is what it is. I'll check it, but it just they should be better, is what I'm saying.
You're saying
They're
last
good.
game, you mean, was 4.5 yards?
No. I think for the season
overall, I'm
it's
pulling
close
it up
to
right
4.5. Because I'm not saying they've been bad defensively. They're still a top 10, maybe even top 6-7 defense in the league. But they should be top. In my opinion, they should be top 3. They should. I mean, look at the Browns. Look what they do.
They're only 3.9, by the way. 3.9 yards per attempt the defense allows.
Okay, I thought it was worse than that. Okay, who's number
been
1?
Worse. Number 1 is New England at 3.4.
3.4 yards per carry?
Opponent yards per rush attempt, yeah.
Okay.
Niners are 3.9. They're number 15, right? Like near the middle.
Number 15? Oh, okay. Okay, so the league's gotten worse.
The worst is Denver. Okay. Denver allows 5.5 a carry.
God, that is brutal. That is brutal.
That's gnarly, dude.
But look at Cleveland, right? Cleveland, like the number 1 rated defense in the league. They don't give up any points, well, except for against the Colts. But when you play those type of games, everything kind of gets contracted, right? The other team's like, well, this is a really good defense, so we don't want to take too many chances because we know their offense can't put up a lot of points, so we don't have to try to put up a lot of points. What I'm saying is sometimes games almost take on a form before you go into the game based on if you have a really good defense and a bad offense or vice versa.
Sure.
You feel like, okay, we got to open it up against this team because their defense is going to allow us to, and their offense is really good. I just want to see the defense do what I know the defense can do, independent of the offense. Like I don't want to see it be okay. Now you guys got to score 30 to win. Like that shouldn't be the case with this team. Like they can score 30. They did for about a season straight when Purdy took over, but they shouldn't have to. 24, 21 should be good most games with this team, and I think that's the mindset the defense has to have. Is like, look. It's not just about winning the game and giving up 24, 27 points because we know we can score 30. Let's get on these teams early. Let's shut them down, get up early, and then get after the quarterback. Again, I know a lot of the stuff I'm saying it may not make perfect sense in my mind.
I hear what you're saying, though. I get what you mean because it's like this defense is talented enough and expensive enough to like it wouldn't be outrageous to. I know you're saying you can't beat everybody 30-10. No, but I don't think it's outrageous to say this defense should be holding teams to a touchdown a game. Like they'll kick field goals, sure, but like the Niners had 2 red zone attempts last week. That's what this defense should be doing to other teams. Holding them to 2 red zone attempts and making them try to beat them from outside and getting off the field on third down. I mean, time of possession 25-35, and I know last week is not a great example, but because it's back-to-back losses now, we can't just say, well, everything went wrong, perfect storm in Cleveland, because that wasn't all perfect storm in Minnesota. You didn't execute when you had to execute, and the defense looked worse on a longer week. So, the big play at the end of the half is certainly a backbreaker, but you can look at a bunch of plays over any season and say that about games. I just think that this team, they're not performing in the way that they're not performing to the level of their talent. They're just not. Nick Bosa, the PFF grades are great. As a fan, I don't care what the PFF grade is. I want to see execution that shows up in the game, and if we were seeing it, the results would be there. But they're not because he's not. So it's not just on him, of course. But that's where I am. I just think the defense is way too talented to be. And again, they're giving up fewer than 80 rush yards a game. They're the 3rd best in the league at that clip. But you're not turning the ball over enough. You're not scoring on defense. Like, these are things that create elite defenses, right? That you score, you put up points, you create incredible field position, which they did, by the way, in Cleveland for the 1 touchdown they got in that second half when Mason scored. But they're just not doing it enough. So you've also got to hold teams like this happened, and this isn't a regular thing, but this happened against the Vikings. 5 straight drives with a score: touchdown, field goal, touchdown, field goal to open the second half. So when they're going now numerous drives, the Niners are, and by the way, ended their streak of consecutive games with a touchdown, or with a score to open the game. On their first drive, they had scored on every one so far. 6 touchdowns. Was it 5 touchdowns and a field goal in their first 6 games? And they did not score on the opening drive of last week's game. So I do think you've got to open it up a little bit. Start fast. The Bengals, by the way, are terrible in yards per carry against. They're the third worst team in the league. They'll have 5 per carry against.
Ooh, that'll work.
Against McCaffrey. I'm going to just crunch some numbers here during the break, but I think it's going to come out favorable for the 49ers.
I think you're right.
In the run game with McCaffrey. Dennis Ranahan, Quackside Sports and PicksFootball.com. He joins us every week to pick some games. So we'll get some picks from Dennis, and then a little bit later on we'll get some picks from Harmony. But Quackside Sports, PicksFootball.com. We'll get Dennis Ranahan's thoughts on the Week 8 slate of games. Then we'll get into some games ourselves on the college. By the way, Oregon-Utah. I think that's a college game day game this week, isn't it?
Yes.
I guess last week. That'll be a good one. Should be fun. And then a little bit later, Dante Whitner at 3:50, Tim Ryan at 4:30, Marcus Thompson at 4:50, and Harmony, I'll let you know when she arrives in the building. She'll be here on the air at 5:30. Dennis Ranahan joins us next, only here on the Sports Leader. Brock Purdy was a full practice participant today, and Kyle Shanahan says he is on pace to pass the concussion protocol tomorrow. If he does, he will start on Sunday. That story and more is trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Tolbert and Copes, or Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland if you want to be formal about it. Got Google Nest? If so, listen to the sports leader at home. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680.
It is Friday. That means football just around the corner, and as is our wont, every single Friday, we talk to Dennis Ranahan, good friend of the show, of Quackseye Sports, picksfootball.com, to go over some games and see if we can get some winners for everybody. Dennis, what's going on?
Well, it's another week. For those people that were wondering, how did Brock Purdy throw that last interception? Well, we got the answer later, right? He had a concussion.
I think we
did. And that was my question. I looked at it and I went, whoa. Because it looked to me like, even though the Vikings seemed to be in position to win the point spread, once, unfortunately, Christian had fumbled early in the game, and the Vikings countered with a touchdown, it just seemed to me that there's the 49ers are coming back, and then that last pass. I mean, one got picked. Okay, the prior series he got picked, but that one was like, what was he looking at? And then you realize later, oh, man, the kid had a concussion. That's what it was.
Yeah, it definitely could have had something to do with it. Although the last pass, I said it on Monday, the last pass to me was, you know what, we have no timeouts. I got to take a gamble here and see what happens. I know everybody's pointing out Ayuk was open on the right side. I tell everybody, the game is so much easier from your couch. It is so much easier. That guy's open. How could you not pass it to him? Why would you take that shot? What are you doing? It's like, I'm sorry, the game doesn't move in slow motion. They're not playing with a beer in their hand like you are watching the game, okay? It's a lot tougher out there. So, all right, I got some games. I don't know if I have great rationale other than just, how you feel something in the NFL? Like, the NFL's never a straight line. Like, good teams don't cover, bad teams do cover, teams that look great one week don't cover the next, and vice versa. And I have a couple of those games this week, and I want to get your thoughts on them. Most of them are divisional dogs, like the Commanders getting 7 at home against Philadelphia. I get a Commander that did take Philly to overtime earlier in the year at Philly, losing to the Giants as a favorite, and then Philly looked really good, maybe the best they've looked all year at home against Miami, in which I thought that was a pretty good spot for them and not a great spot for Miami. But you get one team coming off a nationally televised big win, which I always love betting against the next week. And I don't know how many people watch the Giants and the Commanders, but they end up losing to the Giants, who are widely regarded as a bad football team. So I think the perception here is you go on the road, you take care of business. Like, if you can beat Miami, you can certainly beat the Commanders. I don't know. I like the Commanders here. Again, I wish I had more stats and all that to back it up. I don't know if there are any. This is just one of those kind of feel like it seems like the Commanders are the right side here.
Yeah, the Dolphins-Eagles game was interesting, and my good friend, as you know, is a Dolphins fan and follows the team around and everything, and he was livid after that game, pointing out, and I never went back and checked this, but he's probably right, that there were 10 penalties called against the Dolphins and none against the Eagles. And one of the early penalties in the Eagles-Dolphins game last week was the Dolphins scored a touchdown, and then they called some bogus play that called it out, and the announcers went, well, that doesn't look like that. And then later in the game, they missed the face mask against the Dolphins, and so the officiating, I really think, changed the complexion of that game last week in Philadelphia. Even though the Eagles seemed to dominate, I think they got pushed along a little bit farther by some suspect officiating. Then they play the Commanders. This would be a soft spot for the Eagles, for sure. This is a soft spot coming off a win, taking control of the division. The Cowboys had a bye last week. I also don't have anything that I can point to other than, hey, the Commanders hung with them and didn't win the first time around. Now they're getting them at home and getting a load of points with them. My leanings would be, I'm not sure it'd be a play for us, but my leanings would be, I think the way you're looking at it, Tom, too, is that it would be with the Commanders plus the points over the Eagles this weekend.
Gotcha. Let me give you another one that kind of fits that same profile, although not as big a divisional dog. You got Green Bay getting a point and a half at home against Minnesota, and I get Green Bay losing to Denver, again, who's widely regarded as one of the worst teams in the NFL. And they get Minnesota, who just comes off a big Monday night victory. And again, Cousins was awesome. Take nothing away from him. They're great on third downs. They had some help in that game. There's no doubt about it that if I can't say I guarantee it because I can't, but if McCaffrey scores that first touchdown, whole different ball game. If they don't give up the 3rd and 12 on the ensuing possession, different ball game because they're going to get really good field position. I don't know for sure, but it felt that way. I just don't think the Vikings are that good. I think they played really well. I'll give them credit. Cousins, I think Cousins can have games like this. That's the best one he's had this season, and we've seen him. I still don't think they run the ball that well. Hawkinson's a little banged up, and I don't have numbers. It just feels like a spot where people are going to want to say, I don't want the Packers. They couldn't even beat the Broncos. And look what the Vikings did. They beat one of the best teams in football. So now you go outdoors, grass. I don't know what the weather is going to be like, but I like Green Bay here.
Well, I think this is the top pick of the week on the Packers side. The interesting thing is the line on Monday morning, and it was the advanced line on this particular contest, had the Packers a 1.5-point favorite before the Vikings beat the 49ers. You take a situation where the Vikings win shifted this spread now 3.5 points, where they're now 3 points, where they're now a 1.5 point favorite instead of a 1.5 point underdog, which was going to be the line before they beat the 49ers. So what you get here is you get the Vikings with less of a chance to win motivationally coming off the big win over the 49ers and paying a price on the spread where they're laying more points. And as you pointed out, Green Bay is coming off a loss. It's a division game right now. Minnesota is a half game ahead of Green Bay in the standings. It's much more likely that these two teams will stay close to each other as opposed to either of them pulling away from the other. They're both pretty average football teams. I love this play. I'm pretty sure that it's down to 2 picks this week of probably who will be the top pick. This is one of them. I think the Packers plus the points over the Vikings is a great play on Sunday.
Nice. Is there anything that could get you one way or the other with the 49ers and the Bengals not knowing?
Oh, I'm on the 49ers. Absolutely.
Well, there you go.
I love the 49ers here. So you get a situation where what do the 49ers have for them now? As good of a team as this is, they're coming off back-to-back losses. And are they going to be motivated against Cincinnati? Probably. They probably would have covered the 5.5 point spread. And I love Brock Purdy. And on the other side of the coin, now they're only laying 3.5. Do you think they're more motivated to compensate for the loss of Purdy if they do go with Sam? And you get a situation where the 49ers defense has suddenly come under scrutiny, particularly the defensive line, which was so dominant the first few weeks of the season, has kind of disappeared a bit. Well, this is the right place to get healthy because the one thing Cincinnati has never been able to master, even during their good past few seasons, is an offensive line. They still don't have an offensive line that gives Joe Burrow the protection he really needs or open holes for the runners. This is a great spot for the 49ers. We'll lay the 3.5 with San Francisco on Sunday.
Got it. Real quick, in like 30 seconds, any interest in Pittsburgh since Mike Tomlin's so good as an underdog?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Pittsburgh is the kind of team that gets better as the season goes on because they're so well coached. Yeah. And the 30-7 opening day loss against the 49ers threw a little curve into their hope for success this year, but they're playing well. And I like them a lot this week.
Yeah, I'm going to look into that one as well. Dennis, as always, appreciate it. Have a great weekend and enjoy Halloween. And we will talk to you next week.
Talk to you later, Tom.
All right, coming up, more of Copes and Tolbert. Hopefully, we got you guys some winners. Feel like we've been lagging this year. It's not been going as planned, but you never know. All you need is one weekend, one game. That's what they say. And then you're off and running. So hopefully this will be that weekend. All right, coming up more. We will continue on Friday edition, Copes and Tolbert here on the Sports Later.
Draymond Green is out again for tonight's game against the Sacramento Kings as he continues to rest that bum ankle. That story and more is trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. That's right, Underdog is back. Well, it never went anywhere. It never went anywhere, I should say. It's been here the whole time. But football's going on, baseball's going on. Actually wrapping up today with the final series of the season for baseball. But basketball is now hot on its heels. Basketball underway, and that means it's time to pick back up your Underdog Fantasy app after you've been making money all football season long. Time to make some money off of some basketball, and why not do it playing the Pick'em game? It's where you pick between 2 and 5 players. You select whether they'll go higher or lower on one of their stats. Then you do what you usually spend your nights doing. You watch the games. The NBA season has tipped off, and there's no easier way to get in on the action than with Underdog Fantasy. and their pick'em game. You can win up to 20 times your money in a single game by going 5 for 5. It's legal in California, and it's a ton of fun to play and watch along with your team. I'm looking right now at tonight's games. Of course, we got a game tonight. We get Steph over in Sacramento tonight, going up against De'Aaron Fox and the Royals out there, right? I forget what Shaq used to call them. Anyway, I'm going Royals on. See what I did there? Yeah. Okay. Anyway, the game tips off at 7 tonight. I'm looking at you know what I'm looking at here? Denver and Memphis today. This starts in about an hour. Nikola Jokic. How about 40.5 points plus rebounds? We'll go higher than that. We'll go higher than that for Jokic. And then for Jamal Murray, 3.5 free throws made. We'll go higher than that. You can make 5 times your money, or again, up to 20 times by going 5 for 5 in a single game. Go to their easy-to-use mobile app to start building your team today, or you can go to UnderdogFantasy.com. When you do, they'll give you an option for a promo code. Use KNBR. They'll match your first deposit up to $500. Start it at 10, go all the way up to 5, and they'll match it. Plus, if you're a new customer, they'll give you a mystery special pick live in your pick'em lobby. It'll be something like I just read you off there, rebounds plus points, but it'll only be like a half a point plus a rebound. That's Underdog Fantasy, promo code KNBR. First deposit gets you, with the promo, get your first deposit doubled up to $500 plus that special pick in the pick'em lobby. You must be 18 or older, present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms do apply. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
San Jose, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Jose's sports leader.
Play KNBR at your pad on your Apple HomePod. Tolbert and Copes now continue on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Friday afternoon. Dude, I got kind of confused. I was like, we can do grab bag music? I'll tell you what it's not.
NBA grab bag.
I'll tell you what it's not.
The Mad Caddies.
I don't know the Mad Caddies.
The Mad Caddies.
This had to be a Tom request because I was like, a lot's changed since I left. Bob Melvin's the Giants manager. Dusty Baker retires from Houston. One thing that didn't change, Tim didn't discover new ska. You know what I mean?
No, he did. He picked that one.
This is all you? Tim said, want to apologize? No.
Tim got that one.
No, Tim, I don't.
Says ska bands have some of the best names. Like one of my favorites is Mustard Plug. That's just such a good name.
Can you say that on the air?
It's so filthy.
Can you say Mustard Plug on the air?
I think you can. Well, yeah, it's on the mustard jar. The mustard cap.
Mustards came from mustard seeds.
Can you say mustard knee? It's like acne, but it's mustard knee. You know that little that clear liquid when you put
mustard
on something.
Oh yeah, it's like the little. It's the pre.
Mustard
I get you.
Yeah, it's like you can't say pre.
That's a preamble.
But
that's where I was going.
Yeah, okay.
Where were you going?
If you want to. Well, you know where I was going.
No,
and
I know.
You know where Harmony would have been going too. But, that's the worst when you forget to shake up your mustard before you put it on your hot dog.
Dude, how about the ketchup one,
too?
Oh,
that's the worst. I got the clear liquid on half my hot dog.
Ketchup water's gross, too, dude. You get, you throw in some ketchup on a plate for like a French fries or something like that, dude. And you get, it's like sitting in a pool of water. It's like you're sort of moving around on the plate. Like, come on, dude. I don't need that thing hovering.
No, there's some foulness there.
There's some foulness there. I'm a mustard and a ketchup guy. I just don't like the water that comes out of it before we have to eat it.
If you had to give up one, what would you give up?
Ketchup.
Would you really?
Yeah, I love mustard.
God,
because I go mustard on sandwiches.
I love mustard too.
I only go ketchup on and here's the thing, when I was a kid, I ate ketchup way more, on hot dogs and stuff. Now I pretty much only will go mustard. On occasion, I'll throw ketchup on it, but hot link, mustard only. Yep. Sausages, a good hot dog, you just go mustard for sure.
Yep. But do you? I mean, are you a French fries guy?
Yeah, I am. So I love ketchup with my friend. I love ketchup with a little pepper in it.
Well, and if you're giving up ketchup, you're giving up that on the French. Because I won't eat. I barely eat French fries without ketchup. I don't eat French fries a lot anyway, so it's not a huge deal. But if I'm eating French fries, I am putting ketchup on them. I'm not just eating fries straight.
Yeah, I'll eat. A good fry you can eat straight, but a fast food fry, I'm almost always dipping. A fast food French fry would almost always dip. I think I would still stick with mustard. I eat too many sandwiches, and I couldn't eat a sandwich. A regular, a deli sandwich, I have to have mayo. I would rather give up mayo than the mustard. I like mayo on a sandwich.
Yeah, I give up mayo completely. I never eat.
I don't need it, though.
It
doesn't. I like it. It's like a glue more than anything to me.
Yeah.
The taste doesn't bother me, so it doesn't add anything.
Yeah, mustard, I don't know. I mean, I guess it depending on what you consider a condiment. I was going to say I'd have mustard atop my condiment chart rankings, but I don't know. What do you consider hot sauce? Because if hot sauce, like Frank's hot sauce stuff, like, well, then hot sauce is number one.
Well, Frank's is different. Yeah, well, Frank's is buffalo sauce. It's like a buffalo sauce, right? Frank's, it's more buffalo than like the original.
That's where you can see the mayo dump.
Is that OJ mayo?
But I would have, thank you,
Gerard
mayo. But I would have to have a hot sauce would definitely be above mustard. But yeah, among the big three, mustard, mayo, mayonnaise, you can get rid of you can get rid of mayo. It definitely.
I think most
mustard,
people would kick
one,
mayo
ketchup.
over.
2, and then mayo's 3. Tim says I'm wrong. No, I am so right in this one. And
Tim,
then
you're
relish,
a mayonnaise man? If I had to guess what
relish
Tim's
is way
favorite,
down the list.
I would have said Tim was a mayonnaise man first.
And if you like sweet dill relish, then unfollow, unsubscribe, spam, go away.
Keep listening. Keep listening. Just don't follow us anymore. Yeah.
I don't want to know you.
Please keep listening.
If you want to.
We like you too.
But it's got to be dill. It's got to be dill. Can't be the sweet stuff. So
dill pickles. Yeah. We can talk condiments at any point. Go ahead. 808 KNBR. Favorite worst condiment. You know it's been a rise lately. And by the way, I'll tell you about this later. There is an official association of like sauces and dressings. You know about that?
What's that?
There's like an official association of sauces and dressings. I heard about this last week, actually.
You're kidding me.
It's funny this came up. I quite literally read about this last week and was like, this is like an association.
I mean, are they kind of like the Freemasons of condiments or something?
Well, like they have definitions. They define like what a dressing is for a salad versus like what a sauce is or a condiment, right? Like a dressing is like barbecue sauce isn't
like Italian dressing.
Yeah, but it's got to have like certain parts of something. But I'm like, but they're all made differently, so I think it's got to serve a certain purpose, right?
Okay.
Is where they're at. So, like ranch is probably like one of the most mainstreams, right? Like that's got to be your just your Hidden Valley Blue Ranch or your Hidden Valley Ranch is like number one, like one of the most mainstream. Italian's probably up there. So anyway, there's a whole association. We'll get into it later, but
I'm a big
when I say later, I mean
vinegar.
When I say later, I mean February after the Super Bowl is what I was talking about. By the way,
don't be afraid to mix in some condiments. We're good. Like a little Russian dressing.
You got to get it in, dude. You got to get the condiments because I'm a condiment guy. Our door overflows with dressings and sauces that Sasha would never use, but I do because I got a different one for everything. Yeah, try different stuff. Well, yeah, when you know you like when you're a sauce man like I am, you know you've got different things that can enhance any meal at any point. You know.
Yeah.
Because you're saying
sauce guy.
Yeah, you're saying hot sauces like
Sauce Gardner.
Oh, dude, what did I not bring him up day one? And you said that's just because you want to say sauce, and I said so what?
Yeah, well, I see why now.
The peri sauce. Have you tried that hot sauce? Because I got a bottle for you, Tom. If you haven't tried that.
No, I have peri.
Nando's. People on the text line. Let Tom know. I first heard about it in Australia. It's a peri. It's the way they make chicken. It's like a sauce, but dude, it's like a smoky. It's not a chipotle. It's a hot sauce, and they make different levels of it. They season them, but dude, it goes on. Like Frank's, you can put it on almost anything. Put it on a sandwich, like a chicken sandwich, on just a bone-in chicken.
It's kind of like a jerk sauce.
Yeah, kind of. But
I
think it might be
jerk sauce. It's like who thought? Like, couldn't you come up with a better name for that? I mean, really, jerk sauce.
If you're going to do it, at least get Steve Martin to advertise it. You know? Tolbert comes
to me. It's just Harmony. Settle down, okay? I know that's your favorite sauce.
I know.
Pipe down.
Come on, people.
If you check some of the towels she towels off with, sometimes it's covered in jerk sauce. Harmony's going to join us later today. Tolbert and Copes with you. Fun football Friday. We got a whole slate of games. We got a whole slate for tomorrow in college, and of course NFL on Sunday. By the way, no teams on bye this week in the NFL after Bye-Mageddon last week. You like that? Kind of like the midway point, almost 8 weeks in. Everybody's playing this week. I think that's cool. Then everybody else gets their byes in the back half. So a nice full slate of games this week. No London games, right? No nonsense. Like we're going to get a bunch in the morning and a bunch in the afternoon, which will be great.
Be really cool.
And the Niners will cap it off at 1:25. We'll have pregame right here on KNBR starting at 9 a.m. If you need it that early, we'll be here for you right here on KNBR. So let's start off with some games of interest for us. Tim, can we get like a little bet or something under this, dude? Like I'm talking instrumental, something good for some football. Set the tone here, Tim. No pressure. No mayonnaise themed songs either. Oregon at Utah. That's the college game day game this week. Still no Cam Rising. I've not followed. By the way,
no, he's they put him on IR this year. He's out.
Oh, he is officially out.
Yeah,
okay.
They put him on a medical IR, and I think he'll.
When did that happen? Was that a few weeks back?
Next year. Yeah, it's like last week.
I think I missed that because it's too late in the year now. I figure.
It was him and one other player too, but he was the big one. So yeah, he will not be playing the rest of the year.
What does it say hot sauce to you, Tom, this music? What condiment does this song say? I don't know.
It didn't say. It didn't say. I don't know.
You've done a bad job melding this segment together, Tim.
How about stone ground mustard?
Okay, yeah, I'm with you on that too. This is a stone ground mustard of beds. Ohio
Stone ground Sierra Nevada stone ground mustard.
I like that.
I do love stone ground mustard. Big fan.
Thank you. Let's go. I like a little Bijan mustard. How about that? Bijan gets his own
Bijan
mustard.
Robinson.
There you go. Right? He's had his own mustard.
Yeah, he's got to get. You know what?
good.
You want to know what he should have a Bijan mustard, like a Dijon play on Bijan.
No, he does. That's what I'm saying. He started when he was in college.
He
does. Bijan's mustard. It's like he's got.
Oh, I did not know that.
And his mom came out recently and said his name's actually Bijan. And I was like, you got to stop saying that, Mom. I was like, you're messing with the bottom line of the Bijan mustard, dude. So, yeah, his name is, once that got big when he was at Texas, yeah. He did, once the NIL thing was a thing, he put that out. Yeah, started that.
Like I was saying, I think they missed it, but you know what the biggest, like the easiest athlete to rep a company was Jersey Mike. Mike Trout. From Jersey,
dude, why didn't they
Jersey
do that?
Mike's subs. I think at the time they probably couldn't afford it because he probably would have cost them a little. But now they got Danny DeVito. Danny DeVito can't be super cheap.
Who costs more, DeVito or Trout in that scenario? It's got to be DeVito.
Probably Trout. You think so? DeVito maybe?
I bet you Trout asks for more, and they're like, nobody's going to. No, you can't do that. Nobody. You don't have the recognition. I mean, DeVito carries Taxi all the way to Matilda. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you know what? You're probably right. You're probably right. But how easy was that?
They're also always
Jersey
sunny in
Mike's
Philadelphia.
Mike Trout of New Jersey.
It's a good call.
It's just like, but maybe they're like, bro, no one knows who Mike Trout is. The greatest player in baseball. No one knows who he is. That doesn't help us at all.
Yeah, no good. No good.
Anyway, back to football.
Throw the flag. Maybe Hungry Howie's will come after.
No, it doesn't remind me of any condiment.
Anyway, nice. Monday Night Football. Is that what this is here? Got a little Monday Night Football music for another college game. Nice work. Ohio State. Ohio State at Wisconsin. Tim's going to try again. Ohio State at Wisconsin on Saturday. Nice. There we go.
There we go.
So are these the three biggest college games this weekend? Oregon at Utah, Ohio State, Wisconsin, Colorado, UCLA. Are those your biggest three?
It's kind of
Colorado's just entertainment. But
yeah, it's kind of a light slate of games this weekend. Definitely, the game in Salt Lake is the biggest one.
Yeah,
because Utah's going to need to win that one to stay alive for the Pac-12 championship game. If they win this one, I know they still have USC, but they have that at home, and it's looking less and less likely like that is going to be a game. USC seems to be heading the wrong direction. The games I want to watch, I'm looking them over right now. I want to watch Oklahoma, Kansas. I think that'll be a fun game. Kansas is pretty good this year. I think they are 5-2 against 7-0 Oklahoma. Kansas can score. I'm not sure if their defense is going to be able to stop Oklahoma. It should be a really, really, really high scoring game. But that one I find intriguing. Of course, Utah I find intriguing. I'll watch the. Usually I'm up for the world's largest outdoor cocktail party, although nobody calls it that anymore except for me, because I use Civil War still, okay? Oregon State.
I call it the cocktail party. Murph does too. I ride with you.
Good, I'm glad.
I like the cocktail party.
I'm glad. Oh, I'm glad we got some old
I call it the Civil War too, because I don't know what we're offending.
Yeah,
it happened. It was us. It was all of us, dude. It was a war of. It's like our place. It's like you can't talk about family business. Like you can't talk mess about my brother, but I can. It was our thing to talk about. Why can't we joke about it in house? You know, that's the big deal.
No, you can't say war apparently, or whatever. I don't know. I guess Ohio State, Wisconsin, but I don't know how Wisconsin's going to move the ball against. I just think there's like games that look like they're marquee matchups, but may not be as marquee as maybe you think they are. Like, Colorado, UCLA, I think will be like you said, a fun game to watch, entertaining. But I think UCLA probably should win that one by double digits. Ohio State should probably win that one by double digits. You wonder how they're going to be coming off that Penn State game, but. Wisconsin shouldn't have won the game against Illinois last week. So I don't know if there's a lot of games that have huge ramifications, unless you get an upset or two, which could happen. But, yeah, the 12:30 game is the one I'll be locked in on, because that's going to be a really, really fun game to watch. Oregon's offense against Utah's defense might be the marquee matchup of the day when those two units are on the field. So I'm definitely looking forward to that. But it's college football. See, it's a good day to bounce around. Do we have a probably have a World Series game on Saturday.
Yeah, we got a World Series game tomorrow.
So starts tonight, so I'll definitely be.
Are they playing tomorrow?
They
They have to play tomorrow. They're taking a Sunday off.
They have to play back-to-back,
Yeah,
don't they?
NFL Sunday you take off, right?
Yeah, they're like, let's get away from the NFL.
Good move,
please.
I think they wrap it on a Sunday though, don't they?
Oh, do they?
I think if it goes, I haven't looked at the schedule, but I think that's traditional. I think it ends on a Sunday if it ends. If it goes 7, excuse me.
Okay. I think we got that tonight and tomorrow. So yeah,
we got NBA
That'll
back.
be fun.
We got a great.
We got Kings Warriors tonight.
It's a potent time of year for sports right now. Like this week, especially with the World Series going on and the NBA underway. So yeah, Colorado, UCLA. Somebody checked in and said, "How about Cal, USC?" Not as intrigued by that one. Not
really as intrigued, but I kind of want to watch it to see if USC is just going to go completely in the tank here. In fact, from a betting standpoint, I do like Cal in this game just because I love betting against teams.
What are they getting?
We'll see how the theory holds this week, and I'm waiting to see if like Liberty loses because I think not James Madison, maybe James Madison, but Liberty's undefeated. I love betting teams that lose their first game when they go from like a playoff, a Big Six playoff, to like the Blue Bonnet Bowl or whatever the hell it is, and that's like what a team like Liberty would do. So, but Clemson and USC were both playing for something this year. They're playing to get to their conference championship game and possibly get to a playoff game, get to the college football playoff. That's done now. It's over. Clemson lost to Florida State and they lost to Miami last week. Shouldn't have, but they did. So now they play NC State this week, and they're given 9.5 or 10. In a game that's going to be a huge game for NC State because you're playing Clemson. I just don't know how pumped up Clemson's going to be to play that game. Their offense isn't that great anyway. It hasn't been great this year. So I like NC State there, and I like Cal against USC because USC was playing for conference championship. Let's get to the playoffs. They thought they should have been in the playoffs last year if Caleb Williams doesn't get hurt.
And what happens?
Pops a hamstring against Utah. Maybe they win that game. If they win that game, they go to the college football playoffs. So they're probably thinking, dang, we were so close. We got to get back there this year. And now, done. It's over. You got mopped up by Notre Dame. You got beat again by Utah at the buzzer. And anytime USC comes to town, it's going to be a big game for Cal. I don't know if USC is going to look at Cal the same way. Cal's been able to score against teams this year that don't have elite defenses. USC does not have an elite defense by any stretch of the imagination. So I can see points here. Dr. Bob was saying the same thing when I talked to him Thursday. But it just seems like a good spot for Cal. Hyped up, SC coming to town, and SC thinking, this sucks. We lost 2 in a row. We're not going to the conference championship game. We're not going to the playoffs. And here we are in Berkeley.
So what are they getting points-wise?
This team, 10.5, 11.
I was going to say 12. So 10.5, 11.
Yep.
It's funny, you opened up that by saying, like, yeah, I don't know if I have much interest. It's not going to be a great game. And then you gave a really good comprehensive breakdown for why they may cover the spread, dude.
I'll be watching. I don't know if anybody else is all that intrigued.
You're like,
with those
I don't
games.
know. And then you gave that was the best breakdown you've given on an entire game right now. You're like, this. You're like giving opponents losses to opponents. Like, that was pretty good, man. I think I'm going to take Cal. Like, I think I'm in.
Great. I said I'm not interested. Now I'm going to cost people money.
Yeah, suck holes. We're all riding with Tom, all right? Everybody on
please
Cal.
Don't.
All right, to the NFL for a quick look at some of these games. Rams are at the Cowboys. Jags are at the Steelers. That's an interesting game.
Yeah.
That's a really interesting game. And then Browns at Seahawks. That's another one to look at outside of the Niner game.
Here's what I do know about the
There we go, Tim.
Steelers and the Jaguars. Mike Tomlin is literally gold as an underdog. And as a home underdog, he's absolutely incredible. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but they're like 67, 68%. Like, they're amazing numbers. Now, for those of you that may remember, they were a home underdog game 1 against the Niners and got really steamrolled in that game. But they've been playing some better football last week on the road against the Rams. Got off to a little bit of a slow start in the first half. Pickett got it going a little bit. Johnson is back, and I think that opens things up for Pickens a little bit. So... And Jacksonville could have very easily lost that game in New Orleans, and they still don't look quite right. And really, this is kind of a game where I just look at and go, look, I think Pickens is playing better. Anytime TJ Watt's playing, that defense is going to be ferocious. They're at home, they're underdogs, and Tomlin's record as a dog straight up is really, really good too. He's like well over 500 straight up as a home underdog. So I might look at that one. The other ones I don't know if I have a huge interest in. I guess I would take Seattle, but it was 2.5. Now it's like 3.5. So it jumped over that key number, and I probably would go with the Cowboys if I had to at home. They're so much better. I kind of like that.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, they're so much better. Dak's so much better at home, and the Rams are kind of leaking oil a little bit. They got off to the good start, right? Go to Seattle and win, and since then they haven't played great football. They mopped up on Arizona, and other than that, they just haven't really been able to. And I don't really care if they win or not, just as long as Puka keeps getting points for me. Yeah, which I was last week. Last week was Puka's turn. Hopefully it's Puka's turn again this week. So I'm hoping they get behind early and they throw a lot. But Stafford hasn't been great either. He's been okay, but not as good as he.
Well, they played the
is.
Eagles. That Eagles loss was tough, but the Eagles shut him down in the second. I think they shut him out in the second half. Right?
Yes.
And they lost Kyron Williams. They don't really have a running back at all.
They don't.
They traded Cam Akers to Minnesota. So that's the issues. They don't really have a run game, but the value in that offense is always around Matt Stafford. So it's Cooper Kupp and it's Puka Nacua. They've seen like a huge percentage of the targets, those two guys. Those two and Higbee. I know Atwell caught a touchdown. Was it last week? I think Atwell caught another one. But then they traded somebody, too. They just got rid of one of the other receivers they had. Who was it, Tim? Van Jefferson. That's right. They traded Van Jefferson because Cooper Kupp came back. So they're trying to get cheaper, I think, with some of their stuff. They're trying to recoup draft picks as well. All of a sudden, not so F them picks anymore as your quarterback ages a little bit and your team is expensive after the Super Bowl. But I think that offense can still really do some damage through the air, and we'll see what happens after their bye week if Kyron Williams comes back. That could change.
But I'm with you. I would go Cowboys.
Yeah, I like Dallas
there. I think 6. It was 6.5. Went back down to 6. So I think that's a fair price. And then speaking of the NFL, I do have to say I was bummed when I got home last night. I was like,
at the game?
No, not at the game. I was doing the show and got done with Steve. And then after, I was watching the basketball game. I was watching the end of the Bucs, and Lillard's going to make a little bit of a difference here in Milwaukee, especially come crunch time. I do believe. So we can get into a little basketball a little later. But so I get home, and I wasn't really watching the football game. I was watching the basketball game. So when I got home, I turned on the football game, and on Monday, I saw that Dawson Knox was out with injury. And my guy Dalton Kincaid, who I drafted, who I haven't played all year long, I was like, oh, yeah, it's Dalton Kincaid time, baby. It's time to get him. He had a good game last game.
Yeah, he did.
I go, he's going to get all the touches this week. Dawson Knox is out. It's going to be sweet. And then I forgot to put him in. And I got home, and it was like the third quarter, and I was like watching the game. Didn't even hit me right away. I'm just sitting there watching the game going, oh, crap. And I go, okay, let me look real quick and see. I go, I hope I didn't screw it up. I hope he doesn't have too many points this week. I look, he already had like 14. I was like, oh, God.
Huge game.
God dang it. I completely screwed that. I can't believe I did that. Because on Monday I told Wes, and I go, oh, yeah. I don't even need tight ends anymore. I'm good.
Great job, brother.
I'm good. Yeah, it was a great job. I got a tight end. He's on the bench. Does me no good. God, I was mad last night.
Having 4 teams, I've already this year confused Dawson Knox, Dalton Schultz, and Dalton Kincaid. 3 different. I have 2 of them, and I thought I had one of them. Like yesterday, dude, I thought I have Kincaid in the league. Thought I had Knox. Freaked out.
Oh, did you?
Went and checked it. Had the opposite response to you. I was like, oh, dude, thank God I don't have that guy. Because I've had him in the past. I was like sort of worried about it. Anyway, all good there. So those are some of the games, and we'll get into some more fantasy stuff later as it relates to some of our players if we want a little bit later in the show. Maybe when we talk to Harmony, we can talk about some of our fantasies this time. So,
oh no,
I'm talking players. That's what I was meaning. When we come back, how about you mentioned the NBA? Let's do a little dip into the Warriors and the Kings. You mentioned Dame last night, LeBron. We haven't even discussed because I haven't seen you since opening night. We haven't discussed at all the LeBron limit on minutes. Apparently, that's going down this year.
Kind of.
Well, yeah. I heard it, and then I was like, This isn't gonna be a thing. This is like a thing for this week. I was like, way to steal a headline, LeBron. That a boy. You still got it, man. Still got the fastball. We'll talk a bit about this and Draymond Green out again tonight. Possibly could see a season debut on Sunday. Warriors and the Kings. Do we have a rivalry there already? We'll talk about that next on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
When he first got injured, he said, I'm a fast healer. I think this isn't going to be too long. Is it taking a little bit longer to get back in it? Or
No.
Just conditioning at this point?
Yeah, it's conditioning. It's there's a foundation of strength and conditioning that every player has to build during the preseason. It might have been quicker had it been mid-season. Draymond is a fast healer, but beginning of the season, every player needs to go through the process of building a conditioning and strength foundation, and so Draymond has been doing that diligently, and so he's close.
As, of course, Steve Kerr, who joined Tom yesterday. He'll join us weekly throughout the NBA season, but there he was talking to the media about the health of Draymond Green. He's close. That's good. He could make his debut, they're saying, on Sunday. He's going to be out again tonight as the Warriors go out to Sacramento to take on the Kings. Could debut Sunday at Houston or Monday at New Orleans. Last season, Warriors' first road win of the year came at Houston, but it came a lot earlier than Game 3. I'm hoping first road win comes Game 2, but if not, I'm hoping Game 3 for sure. So Draymond out tonight, but we'll see what happens on Sunday at Houston or Monday at New Orleans. Could be used Monday. That would be nice if they held him out one more day and then you have a fresh body there for the back-to-back, because I wonder even if they'd use him in a back-to-back. It seems unlikely. But who knows? Maybe if he's back, he's 100% and he's good to go. So what do you think, Tom? Do you have any read on that?
I'm curious to see how the Warriors and other teams around the NBA are going to deal with back-to-back situations this year, since the league has said you need to start playing these guys more. Now, I don't know how they're going to enforce that. We always used to say bad back. He's going to go on the IR for 3 days, bad back. It's hard to tell whether a guy has a bad back or not. So I know they want him to play. They don't want stars sitting out. Like, are they going to sit out like Steph and one other guy? And I know the stars, I think they had some sort of specification for him or qualification. I forget what it was.
Yeah,
like
it was a
superstar all-star team, and then or said like an all-star team in the last 4 years, or
it's the last 3 seasons, all-pro in the last year. I'll get it for you here. I'll get the superstar.
Okay,
the things that qualify you as a superstar that are the guys who qualify for resting healthy scratches where you could get fined for it.
Yeah, you're not supposed to sit multiple guys. Like, you can sit one, but you can't sit 2. And I guess they got everything. So, look, this is all about the TV deal. The new TV deal's coming up. ESPN and TBS, TNT, I'm sure, going, why are we paying all this money? We don't get the guy, like, every time we put a game on, then these guys play.
TV drives everything because people turn it off, and then they can't sell ad dollars for the same amount, and they're buying the rights to air these games. And so anybody who's wondering why things change in any league, almost any league, not almost, like pretty much anything that's on TV, it's always the ad dollars, and the ad dollars come from television. It's where they all come
from. Why do you think we're going to have a 12-team college football playoff?
Exactly. Why do you think baseball expanded their playoffs? More games, more postseason, more ad revenue that they can sell, or more that they can sell their product at. And so, yeah, that's why we're getting an in-season tournament, Tom. I mean, that's all in play.
Oh, by the way, just because I'm looking at it, God, I wish I kept it up here. I want to get back to basketball, but
we're gonna get into the mix.
I'm gonna play it. I gotta read it to you here. Ngannou's gonna fight Tyson Fury.
Okay. Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Yeah, I know about
that. Boxing for those that are curious.
It's a UFC fight. Former heavyweight champion in UFC against a heavyweight champion in boxing.
Tyson Fury said he offers nothing. It's like a tennis table champion facing Djokovic in the Wimbledon final.
It's just an overmatch. It's like, I kind of think that's what
he's like saying, you got no chance against me, none. And I would tend to agree with him, since this isn't MMA, it's boxing, and it's a totally different thing. Anyway, I just thought I'd read that quote because I thought it was pretty funny.
That's a good line.
Back to the Warriors. Yeah, I mean, I think this is an important couple weeks, because they have 7 out of their first 9, now 7 out of their next 8 on the road. And they struggled. I don't need to go over it because everybody knows they struggled mightily on the road last year. They had one of the worst road records, not for a good team, one of the worst road records, period, in the game. Like Detroit, Charlotte, Orlando, those type of teams had similar or better road records to the Warriors. And the Warriors are one of the best teams, supposedly one of the best teams in the NBA. So that can't happen this year. It shouldn't happen. I don't think it'll happen. I can explain how it happened last year, but you don't want to be battling uphill, because that's another thing they did last year. They were always climbing uphill, trying to get to 500, get to 1 game over 500, slide back to 2 games under, get a little bit over, slide back. They could never get any traction last year to get themselves in a position where they're like 5, 8, 10 games over 500 and fighting for like a top 4 seed instead of like fighting to stay in the playoffs. So it's not the easiest schedule. The road teams they're facing aren't all the hardest road teams, but look, Houston's better. New Orleans is definitely better, and they're going to play them off a back-to-back, and we'll see how the Warriors handle that this year. I don't think Steph's played there in 5 years or so, which is pretty amazing. So But tonight, I'm looking forward to tonight. I really am. The Golden State coming off a loss, Sacramento coming off crushing Utah, played a good game there. So I'm looking forward to this. That was as fun a series as there was in the playoffs last year when those two teams faced off. I like the the Northern California angle of it. I like the fact they both have dynamic point guards. One's a Hall of Famer, and one's going to start being a perennial All-Star in this league, and De'Aaron Fox. So it's fun. You got the connection between Mike Brown and Steve Kerr. Harrison Barnes was a Warrior, so it's just cool. I like the fact the Kings are good. I remember when they were good in the early 2000s, and they played a fun style of basketball. They play a fun style of basketball now, and we have something going up here, like a little something. It's always been the Warriors, Clippers. Warriors, not really Lakers, because those two teams have never been good at the same time. Well, neither have the Kings and Warriors. They've never been good.
What if the Warriors been a big brother to anybody ever? You know what I mean? When have they gotten to play big brother
never.
to the kid? Like, that's the thing is, even when I was a kid, the Kings were the team that, like, kids in my class would pretend they were a fan of. You know what I mean? Because you were going to root for Mookie Blaylock or whatever. So, like, you were... those teams
we were better than them when I was
sure.
when I was
playing. That was before
but
my
we
time.
weren't that good,
right?
Yeah, it wasn't like we were one of the best teams in the NBA. We were just better than them, which everybody was better than the Kings back then. They were a doormat back then, but they were great in the early 2000s. Those teams were awesome.
Bibby
that was the
Jackson
best passing big man tandem.
Divac and Weber.
Weber, I think that I've ever
Scott
seen.
Pollard off the bench.
Yeah, because those two guys could pass. They were flat. You put them both to the high post, and they were just whoop, 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 just dishing. And you got, Page coming off, Bobby coming off, Bibby coming off. They're a really good team. They were fun to watch. They would dice teams up in the half court. And then they went away for a while, and the Warriors rose. And now the Warriors are trying to hang on to kind of what they have, like it is one of the best teams in the NBA, and the Kings are like, hey. We're here now. We got the coach. De'Aaron Fox has finally blossomed into a full-blown star. They made the trade, Halliburton for Sabonis, which has worked out beautifully for both teams. And they just have a real nice team. Like I said last year with the Kings, the parts fit now. They all kind of fit together. When you had Fox and Halliburton, really good players, not sure that really fit. It just didn't, because you needed something else like Sabonis. So you got to give up something good to get something good, and that's exactly what they did. But I'm looking forward to this one because it's going to be the Kings opener. They're going to light that dumb beam. Warriors are going to try to keep him from doing so.
Beam team, baby.
It won't be as kind of spicy without Draymond. Draymond adds a little spice to that. Got into it with the fans last year, and he had some spice.
The fans, he stomps Sabonis' chest into the ground.
Yeah, he did that too.
Yeah, he got into the fans. Oh yeah, that's right. And then he stomped on Sabonis. He got suspended for a game.
But I'm looking forward to that one. That should be a fun game.
I'm excited. Yeah, that's going to be a good one. Should be fun. We got plenty more to come in terms of the Warriors. In terms of the 49ers and the Cincinnati Bengals. Should put it out there. Kyle Shanahan met with the media after practice today. Brock Purdy, who was limited at practice yesterday, did a walkthrough Wednesday. Good news, 49er fans. Full practice participant today for Brock, and he is. Kyle said he's looking like he's trending towards passing the concussion protocol tomorrow. If he does pass it tomorrow and is cleared, he is likely to start on Sunday against the Bengals. So we can get into more of that with Dante Whitner, who joins us when we come on back. Dante Whitner's weekly conversation ahead of Niners and the Bengals next, only here on the Sports Leader. Former Golden State Warrior and King Matt Barnes joined Papa and Lund today and discuss whether or not there really is a Warriors-Kings rivalry now after last season's playoff series. Check out that podcast trending on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
time for Mr. Hittner.
Hittner, whatever you want to call him.
Former 49ers Pro Bowl safety and current NBC Sports Bay Area analyst Dante Whitner.
Sponsored by Hughes Orthopedics, specializing in regenerative medicine therapies to heal chronic pain without surgery. Call 650-343-KNEE. That's 650-343-KNEE.
Now here's Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Well, last week, basically every weekly guest that we have, I said, yeah, it's the first time we're talking to you after a Niner loss. Not today. Dante, second time we're talking to you after a Niner loss. Unfortunately, 2 times in a row. Tough loss last week to Minnesota, but they will try to turn the page here and get a win against a Cincinnati Bengals team that you cannot take lightly because they're a solid team. They've got some flaws, and they were banged up going into the bye week, but this is not going to be an easy opponent. Dante Whitner joins us, courtesy of the Yuma guest line. What's up, Dante? How are you, man?
I'm doing great. How you guys doing?
We're good, man. So what's your take today? You wake up on Friday heading into week 8 here. What's your thought on the 49ers? You get some time to digest the second loss, and you're looking towards the Bengals. Where are you today on the Niners? And finding out that Purdy could clear protocol tomorrow, and if he does, he will play Sunday.
That's the best news that the 49ers could have gotten. I think that this is a pretty much must-win game for the 49ers, and they're going to have to do it with their strengths. And what have we seen them do over the past few years is strong running game, strong rush defense, be able to get after the quarterback and force him into turnovers. It's your third consecutive Midwest team. You lose to Cleveland, you lose to Minnesota, Cincinnati coming off a bye week. They're going to have some things that you can't prepare for ready for you, and you have to expect the unexpected, go out and execute. This is a must-win. I don't know how many teams have lost 3 consecutive games in a season and actually won a Super Bowl. I guarantee you it's probably not that high of a percentage. So this is probably a must-win for the 49ers. They have to get back to basics.
Yeah, it's interesting, Dante. I don't know how you look at it, but I know this is still one of the better defenses in the NFL, but it seems like the offense has been leading the way for the better part of this year. And it seems like the defense is kind of taking a little bit of a backseat, and they I guess what I'm trying to say is they haven't been that dominant team that I think of when I think of the Niner football. Like you said, running the football, getting to the quarterback, stopping the run. When you look at the defense, because I feel like when I'm saying it, I'm saying, well, they've been disappointing so much that they're not that. No, I'm saying they are good. I just expect them to be like a top 3 defense, and I don't think they've been that.
Well, the 49ers are built up front. And when you look at the pay scale, the 49ers defensive line is 7th highest paid in the National Football League. The linebackers, I believe, are 15th, and the secondary is towards the bottom. They are fully depending on the defensive line to win games for this defense, stop the run and get after the passer without having to allocate more guys to the blitz. And when you look at past years and the defensive individual players that they had, I don't know if the players they have now are comparable, especially when it comes to getting after the quarterback. When you think about DeForest Buckner compared to what they have now, there's no knock on what they have now, but compared to what they have now, DeForest Buckner is a 13 to 15 sack a year guy who instantly makes any defense better. When you think about D4, when he was healthy, he was going to get you 10, 12, 13 sacks when he was healthy. I don't think they have a player opposite Nick Bosa that can consistently get after the quarterback. So I think the perception is there, but I don't know if the actual production is there and if teams fear this defensive line like they feared defensive lines in the past. When you watch how Cleveland attacked them and when you watch how the Minnesota Vikings attacked them, I don't know if that is still the mystique behind the defensive line. They're going to have to come out and prove it versus the Cincinnati Bengals, who's coming off a bye week, who has a top-rated quarterback when he's healthy and a bunch of playmakers, and they're ready to win a game and go on a winning streak. So this is going to be a heck of a challenge for the 49ers.
Talking to Dante Whitner on the Yuma guest line. As this relates to the defensive line, the secondary for the Niners, we saw a lot of growth from guys last year. I mean, Hufanga, I won't say he came out of nowhere. He was a big-time college player, but he took huge steps in his growth and became an all-pro, right? I'm wondering, and we talked about it back in 2019, I guess, when D. Ford came over, and they immediately, I think, matched their interception totals from the season before in Week 1. I think they got 2 in Week 1, and that matched all of 2018 because they finally had guys who could close on picking up sacks and creating pressure on the quarterback. I'm wondering, when you're not doing that and you have a game like last week, how do you evaluate the secondary? How do you evaluate them as a unit and saying, I mean, I understand coverages, I understand when guys are doing their job, but it's a unit. It works both ways, where when you create the pressure, it becomes easier for the secondary. The secondary can't have that same effect on the D-line. So how do you evaluate how they've played and what has to change?
Well, pressure and coverage are married. When you can consistently get after the quarterback, is going to make your secondary look a lot better than what they probably are. When you can't get after the quarterback, they're probably going to look worse than what they actually are. So we're somewhere in the middle with that medium. And when I think about the coverages that they play, and they don't really disguise a lot, you don't really blitz a lot, and if you can't get after the quarterback, a lot of those guys are going to be hung out to dry back there. I spent my first 5 years in Buffalo in a Tampa 2 defense, and we didn't have a pass rush, which means that we were playing a lot of cover 2, cover 3, and the quarterbacks can hold on to the ball, and wide receivers can run 3, 4 cuts, and you have to cover for 10, 8, 12 seconds. That's very difficult. So it's a combination of coverage helping the pressure and the pressure helping the coverage. And, you know, they're going to have to make some adjustments, or teams will continue to execute on third down and score points, and it's going to be difficult to win games.
I want to ask you about a certain play that happened in the Minnesota game. It was and I brought this up. Yep.
Was it the Steve Wilkes call with 16 seconds remaining?
No, it wasn't that one. That's we'll get to that one, but it was a different one that I thought was equally as important. It was the 3rd and 12 after the McCaffrey fumble.
Yep.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, Hawkinson it was wide open over the middle. No one was guarding him. He caught it. Yeah, and he just ran it straight ahead for 16 yards. What happened?
I'll tell you what happened. The defensive backs and the linebackers are taught in 3rd and 12 when you're underneath coverage, get to the sticks, right? Get to that 12 yards and read the quarterback's shoulders and read his directions and his intentions. When you look at Fred Warner on that play, who's the 49ers' best defensive player, he has his head turned to the left trying to look up the dig. He's not taught to do that. He's taught to buzz back, get to 12 yards, read the quarterback, and read his intentions. You'll be able to tell if he's throwing a dig with his shoulders and his eyes and his mannerisms. So when Fred has his head turned so long like that, you can drop it to T.J. Hockenson, and he has a late reaction on closing on the ball. And then they buzz Hufanga down opposite Fred Warner, and they're telling Hufanga to do the same thing. Get to the sticks, Hufanga. Hufanga was 16 yards deep on that when he's supposed to be at 12, and vice tackling after a break with Fred Warner. Those are the small things that get you beat. You try to do too much. You're trying to be perfect. And that's why Fred Warner and Hufanga didn't get a break on the ball and couldn't get off the field. And those are the things that they have to execute in the moment.
Yeah.
Does the defense look any different to you in terms of how they're playing? I never know, and it's hard to evaluate if you haven't played or if you're not involved in anything, what intensity means and what it looks like. But does anything, look different under Steve Wilkes from how it looked last year under DeMeco Ryans?
Well, they don't look confident to me. They don't look like they're on attack mode. They look like they're on a defensive. They don't look like they have confidence in the front four getting home, which means that the linebackers feel like they have to compensate and the safeties feel like they have to compensate and do more. And that's not really what's supposed to happen when you're playing on a championship defense. It's like a puzzle. So a lot of things that I see out there is the run game. A lot of times the defensive tackles and the defensive ends, they're not giving the linebackers a chance because their mindset is not to take two in the running game. You really have to take two. Everybody has to take two and allow the linebackers to run free. And it's all about area and restricting it, being strong, not rushing the quarterback on running plays. And then the tackling, right? Just stepping to contacts, wrapping, not really diving in there trying to knock guys' legs out. And then another thing is a lot of these teams is a copycat league, and they're trying to duplicate what the Cleveland Browns did, which was go max protection. They're going 6 and 7 blockers. They're either getting the ball out quick, or a lot of times the 49ers are playing cover 3, cover 4, which essentially is man-to-man. And if you have a lot of those people in there blocking and you can't get home with the front four, I don't care what coverage you're playing, the corners can't cover for that long. When I played for Vic Fangio, and we would see wide receivers inside the numbers, tight ends off the ball with their hands on their knees and a back like he's standing in the block, we would all check that coverage. The players had the power on the field to check to a max protection to take away those two-man routes if you don't have a mobile quarterback I don't know if the 49ers players have that power to really check to those types of defenses.
We're talking to Dante Whitner on the UMA guest line. You said early on, that's a great breakdown of what we're seeing there and the ins and outs and the chess game that we don't know, or the jobs of each of these guys and how you break down these defenses and what they're doing differently. But in the first part of the year, first few games, I mean, we saw a defense that was suppressing, again, some offenses that are not elite. But does it look different now than it did for the first 5 or 6 games?
No, it doesn't look different. They're still making the same calls. It looks like teams are making adjustments, and the 49ers aren't. But you have to make adjustments. You can't just expect these guys to go out there and beat 7 blockers with just 4 rushers. It's just not going to happen. And then I don't think that Gregory is the type of run stopper that the 49ers expected him to be. He looks a little small on the edge. So I think it's personnel mixed with calls. And I really want to know if D'Amico Ryans was usually on the field, right?
Yeah, he was.
Was able to make corrections in the moment. I wonder if Steve Wilkes being up in the booth has something to do with their camaraderie and being able to make adjustments in the moment. Any defensive coordinator I ever played for either had a conduit on the field that knew just as much as he did to be able to make those corrections before talking to the defensive coordinator, or he was on the sideline. And for us, that was Ed Donatel. He'd been everywhere Vic Fangio had been. I don't know who that would be on the 49ers coaching staff right now to be that conduit to be able to make the corrections on every level of the defense and get everybody together to make corrections.
So I did want to ask you about the last play of the first half, but look, I mean, Shanahan said he should have called timeout. Wilkes said he blew it with the call, so we don't need to get into that. But I did want to ask you from a player standpoint, especially when you were a veteran, was there ever a call made that when they made the call, you guys, the veteran just said, no, that ain't the call. No, we ain't doing that.
Yeah, I remember it was in Buffalo. It was a defensive coordinator by the name of Perry Fuel. And I remember we had 6 turnovers or something on Monday night against the Dallas Cowboys and Tony Romo. And we were supposed to win the game. It was on Monday night. And there's a defense called sideline. And you align a guy at 10 yards on both sides, 30 yards, and you have 2 guys deep. They have 0 timeouts, and all we have to do is tackle them in bounds. This guy calls cover 2, allows them to work the sideline and kick a field goal and tie the game. We lose in overtime. Do you know that Jerry Vincent, who's the vice president, NFLPA, whatever, he came in the next day and was like, see, he don't even come in and shake you guys' hand after the game, and he kicked this field goal, and he called this cause, and these are coaches that you can't trust. In that moment, I knew, as a young player, that some coaches, just because they have that title, they don't have the competence to really be in that position that they're in. And since that day, ever since that happened, I looked at coaches differently. And, I just had a blessing to have guys like Troy Vincent early to be able to understand that sometimes it's the coaching.
So how does that? Go ahead, Tom.
No, I was gonna say it's so funny you say that because you know as well as I do as a player, everybody thinks because you coach in the NFL, you know what you're doing, and having played in the NBA, there are a lot of coaches, not as many head coaches, but a few, but assistant coaches. Even the players are like, this dude doesn't know what the hell he's doing. Not a chance.
Absolutely. And guys, when I had a defense, my first defensive back coach in the NFL was a guy by the name of George Katavolis. He was Italian. He was probably 73 when I came into the league, and he had double hip replacement. So I'm thinking to myself, the first day I walk in, I'm like, how is this guy supposed to teach me how to backpedal, plant, and drive, right? Every day, all he did was get up on the board, draw things that he read in the playbook, and we were supposed to go out and execute it. There was 0 relatability. And we were probably one of the worst secondaries in the league that year, and that's probably why. Love him to death, but I don't think that he should have really been our position coach. And then sometimes that translates to losses. So, that's what's going on.
I think everybody can relate to that story. Like everybody, you know what I mean? Just working different jobs in your life. That's crazy. I think everybody has had bosses or managers or people they work with. They're like, how are they here? How did this person survive to this point? Dante Whitner with us on the UMA guest line. So when this happens in a game, like this with Steve Wilks? Does he say anything to the team? I mean, when he takes responsibility like that to the media, I'd imagine he does with the team, but players make plays, and Kyle then took ownership too. I think everybody handled it the way they should have handled it post the play being called. But what happens in practice? What happens in the locker room? Does that affect anything? I mean, Steve has got a good background and a good track record historically, but with this team, they've still got to figure some things out here.
Guys, I don't know what he was thinking with that. That's a cardinal sin in football. A lot of times you only go zero blitz when you can surprise them. It's not end of the half. When you need to go zero blitz and keep them out of field goal range, or end of the game and it's the last play of the game, you're in the red zone and you just want to make the quarterback hurry up and make a decision. With 16 seconds left in the second quarter, and as far as Minnesota had to go, there's no way in hell that he was supposed to call a zero blitz, and he knows that. Going into the game, you know there are certain rules, and that's one of them. You don't go in zero blitz in 2-minute situation. It just doesn't happen. So I don't know what he was trying to accomplish there. They hadn't hit Kirk Cousins all day. They couldn't get home with the 4-man. The blitz couldn't get there. I don't know if he was stroking the ego a little bit, trying to show that he could get home, but it came back to bite you, and that's exactly why you don't take that risk in that moment. Even though Traverius Ward has had a phenomenal season, he's supposed to make that play. That's why you don't do it, because there's no second line of defense back there. And in that moment, you're not trying to stop them from getting 3. You're trying to stop them from getting 7.
Would you anticipate this week that the Niners, front 7, front 4, whatever, this is the week to get home to Burrow? Their offensive line is having trouble keeping him upright, and I don't know. I didn't notice if he was moving better or not last week against Seattle. It seemed about the same, but I'm sure the cap is healing week by week. But it seems like this would be the type of week, Dante, that if you're going to get home and really put your imprint on the game of the front 4, this would be it.
Yeah, this would be it, but this is a guy in Joe Burrow and this offense that really scares me. They have a lot of talent. Joe Burrow is one of the few quarterbacks that I can honestly say he can do everything out there. And he has that type of tenacity and that in-your-face mentality that you know that the 49ers corners, they're going to have to be ready to play. And they have a running back in Joe Nixon who hasn't had the best year, but when you watch him play, he has the ability to do exactly what the Minnesota Vikings and the Cleveland Browns running backs did. So I think that this is a game where you have to jump on them early. Coming off 2 consecutive losses, this is where you have to prove to yourself that you are who you are. And, I think that they have the character. They're getting healthy at the right time. Hopefully Brock Purdy is ready to play, and they don't have to put Sam Darnold out there, and they can come away and stop this 2-game losing streak.
So it sounds to me, Dante, like come trade deadline, if they're going to do anything, you think it's defensive line, it's somebody opposite Nick Bosa, because that, as Tom and I have talked about, I think that fixes a lot of problems. I mean, I know Randy Gregory looked okay, but I don't know that that's the game-changing move we're talking about. I mean, Byard getting traded out to Philadelphia is a big move. Niners made the move for Christian McCaffrey last year. So, if they're going to make a big splash to try to keep up with some of these other teams in the arms race, especially the Eagles in the NFC, to me, pass rush would be the place to go. Are you hoping they're buyers? Are you expecting that?
I would say pass rush and corner. You can never have too many corners, and you can never have too many pass rushers. And right now, the 49ers have to call it like it is. They're not getting the type of production opposite Nick Bosa that they would like. And, to be a championship team, you have to be able to affect the quarterback and drop as many as you can into coverage. And that's the formula for playing great defense and being able to stop the run as well with light boxes. And you need defensive tackles that can consistently eat 2. And you can need defensive ends that, want to play team football and not just worried about sacks. So I think, yes, defensive end, somebody that can play the run and get after the quarterback, and another corner.
Montez Sweat, Chase Young, or Danielle Hunter. I think Hunter's probably going to be off the market now because the Vikings won and they're kind of in the mix now. But what do you think of those other 2 guys, Chase Young and Montez Sweat? I think both of those guys, are elite pickups.
Yeah, but I don't agree with that.
You don't like those?
Washington. No. I don't think that they really would fit in with the 49ers and what they're trying to do. When I look at Montez Sweat and I look at Chase Young, these are guys that have to be in special positions sort of a 3-4 where they could possibly be a rush outside linebacker and then have a bunch of other players around him. I don't know if I would put these guys in a 4-3 defensive end situation like they came from in Washington. Yeah, in Washington, they did have a defensive line that, could get after the quarterback consistently in the beginning, but teams sort of caught up with them. And, Chase Young is coming off a few injuries. I don't know too much about Montez Sweat. I do know that he played in a 4-3, and I would naturally put those guys on a 3-4.
So is there a type of player or a name out there you think that would be a fit, just off the top of your head? If not, it's okay. It's funny. Those are the big names, and as a fan, you see those, you're like, oh, yeah, let's get that guy, add the superstar. But it's good to know if you're like, that's maybe not even a fit for what they're trying to do here. Is there somebody you think might be?
I don't know if there's somebody that might be.
It's all good.
I heard Pat Surtain's name at corner. I know they would love to get their mitts on him, but I don't know if he's really going to be available. So it's just really hard to know right now. You don't really know who's available, who's not.
Yeah.
Where the hearsay. I know that the guys that they have now, a lot of times you only have what you have, and you have to play better. And hopefully the guys that they have now that's on the roster can play better, do their jobs, and pick up some wins.
But Patrick Surtain would be a hell of an ad. That'd be expensive, but it'd be a lot of fun to add him. And they should be sellers. I mean, maybe they try to recoup something there. Dante, before we let you go, I know Tom has been asking you get-to-know-you questions for the last few weeks. We were talking different condiments and sauces last segment. And Tom said of the big three, mayonnaise, mustard, ketchup, if you had to get rid of one, was it get rid of one, Tom, or keep one forever?
Get rid of one.
Get rid of one. Mayonnaise, mustard, ketchup. Which one are you eliminating forever, Dante?
All of them. I never eat mayonnaise, mustards, or ketchup. Anybody that knows I eat food plain. I promise you. I eat food plain. I've never had ketchup. I've never had mustards, mayonnaise, sour cream, cream cheese, none of it.
Do you eat tacos, like hot sauce?
You may love it.
What about hot sauce? Yeah, anything like that?
Yeah, just a little bit. Just maybe a sprinkle of red hots. That's what we had in the hood. Little crystals or red hots.
I was like, dude, I bet you're going crystal. The vinegar for sure. Oh, the fried chicken is one of my favorites, dude, for sure. You got to do it. Yeah. All right, man. Well, okay. I said
a lot of good mustards out there, Dante.
The story is my mother would go and buy burgers for me and all my cousins, and then she would bring them back, and I just knew she had ketchup on mine every time. I'd be like, listen, I'm either going to run away tonight and you're going to lose your son, or you're going to have to go back and get me a burger with just meat, cheese, and bread. Yeah. And she would scrape it off. I'm like, I can still taste it. So eventually she would concede and go and get it and bring me back a double burger.
Yeah, I want a double burger. Oh, Dante, man, you know how to negotiate, man. That's it, dude.
Yeah, I'm her favorite son. I need mine right.
And she proved that right then and there to all the cousins and the siblings. Everybody knew right then and there Dante was special.
Get me every time.
That's hilarious.
That's
dude.
Beautiful.
All right, man. We'll keep doing it, Dante, and we'll enjoy the game on Sunday, and we'll talk to you next week, man.
All right, talk to you guys next week.
Great stuff.
Thanks, Dante.
Dante's the best, man. I love Dante.
None of them.
None of them.
Just got rid of all of them.
Yeah, get rid of them all. I hate them all. And Tom said
I got a buddy like
mustard,
that.
Ketchup. If you had to get rid of one, mayonnaise, mustard, ketchup, which one are you eliminating forever, Dante?
All of them.
All of them. Yeah, my buddy's like that. He still orders burgers like a kid. He's like, yeah, give me a cheeseburger. Nothing on it. I'm like, dry cheeseburger? You want Sahara? Sahara cheeseburger?
Sahara. I'll take the Sahara cheeseburger.
Cheese. Yeah. It was like,
fries no salt, please. Fries no salt.
We always used to kid him. Yeah, give me a Big Mac. Hold the lettuce. Hold the sauce. Hold the cheese. Just give me the
bread.
Just give me the burger,
dude. Yeah.
Give me the burger, the burger and the bun. Like he's something else. I'm like, hey, you're like 40 now. Like you're 50. Like, you're not a kid anymore. Get some sauce on that thing. No. I don't need any sauce. Well, guess what? I guess Dante's him. Dante's that guy.
He's him.
All of them.
My brother and sister were both of middle school age, or at least double digit age, before they tried salad dressing of any kind. Like, dude, they used to be like every night at dinner, I don't want to have salad dressing. They would eat dry salad at dinner, dude. They would go Sahara salad.
Dude, that is so brutal.
My dad would go, what do you mean you don't like dressing? That's like saying I don't like drinks. Like, there's a billion different types of salad dressing. And now, of course, they both are in it. They also both, my sister longer than my brother, didn't eat like spaghetti sauce on spaghetti until she was like 11. Dude, she just
straight spaghetti?
Buttered noodles, bro. Like you get it like Lion's restaurant on the kids menu. over at
The
Sizzler or
little
something.
kids, yeah,
I had to go
Lubies.
Lions specifically. I was very. That was a shout out.
Lions was very good.
That was a specific
We had a
shout
Lions over here in Alameda.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we used to go to it. We had one at Hayward too, off a foothill when I was.
Lions,
in San Leandro.
fantastic.
Yeah,
yeah, that's something I never did. I know a lot of kids do that. Camila does that. She gets. We get her the noodle butter on the noodles and stuff. But even when I was younger, man, I love the sauce. You get the face, the kid's face. It looks like you're a part of Charles Manson's crew there for a little bit. You just got blood all over your face, but they're like spaghetti sauce, and I don't know, maybe that was a little too harsh. But anyway, you know where I'm going.
I know what you're doing.
I'm leaving. Thank you.
No, you're out. All right, see you, man. We'll be back in the next segment. Will Tom return? Stay tuned. All right.
I shouldn't.
All of them. How about a little look into some baseball? Dip away from football momentarily. We'll get back to it with Tim Ryan at 4:30. Get you ready for the Bengals and the 49ers. But the World Series starts tonight. Bruce Bochy goes for another one. Nathan Eovaldi, who's been like Madison Bumgarner for Boch, against Zach Gallen. We'll talk about game one, which starts in about 45 minutes or so when we come on back. And then Tim Ryan, Marcus Thompson, and at 5:30, Harmony's double banger, only here on the Sports Leader.
San Francisco, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Francisco's sports leader.
Brock Purdy was a full practice participant today, and Kyle Shanahan says he is on pace to pass the concussion protocol tomorrow. If he does, he will start on Sunday. The story and more is trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Enjoy KNBR in FM at 104.5 FM. Now back to Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on the Sports Leader.
You know what? I mean, I think watching the D-backs specifically, I haven't watched the Rangers as much this year, but the first thing that comes to my mind is their level of aggressiveness. They just play an aggressive style of baseball, specifically on offense, but they've got great athletes all over the field that can make, dynamic game-changing plays in the outfield and the infield. But I remember watching games against us late in the year, the way they forced the issue on the base path was stealing bases with taking extra bases to an edge. It's something that the other team is going to feel, and it puts pressure on them. You don't know where that pressure then translates to other parts of the game, right? Maybe it's something where there's been 3 bags stolen in the game already, and now the catcher, he's leery of another guy going, so maybe you don't get that pitch on the edge because you're anticipating that runner go. There's just so many different things I think that can come from an aggressive style. So that's the thing that pops out to me.
That was Buster Posey, and I've seen people already start to say it, like, this is the guy who should be speaking for the organization at all times, and maybe that's a direction we're trending. Who knows? With him moving back to the Bay Area after going back out to Georgia for a year or so, right? Year and a half, whatever it was, and now he's back in town and has been doing interviews. Like it's so cool. It makes me like Buster Posey, the player, even more when I get to see him in this light, and we're getting to see his knowledge and information he's sharing on the game that everybody around him knew about and absorbed and gravitated to. His leadership and his Hall of Fame caliber style of play and his Hall of Fame knowledge of the game. I mean, he was a Hall of Fame talent, Buster. I don't know if he'll get in based on what the numbers were, but him talking about the ins and outs of the game and doing it now afterwards, and we're seeing more of it, kind of like how Tom Brady came out of his shell after leaving, where Buster was just all business all the time when he played, and now we're getting his thoughts on stuff. It's pretty cool. So maybe, I saw people were frustrated the other day with Greg Johnson, and I think rightly so. We can talk about that another day, and upset that Farhan got an extension. I was not so upset about that, but we do need to see results. I do wonder if at some point that's a move that the organization makes, to have Buster be the front of it, if that's something you would even want to do, to have to answer some of those tough questions. It's a totally different job. Anyway, neither here nor there. World Series gets going tonight. Yep. My take on this, by the way, is one that I haven't really heard anybody say as a Giants fan. It's cool. I love getting the World Series. To me, is always cool because it's either a team that was supposed to get there, and it's so damn hard to get to the World Series. It's hard to get to any championship round. But in baseball, there's so much variance and so many games and so many obscure things happen that when you get to sort of random teams, like the Rangers were supposed to be good, but I don't know if anybody was like, yeah, Bochy's going to get it done this year. Like, that's crazy to have said that. Saying any team is going to go to the World Series is kind of nuts, right? Except the Dodgers, basically, or the Astros for the last decade. So for a team like the Diamondbacks to do it the way they've done it, unbelievable. Very cool. Except as a Giants fan, I now pull back and look at the World Series, and I see our former manager, and I see a team from the division that's not the Padres and not the Dodgers in the World Series. The Giants are the fourth best team in the division at best. This sucks. This totally sucks.
My God.
This is like 09-10 Giants for the Diamondbacks. They are just getting going.
I personally, if you're a Giant fan, let me sell you on this. You should really like this, and you should really be rooting for the Diamondbacks to win the World Series.
I like the rivalry. Yes, I like not rivalry. I like the fire.
Why would I root for the Diamondbacks to win the World Series? I hate the Diamondbacks.
Talk me off, Tom.
Let me put it this way: I don't like the Diamondbacks. I hate the Dodgers.
Yeah.
The Padres are just disgusting, just on their face. Nobody cares about the Rockies. But I could get used to not liking the Diamondbacks. But here's why you should be rooting for the Diamondbacks to win the World Series. Because it makes the division more competitive, and it makes the people who make the decisions more likely to say to themselves, we better do something. I mean, we better get off our ass and upgrade this squad, or we're going to get buried. We're going to get buried by the Dodgers. We're going to get buried by the Padres. Although, let's be honest, the Padres are still the Padres until
they'll bury themselves. I'm not worried about them, but still.
They had 1 year that was a fluke, and they went back to being who they are. But the Diamondbacks, I'd be surprised if they went away. They're young. They're athletic. I think they have more pitching coming. They have Gallen. They have Kelly. Fott's young. So I think they're going to be there for a while. They're going to be around a while. It may not be every single year. It may not be the Dodgers where every year they're getting like 90 wins, 88. Dodgers getting more than that, I understand. But they may not be that consistent. But they're going to be right around there. They're going to be there. So if you're Farhan, if you're part of that management group, if you're Bob Melvin, you're thinking, hey, we can't just stand pat here. We can't think we're going to math our way through this. We need talent. We need guys on this team, and we have the capability to spend. So we better spend and hope that they hit, and hope it's still going to come down to the minor leaguers. The minor leaguers need to hit. I mean, you look at what the Diamondbacks have done. I can't really think of anybody on that team that either didn't come from the Diamondbacks or wasn't like, a throw-in or something. Like, is there? Because I think Marte was theirs. Carroll,
Ketel Marte? No, they traded for Ketel Marte. They acquired him, but they got him when he was young. Like, he played I want to say he played a full year with Seattle or somebody like that.
Is that who it was? Okay.
Honestly, I can't remember. I want to say it was like Seattle. And remember, he was like center field, second base, shortstop. They were like moving him around. And he was kind of the first one they got. Like, he was one of the first cogs of this sort of run. So he's been around a while, and he's not 30, I don't think.
Okay, like a man with orthopedic shoes, I stand corrected.
No, but very early on, dude.
What about Walker? Is Walker theirs, or did he come?
Christian Walker. I think they brought Christian Walker themselves. I think they drafted him. I believe. I'll look it up here. Yeah.
So my point is, either they're getting these guys, acquiring them when they're young, or they're coming up to their system. Like, I don't think they have anybody on their team that's like was a major signing.
Yeah. Orioles was like Walker.
Orioles, okay, yeah, I thought he might have come from somewhere. I think Gallen may have came from like St. Louis. I don't know about Kelly, but look, the point is, they're not going out and they're getting them while they're cheap. They're not going out there and spending like 80, 90, $100 million in free agency to get players on their team. I think Thomas was theirs. Again, who knows where they all come from?
Alec Thomas,
but the point is, he was young when he started playing for the Diamondbacks. So they're all together. They're young. They're affordable. That's what you want, and that's what the Giants are hoping they have, that they have a bunch of young guys who are athletic, who could go out there and cover ground, who can hit. All those guys don't hit. They're not great hitters, all of them. Some of them don't hit well, but they hit well enough, and they defend. So I want them. I want to see them win, just because I always go for the underdog anyway. I wouldn't mind seeing Bochy win. I'd really root for Bochy if Bochy hadn't won one, but Bochy's got 3. Bochy's going to be okay. If he won another one, I think. Thank you, Boch. I think that would be super cool. But I just think if the Diamondbacks win, that puts even more pressure on the Giants brass to say, hey, we could get buried. We could get embarrassed next year if we don't raise the level of our team, if we don't go out there and raise the level of our talent, I meant to say. So that's why I would like to see the Diamondbacks win, just because I think when teams inside your own division win, hell, the Dodgers are going to be there. Everybody presumes the Padres, because their talent will be there. That's still questionable, but they are neither me neither.
Never.
But they are talented enough. And then if Arizona wins, you're looking at a monster division. And you don't want to be that team that just gets buried in the division. So I just think if the Diamondbacks win, it puts more pressure on the Giants, and I think that would be a good thing.
Dude, everybody has their place. Like, Giants, let the Rockies be that team that gets buried. The Rockies are like, but if you get buried, then what are we going to do? If you guys get buried, we don't want to be a fourth-place team. So real quick, by the way, Corbin Carroll, part of this is you can't miss on guys like Corbin Carroll. Corbin Carroll went 6 picks after Hunter Bishop did. At number 10 in 2019. Every player before Hunter Bishop, including Shea Langoliers, Nick Lodolo, Josh Young, C.J. Abrams, Riley Green, Andrew Vaughn, Bobby Witt Jr., and Rushman have all reached the big leagues. When we come on back, by the way, I just wonder if Bumgarner's rooting for a ring for himself or a ring for Boch. He'll get a World Series share, I think, too, or a playoff share of some sort. Anyway, he's the highest paid player on the Diamondbacks. Tim Ryan's going to join us when we come on back. Get you ready for the Bengals and the 49ers Sunday, 1:25 kickoff, 9 a.m. pregame right here on The Sports Leader. We'll talk to Tim Ryan about the news on Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy had a full practice today and is trending towards clearing protocol tomorrow. If so, he will play on Sunday. We'll talk to Tim Ryan about it next on The Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Furlong Vision Correction down in San Jose. It's where I had my LASIK vision procedure done a couple of years ago, 3 years ago now, 3.5 years. And guess what? Life-changing, lifestyle-changing. I'm seeing 2015 now. And I was actually the day after going to see Dr. Furlong and Dr. Sane at Furlong Vision Correction. And you should, too. A lot of athletes do it. They're the official LASIK eye care surgeons of the San Jose Earthquakes. Plus, they are hanging banners themselves year after year for so many years. They've been voted the best LASIK, or the best place for LASIK in the Silicon Valley. And Dr. Furlong and Dr. Sane have been voted the best LASIK surgeons in the Silicon Valley. And I know why. It's because they do everything A1. They want to make sure you're comfortable, and they want to make sure that they've designed a treatment that is right for you and your eyes. This is something that is special and sometimes a little scary for people. It's something that's going to change your life. They want to make sure that they're going about it the right way, in a unique way to you. And it's important then to note that they do offer Contura topography guided LASIK. That's the most advanced FDA-approved technology, and it measures up to 22,000 evaluation points, which creates a customized vision map that's completely unique to you and your eyes. That's what we're talking about here at Furlong Vision Correction. That's the kind of attention to detail. Your eyes and vision deserve the best, so book that LASIK consultation and that appointment at furlongvision.com. and let them focus on your vision. You want to start seeing better? Go see the absolute best in the business. It's my guy, Dr. Michael Furlong at furlongvision.com. Week 8 is here. Niners and the Bengals get going 1:25 on Sunday afternoon from Levi Stadium. Niners coming on home to take on Joe Burrow's Cincinnati Bengals, who come off of a bye, coming in at 3-3. Niners back-to-back losses, looking to flip the script there, entering the bye week, and then go into the second half there with a little momentum. Tim Ryan joins us, courtesy of the Yuma guest line, as he does every week. What's up, Tim? How are you, man?
Week 8, time to feel great. Let's go, Copes.
I like that, man. I always love, by the way, I love a Week 9 bye week. Pretty sweet bye week.
Yeah, it works out perfect, and obviously it'll be a feather in the cap if they can go in with a win and get this team to 6-2 and not be on a 3-game bender.
Yeah, dude, because it's sometimes it's about how you get there too. I mean, going 5-3 doesn't look terrible at all, but if you start 5-0, it's really not a good run into the bye week. We got some good news today, or what's positive news, trending positive about Brock Purdy, that he's on pace potentially to clear protocol tomorrow. Had a full practice today. That's got to be a positive vibe or note to, I think, everybody in the organization, right?
Oh, I don't think there's any doubt, and I don't think there's any doubt. When you go back and watch the tape from the Minnesota game, and I mean, I'm sure we'll talk about the defense. I thought he was playing his ass off.
Same.
They were mixing and matching coverages. They were, changing some tendencies in terms of how many guys they were bringing, and he was finding the right guy. The receivers and tight ends, running backs, and Brock were certainly on the same page, and then. Obviously a couple hiccups in the fourth quarter after taking a headshot. And, yeah, thank God it sounds like he's going to be able to get out of the protocol and be, that's all up to the doctors and the whole process, and coaches and team have nothing to do with it. So hopefully it keeps trending in that direction because, I got a lot of confidence in Sam Darnold from what I've seen of him in a 49er uniform. Certainly played some good football when he was with Carolina. We can talk about what happened with the Jets, but he was never really with a good supporting cast and a good football team around him. I feel very confident if 14's got to get out there and start slinging it around. But, good news with Brock because this defense is no joke. I think you can look at their rankings. You can look at where they are in a lot of key categories. They won the game against Seattle in Week 6. There's no question. Their pass rush took over late in that game. They had 2 big interceptions, both in the second half. They've got very good edge rushers, but I think you can attack them. They're very, very young in the secondary. They're fast. They fly around. They're sound in coverage. And when I watch a defense and they're sound, and they'll do a good job of disguising, but if cover 3 looks like cover 3 post-snap, if cover 2 looks like cover 2 post-snap, and guys are hitting those landmarks, that, to me, is where Kyle and the offense has always had an advantage because they're going to use your discipline against you and find the holes and find the soft spots in your discipline coverage. And obviously that's been a huge asset that's Brock's been able to run the game plan and run the system and be able to do that when teams line up and show what they're going to do post-snap and are disciplined when they do it. So I like that matchup.
I wanted to ask you about the Niners' defensive line so far this season because it is the identity of the football team, and it's paid to be the identity, the resources, the drafting, everything. That's who they want their team to be. You look at the Niners, you think defensive line, and I've been trying to say this week, like they've been good this year. I just don't know if they've been as good or as dominant as we usually see them when the Niners are at their best. Yeah. Like they're usually leading the way, tip of the spear type stuff. Am I making too much of that? Have they been better than I thought? Because I think they've been good. Go ahead.
No, I think you got to believe what your eyes have been telling you. I mean, the numbers have not been there. They've had a lot of impact rushes, and certainly when you look at the 5-0 start. Have had a lot of impact on and quarterbacks are just getting it out, Tom. They're not gonna get hit by the tidal wave coming up in the middle and Armstead and Hargrave. Bosa is getting more attention than he's ever gotten as the defensive MVP. He's got a chipper almost every single down, which is a tight end over there helping the tackle. And a lot of these tight ends, they chip for a second and then they release, and it really changes everything for the defensive end. Now you got a pinball off of one guy and kind of restart. And it gives that quarterback the time that he needs, and it may only be a half a second or a second, and it's hard when you're facing chippers every single down. And that just tells me the other guys have got to step up, and they got to win, and they got to win fast. And When you look at the defensive line, I think it's 15 sacks on the year. The coverage is going to support the rush, and the rush is going to help the coverage. And for a variety of reasons, and again, I think early in the year and through the first 5 games, the ball was coming out so damn fast. I mean, quarterbacks were just ripping it before the rush, and the rush was close, and they were tattooing the quarterbacks. And it forced a lot of incompletions and a lot of checkdowns, and now the linebackers can do their thing up in the kill zone and make people pay, and that's a recipe to win. But this last game at Minnesota, there was too much time for Kirk Cousins to throw. And when they did have pressure, he made great throws off of his back foot. Other times when they made when they were able to get pressure, the coverage was not supporting it. And I think a lot of that is Steve Wilkes still trying to get a feel for what these guys do and what they're good at. Last week it was, and I know he's taken a lot of heat with that call right before half and calling basically a zero blitz, 16 seconds on the clock, no timeouts. I know that I've read all the fallout on that and saw it, but if you go back and you watch it on tape and you watch that play, if the play is executed properly by the players, and I'm not just talking about Charvarius, dropping the interception. He had it in his hands, but it went through his hands and got pinned on his shoulder. And, the rookie Jordan Addison made a great play. Give him credit. But you get your hands on a ball like that, you got to pick it off or knock it down, and the half is over. But if the play is executed properly in terms of the guys that were rushing on the zero blitz, that ball is probably never getting out of there. Could be a sack, forced fumble. Now the 49ers got a timeout left, one pass. They get or probably already in field goal range. If that play is executed properly, then, and it was there, I promise you it was there, then all of a sudden nobody's talking about that call. They're going, man, what a genius. Took a lot of risk to do that, and boy, he did it, and they came through, and they got 3 points out of it. So I think he's still kind of feeling his way through. I think he's a very good dude and a good coordinator. I think these coaches give him a lot of support knowing what they do. But I think this week, when you look at Burrows and Joe Burrow and the receivers they've got, and the running back is also good as a receiving weapon in Joe Mixon, I think you're going to see the 49ers get back to 49er ball and keep it simple. Don't try to mix and match a bunch of different coverages. Play a lot of your bread and butter. They're still going to mix coverages and do some things to get in the head of Joe Burrow because he sees it so good. But the bread and butter is the cover 3. The bread and butter is the 3 deep. A lot of those guys could hit their landmarks in their sleep. And I think if they do that, I think there's going to be an opportunity now where they can track and they can attack, and you're going to. And again, I don't know how many sacks they'll have because Burrow's not standing back there. That ball, they're running a lot of spread, wide open sets, and he's getting the ball out damn quick. And there's obviously some challenges with that in terms of their ability to get it down the field, and we'll see what they're going to do after the bye week. But against an offense that's not ranked very well but is loaded with really good players, I think this could be a get-right game for the defense and for the guys up front.
I'm talking to Tim Ryan on the Yuma guest line. I think they could use it. Go ahead, Tom.
Hey, just real quick. I just wanted to, because you mentioned the zero blitz play, and I did want to ask you something about that play because I didn't bring it up because I didn't know what the responsibilities were, but I got to ask you, since you watched it, I did notice that Hufanga was just kind of standing around, not really doing much. I mean, Cousins isn't going to run, and you tell me, was that where Hufanga was supposed to be, just kind of standing there? Because I'm like, well, I go, he's not affecting the pass.
Hey, Tom.
He's not getting to the quarterback.
Hey, Tom.
Yes.
Believe your eyes. You said it, not me.
Yeah.
Okay, very good.
Huff is going to puff and blow your house down, bro. You better watch out.
Big bad wolf, bro.
Big bad wolf is coming.
I'm old. That's a.
Yeah, but you're 7'2", so you're all right.
Yeah, well, I wish I was.
He'll be playing if you were 7'2".
As long as he can run the floor and shoot the 3, he would, for sure. Tim,
there you go.
What did you make? I have a tough time. One, I don't know what I'm looking at anyway, but offensive line play. Jalen Moore's in there for Trent Williams, who, by the way, has been, I guess we call it an upgrade. He was doubtful last week at this point. He's now questionable going into Sunday, which is a positive thing. And even if he doesn't play, it's good to have the bye week after if he were to miss time for 2 consecutive weeks. How did you evaluate their play? Because I think, one, I don't know what I'm looking at, but two, it's so unfair, I feel like, sometimes in how we evaluate Jalen Moore, because how I would see it, because the talent discrepancy between he and Trent Williams is just so different. What did you see? Because I thought it wasn't all that bad on Sunday.
It wasn't. You do know what you're looking at, because it wasn't bad. It wasn't bad at all. He played a pretty damn good game. I actually told him that today in the weight room, and he was grateful. Probably the best game he's played, especially considering, they moved Danielle Hunter over there on him a couple of times, and there was a couple of good long arms by Danielle Hunter, but for the most part, I thought Jalen did a hell of a job. The McCaffrey touchdown run, the first one in the game, absolutely blew out the whole left side of the line, did Jalen Moore, and watching guys down, watching their D tackle down with a double team. So he fared well. This is going to be a different animal if he's got to go in this one with Trey Hendrickson, because Hendrickson is always going to line up at right end. That's where he lines up. He's got 7 sacks on the season. He's coming off a huge game against Seattle. He's got a nonstop motor. Very good with his hands. Good power rush. He's just a really complete player. Understands how to play the run game and read and react from run to pass and vice versa. So if it's Jalen out there again, and look, this offense, they got to trust their tackles the way that they play. But there's going to be some slide protection, some chip help over there on Trey Hendrickson for Jalen Moore. But at the end of the day, the Minnesota game, I thought, was a hell of a performance by him.
Yeah, I thought so too. I thought Purdy looked protected again until the fourth quarter, 16-19. He was playing well. I thought he answered the call relative to how people thought he played in the game before. So an opportunity here to flip the script, Tim, and head into the bye week with a grin and be 6-2 coming out of it for the back half. I'll see you down there on Sunday, man.
Sounds good, Copes. Look forward to it. Tommy, enjoy the game. Have a good weekend.
See you, dude.
All right, man.
All right, good stuff there. We will let's take a quick break, and we'll come back. We'll do one of our favorite hits, our Friday conversation with Marcus Thompson. Warriors are getting ready to take on the Sacramento Kings out in Sac. We'll catch up with Marcus Thompson of The Athletic on the other side, and then we got a great way to wrap up your Friday, your sound soiree, and then at 5:30, she should be here any minute, by the way, with her towel in hand, Harmony, and her double banger. That's all coming up after we talk to Marcus Thompson next on The Sports Leader.